Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Fate, I Heard After Death, You Can Ascend to the Throne of Heroes, chapter 220 to 263, see you off. 1708 words. When the sun god Helios spoke those words, even though they had somewhat anticipated his thoughts, Hestia and Promise himself couldn't help but feel surprised. Are you sure? Hestia asked, unable to resist pointing at Promise as if emphasizing how delicate and frail he seemed. Wouldn't Heracles be a better choice? I don't trust him for this, Helios replied firmly, shaking his head before looking at Hestia seriously. And it's not just anyone who can drive my chariot. I can say with confidence that Promise is the only one in this world, besides my own child, who is qualified to take my place and guide the sun. Have you been spending too much time eating snacks with Nyx? Is this emotional favoritism now? Hestia had a strange expression on her face as she looked at the sun god with a determined look. But in truth, she understood Helios's reasoning very well. After all, although Promise was fragile, he had a way of handling every situation to near perfection. He had accomplished countless miracles, and as someone who, like Nyx, had observed many of them, the sun god, Helios naturally held him in high regard and trust. Upon hearing this, Helen looked at the young man with a frighteningly bright gaze, full of admiration and love. As expected of my big brother Promise. And what about you? Hestia turned her gaze to Promise. After a moment's thought, she added, should I call Athena, your goddess, over? Athena? If she were here, would there even be a discussion? Athena, the so-called mother of heroes, would jump at the chance to have him undertake a heroic feat that would undoubtedly leave its mark on history. And she'd be thrilled about it. Though this thought crossed Promise's mind, he didn't let it show. Instead, he gave the matter careful consideration. Then, under the expectant gaze of the sun god Helios, Promise finally replied, respected sun god Helios, if I can truly be of help to you, it would be my honor. I am willing to safeguard your child for you. However, I cannot guarantee that I will truly be able to guide the sun. Although Promise was not very close to the god Helios, he was not completely unfamiliar to him. Especially in the matters of the Colchis kingdom and the Golden Fleece, this sun god gave Promise and his men great help, so he didn't mind agreeing to him. Plus, this was a great feat that was destined to leave behind legendary deeds, so Promise had even less reason to refuse. But on this matter, Promise was really unsure. After all, it was the sun. Thank you, child. But even so, Helios stood up excitedly, and breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart, and said with a smile, this way, I am completely relieved. From this, one can see how much trust the gods today have in Promise. Seeing things developing like this, Hestia did not refute any more. After all, given Promise's current condition, she didn't think that he would be in danger even if an accident really happened. Because now that he had agreed, on that day, a bunch of gods would probably be staring at the sun chariot, ready to take action at any time, so there was no need for her to worry about it. And was the incident of harnessing the sun a big deal? Well, it wasn't a small one, but compared to the incidents like Promise taking Persephone to the underworld, or causing a big commotion in the realm of Olympus, it was just that big. So Hestia accepted it naturally. How about we go now, kid? As if he was afraid that Promise would regret it, Helios said anxiously, when we return to my temple, I will prepare a grand dinner for you with the highest standards. This. When Promise was hesitating, Hestia spoke beside him. Why are you in such a hurry? Has Promise ever gone back on his word once he's agreed to something? As she spoke, glanced at Helen, the most beautiful girl in the mortal world, who was staring at her with wide, expectant eyes. Looking at the girl's delicate, almost impossibly perfect features, Hestia couldn't resist reaching out to gently pinch her cheek before continuing. This boy has just finished the adventure for the Golden Fleece. The children of the Argo are still waiting for him to join them on the return journey. Even if he's going with you, shouldn't he at least say goodbye to them first? Helios, the sun god, considered her words and realized she had a point. He also suddenly remembered that his beloved granddaughter was among the crew of the Argo, and that she and Promise were quite close. With that thought, Helios turned to say something but paused when his gaze fell on Helen. After a moment's thought, his eyes flickered, and he simply smiled, saying nothing further. In this way, Promise and Helen left sun god Helios's solar chariot and returned to the Argo. At this time, all the members on the Argo had been waiting for them for a long time. Night had fallen. The moon's silvery light mixed with the glow of torches, illuminating the great ship. Promise, I imagine your business is mostly settled now, right? Jason, who had successfully obtained the Golden Fleece and thought that he could fulfill his dream and take back everything that originally belonged to him, impatiently called out to Promise. It's about time we set sail for home, isn't it? Yes, hearing his words, Promise replied, nodding in agreement. It is indeed time to go back. However, I'm sorry, but I may need to leave for a while again. As Jason blinked in surprise at this, Promise's clear, emerald green eyes could not help but look at everyone aboard the Argo. By the way, even their centaur teacher, Chiron, was aboard. When he stared and their gazes met, Chiron looked away awkwardly, showing a rare moment of discomfort. That brief flash of guilt obviously came from his earlier lapse in judgment when he had impulsively narrated a live commentary of the gods vying for Promise. After all, scenes like that, of the gods clamoring for one mortal, were practically unheard of, even in the annals of legend. For the normally wise Chiron, the sheer joy and novelty of it all had overridden his better judgment. But after calming down and thinking about it, Chiron felt that he was too irrational and unworthy of being a teacher. Worse yet, if anyone let slip what had happened, it was almost guaranteed to end up in Promise's infamous grudge log, a prospect that sent chills down his spine. What's going on? A calm voice cut through the air as a girl in a green dress came over to Promise's side. The two looked at each other, and as Promise opened his mouth to speak. It's an oracle from a great god. Helen interjected excitedly, answering in his stead. Her face radiated pride and admiration as she spoke. This time, it's the great sun god Helios himself. He asked Brother Promise to guide the sun, and Brother Promise has already agreed. So next, Brother Promise will bring the sun to the mortal world and light up the earth. When Helen finished her words brimming with enthusiasm, all eyes turned to Promise in shock and disbelief. But their astonishment quickly gave way to calm acceptance. Because it was Promise, so it's okay. Now, no matter how incredible things were, as long as they happened to Promise, they would be normal and not worth being surprised. This was now the shared understanding among everyone aboard the Argo. If there were anything that might genuinely surprise them at this point, it would likely be the day they received a wedding invitation from Promise, naming none other than the goddess of wisdom, Athena, as the bride. That, and only that, would truly leave them stunned. Is that true? Among the crowd, only Atlanta cast a questioning look at Promise. However, what she was puzzled about was not the matter of the sun god Helios. She also felt that it was normal for this to happen to Promise. Atlanta wondered why he came back. She knew Promise all too well. Under normal circumstances, he should have left directly until the matter was over and the oracle given by the gods was completed, and then come back as if nothing had happened. In fact, this was true under normal circumstances. During this journey, Pegasus often disappeared and came back with Promise. Everyone on the Argo has long been accustomed to this. Facing Atlanta's question, Promise smiled and nodded, saying, I came back just to tell you that I'm leaving. Hearing this, Atlanta couldn't help but frown. Because the moment he said this, she felt her heart beating violently. A feeling flashed through her mind, that extraordinary sixth sense, which was frantically suggesting that Atlanta must stop him. It was extremely important. But at this moment, just leave if you want to. We're all used to it anyway. Jason came over, put his hand on Promise's shoulder, and said excitedly, but we won't wait for you. We are setting sail, full of honor and treasure, back to our hometown. Jason's words made the hero's eyes suddenly become extremely hot. Even Heracles, who usually remained unshaken, found himself yearning to return home and reunite with his wife and children. Promise nodded with a smile and said, okay. Since this opportunity is rare, why don't I see you off properly? After hearing this, the heroes looked at each other and found it very interesting, so they all laughed and agreed. Then Promise took out a painting and called out to the holy Pegasus under the stars in the night sky. But just as the majestic winged horse appeared. Wait. End. P.S. 12 chapters left, and the ancient Greek arc is over and we move on to the Type Moon arc. The past few chaps were too short, but worry not. Now, every chapter would be more than 2K words and the Type Moon arc would have even more longer chapters. So, what should I name this volume? Any ideas? Chapter 221, Nix, it's been a while. 1,775 words. Atlanta's voice rang out, halting Promise in his tracks as her bright unwavering green eyes locked onto him. Is there nothing you want to say to me? Atlanta's question made Promise pause, his face showing genuine confusion as he turned to her and tilted his head, asking in confusion. Is there something I should say to you? The heroes also looked at Atlanta in confusion, wondering why she said such a thing. However, Atlanta ignored the others, her intense gaze fixed solely on Promise. It was as if she were searching for something in his expression, something different, something unspoken, but everything seemed so normal, just like always. Will you come back? Atlanta stared at Promise and asked the question word by word. The latter froze, momentarily taken aback as he heard her words. At that exact moment, Pegasus descended with a soft whinny, flapping its pristine white wings as it landed before him. What are you talking about, Atlanta? Isn't this just like always? Promise smiled at her as he spoke, then without waiting for her reply, he turned around and sat on Pegasus. Yeah, what are you even saying, Sister Atlanta? Helen also helped as she spoke enthusiastically. Big Brother Promise will definitely come back. He's just completing another oracle from the gods like he always does. We'll all bring glory back to our homeland together. As Helen finished her words, Pegasus spread its wings and carried Promise away from the Argo. Atlanta, however, paid no mind to Helen's words. Her emerald green eyes remained locked on Promise, as if she were a huntress unwilling to let its prey escape, no matter what. Pegasus halted in front of the Argo, flapping its wings to create a powerful gust. The winds gently pushed the ship from the shore back into the sea, little by little. As the Argo floated once more, Promise took out the painting of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and offered a prayer to the god of the sea. Honored and mighty Poseidon, hear my plea. Protect these proud friends of mine. Please, see to it that they return safely to their homes. The waves swelled gently, lapping against the Argo with a melodic sound. Clearly, the Lord of the Seas had answered Promise's prayer. With the ocean's blessing, the ship and its heroic crew began their journey homeward. Promise sat atop Pegasus, silently watching the Argo as it sailed further and further away. Farewell, everyone, safe travels. Then, he shouted these words with all his strength. My friends, may your lives ahead be smooth and blessed. After those words, he signaled Pegasus to turn around as the winged horse carried him skyward, soaring back into the starry night, disappearing from the hero's sight. Brother Horse, are you asking what I'm doing? Promise's voice sounded casual, as if he were chatting with Pegasus. He pondered for a moment before smiling and answering with a carefree tone. Honestly, I'm not sure myself. But I feel like if I didn't do this now, someday in the future, I'd regret it deeply. Pegasus tilted its head in confusion but soon dismissed it, continuing to gallop through the glittering night sky. On the Argo. At this moment, only Atlanta's eyes were following the direction where Promise left until she could no longer see him. Everyone except her believed this departure to be no different from all the others and that he would complete his oracle and return. Only Atlanta sensed something was different, though she wasn't certain why. Reaching into her belongings, she pulled out a silver leaf. She stared at it briefly before lifting her gaze, her eyes following Promise's disappearing silhouette. Atlanta wasn't just watching Promise leave, she seemed to be staring at the end of something between them. The moonlight bathed her, the favored child of the moon goddess, in its glow. Clutching the silver leaf tightly in her hand, she whispered softly. Promise. Safe travels. Atlanta's soft voice lingered in the air, but her blessing was swallowed by the sound of waves crashing against the shore. The night breeze tousled her waist-length teal hair as she stood still, watching Promise disappear into the horizon. After bidding farewell to his friends, Promise flew through the starry night sky on Pegasus, heading toward the sun god Helios. But unexpectedly, though not entirely surprisingly, he encountered a goddess along the way. Draped in the cloak of the night and adorned with flowing, waist-length hair as dark as midnight, stood Nyx, the primordial goddess of the night and one of the 5 oldest deities in Greek mythology. Nyx came over to Promise and invited him into her chariot of the night. Even Brother Horse, familiar and at ease, joined the shadowy steeds of the night, running alongside them. Child, it's been a while. As soon as Promise sat down in the carriage, the goddess of the night, Nyx, came over and touched his head lovingly, appearing to be very intimate. In fact, even considering Promise's current status, the presence of Nyx carried significant weight. No, she was an irreplaceable figure, deeply influential and commanding immense respect. In fact, when he was deciding which deity to devote himself to, Promise had seriously considered making Nyx his patron goddess. She was, after all, a choice that even the gods would find difficult to dispute. As one of the 5 oldest gods, and with the special identity of being the adoptive mother of the god King Zeus, the goddess of night, Nyx was not only qualified, but could even be said to be completely beyond the standard. More importantly, her unwavering affection and assistance toward Promise rivaled that of any other deity. Since the time Promise painted Artemis's masterpiece with the night as his canvas, Nyx had taken a particular liking to him. She had personally guided him to meet Hades, delayed the rising of the sun for his sake, and even shrouded the entirety of Mount Olympus in darkness at his request. If Athena, Clotho, and the other 3 deities intertwined with Promise's fate were the most important in his life, Nyx was undoubtedly next in line, surpassing even Apollo and Artemis. Though her appearances were infrequent, her presence was never absent when it truly mattered. Had it not been for Helen's earlier ordeal and his teacher Chiron's wise reminder, which helped Promise solidify his resolve and make his final choice, Nyx would have been the ideal option for appeasing the gods with a wise decision. After all, she was undoubtedly one of the wisest choices. Have we really not seen each other in a long time? In this situation, even though the person in front of him was an ancient and terrifying god, Promise naturally did not feel any psychological burden. He smiled and said, "Don't we see each other every day?" "Wait, am I the only one who feels that way?" "I greet you every night, Goddess Nyx." "Of course, you do," Nyx replied, pinching his cheek lightly with a playful smile. "And I've always been listening." She laughed, her expression growing even fonder. "It's rare to find a child so thoughtful. By the way, I hear you're going to help Helios drive his solar chariot?" "I only just learned that myself." "Where did you even hear it from?" "Wait, were you eavesdropping?" While this thought flitted through Promise's mind, he of course didn't let it show. He nodded earnestly and quickly explained the situation to Nyx as the latter listened in silence. After Promise finished, she spoke in a gentle voice. "Child, do you realize that driving the solar chariot is an incredibly dangerous task? The sun is a blazing inferno. When you ride the chariot, its flames will scorch your body. Even with the specially prepared sacred bomb, it cannot completely shield you from the sun's heat. While it may not cause you permanent harm, you will endure the searing pain it brings." As she spoke, she gestured toward the silver-black steeds pulling her night chariot through the starry sky. "And unlike my gentle children, the sun's steeds are not so easy to handle." The celestial horses neighed softly as Promise glanced their way, acknowledging him with friendly whinnies. Born from the heart of the sun, they were captured and harnessed by Helios. But their fiery tempers and wild desire to run free are part of their nature. Even Helios struggles to control them fully. "If it were you." Nyx's starlit eyes gazed at Promise with genuine concern. But when her eyes met his calm and determined gaze, she softened, her lips curling into a gentle smile. "But child," she said earnestly, "I believe in you. If anyone can tame even the blazing sun, it's you." "Goddess Nyx, you are flattering me too much, aren't you?" Under the gaze of the goddess of night, Promise said a little embarrassedly. "I'm not exaggerating, but I really think so, because I have always seen everything you have done, and..." She chuckled, her tone teasing. "You're the one who painted that masterpiece on my body, the artwork that stunned all the gods." Promise scratched his head awkwardly at her playful tone, then said sincerely, "Thank you, Goddess Nyx. You came to see me because you're worried about me, right?" As he spoke, HR bowed slightly to express his heartfelt gratitude, subtly steering the conversation in a different direction. "Of course. You're a child dear to my heart, it's only natural." Nyx replied with a smile. "But aside from that, I do have a favor to ask you." Before she could finish, Promise quickly responded, "Goddess Nyx, whatever it is, I'm willing to do it." Startled by his immediate reply, Nyx blinked in surprise. However, before she could even speak, Promise continued, "Whether it was during the matter in the underworld or the events on Mount Olympus, I've never forgotten how much you've helped me. I've often thought about how to repay you. I've even consulted other gods, but no matter how long I think about it, I can't figure out what offering would be worthy of someone as noble as you." Promise's gratitude and earnest desire to repay kindness had always been one of his defining traits. He never took the gods' aid for granted, even when it came from someone as mighty as Hera. This quality was one of the many reasons why the gods cherished him so deeply. Nyx, who had observed him all this time, knew this well. So, her gaze grew even softer as she looked at him. She opened her mouth to speak but hesitated as her mind replayed Promise's words. Anything? Really? Chapter 222, My Daughter. 1,346 words. Nyx's eyes sparkled with delight at Promise's immediate response. You truly mean it? You're willing to do anything for me? As she spoke, she leaned in closer, narrowing the space between them in the chariot. The faint, soothing scent that clung to her enveloped Promise. Feeling a bit awkward, the latter instinctively leaned back slightly. Noticing his reaction, Nyx couldn't help but chuckle and gave his cheek another playful pinch. Well, unlike certain goddesses, she harbored no ulterior motives, and simply found his reaction a bit interesting. After all, compared to the typical heroes and gods in ancient Greece, most of whom were either shameless scoundrels or on their way to becoming one, Promise's genuine innocence was refreshingly amusing. To Nyx, Promise wasn't just another mortal, she loved him like a child. In her eyes, she embodied the role of a nurturing, all-encompassing maternal figure, much like the night itself. Goddess Nyx, maybe you should tell me what the matter is first. A little bit of caution arose in his heart, and after calming down, he said this. Hey, but you just said that you'd do anything for me. Looking at the pouting goddess of the night in front of him, Promise had a blank expression on his face. After all, what I said earlier was earlier, now is now. Well, the main reason was that he suddenly realized that this ancient god was actually a god with a strong evil taste like Athena and Hermes. From peeking cautiously in the beginning to peeking with a clear conscience now. Actually, it's about my daughter. Then the goddess of night Nyx said again as Promise blinked in surprise. Daughter? Goddess Nyx, you have a daughter? He's thought about it but only remembered that one of the other party's children was Thanatos, the god of death in the underworld, and the other was the river god who ferried people across the river Styx. Just as he was thinking this, Nyx saw the confusion in his heart and said, I mean Hecate. Although she is not my real daughter, but in my eyes, there's little difference. Goddess Hecate? Promise looked at her with some surprise this time. On reflection, though, it wasn't entirely unexpected. During past events, Nyx had indeed treated Hecate with a motherly tenderness, especially during the incidents involving Mount Olympus. Still, what could I possibly do for Goddess Hecate? Promise asked, genuinely puzzled. If anything, it seemed more plausible for Hecate to help him instead. Nyx tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, Hecate is actually quite adorable, wouldn't you agree? Promise nodded earnestly. And although she's a bit homebody, her power and background are remarkable. As for a dowry, let's just say it would be exceptional. Before the goddess of night finished her words, cold sweat had already appeared on Promise's forehead. Before she could finish, he quickly interrupted, his voice slightly louder than usual. Goddess Nyx. What on earth are you trying to say? This conversation was quickly veering into dangerous territory, dangerous enough that Promise could already picture Hecate hanging herself in despair if she ever found out about this. Nyx sighed theatrically, her face filled with exaggerated sorrow. Do you know how much older that child is than Zeus or Hera and many others? And yet, she's still single. You don't know, her mother has asked me for help countless times. As a result, now Hecate avoids me whenever I bring it up. Listening to Nyx's exasperated monologue, Promise couldn't help but recall Hecate's usual haughty demeanor toward him and chuckled softly. This gossip is surprisingly juicy. Curiosity piqued, Promise pressed further, but surely there are gods who are interested in her, right? After all, putting aside her personality, Hecate was indeed a first-class existence in terms of appearance, strength, and status. Of course, Nyx replied with a shake of her head. In fact, she's had several suitors among my children and others. But as I mentioned before, Hecate may appear just like that, but deep down, she's extraordinarily proud. Even toward the god king, Zeus and Hera, her respect is only surface deep. In truth, the only god she truly holds in her heart may very well be the flawless goddess of wisdom, Athena. Hearing her words, Promise blinked rapidly. Wait, so? During the whole Olympus incident, even though she seemed completely unwilling on the surface, she was actually excited on the inside? Nyx glanced at Promise but didn't answer directly. Instead, she covered her mouth, suppressing a laugh, which was obviously a silent confirmation. Seeing her like this, black lines seemed to form on Promise's forehead. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. No wonder she took the battle against Athena so seriously back then. She must have been enjoying herself. So even my own children were not in her eyes. But in fact, I also felt that none of my children were worthy of her, so I just let her do what she wanted. Promise was nodding in agreement when something suddenly felt off. Wait, they're not worthy. Me? Promise pointed at himself in a dumbfounded manner, then said very self-awarely, no, Goddess Nyx, if even your children aren't good enough, then I'm definitely not. Whether someone is worthy isn't the most important thing. What truly matters is whether she likes the person. That makes it even less likely. Promise exclaimed. How could she possibly? Mid-sentence, he paused, another thought striking him like lightning. Looking at the black-haired goddess before him, who was smiling knowingly, Promise felt a chill run down his spine. Goddess Nyx, surely you don't mean. Nyx tilted her head, adopting an expression of genuine contemplation. After a moment, she said, it might not be like in the traditional sense, but I can assure you, Hecate truly cares about you. For whatever reason, you have a place in her heart. Well. Nyx, Promise said, struggling to process this revelation. Don't you think there's a possibility? A possibility that she cares because I've driven her crazy? Nyx gave him a sidelong glance, then chuckled softly. She didn't answer directly, leaving Promise to stew in uncertainty. Whether it's annoyance or genuine affection, it didn't matter at all. After all, how could she, a half-mother, nor see it? However, for now, Nyx was content with the current state of affairs, so she decided not to push the matter further. After all, she saw Promise as a child she adored, and she had all the time in the world. When Promise inevitably ascended to immortality, they would have eternity to figure things out. Thinking of this, the goddess of night Nyx put aside her little thoughts for the time being and told her original plan. What she wanted to ask him for was not a big thing, but not a small one either. She wanted Promise to drive her chariot of the night. Child, you've already agreed to help Helios. Will you deny me? After the goddess of night blinked at him and showed an expression as if she was sad, even though he knew she was pretending, Promise couldn't bring himself to refuse. As it turned out, the task was much easier than expected. Nyx's horses were far gentler than Helios's fiery steeds. And because they were already familiar with Promise, they welcomed him without resistance. To Promise's surprise, Pegasus, who came joining in the fun, even took the lead, happily guiding the chariot through the vast expanse of the night. Together, they ran through the dark skies, pulling the chariot of the night for an entire evening. Thus, without much fanfare, Promise quietly accomplished the feat of guiding the night across the world. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Helios rode his blazing chariot across the heavens, scanning the earth for any sign of Promise. At the precise moment the two celestial chariots met, marking the transition from night to day, Helios froze in astonishment. There, on the black chariot of the night, was Promise, guiding the night's descent as seamlessly as Helios heralded the day. Chapter 223, Don't Look Down. 1481 words. Fate, Chapter 223. At sunrise, the mythology's day and night alternated above the sky. Just as Helios, the sun god, resembling a middle-aged man, watched Promise grab the reins of Pegasus and control the night with surprise, he had yet to fully react to what was happening when Nyx, the goddess of night, nodded to Helios coldly as a greeting before turning her gaze to Promise. Her expression softened as she said, Child, wait a moment. She should be here soon. She? While Promise was wondering who Nyx was referring to, a painting suddenly floated in front of him as he looked closely and was astounded. Because it turned out to be a painting of the goddess Hecate's familiar. The reason for this painting was actually simple. While Hecate refused to let Promise paint her so, left with no other option, he had to settle for painting her familiar instead. As glowing dark butterflies fluttered their delicate wings, the beautiful goddess in a black dress, with ebony hair and crimson eyes, appeared in the sky. Her face was sullen as she approached the carriage in darkness. Hecate greeted the sun god briefly before handing Promise a bottle of potion. For you. Looking at the goddess, who seemed calm and tried hard to control the slightest expression on her face, Promise blinked and turned to Nyx, who was smiling beside him, confused. Nyx, understanding what he wanted to ask, explained, When I heard you would control the sun, I immediately sent someone to find Hecate. I asked her to prepare a potion for you, one that could resist the sun's flames. Hearing this, Helios couldn't help but interject. Goddess Nyx, I had already prepared the holy ointment for him. But doesn't the so-called holy ointment still carry risks? Nyx interrupted. If it melts too slowly, Promise could be in danger. And it cannot withstand the sun's flames indefinitely. I couldn't bear to see him suffer like that. As she spoke, the goddess of night turned toward Hecate, who sighed before explaining, this potion lasts for 3 days. During that time, you will be immune to the sun's flames. She paused, looking at Promise. To put it simply, as long as you don't jump into the sun, you'll be fine. Promise accepted the potion she handed over to him. Nyx urged him to drink it and instructed him to board Helios's sun chariot, seize the reins of the flaming Pegasus, and take charge as the sun chariot's driver. When Promise held the reins without any visible harm from the sun's intense heat, Nyx finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in satisfaction. Throughout the ordeal, Hecate stood nearby, her expression void of life. After being captured and forced to work for Promise initially, she later found herself targeted by Athena. That's not all. Now, the most beloved goddess of night had made her work again, for Promise. Goddess Nyx, Goddess Hecate, do you have any more of this potion? Helios, the sun god, who had now fully realized the situation, asked. Thinking of his own child, Phaeton, Helios couldn't help but inquire. Hecate, however, shook her head calmly. In one night, she only mixed 1 bottle, mainly because she never thought of making another one. Nyx glanced at Hecate. She knew Hecate's abilities too well, so she guessed in her heart that Hecate had deliberately delayed the time to come. However, Nyx didn't intend to say much about this. After all, she only cared about Promise. As for the other person, she had no interest at all. Helios, the god of the sun, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw that Hecate looking impatient and the goddess of night, smiling at him, he tactfully shut his mouth. After the two goddesses entrusted Promise to him, he promised Nyx that he would ensure Promise's safety. Only then did she and Hecate return to the underworld. When the primordial goddess of the night, Nyx, departed, the sun god Helios clearly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Promise with a thoughtful expression. After all, Nyx's fondness for Promise was far too obvious to ignore. It was important to remember that Nyx was one of the original deities, the embodiment and personification of night, and also the foster mother of Zeus, the king of the gods in this era. Considering Athena and Queen Hera's past matters, Helios couldn't help but momentarily wish to send Promise back. After all, if anything really went wrong, even as the sun god, he felt he couldn't bear the consequences. Tell me, sun god, have I done something wrong? Promise, who had been under Helios' gaze all this time, asked in confusion. The latter shook his head, then after a moment's thought, stepped forward, sat beside Promise, and invited him with a smile. Child, would you like to accompany me today in driving the sun chariot to illuminate the mortal world? Nyx's intent in entrusting Promise to Helios at this time was clear, and naturally, the sun god understood it well. To command both the night and, the following day, the sun, what an extraordinary blessing this was. However, as Helios had once said to Hestia, the eldest of the Olympian deities, in his heart, Promise was indeed worthy of such an honor. Not only did he harbor no reluctance, but he even felt a sense of anticipation. He even looked forward to witnessing the moment when this young man truly controlled the sun. Though Helios lacked Athena's heroic inclinations, Nyx's influence had led him to observe and pay close attention to Promise for quite some time. And now, the thought that his image might be included in the boy's legend brought Helios a certain satisfaction. Promise, unaware of what Helios was thinking, naturally agreed. After all, this was exactly the reason he had come. Today was an opportunity to familiarize himself. It would make things easier when he brought along Phaeton later. Taking out a golden apple and consuming it to restore his energy, Promise glanced around, only to notice that his companion, Brother Horse, had disappeared without a trace. Well, this was not unusual. Those 4 flaming horses, whose bodies burned with fire and whose very breaths sparked flames, were nothing like the docile horses of the night. If Brother Horse dared to approach, his feathers would likely be reduced to ashes. Although Promise understood this, he was still annoyed by that guy's habitual betrayal and mentally added it to his grudge list. Noting the grudge, he sat on the sun chariot and set off into the skies alongside Helios. The sun chariot moved at incredible speed. Throughout the journey, Helios gripped the reins of the 4 flaming celestial steeds with a serious expression. As Nyx had warned the previous night, these celestial horses, born from the sun itself, retained a fierce and untamed nature despite being harnessed. Even for a powerful and ancient deity like Helios, driving the sun chariot demanded his full concentration and effort. When the sun chariot sped across the sky, not even mighty Zeus would dare stand in its path, let alone lesser gods. Perhaps Athena could manage, thanks to the indestructible shield she wielded, but even that was a perhaps. Soon, under Helios' command, the chariot broke through the clouds and reached the zenith of the heavens. This was a domain untouched even by Pegasus. Though Promise had driven the night sky here the previous evening, the darkness had obscured his view of the earth below. Now, naturally curious, he leaned forward to gaze down at the world. Seeing his actions, Helios, who had always keeping an eye on him along the way, was startled and quickly exclaimed, "Child, don't look." It was no wonder that Helios reacted like this. After all, in Greek mythology, the proud Phaeton had once been so frightened by the view that he lost control of the reins, leading to the tragic events recorded in legend. At the summit of the heavens, where the sun chariot traversed, to the very summit, even the sun god, Helios himself controlled his desire to avoid looking down. Because as long as he took a look at the ground, the boundless vast land and ocean would make even a powerful god like him feel terrified. Yet, as Helios regretted his oversight, forgetting Nyx's warning and growing concerned for Promise, he found, to his surprise, that the boy was not pale or trembling in fear as he'd expected. Instead, Promise remained calm and unshaken by the breathtaking view beneath him. And hearing his words, he even raised his head and looked at Helios, who was scolding him loudly with some confusion. Under the god's somewhat surprised gaze, although he didn't quite understand what was going on, he still nodded obediently and said, "Sorry, Helios, the sun god, I understand, I won't watch it again." Chapter 224, The Burning Sun, 2.9k words. 2,917 words. Helios paused, staring at Promise in front of him, who seemed completely unaffected and calm, as though nothing extraordinary had happened. The sight amused him, and he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Of course. The person before him was someone he had witnessed accomplish countless feats that had shocked the gods. How could someone like that be intimidated by such a trivial thing? With this in mind, Helios suddenly asked Promise, "Child, do you think the scenery before you is beautiful?" Hearing his words, Promise blinked for a moment, then instinctively glanced down again at the world beneath the celestial heights of ancient Greece and nodded lightly, speaking, "Yes, it's beautiful. It even gives me the urge to take up a brush and immortalize this scene on canvas." "Indeed," Helios said proudly, raising his head high. "And, child, you must understand, apart from me, you are the only one who has ever witnessed such a magnificent sight. But for now, let us set aside the thought of painting." Having said that, he handed the reins of the chariot to Promise. Seeing that the latter showed no trace of fear, Helios couldn't wait to witness the moment when this youth truly mastered the sun. At that moment, he even found himself slightly resentful of Nyx. After all, he had been the one to suggest this first, yet Nyx had beaten him to it by letting Promise command the night beforehand. But at this moment, as Promise looked at the offered reins, he hesitated. After all, he had just witnessed Helios struggle to control the sun chariot firsthand, so now, he felt a bit doubtful about himself. Even a powerful deity like Helios seemed to exert so much effort, how could he possibly manage it? "Respected sun god Helios, it's not that I regret my earlier decision," Promise began, noticing Helios' puzzled expression. "I just realized I might not have the strength to hold these reins." After he spoke, he looked slightly embarrassed. After all, he was the kind of Greek hero who would lose a strength contest to a little girl. Helios was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Looking at Promise, who seemed slightly flustered, he said reassuringly, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, child. It's fine. To command the sun, what you need is not strength, but courage and worthiness." Under Promise's confused gaze, Helios explained further. In fact, the truth was quite simple. The one who had crafted this sun chariot was none other than Promise's goddess mentor, Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. The reins she had forged held an absolute restraining effect on the fiery celestial horses. In essence, as long as the reins weren't released, the horses could not break free. This was also one of the reasons Helios had agreed to let his own child, Phaeton, try driving the chariot. After knowing the reason, Promise no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and grasped the reins Helios handed to him. The moment Promise took hold of the reins, the fiery celestial horses immediately turned their gaze toward him. Realizing that it was no longer the sun god who restrained them but merely a small human, they began to resist violently, struggling to break free of Promise's control. During this time, Helios watched intently, his nerves on edge, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Though he had faith in Promise and was eager to see what he could achieve, he also understood that this was no simple task. But to his amazement, no matter how much the horses struggled, even turning to breathe flames at Promise in an attempt to intimidate him, the boy never once released his grip on the reins. Helios instinctively compared Promise to his own child, Phaeton. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head wryly. Even if Phaeton had taken the potion crafted by Hecate, the moment he faced the flames and the mortal danger they represented, he would have let go in fear. Helios looked at Promise, feeling surprised but also as if it was the way it should be. Of course, he thought. This is Promise, the one who defies fate. No wonder they've all fought over you so fiercely. Then, as if he suddenly seemed to recall something, Helios couldn't resist smiling as he spoke to Promise. Child, do you know the thing that has surprised me the most about you all this time? Promise turned toward Helios with a curious expression. What followed was the sight of the sun god, with his middle-aged demeanor, bursting into hearty laughter as he declared, "It's the fact that all those goddesses who like you haven't actually fought each other yet." In fact, this sentiment was shared by almost every male god. This was seen as the most miraculous phenomenon surrounding Promise. After all, those were proud, fiercely self-centered goddesses. And given how much that adored Promise, it was a miracle. Promise's lips twitched slightly at Helios' teasing. However, he simply chose not to reply, and simply focused instead on driving the 4 celestial horses. The fiery steeds, after struggling for a while to no avail, began to grow resentful. This human was even stricter than the sun god himself, making them unable to help but control in their hearts. After all, even the sun god, Helios would occasionally allow them some respite, however Promise kept them under constant, taut control, like an unyielding rope. So, eventually, realizing that resistance only made the reins tighten further, they grudgingly submitted. To make the ride more comfortable for themselves, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, the sun chariot was steadily guided across the heavens under Promise's command. As time passed, it began its descent from the sky's zenith toward the lower horizon. Throughout the journey, Helios watched intently. Seeing that Promise had firmly controlled the violent sun from beginning to end without faltering, he felt both emotional and overjoyed. After all, this meant he no longer needed to worry about the Phaeton situation. Finally, the chariot, wrapped in fiery red clouds like a burning sunset, completed its journey for the day and vanished over the horizon. As the veil of night descended and spread across the sky, the chariot, alternating with night, returned to the magnificent temple of Helios, the sun god. The celestial horses, pulling the chariot, pushed open the ornate silver doors adorned with beautiful engravings and statues, entering the splendid palace. As soon as they did, nymph attendants, adorned with floral garlands, approached to welcome them. However, upon seeing that the reins were not held by the mighty sun god as usual but by a seemingly frail young man, they were obviously surprised. When the horses came to a stop, 2 of them even glanced back at Promise, nickering softly in protest at being tightly restrained. The sound of a voice interrupted. "Who are you?" The voice made Promise instinctively turn toward its source. There stood a young man, with wide eyes locked on him. His appearance was similar to Helios, and he seemed to be around the same age as Promise. At that moment, Promise immediately knew who this was. It was Phaeton, the infamous son of Helios and the central figure behind this entire ordeal. If we were to ask which second-generation god in ancient Greek mythology was the most disappointing and also the father's bane, Promise was certain it had to be this proud and reckless young man standing before him. Why did Promise consider Phaeton the ultimate disappointment among divine offspring? It was, of course, due to the disaster caused when arrogant Phaeton insisted on driving the sun chariot, leading to catastrophic consequences. This misstep resulted in Helios losing his title as the sun god, with the position transferred to Apollo by Zeus, the king of gods, and even though he lost his title and so, Helios was still expected to drive the chariot daily. This, in part, explained why Apollo later came to be known as the sun god in subsequent lore. As Promise studied Phaeton, the latter was also scrutinizing him. Then, as if he had thought of something, the shock on his face turned into great disgust, and he said, "Are you the one named Promise, my great father mentioned? The one who's come to steal away my rightful glory?" Phaeton, ever prideful, had always believed that he was perfectly capable of driving the sun chariot. So when he learned from the sun god, Helios, that someone else was going to travel with him, he didn't consider the possibility of this person helping him. Instead, he was consumed by the thought that someone was here to take credit for his destined greatness. Wait. Then, Phaeton's expression changed again. He stared at the young man, who was holding the reins in his hand, and raised his voice, speaking loudly. Why are you sitting there, holding the reins? Don't tell me that you... Yes. His words were interrupted by his father Helios as the sun god stepped out of the chariot, with a gaze full of satisfaction as he nodded approvingly at Promise. Then, turning to Phaeton with a gentle smile, he continued. And my child, now I can finally rest assured. With Promise here, you will surely succeed in accomplishing the great feat of driving the sun. But before Helios could finish, Phaeton angrily cut him off. No. Father, how could you? How could you do this to me? Phaeton's eyes turned red at the loud interruption, and he asked in confusion and anger, this was supposed to be my glory, it rightfully belongs to me. I was meant to be the first to achieve this. Why would you? Enough. Helios' expression darkened instantly. His voice thundered as he rebuked, do you even know what you're saying? Do you realize how impossible it would have been for you to drive the chariot without Promise's help? No, father. This is humiliation, and I will not accept it. Phaeton shouted back, his voice filled with defiance. His eyes burned with hatred as he turned to glare at Promise. And then, without another word, he spun on his heels and stormed out of the palace. I hate you. I'll never forgive you. Phaeton cried, tears streaming down his face as he ran off. Helios was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting the situation to turn out like this. He stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Promise, however, did not react much in the face of Phaeton's hatred. He was neither surprised nor offended. For one, he wasn't familiar with Phaeton, and for another, he had guessed from the beginning that Phaeton would not treat him well. After all, to Phaeton, Promise was nothing but a thief coming to steal his rightful glory. An awkward silence fell over the palace. The nymph attendants trembled, fearful that sun god, Helios, might erupt in anger, and the air grew thick with unease. Finally, a soft cough broke the stillness. Cough, cough. Startled, Promise and everyone else turned toward the source of the sound. And to his surprise, he saw someone he hadn't expected at all. Promise, it seems. I didn't even need to come after all. The familiar voice made Promise instinctively turn his head. And there, in the shimmering light, he saw a goddess seated in a wheelchair, her face serene as she gazed at him. Promise blinked in shock and even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Hephaestus. Teacher? Is it really you? He exclaimed, quickly stepping down from the chariot and rushing toward her. Hey, hey! The goddess pushing Hephaestus' wheelchair was none other than the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who spoke up, sounding annoyed. I'm here too, you know. Promise cast a brief glance at the goddess of beauty before turning his attention back to Hephaestus. Excited yet slightly puzzled, he asked, Teacher, why are you here? Aphrodite clenched her teeth in frustration but seemed powerless to do anything about it. Of course, I came here because of you, Hephaestus replied, gently patting Promise's head with a smile. When I heard you were planning to drive the sun chariot, something so dangerous, I decided to come. I thought I'd modify it to spare you the trouble of being roasted by the sun, and make it easier for you to control. But now that I've seen you. She paused, glancing at Promise, the chariot, and the fiery celestial horses that were staring at the young with clear displeasure yet unable to do anything about him, and couldn't help but laugh softly. It seems I worried for nothing. No way, teacher. I'm so happy you came. Promise quickly reassured her. Hey. Are you seriously ignoring me? Seeing that they were chatting and neither Hephaestus nor Promise were paying any attention to her at all, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite couldn't help but speak up again to show her presence. She glanced at the sun chariot, then looked at Promise with a hint of confusion. But, you're really fine? Hearing this, Promise explained the situation to them. When he casually mentioned that he had driven the night the previous evening, and that the primordial goddess of the night, Nyx, had done so much for him, the entire palace fell into stunned silence. Everyone turned to look at Promise in shock. At that moment, Helios finally snapped out of his daze. He came before Hephaestus and Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and bowed his head slightly in apology. I'm sorry, goddess Hephaestus and goddess Aphrodite, for letting you witness such an embarrassing scene earlier. You'd better be. Even facing the sun god, Hephaestus was not polite at all. Contrary to the warmth and affection she had displayed toward Promise, she looked at him with an icy gaze and spoke in a sharp tone. Control your child's tongue. If it weren't for the fact that Promise is kind-hearted and didn't take offense. Just that fact that Phaeton disrespected my student would have cost him his right to live. The cold edge in Hephaestus' voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone nearby. Even Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, couldn't help but glance sympathetically at Helios. After all, she knew well by now that when it came to Promise, Hephaestus never made empty threats. Helios, however, did not grow angry at her words. Having watched Promise closely throughout the day, he understood the situation very well. In fact, Helios realized Hephaestus was being relatively restrained. If Queen Hera or moon goddess Artemis had been present instead, they likely would have acted on the spot without a second thought. The goddesses who cared about Promise would never allow him to suffer such humiliation, even if Promise himself didn't mind. Not to mention others, even Helios, who was a big fan of Promise, felt a flicker of anger at what had transpired. Even if the other party was his own son. Rest assured, goddess Hephaestus, I will take care of everything. Hephaestus's face looked better after hearing the assurance from the sun god Helios. Helios quickly gave orders to his attendants before leaving to find Phaeton. Meanwhile, Promise stayed with Hephaestus and Aphrodite, or more accurately, he stayed with his goddess mentor, as the two of them chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the goddess of beauty. Aphrodite, standing off to the side, gritted her teeth in frustration. As the most beautiful goddess, when had she ever been treated like this? And to make matters worse, she was technically still Hephaestus' wife. However, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite really had no way to deal with this, so she could only pout and follow by the side silently. As Promise remained with them, waiting for the sun god, Helios to resolve the situation with Phaeton, an unexpected event occurred that none of them had foreseen. The next day, Phaeton convinced his sister to distract their father. While Helios was preoccupied, Phaeton secretly anointed himself with sacred oil, climbed onto the sun chariot, and, at a time when the sun was not meant to rise, took off into the sky alone. As the sun began to ascend, and its radiant light pierced through the night, Helios immediately realized something was wrong. Pushing past his daughter, he quickly understood the situation. However, staring at the distant sun chariot speeding across the heavens, his face turned deathly pale. When Promise and the others arrived and learned what had happened, Promise couldn't help but glance at Helios with a look of sympathy in his eyes. He knew that this marked the end of Helios' role as the sun god. Promise, of course, felt no guilt about the outcome. While he had agreed to help Helios and even wanted to change his fate, this unforeseen turn of events was entirely beyond his control. After all, people who are self-righteous and immersed in their own fantasies can never be awakened. So, someone as arrogant and self-deluded as Phaeton was impossible to reason with. What Promise hadn't expected, however, was how drastically things would escalate. After 3 days of chaos in the sky, as the young man finally paid the price for his hubris. By getting struck by a thunderbolt from Zeus, and plummeting from the heavens like a blazing fireball, crashing into the river Eridanus below. The sun, instead of coming to a halt, continued its wild trajectory. And not only that. To the shock and disbelief of all who witnessed it, the sun veered toward Mount Olympus itself, the sacred domain of the Greek gods. Chapter 225, The Catastrophic Dragon, Typhon Emerges, 2.99k words. 2,993 words. At that moment, the skies above Greece seemed to ignite in flames. Seeing the sun flying towards the holy Mount Olympus with unstoppable momentum and rushing towards the realm of the ancient Greek gods, it was not just the sun god Helios who could not believe their eyes. Even the god of craftsmen and the goddess of beauty, who stood with Promise watching the scene unfold, widened their eyes in stunned disbelief. This can't be happening. The sun god Helios, whose face had turned pale at some point, muttered in a daze, "Those horses may be playful, but they've always known what to do and what not to do." Sun god, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, who had calmed down a little, looked at the sun god Helios with her beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice, "You need to think carefully about how you're going to explain this to the god King Zeus." The sun god Helios had an ugly look on his face, and there was still some sadness on his face because of Phaeton's incident. Yet as they all looked at the sun descending toward Olympus, no one present, not even Promise, believed the worst-case scenario would actually come to pass. Everyone believed that the sun would be stopped before it fell and hit the divine realm. After all, the god King Zeus, wise Athena, and the other gods obviously wouldn't stand idly by and let such a disaster occur. But then, a sudden shout rang out from within the grand palace. Wait! In the magnificent palace of the sun god, some lower-level god or nymph seemed to have seen something in the sky as she cried out in surprise. Look! Up there! There seems to be something in the sky, it's chasing the sun. By the time she finished her words, all eyes had turned toward the heavens, straining to see what was pursuing the rogue sun. And then they saw it. A massive, serpentine form with countless heads, its body engulfed in black flames, was racing through the sky after the sun. What is it? Someone whispered in terror. I'll use it instead of he in the original. The catastrophic dragon, Typhon, had appeared. As the whisper rang out, everyone had already seen it. The figure, who was previously hiding and waiting for the time to come, now revealed its colossal, crimson body of calamity, looming over the land of ancient Greece. The moment it appeared, stars and clouds either fled or were consumed. The original blue sky was enveloped in a darkness symbolizing destruction and annihilation. In that instant, the oppressive darkness seemed to devour everything, and the sun, once capable of illuminating the world, now fled in terror, chased relentlessly. Under the monster's pursuit, and in the astonished gazes of every Greek who looked skyward, the sun hurtled downward, crashing violently into holy Mount Olympus. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated across ancient Greece. A burst of blinding light and a shockwave swept through the land, making the heavens and earth tremble. The world was red. The gods were filled with terror. Even in the distant sun god's temple, the aftershocks caused the structure to quake violently as many stumbled and fell to the ground. As for the heart of the disaster, the sacred realm of Mount Olympus, though obscured from view, everyone who witnessed the sun's collision understood that catastrophe had struck. After all, this was nothing less than the impact of the sun itself. The divine domain of Olympus had been engulfed by a blazing inferno, transformed into a sea of flames. As the gods and mortals alike struggled to process the scene, still shocked and paralyzed by the shocking events, a chilling, euphoric laughter echoed through the air. Instinctively, everyone turned their eyes once more to the monstrous figure that had devoured the sky and heralded destruction. Who is that? The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who now had very nervous look on her face, subconsciously voiced the question that hung in everyone's mind. That is Typhon. It was answered by a calm voice as all eyes in the sun god's palace turned toward the source of the voice. Promise, the only human present. The latter gazed steadily at the monstrous figure from afar, a being birthed from the abyss of Tartarus that every god feared, existing solely to bring annihilation, to return everything to chaos. He was born in the depths of Tartarus, emerging to destroy all and reduce everything to disorder. After hearing Promise answer, everyone in the palace naturally and subconsciously focused their attention on him. To their astonishment, the boy who stood before them, staring down the very embodiment of terror that even gods feared, showed no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a spark of excitement, a glimmer of eager anticipation. After all, Promise had always known this day would come. The greatest calamity of the Greek godly era was destined to descend upon this age. And Typhon would mark the final chapter of the young man's journey through this era. With just a glance, he could discern the truth. Typhon was pure calamity incarnate, a walking cataclysm. Wielding the authority of destruction, Typhon embodied annihilation and chaos. This thing's stature and presence seemed second only to the primordial forces of creation itself. And so, the gods and nymphs in the sun god's palace looked at Promise in a mix of disbelief and unease. Though many questions and doubts swirled in their minds regarding the boy's fearless demeanor, they had no time to voice them. For at that moment, the earth trembled once more. As Typhon unleashed his destructive might, driving away the sun, swallowing stars and clouds, and forcing the sun to crash violently into Olympus, chaos spread across the divine realms and all of ancient Greece. The realm of gods was now transformed into a sea of fire that seemed to have burned everything. However, amid the confusion and chaos, another threat emerged. From the abyss, shadows, monsters, began to crawl forth. However, calling them monsters would not be entirely accurate. After all, they were gods as the Titans, the second generation of deities defeated by the king of the gods, Zeus, and the Olympians, long ago cast into Tartarus and bound in the depths of the abyss. Now, after Typhon opened the gate of the abyss and took advantage of the opportunity given to it by the second-generation god Phaeton, who had usurped Helios' role and recklessly driven the sun chariot into Olympus, it used the sun to obliterate the Olympian stronghold and left the gods gravely wounded. The Titans, consumed by their fury and thirst for vengeance, were freed. They chased after Typhon from the abyss and the dark realms of the underworld, and returned to the mortal plane. Their colossal forms, towering like mountains, radiated power as they bellowed with rage, their voices sharp and deafening. In this moment, the underworld fared no better than Olympus. Hades, the lord of the underworld, locked Persephone in her chambers, ignoring her protests, and went alone to face the Titans. After all, these ancient gods, consumed by millennia of rage against Olympus, had long abandoned reason. Their purpose now was not to claim power or topple God King Zeus' rule. Their sole intent on following Typhon was to vent their fury of being suppressed in the abyss. No matter the cost, even if it meant the destruction of the entire world, they would not care a slightest bit. As the Titans rose, and the gods finally saw them, their expressions turned grim. No one thought to question Promise further. For in that instant, they all realized what was coming next. The calamity of the divine war had arrived. However, in this chaotic palace of the sun god, as the Titan gods crawled out from the abyss and the underworld bringing destruction and chaos, not all were focused on the Titans or the imminent catastrophe. One deity, in particular, appeared utterly indifferent to the unfolding disaster. The reason was quite simple. Because she herself did not have much sense of belonging to the Olympus pantheon, even though she was one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. Long ago, when she returned to Olympus with hope in her heart, yearning for a simple apology or some semblance of care from her mother, she was met with nothing but scorn and humiliation. That woman broke her legs and humiliated her as her father stood by, indifferent to whatever happened to her. From that moment on, her heart had grown cold. So at this moment, when the whole world was experiencing a major change and all the living beings watching this scene were panic-stricken, her eyes remained calm. Her gaze was fixed not on the flames consuming Olympus or the Titans rising from the abyss, but on the young man standing straight and resolute beside her. Ever since the moment, when this young man presented her with a drawing, saw her scarred face beneath the mask, and praised her for being beautiful, nothing else in the world mattered to her anymore. Promise. Seated in her wheelchair, with her golden hair cascading almost to the floor, Hephaestus smiled warmly from the bottom of her heart as she called his name. Finally, your dream, it's about to come true. Her voice was filled with genuine happiness, and Aphrodite, standing nearby, naturally overheard the conversation. She turned to Hephaestus with a look of confusion and bewilderment, unable to understand why she would say such words in a moment like this. Promise, too, paused for a moment before looking at her. Looking at his goddess teacher. Meeting her amber gaze, half hidden by the black mask that veiled part of her face, Promise fell silent. Then, a faint smile broke across his face. In fact, even I feel like I'm being far too arrogant right now, he said softly. Just like Phaeton, who truly believed he could command the sun chariot. Promise responded softly to Hephaestus, and raised his head, his emerald eyes gazing at the monster Typhon, that seemed to be devouring the world and destroying everything. This serpent of disaster in this world was a monster that symbolized destruction and the ancestor of all demons. Logic tells me that the gap between Typhon and me is insurmountable. In front of it, I'm not even worthy of being called an ant, calling myself that would be overestimating my worth. And yet, I'm still excited. The chasm between Promise and Typhon could hardly be described as the mere folly of a moth flying into a flame. After all, here stood a mortal hero who could not win a contest of strength against a young girl. And there loomed Typhon, a being stronger than even the king of the gods, Zeus himself, who in myth once shattered Olympus, drove out the gods, and plunged all of ancient Greece into ruin and despair. How could Promise's first reaction to Typhon's arrival not be terror but excitement? Was it not arrogance of the highest degree? The same kind of arrogance that made Phaeton believe he could master the sun. That's not arrogance, and this was how Hephaestus, the goddess teacher of Promise, answered her one and only student. She reached out and gently took Promise's hand, her fingers steady and warm. Lifting her head slightly, her amber eyes reflected his figure as she spoke with unwavering conviction. It's the greatest proof of how far you've come. For you to reach this moment, you've created countless miracles, feats that have astonished gods, nymphs, mortals, and every living being in ancient Greece. And now, it's time for you to reap the fruits of your journey and fulfill your dream. So, go, Promise. When Hephaestus finished speaking, she used a little force to pull Promise in front of her, made him squat down as she cupped his face in her hands and placed a deep, lingering kiss on his forehead. For a moment, she gazed at the young man with profound affection, then released her hold. Taking his hand, she placed it in the hand of another goddess who had silently arrived at some point, and was waiting quietly by her side. This was a delicate and gentle goddess, someone who represented the path Promise had chosen in this era. If Athena had been the one to lead him forward, always holding his hand and guiding him toward greatness, then this goddess had quietly followed behind, remaining in the shadow he cast as he advanced. He had granted her the most beautiful fate. And she, in turn, had forsaken an unchangeable future, and her own innate majesty, well, for his sake. Thus, Promise took the hand of Clotho, the goddess of fate. Yet, as he was about to leave, he turned once more to look at Hephaestus, his goddess teacher. Teacher, I'm about to go. So, in this final moment, may I ask you to remove your mask? This was the palace of sun god, Helios, and so, it was filled with many minor gods and nymphs, all of whom froze as Promise made this request. However, the moment Promise spoke, Hephaestus removed her mask without any hesitation, revealing the half of her face marked with the fiery scars that traced across her cheek. Teacher. Promise looked at her with unwavering sincerity, speaking with genuine conviction. Did you know? You're truly beautiful. Promise's words echoed through the hall, addressed to the goddess whom all of Olympus regarded as the most unattractive deity. Hephaestus smiled warmly, and not for a moment did she doubt his sincerity. She also understood why he had chosen to say this, here and now, in front of so many witnesses. Promise was telling everyone present that his teacher was not ugly but, in fact, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet Hephaestus herself had never cared about others' opinions. After all, her heart, in some ways, was small. To her, having just one person who saw her as beautiful was more than enough. Well then, at this last moment, Hephaestus smiled maliciously at his student, the young man she was staring at, and asked. Compared to Hera? Or Athena, the goddess you've chosen to follow? And now Clotho, the goddess holding your hand, am I still the most beautiful goddess of all? Her teasing tone carried a hint of genuine curiosity, her gaze fixed on the boy she had mentored. Hearing this, just as Promise was left momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond. Pfft. The goddess of beauty Aphrodite, who was standing nearby, and had no idea what was going on, couldn't help but let out a laugh. All right, Hephaestus said, cutting off the moment gracefully as she smiled warmly at Promise, looking at him with a soft and tender gaze. It's time for you to go. Her playful joke lightened the bittersweet atmosphere of their parting. Promise nodded, then turned and left with Clotho, the goddess of fate, who had come to guide him onward. As he departed, the gentle smile on Hephaestus' face gradually faded, replaced by a quiet melancholy. She slowly lifted her mask and placed it back over her face. Actually, you look very beautiful without the mask, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite hesitated for a while and couldn't help but speak. But Hephaestus showed no interest in responding. She simply stood still, her gaze fixed in the direction where Promise and Clotho had vanished. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a low voice. In truth, I've always regretted it. Regretted that day, when I didn't hold his hand tightly. Her soft confession revealed a secret that no one, not even Clotho, the goddess of fate herself, had ever known. Because of my own feelings of inferiority, I severed the thread of destiny that connected us, Hephaestus murmured as Aphrodite froze, stunned by the revelation. Indeed, that had been the case. On the day Hephaestus created the celestial paintbrush for Promise, an artifact that used the sky as its canvas to etch the gods' oaths, a thread of destiny had formed between them. She had become Promise's fifth most important goddess. After all, she was his only goddess mentor. But Hephaestus had deliberately severed that thread herself. And the reasoning for tearing it apart was painfully simple. Even though she had received Promise's artwork and heard the praise she had longed for, she couldn't shake the belief in her heart that she was imperfect. She didn't want to become a blemish in Promise's life, even if, deep down, she knew this was not the case at all. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, stood by awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. For once, even she, renowned as the goddess of beauty and charm, was at a loss. By now, she understood all too well what it meant for a thread of destiny to intertwine with promises. It was something that every god envied from the depths of their hearts. And for Hephaestus, who cared so deeply for promise, it was clearly an unbearable regret. At that moment, the seemingly devoured and darkened skies were suddenly illuminated by blinding flashes of lightning. Two immense powers clashed violently, sending shockwaves across the Greek world. The resulting storm swept through the lands, causing nearly every living being in Greece to turn their gaze toward Mount Olympus. Staring at the brilliant bolts of lightning piercing through the darkness, they immediately understood what was happening. The calamity dragon, Typhon, had begun its battle with Zeus, the king of the gods in this era. This was a fight that no one else could intervene in, and its outcome would determine the fate of the Greek world for years to come. Meanwhile, the Titans, newly freed from the abyss and the underworld, roared with fury as they madly ascended Mount Olympus, with one objective: to lay siege to the divine domain and launch an all-out attack on the gods of Olympus. Chapter 226, Take Me to See Athena. 1,575 words. Heracles, it's time to go. On board the Argo, Hermes, dressed in casual attire, wearing a feathered cap, and sporting his signature cheerful, squinting smile, arrived amidst the chaos. The sun had crashed into Mount Olympus, the calamity dragon Typhon had emerged, and the cataclysmic divine war had begun. Hermes approached Heracles, who stood among the crew. Two events in Heracles' mythology stood out the most. The first one was the 12 labors, which Hera had orchestrated to persecute him, each seemingly impossible to complete. And the second one was divine war between the Titan gods, who had transformed into giants, and the Olympians. To be precise, Zeus, the king of the gods, had learned from the fates about an impending divine war that would soon engulf Olympus. In the original myth, Heracles played a critical role in that conflict. This foreknowledge was why Zeus had watched over Heracles from the moment of his birth, ensuring Athena, Hermes, and other gods secretly guided his growth. It was also why Heracles, after his death, was granted immortality as a god. Now, Hermes had come to bring Heracles to Mount Olympus, where the sun's flames scorched the mountain as Titan giants climbed its slopes, intent on attacking the gods. He listened to Hermes and nodded seriously, asking no further questions. After all, the changes that were happening to the world were evident to anyone who had eyes to see. At that moment, the sea, turbulent and raging under the influence of the Titan's emergence, was split by a figure rising from its depths as Poseidon, the god of the sea, emerged, holding his trident, with a grim expression. Hermes turned to him in surprise as Poseidon stepped onto the Argo. The sea god swept his gaze across the crew, his deep voice resonating. Children, those who were meant to be imprisoned in the abyss have broken free and turned their fury against us. This is a war of the Olympians, one that does not concern you. But the world is far too dangerous now, and I have promised a certain child that I would ensure your safety. Therefore, I ask you to halt your journey and follow me to the deepest part of the sea, to the sanctuary of my temple, where you can take refuge. The identity of the person Poseidon spoke of was obvious without explanation. Hermes, standing nearby, immediately showed an expression of sudden understanding and nodded in agreement. On board the Argo, the goddess of the sea, Thetis, and the wise centaur, Chiron, also began persuading the crew to follow Poseidon's advice. Just as the hero seemed to waver, a cold voice broke through the din. Where is promise? Though soft-spoken, the voice carried over all the noise, silencing everyone aboard the Argo. Atlanta's piercing, verdant eyes fixed steadily on the two Olympian gods standing before her. Yeah, where's promise? When is he coming back? Jason and the others, finally realizing the situation, began shouting in earnest. But the more perceptive among them, such as Thetis, Chiron, and Medea, remained silent. After all, deep down in their hearts, they had already guessed the answer. He went to paint, Hermes said, still smiling with his eyes half closed. And it's a painting that belongs to him alone. When he spoke those words, a flicker of sadness crossed Chiron's eyes. Yet it was soon replaced by a deep, heartfelt pride and joy. He understood now. The student who had, from the beginning of his studies, proclaimed his desire to fall like a hero was finally on his way to achieve that dream. I see, Atlanta said with a quiet nod. Her face showed no surprise or panic. After all, when Promise left, she had already sensed something was amiss and had prepared herself for this moment. So that day, he really was saying goodbye to all of us. But I didn't agree to it. Atlanta turned away. Under the confused gazes of the Argo's crew, she took down the celestial bow from her back, nocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring to its full arc. Then, releasing her grip, she loosed a prayer arrow into the darkness that had consumed the sky. This was not a prayer to Artemis, the moon goddess, nor to Apollo, the god of light. It was directed towards someone far more familiar to her and to everyone on the Argo, their dear companion. Moments later, the sound of wings flapping reverberated through the suffocating darkness. From the shadows that had swallowed the stars and clouds, a figure emerged, struggling against the oppressive gloom. Before long, it became visible to everyone aboard the Argo. It was none other than Prometheus' faithful companion, the Pegasus, brother horse. Even Hermes, typically unflappable, looked genuinely surprised at Atalanta. No one had expected that brother horse, a being so unique to Promise, would respond to Atalanta's call. After all, brother horse had always been perceptive. It might even understand better than Promise himself who mattered most to him. Atalanta was the human companion who had left the most footprints on Promise's journey. Moreover, she was also the first hero Promise ever painted. The celestial horse landed gracefully in front of Atalanta, gently nuzzling her as if in recognition. At that moment, everyone assumed Atalanta intended to ask the Pegasus to take her to Promise. But instead, she surprised them all again. "Could you take me to the goddess Athena?" Atalanta once again made an unexpected choice, looking at Pegasus expectantly and saying, "I want to see her." Pegasus tilted its head, as if carefully considering her request. After a moment, it nodded. "Wait." Medea suddenly dashed over, and spoke in urgency. "I want to go too." Hearing this, the winged creature hesitated as it looked at Medea for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Fine, for the sake of goddess Hecate, I'll take you too." Then, without waiting for Helen or the others to speak, the winged horse flapped its mighty wings and carried Atalanta and Medea toward the place where the goddess Athena resided. As the others watched the pair disappear into the distance, they were left puzzled, unable to make sense of the sudden turn of events. "Teacher," Heracles said, his brows furrowed as he turned to Chiron. "That day, Promise was saying his final goodbyes to us, wasn't he?" Chiron's expression turned melancholic, but he managed a small, warm smile as he nodded. "Is there really no way to stop him?" Heracles continued. "If you tried, he'd never speak to you again for the rest of his life," Chiron replied gently. "But more importantly, things are different now than they were back then. He's not blindly seeking a hero's death. He's walking firmly on the path he chose, all the way to the end." "I see." Hearing his words, Heracles let out a long sigh before a smile broke across his face. Looking back at Hermes, he said, "Then let's go, Lord Hermes. And rest assured, this time I'll fight until the very last moment, I won't fall. Because I must witness, on behalf of these friends who cannot go, the final masterpiece he's going to paint." When Heracles spoke those words, Jason's eyes widened in realization, Theseus froze in place, and Meleager and the others were left in stunned silence. At last, they understood what was about to happen. Hermes wasted no time, taking Heracles away with him, while the rest of the group followed Poseidon to his underwater temple for safety. On the way, Chiron turned to the sea sage Thetis, who had remained silent the entire time, and asked her gently, "Aren't you going to go with them?" Thetis' eyes dimmed as she gazed at Chiron. However, she forced a faint smile and shook her head. "No, for the same reason you're still standing here. I want to do my part for him, to protect his friends in his stead. So, after this is over, when he becomes immortal, I'll go see him then." She hesitated, after all for some reason. There's a voice within her telling her not to go. Warning her that if she went there, she'd witness something she'd rather never see. Hearing this, Chiron fell silent for a while as he bowed his head in sorrow. Knowing the deepest secrets about Promise, he could only lower his head sadly with an apologetic look on his face, not daring to look at the sage of the ocean in front of him again. Elsewhere, at the battlefield on the burning Mount Olympus, where the powers of thunder and destruction clashed violently, the confrontation between the god-king, Zeus, and the calamity dragon Typhon raged on. Yet, something unexpected was becoming increasingly apparent. That was, Zeus, the king of the gods, could not hold out for much longer. In the original myth, the battle between Zeus and Typhon actually lasted for an extended period, spanning weeks or even months, with the devastation sweeping across all of ancient Greece like a relentless storm. But this time, the situation was drastically different. The reason? Zeus. Typhon, with eyes like blazing fire, fixed its gaze on the king of the gods who stood before it. The massive dragon flapped its enormous wings, its crimson body radiating destructive power as it burned with the authority of annihilation. The father of monsters, Typhon, stared at its destined foe and spoke in a deep and resonant voice, "Where is your thunderbolt?" Chapter 227, Promised Destiny. 2,191 words. The thunderbolt. If Athena's Aegis shield was the unbreakable defense of Greek mythology, capable of withstanding anything, then the king of the gods, Zeus' thunderbolt was its counterpart, the sharpest spear in all myth. It was the weapon that had defeated his father, Cronus, the second-generation king of the gods. The strongest power in the entire Greek mythology. And it was the only thing Typhon truly feared. In fact, in one myth, in order to fight against thunder, Typhon did not hesitate to put on women's clothes to seduce Zeus, and stole the thunder while the god-king was infatuated with the gentle world he created. In that version of the story, Zeus was mercilessly defeated by Typhon after losing his weapon. It was only with Athena's help, retrieving the thunderbolt and returning it to Zeus, that the king of the gods was able to finally defeat Typhon. Now, as Zeus struggled to survive against Typhon, and the dragon's question echoed through the battlefield, Zeus, instead of panicking, burst into hearty, almost joyful laughter. "Ha ha ha. I'll tell you, Typhon, I've hidden it." Zeus shouted, his voice booming with triumph. At this moment, even the frequency of his divine power intensified, a clear sign of his elation. "I've hidden it somewhere you'll never find. I've entrusted it to someone, and he will retrieve the thunderbolt I left for him. Then, he will come before you and bring down the mighty Typhon. And let me tell you, Typhon," Zeus continued, laughing unabashedly, "the one destined to defeat you is someone you could never have imagined. Someone who will shake your arrogance to its core." Ha 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 ha. Zeus' laughter reverberated across the battlefield, unbothered by the prospect of his impending defeat and imprisonment. Typhon was silent for a moment. Then, its voice lowered, tinged with skepticism. "Other than you, the only one worthy of your thunderbolt is that flawless goddess, Athena, the goddess of wisdom." "But, Zeus, have you lost your mind? Would you really entrust the thunderbolt to her?" When Athena wields the thunderbolt in her hands and raises the Aegis shield, she actually becomes an existence which surpasses Zeus in every way. After all, in the original strands of fate, had she been born male, she was destined to overthrow Zeus and take his place as ruler of the gods. "Of course, I would never entrust the thunderbolt to her," Zeus interrupted Typhon and looked at him triumphantly, saying, "I told you, it has been given to someone you could never imagine. Do you even know, Typhon? That person has been waiting for you for a long time. He's been anticipating your arrival, and now we've all been waiting for this moment, your grand entrance. To us, Typhon, you are no longer a harbinger of destruction and calamity but the star of an incomparable, grand, and glorious performance." Zeus laughed loudly. He had never laughed so freely and happily since the moment he, with the help of the first goddess of wisdom, Metis, rescued his siblings and overthrew their father, Cronus. Just like those cursed strands of fate, Typhon had always been a thorn in Zeus' side, a constant source of unease. He didn't want the domain he had built to be destroyed, nor did he want the world itself to fall into ruin. But Zeus had long understood that in a fair confrontation, he was no match for Typhon. This was why he had always placed his hopes on Heracles, believing the prophecy from Clotho, the goddess of fate, as though clutching at his last lifeline. But now, everything had changed. On that day, when Queen Hera, the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the goddess of wisdom, Athena betrayed and imprisoned him. When that boy appeared in the sea-drowned Olympus and loosed an arrow toward the flawless goddess. When Clotho herself appeared because of that boy, declaring the future had been rewritten. And when Zeus, out of pure curiosity, gave the boy his painting as recognition of his potential. From that moment on, Zeus had ceased to worry about Typhon. Because Zeus knew someone else would defeat Typhon in his place. And there was no doubt about the outcome. The reason there was no suspense was simple. Zeus, like the other gods, had willingly and eagerly paved the way for the boy, carefully hiding the thunderbolt in preparation for this grand moment, a moment all had been anticipating for a long time. This would be the final act, a masterpiece that would shock the world. The boy's last painting would undoubtedly be the most precious one of all. And the gods? They would hold nothing back. They would offer their full power to make this moment unforgettable. To put it bluntly, many gods didn't care about the destruction of Olympus or even the end of the world. Take, for example, the most typical goddess Hecate, the goddess of night Nyx, or the remnants of the first and second generation gods who still lingered in the sky, the underworld, and the seas. But now, having come to know Promise and having crossed paths with him, these beings were determined not to let his lifelong wish go unfulfilled. So, Typhon, I know you'll defeat me, Zeus shouted. But it doesn't matter, because at this point, no one who understands what's happening cares about the outcome of our battle. In fact, even if I could defeat you right now, I wouldn't. Because I, too, want to sit in the highest seat among the audience. I'll sit there, Typhon, and witness the grandest performance ever, its brilliant finale. Typhon was silent. It had to admit that, for a moment, it was undressed distracted by Zeus' so-called nonsense. And deep within, Typhon couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. It wondered about the figure the king of the gods Zeus spoke of, the one Typhon could never imagine. Apollo? Poseidon? Or perhaps Hades? No, impossible. Not to mention the fact that they didn't have the qualifications to face Typhon in battle. More importantly, Zeus would never entrust the thunderbolt to them. Typhon felt a little confused. Aside from Athena, it truly couldn't fathom who else Zeus might mean. But then again, what did it matter? No matter what, I will change my destiny, Typhon said coldly, its fiery gaze fixed on Zeus as it spoke indifferently. I imagine the three fates will give me the answers I seek. And if such a being truly exists, I, as destruction and chaos itself, welcome his arrival. But for now, King of the Gods, Zeus. Typhon's voice deepened, radiating an overwhelming presence. Your curtain falls here. As his words fell, its attacks on Zeus became even fiercer. The King of Gods, meanwhile, struggled to hold his ground, well not because he absolutely had to, but simply because he didn't want to lose too quickly. After all, this was the boy's final painting. If it were recorded in the painting that Zeus had been utterly crushed without even putting up a fight, it would be a disgrace to his title as King of the Gods. The other gods would mock him relentlessly. So, he absolutely had to fight for a while. At the same time. At the Temple of Fate, woven from the threads of all destinies in existence. Promise found himself there once again. Goddess Clotho, it seems that things aren't quite unfolding the way I knew they would. He spoke to the delicate and lovely goddess of fate, Clotho, in front of him as he walked, his mind replaying the scene of Phaeton driving the sun chariot, only for Typhon to seize the opportunity and cause the sun to crash into Mount Olympus. After all, in the myths and legends Promise was familiar with, the story of Phaeton had nothing to do with Typhon or the war between the gods. Clotho, clad in a white priestess's robe with strands of her silver hair peeking out from beneath her hood, gave a gentle smile. You already know the answer in your heart, don't you? She replied softly. In Greek belief, destiny was immutable and could not be changed, a truth known to all, mortals and gods alike. Except for one person. Then I should have intervened back then and saved Phaeton, shouldn't I? Promise said, sounding a bit regretful. When he saw Typhon appear in the sun, driven down, crashing into Olympus, Promise had a sinking feeling in his heart that these events were somehow connected to him. He realized it was likely his presence that had set everything into motion. What are you thinking about? The one who answered him was not the lovely Clotho, but the sickly second sister of the goddess of fate, Lachesis. As Promise and Clotho stepped into the ancient temple of fate, Lachesis, who had just overheard his words, came over and gave him a light flick on the forehead as she spoke. This is not the first time you've come across fate. You've been dealing with fate for a while now. In fact, aside from us, you're probably the one in this world who understands fate the best. This mess may be connected to you, and yes, you play a significant role in it. But even without you, it would have happened eventually. Since it has happened, just deal with it, she said bluntly. That's right. If it's here, I just need to solve it. Just let the cute goddess of fate see a beautiful feature along the way. Promise rubbed his forehead and smiled, stepping forward to greet her. Second sister, it's been a while. Cut it out, stay away. Lachesis waved him off with a look of exaggerated disdain. You're the one who has broken our hearts time and again and again. I don't want to see you, and stop calling me second sister. I haven't approved of you and my little sister's relationship. Now, don't get too worked up. You don't want to lose control of your emotions and faint again, oh, too late. Before Promise could even finish, Lachesis rolled her eyes and promptly fainted as the boy instinctively caught her, holding her in his arms. At that moment, their eldest sister, Atropos, walked over. With her usual emotionless expression, she nodded briefly at Promise before glancing at the unconscious Lachesis. "Leave her," she said flatly, then turned and walked further into the temple. Clotho, silent as ever, followed her elder sister inside. Promise looked at them walking ahead, then glanced at the limp figure of Lachesis in his arms. After less than a second of deliberation, he shrugged and let her fall heavily to the ground. She is a goddess after all, so she won't die from it anyway, and she's used to it. "Wait for me, Goddess Clotho, big sister," he called, hurrying after them. Before long, Promise reached the place he was most familiar with, the ancient Hall of Fate. Its ceiling was an intricate weave of countless shimmering threads of destiny. "Well, Promise, are you ready?" Arriving here, the eldest sister Atropos, who was tall and slender, wearing a white robe that perfectly showed off her beautiful curves, looked at the young man expressionlessly as she said, "Ready to face the destiny that is yours alone, the moment you've been waiting for all this time?" "Of course," Promise replied without hesitation, nodding firmly. Atropos acknowledged his answer with a slight nod. As if she had completed her final mission of leading the way, she set off again, ready to leave here and hand over the rest of her time to her sister and Promise. But just as she was about to leave and pass him, she suddenly stopped, extended her hand, and lightly flicked him on the forehead, just as Lachesis had done earlier. "This is revenge." In the face of the boy's somewhat surprised look, the emotionless eldest sister Atropos replied, "Don't make my sister sad again." The eldest sister left, and once again only Promise and Clotho remained in the hall. Promise looked at his elder sister's back as she left, then looked at Clotho, who was standing quietly with his eyes wide open, holding a crystal ball, and couldn't help laughing. What a caring older sister. In this way, even if I leave, I believe Goddess Clotho will live a good life in the future. "By the way, Goddess Clotho," Promise began, turning his attention back to her, "did you bring me here to show me what's coming next, to prepare me mentally for my fate?" Clotho shook her head gently. She could never reveal what lay ahead for Promise. After all, Clotho had hidden everything, deceiving even the goddess of wisdom herself. Promise's thread of destiny had always been held tightly in Clotho's hands, concealed within her crystal orb that blocked all perception of fate, and not even Athena could glimpse it. This led everyone to believe that this was simply the usual state of things, that the goddess of fate would watch over the boy as he defied thousands of deaths and created miracles. Yet, this time, it was different. This time, it was destiny itself. Though, there was one insignificant, barely noticeable flaw. Chapter 228, Stay With Me. 1732 words. I brought you here to temporarily avoid the coming chaos. Clotho's voice was as soft and gentle as ever. Typhon's arrival, the Titans breaking free from the abyss, it will be the most chaotic time in the world, and this is the safest place. Under normal circumstances, no one would go looking for trouble with the Fates. After all, their identities were special, and they didn't actually belong to any side. At the same time, when everything is more stable, I will give you the final oracle. Oracle. He looked at Clotho in surprise and blurted out subconsciously, "Are you taking Athena's job?" Clotho didn't answer, just turned her blank white eyes and expressionless face towards him. After a while, she said softly, "She is the main god of Olympus and the most powerful deity besides Zeus, so naturally she needs to be at the forefront to resist the Titans. But don't worry, when you are ready, she will naturally come to greet you. This time it's not your goddess, but me. I'm so sorry." Ahem. Promise coughed twice in a hurry, waving his hands in a panic to indicate that he didn't mean it like that. Clotho didn't respond to this. She walked into the ancient palace, which was empty except for the threads of the world intersecting above, and sat down inside. She patted the spot next to her and, although her eyes were blank and white, she still cast her gaze at him silently. Seeing this, he stepped forward and sat down next to Clotho. As soon as he sat down, Clotho leaned sideways and rested her back against his. Just as he was extremely surprised by this. Holding the crystal ball in her arms, the goddess leaned against his back and whispered, "Actually, the reasons above are not the most important. I just want you to stay with me before the end comes. Stay with me until Typhon arrives." Promise didn't answer, just sat quietly in the ancient palace with his back against Clotho's, enjoying this moment, like the last piece before the storm. So, did you really faint just now, or were you faking it? In the shadows, the eldest sister, Atropos, glanced at her second sister, Lachesis, who was smiling like a doting ant, her face expressionless. Guess? Lachesis winked at her elder sister. Then she gnashed her teeth and glared at him, saying, and that brat, he really let go when I told him to, without any hesitation. But forget it, considering how much he doted on my little sister, I will forgive him this time. Then, go and seize that thunder. The king of the gods, Zeus, has hidden it. He has hidden it in a place where Typhon will never find it, and no one but you can get it. Take it and go to Mount Olympus. The gods of Olympus await you there, and at that time, the wise goddess will take your hand and help you paint the picture you have always longed for. 3 days later. Clotho, the goddess of fate, gave the oracle to Promise, and the Pegasus, flapping its holy wings, came in front of Promise at this moment. Brother Horse, what have you been doing behind my back these days? Looking at the Pegasus, who looked very tired in front of him, Promise tilted his head in confusion and said, did you go looking for a mare and get drained by her? Hearing this, Pegasus was so angry that he neighed and chased after Promise, waving his hooves. Who do you think it's because of? It wasn't until Clotho's appeasement that he reluctantly stopped. All right, stop it. Clotho said softly, go on. Well, I'm leaving then, Goddess Clotho. Promise smiled and sat on the holy Pegasus, as always, under its leadership, to fulfill the oracle of the gods. You have to watch me closely, this painting I'm going to paint. Before leaving, he shouted to Clotho. Only this time, he did not wait for Clotho's response. Clotho held the crystal ball and quietly stared at the back of Promise as he gradually went away, until he completely disappeared. Sorry. Then, she whispered as she turned sideways and faced her sisters. Sisters, I'm going to do something bad. As her two sisters looked at her in some surprise, Clotho said slowly, will you forgive me for being willful? Her voice seemed as calm as ever, but if one listened carefully, one could still detect the fear and worry in it, and her body was trembling at this moment. She had thought that she would be able to treat it with equanimity, after all, she had seen it no less than 1,000 times, but at this moment, at the thought that her sisters would be sad, and might even be disappointed in her, Clotho still felt fear and trepidation. Hearing this, the eldest and second sisters looked at each other. Then the second sister frowned and said to Clotho, Sister, are you hiding something from us? Clotho lowered her head and did not answer. The air solidified a little, and the second sister's brow furrowed even deeper. After a long time. It was actually the eldest sister, Atropos, who spoke first, replying in that emotionless voice. I will, no matter what you choose to do. Looking at the stunned Clotho, the eldest sister continued flatly, because you are my sister. Yes. Then, Lachesis, who sighed helplessly, also looked at Clotho with indulgence and said, who made you our only sister? Almost at the moment Lachesis finished her words. That terrifying aura descended upon the Temple of Fate. A scarlet body, carrying the aura of endless destruction, Typhon, the ancestor of 10,000 demons and the dragon of calamity, had arrived, and his mere presence was greeted by a storm that seemed to destroy everything. And all this, Promise did not know. Pegasus was carrying Promise as he ran through the darkness-shrouded ancient Greece, and in his heart, he was actually curious as to where Zeus had hidden the thunder and where Pegasus was taking him. As he was running, Pegasus suddenly lit up with a white light. A vast magical power swept through his body, and without even saying hello to Promise, he slammed into the ground like a falling comet. Brother Horse, are you trying to kill me? Promise, who was holding the pure white reins, now looked pale. Aren't you being a little stingy? I was just teasing you a little. Or are you saying I'm right, that you actually went looking for a mare? Chirp. If you say another word, I, the heavenly horse, will fight you today. Promise pursed his lips. Then what are you doing now? The Pegasus did not answer, but its body lit up with white light again, and then it ran into the sky, once again slamming heavily towards the ground. And this time, it smashed open the ground and took Promise to a place he was very familiar with, the underworld. This Age of Gods underworld is really physically beneath our feet. Realizing where the Pegasus was taking him, Promise sighed, and then couldn't help but complain, by the way, Brother Horse, if you want to go to the underworld, why bother? Just tell me, and I'll ask Hades, the king of the underworld, for help. Pegasus chirped in response. You said no, he's badly hurt right now and we shouldn't disturb him? Promise frowned, and was just about to ask who could hurt the dignified king of the underworld, when he suddenly reacted. Yes, now was the catastrophe of the war between the gods. The Titans escaped from the abyss, and the first to bear the brunt was the underworld. What about Persephone? Instantly, Promise became a little nervous and said, "Is she okay?" Pegasus shook its head, indicating that she was fine. Hearing this, Promise was relieved as he thought for a moment and said, "Isn't there still Hecate? Although she dislikes me very much, she should at least open the door for me at this time, right?" Hearing this, Pegasus gave Promise a strange look. Then he didn't bother to talk to this guy anymore, and ran with him in the underworld, towards the destination. On the way, Promise also greeted Charon, the ferryman below. In fact, under normal circumstances, creatures like Pegasus cannot fly in the underworld, and cannot even exist. However, when Promise brought Persephone to Hades, it had appeared before, so Hades at that time actually gave it a blessing, allowing it to run freely in the sky. In fact, not only the underworld, but also the Olympus god's court and even the ocean have given corresponding blessings to the Pegasus. Therefore, what Promise didn't know was that his brother Horse, as long as he wanted, could really take him to any corner of the world. And just after running for a while, suddenly the entire underworld shook violently, and then an ancient voice, with an unbelievable tone, resounded throughout the underworld. "Nyx, goddess of the night, are you crazy? Goddess Nyx?" Promise couldn't help but be startled. What happened? The Pegasus also paused, then stepped forward again. Soon, he took Promise to his destination. That is the place of pain in the underworld, the entrance to the abyss of Tartarus. As soon as he arrived here, Pegasus stopped, and Promise immediately saw an unbelievable person crawling out of the abyss. Long hair as beautiful as night, beautiful red eyes and delicate features. She is clearly a powerful goddess with a high status, but she is a well-known otaku in ancient Greece, Hecate. Goddess Hecate? Promise looked at Hecate, who crawled out of the abyss with her hair scattered and looked a little embarrassed, and said subconsciously, "Why are you here?" After speaking, Hecate raised her head and saw Promise. Her eyes turned red, and then she gritted her teeth and stared at him fiercely. Promise, who had just gotten off the Pegasus, was so frightened that he hurriedly backed away 2 steps. Hecate took a deep breath, tried to squeeze a smile at Promise and said, "Yo, who is this? Isn't this Promise? Come here quickly and let me have a look. It's too dangerous here, come here, I'll give you a blessing." Chapter 229, Pinnacle of Humanity. 1744 words. "I don't believe it." Seeing that she was not looking right, he replied a bit cautiously. Although he didn't know what was going on, he keenly sensed that she was angry at this moment, and the source of her anger was him again. If this moment passed, she might really bite him a few times to vent her anger. "Come here." Seeing that he wasn't fooled and not wanting to pretend anymore, Hecate gritted her teeth and said, "I have to punch you twice today. For you, I actually ran into the abyss. No, why do I owe you anything?" Hearing this, he tilted his head and hadn't had time to understand what was going on before him. "Okay, stop crying and making a fuss." A cold voice sounded, and in his somewhat unbelievable gaze, the goddess of justice, Themis, dressed in a white robe, with her eyes covered with a white cloth, wearing a golden crown, holding a scale in her left hand and a sword in her right hand, actually walked out of the endless abyss as well. She nodded to him and said coldly, "Long time no see." "I didn't cry and make a fuss," Hecate said angrily from the side. Although she was very old, older than Zeus, this goddess in front of her was a first-generation Titan god, and she was already a third generation. And because every time he saw her, she was either angry or on the way to being angry, so Promise simply ignored her. What? You said it wasn't me who made her angry?" "Yeah, but so what, am I proud of it?" "Goddess?" He walked towards the goddess and asked inexplicably, "Why are you here?" Before he could finish his words, the entire underworld trembled again, and at the same time. "Nyx." That startled and angry voice sounded again, and this time Promise heard it very clearly, so, he knew, the voice came from inside the abyss. "This is..." He looked at the goddess blankly, and she was just about to speak. "They're fighting." Hecate replied angrily from the side, "Goddess Nyx and Tartarus." Nyx was the symbol of night, and one of the original 5 gods of ancient Greece. And Tartarus, in fact, was the same. He was the god of the abyss, the creator of the hell, the underworld, the embodiment of the abyss, a formless abyss located at the bottom of the world. In his body, not only were the monsters of ancient Greece imprisoned, but even the father of Zeus, the king of the second generation of gods. And Typhon was his child. Fighting? The primordial gods were fighting? Promise was a little dumbfounded. Why did they suddenly start fighting? As soon as he subconsciously finished speaking, he saw everyone present, including the Pegasus, looking at him with the eyes of a fool. So, somewhat realizing what was going on, he pointed at himself belatedly. Me? Seeing his confused look, thinking of the suffering she had endured because of him, she was so angry that her teeth itched, but she could only explain helplessly, "You came for the thunderbolt, right?" That thunderbolt was actually hidden in the abyss by Hermes. He originally planned to wait for you to come and then quietly take it out, but when Goddess Nyx found out, she insisted that she would help you get it out no matter what. She said that the abyss was dirty, dark, and dangerous, and she didn't want you to go in and get hurt, so she let me jump in instead of you. The following few words were squeezed out by Hecate through gritted teeth. Promise, however, became more and more confused as he listened, and when he finally came to his senses, he looked at the goddess in front of him and could only sigh in his heart. It seemed that the goddess of the night really treated her like her own daughter. In fact, that's not what happened at all. At this moment, Themis on the side suddenly spoke, and as she did, her icy face actually showing a hint of amusement. Hermes chose to hide the thunderbolt in the abyss, and it was with the help of Hecate in the beginning. She specially set up magic to cover everything. And just in case, she came to me and told the goddess of the night about it. It's just that she didn't expect the goddess of the night to dote on you so much. As soon as she finished speaking, the abyss shook violently again. Hecate's face changed and she wanted to stop goddess Themis from continuing, but she easily shook her off and continued. And she has everything planned out for you. The reason she came to me was because even if Zeus was willing to give you the thunderbolt, you would still need a vessel. And my sword happens to be the best vessel. The sword of judgment, he was no stranger to it. Because of that oath, she had lent that sword to him. For a long time, it was his biggest trump card. It was the nemesis of evil, and because it could judge even the gods, it was a divine weapon that was particularly effective against divine beings. Therefore, it was indeed the best weapon to carry the thunderbolt and fight against Typhon. Not to mention, the goddess of justice, she was one of the 4 goddesses destined for him. Hearing her words, Promise was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses as he looked at the goddess in front of him and couldn't help but laugh and say, "Goddess Hecate, you are quite cute." "Shut up, shut up." The latter hugged herself, feeling a chill all over her body at his compliment. "Get lost, who cares about you?" "No way, these days even my lovely goddess Clotho is no longer arrogant and has switched to playing straight ball. Goddess Hecate, you are really outdated." As soon as he finished speaking, Hecate finally couldn't take it anymore. She flew into a rage, grabbed her scepter, and hit him on the head as he ran away. Facing such situation, the goddess of justice and Pegasus chose to watch from the sidelines and did not stop them. After all, it was his own fault for being so talkative. Besides, if she had used even a little bit of her strength, he would have been buried deep into the underworld by now. And so, just like that, he got Zeus's thunderbolt. With the sword of judgment that the goddess of justice had given him as a vessel. When he grasped the sword of judgment once again after all this time, the thunderbolt entered his body. At this moment, all the remaining power of the golden apple in his body was fully activated, and his clear emerald eyes turned into a brilliant gold. And in this instant, he reached the pinnacle of what humans could achieve. He possessed the body and power of a demigod, and was even a leader like Heracles. To be precise, as long as there was a trace of divine blood in his body, Promise would have already ascended to the level of a god. However, this was not permanent, and such powerful power naturally came at a more painful price. The golden apples you've been eating have indeed played a crucial role, even allowing you to withstand Zeus's thunderbolt, but it won't last long. Hecate looked at the young man holding the thunderbolt in front of her and shook her head slightly as she said, "After all, this is not a power that humans can control, but the strongest power of the Greek gods, so you only have a short amount of time. As for what would happen when the time came, it would be like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, disappearing forever but leaving behind an incomparably brilliant trace." Hearing her words, Promise nodded, indicating that he understood. The goddess of justice beside him didn't say much, as she had already prepared herself for this moment. Just then, a figure walked out of the abyss. It was the goddess of the night, Nyx, dressed in the night sky and stars, mysterious and beautiful. She had finished her fight with the abyss, and now that she had retrieved the thunderbolt and when she sensed that the young man had arrived, she broke free from the abyss that was devouring sinners. At this moment, she looked at the young man in front of her, the young man, who was holding the thunderbolt tightly and expressing his gratitude to her from the bottom of his heart, with a smile on her lips. "It's all right, go." The goddess of night, Nyx, nodded gently and said softly, "Look, your goddess has come to receive you." When Nyx finished speaking, Promise suddenly turned his head and found that the flawless figure had somehow arrived beside him. However, to his surprise, the Pearl of Olympus, the goddess of wisdom of ancient Greece, did not smile when she saw him holding the sword of judgment and receiving the power of thunder. Instead, her eyes were filled with worry and panic. What happened? Promise raised an eyebrow. He knew very well that besides himself, the one who looked forward to this moment, this very scene, the most was Athena. After all, this was his oath with her, so he really wanted to ask her, what made her like that? Hearing his words, Athena hesitated for a while. To be honest, she shouldn't say anything. Because this was going to be the most important moment in the boy's life and she didn't want him to be distracted at this stage. But in the end, Athena let out a light sigh and told Promise everything. After all, she knew his personality, and because she did, she knew what he liked and what he didn't. If she really hid this matter from him, even though this was the most wise and correct move, she knew she would be hated by him, and that possibility was something she could never face. So, the goddess, whose absolute wisdom was being overshadowed by something else she didn't understand, told the cruel truth to the young man she adored. He went to see the goddess of fate. And she has already offered the fruit of that day, with her life. Chapter 230, Don't Peek. 1597 words. When Athena said this, the goddesses present at the scene were stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously looked at him. Because they all knew how much Promise cared about that goddess. But to their surprise and strangeness, when he heard Athena words, Promise, though indeed became stunned and silent for a while, however, he did not become sad, angry, or enraged as they expected. Not only that, he even looked at Athena with a strange expression. Not long after, the goddess Hecate was in her temple in the underworld. The sun outside burned the divine realm of Olympus, and coupled with Typhon's appearance bringing disaster and destruction to the world, darkness enveloped and naturally light ceased to exist. But in this temple, the sun and the flawless sky that Hecate had stolen still existed. Promise had bought himself a small amount of time during this crucial period and told the goddesses that he had a small matter to attend to, even specifically instructing them not to peek, and thus came to this temple. And now, he had arrived in the Garden of Perpetual Spring. While pretending to admire the beautiful scenery around him, he sat on the grass and casually took out a painting from the sky of the temple and placed it beside him. It was a doll, a small doll. It was a gift he had given to the goddess of fate. That's right, it was that little doll of the goddess of fate, the doll with a pair of eyes, blue eyes that he had lit up with the sky for her. And now, he stared at her speechlessly as she lay beside him. And the doll, as if it were really a doll, remained motionless. Promise. Little goddess of fate. Promise. The corners of his mouth began to turn upwards. Little goddess of fate. Promise. His smile gradually began to spread. Little goddess of fate. Unable to bear the humiliation, she turned her head away. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Goddess of fate, Athena told me that your elder sisters cried so sadly because of you, and you even said goodbye to them in such a solemn manner. Although Promise knew that this proud and self-respecting, yet adorable goddess would definitely be angry, but this time, he really couldn't help but laugh and say, "Tell me, if they knew that you were actually still alive, and in this way, what would their expressions be like?" The goddess of fate didn't answer, and just turned her head away in a proud huff, not wanting to pay attention to him. It was precisely because she was thin-skinned that the tips of her ears had already turned red. Also, I was wondering why you were acting so strangely 2 days ago, Goddess Clotho. You weren't being your usual tsundere self, you were being so straightforward, throwing straight balls one by one and even acting spoiled to me. So it turns out. Hey Promise. At this point, Clotho finally couldn't stand it any longer as she turned her head to look at him, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Stop talking. And I wasn't acting spoiled to you. I'm a goddess, the goddess of fate. And at this very moment, The goddesses who had promised not to peek were looking at each other. Don't tell me, I actually forgot there was such a thing. Hecate muttered with a look of realization on her face. After all, the place where Promise made this gift was actually her temple, so she knew everything about it, but she actually didn't thought about it at first. Hephaestus's power to forge life? Themis, the goddess of justice, couldn't help but say, she really is his teacher. There was something that she didn't say, but Nyx, the goddess of night, had no such reservations. She nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, I always thought they were playing some kind of new game. No wonder that guy wasn't angry at all when he heard the news. Athena breathed a sigh of relief. The painting is in his hands, he obviously knew about it long ago. Ahem, alright, that way you guys don't have to worry. Hecate coughed lightly and suddenly stretched out her hand to cast a spell that had been set up in the temple, blocking the goddess's view. Let's give them some time to talk. Seeing this and hearing her words, Nyx looked at Hecate in confusion. To be honest, this was a very normal judgment for a normal person, but it was obviously not normal for Hecate, who was rotten and always at odds with him, and wished that he would suffer a loss in small matters. Hecate ignored Nyx's gaze and turned her gaze towards the inside of the temple. The reason she did this was because she had a vague feeling at this moment. What kind of conversation would the goddess of fate and this young man have next? And the content of that conversation was something that must not be revealed now. The arrival of Typhon and the catastrophe of the gods was a grand stage, a banquet. Almost all the gods thought so. And the reason for this was undoubtedly his and the threat of fate of Queen Hera, the darling of the gods. But the true essence of this whole thing was that everyone thought nothing would happen to Promise. They were looking forward to him fulfilling his dream, ending his oath with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and then ascending to become an immortal god with such a great achievement. But only a few who could see fate, those with special identities, knew the truth, the biggest secret about the young man. Okay, I won't say it. Looking at Clotho, who was pouting and looked even more shy and cute because she was a puppet, Promise said these words, but his smile didn't diminish in the slightest. Let's talk about something else, goddess of fate. Then, he said slowly, for example, why did you deliberately hide it? For example, why didn't you want to tell me all this? He stared straight at her and said, don't you know how sad eldest and second sister will be if you do this? Have you forgotten our oath? I promised you that I would let you see the most beautiful fate forever. Clotho fell silent for a moment. To me, this is the best fate I have ever seen. You died, and that is the best fate? Facing Clotho, who was still stubborn and showed no remorse whatsoever for her actions, Promise couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Do you know that if I hadn't offered such a tribute to you and carried your life, you would be dead already? Hearing this, Clotho's sky-like eyes looked at Promise quietly. Yes. As she said calmly, to offer the fruit of the day to Typhon, who destroys everything, and to help you fulfill your wish for a heroic and magnificent end, this is the best future in my opinion, because then I can leave. Leave with you. Looking at Promise, whose eyes showed some confusion, Clotho continued, Promise, have you ever thought about why Hera, the queen of heaven, and the goddess of the night, who dote on you, would readily accept your demise? Why is it that the goddess you chose seems to care nothing for your death and has no regrets for the oath she made? Hearing her words, Promise was stunned. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but every time the thought came to him, he dismissed it and refused to think about it any further. And why is it that even though I have already accepted you and intertwined with your destiny, I still hold your destiny in my hands, so that the destiny of this world cannot approach you? Clotho's tone was as flat as ever, but her gaze at Promise, who was beginning to panic, was deep. It's not that you don't know, but you don't want to bring it up in your heart. Let me tell you the answer, the gods never thought you would really die. They all thought it was a magnificent performance, and you would become an immortal god when it was all over. But I, who have always held your destiny, knew from the beginning that you could not become a god at all, because you simply did not exist in this era. So when you die, it is when you leave, right? When Clotho said all this, Promise was not surprised. After all, he was the most loyal believer of the goddess of wisdom, so how could he not have thought of all this? And because he did, he could not answer, and only remained silent at the moment. And I said, I will always be watching you, past, present or future. Clotho said to Promise word by word, I will always be watching you. It wasn't that she was not unaware of the hurt her departure would cause her sisters. She loved her sisters dearly, but she was not willing to wait. She knew everything about Promise, and therefore understood in her heart that they would actually be able to see each other again someday in the future, but that time, even for an immortal god like her, it was all too long. End. P.S. Only 2 chapters left and it's over. Chapter 231, Typhon v/S Promise. 1986 words. Promise raised his head and looked up at the delicate and lovely goddess in front of him. Clotho, You don't have to say anything more. Clotho interrupted Promise, shaking her head gently, and said, I know what you're going to say. Don't worry, things have already come to this, I won't be willful anymore, I will go back to my sisters. Being willful once was enough. Clotho accepted everything calmly, and her proficiency even made people feel sorry for her. But she was indeed used to it, and she probably guessed it from the beginning. After all, in this young man, the fate she saw had never come true. It's just that as a goddess, I think it is necessary for me to remind you at this moment. Saying that, Clotho looked at Promise seriously and said, since Athena is the one you chose among all the gods, you'd better tell her everything frankly, otherwise, the wrath of deceiving the gods, I don't think you would want to know. That was the wisest goddess. That was one of the 3 virgin goddesses. That was also the most humane ancient Greek god. Therefore, in a sense, the buffs have all been stacked. Saying that, looking at Promise in front of her, Clotho couldn't help but laugh, and the smile even took on a pleasant, watching a show taste. And then Clotho paused slightly and looked at Promise with a gentle smile. Then she raised her voice slightly and said the words that were both the beginning and the end of their relationship. Promise, you have made the goddess of fate. Ashamed of you. Is it over? When Promise left Clotho and returned to Athena, the flawless goddess spoke in a calm tone, but Promise, who glanced at her, somehow smelled a hint of vinegar. Goddess Athena, didn't you promise not to peek? Promise wasn't flustered at all, perfectly showing his true colors of manipulating the goddess. Without waiting for Athena to respond, he glanced around and asked, where are Goddess Hecate and Goddess Nyx? Promise, I am your goddess. This is my home court, you better take it seriously. Yes, of course you are my goddess, wise goddess Athena. Promise winked at Athena and chuckled, but it is precisely because you are my goddess, my dear goddess, don't you think you should be more generous? You know, among so many gods, I only chose you. Athena's reason told her that Promise was just coaxing her, saying things to make her happy, she had to resist, she couldn't just be manipulated by her believer. After all, she was the wise Athena, not a fool like Hera or Artemis. Well, you're quite right. Athena nodded. Forget it, after all, he is my believer, it's okay to spoil him a little. It's definitely not because I am happy. Hopeless, hopeless. In the distance, the Pegasus eating grass couldn't help but shake its head at the wise goddess. Wait, brother horse, this is the underworld, where can you find grass to eat here? Then, Athena extended her hand to Promise. This time, she didn't ask if Promise was ready or not, after all, there was no time for such meaningless words. Let's go. The flawless goddess proclaimed loudly to the hero she favored. Let us fulfill the promised oath. Pegasus once again spread its holy wings. And this, without a doubt, was the last time. It carried the young man away from the underworld, under the gaze of the underworld gods, back to the human world, and ran in the darkness, towards the center where the darkness converged, Mount Olympus, which was burned by the sun, and where Typhon, the ancestor of all demons, was. Seeing the running figure of Pegasus and the goddess sitting on it, the titans and monsters crawling out of the abyss from the ground couldn't help but raise their heads and let out angry roars, but no one stopped them, as if they had received some order. So, Pegasus successfully carried Promise to Olympus again. And in the flames, they saw Typhon standing quietly in the ruins of the temple of the god King Zeus, waiting for their arrival. Even though the flames of the falling sun made Pegasus feel extremely uncomfortable, but this time it did not leave, not even a single complaint. Facing the monster in front of him, which symbolized absolute disaster and destruction, Brother Horse was even braver than most gods at this moment. Not only did it stand firmly in front of it, but it also did not show any timidity. Typhon also lowered its head, its scarlet and violent eyes looking at the young man who had grabbed the thunder and came in front him. At this moment, the young man was wearing a pure white close-fitting garment, which was a gift that the goddess of wisdom had always prepared for him. Woven by Athena herself, it was originally a gift that only beings of the main god level could receive. In ancient Greek mythology, Athena was the goddess of wisdom, as well as the goddess of war and art. And at this moment, Promise, dressed in white, was pure and flawless, just like Athena. Looking at Promise, Typhon was silent for a long time at this moment. Then it looked at the flawless goddess, who came with the young man. Athena naturally knew what it was wondering, so she smiled elegantly, saluted Typhon gracefully, then turned and left without any hesitation. She took the stage, but that was just to guide and bring the young man to the monster. Zeus said that the one who is qualified to seize his thunder and come before me will be an existence I absolutely cannot imagine. For a moment, the ancient Greek monster Typhon, as tall as a mountain, just like in mythology, as if it could touch the sky by raising its head and roll up a storm that would destroy the world by flapping its wings. Said to Promise, I have to admit, he succeeded, because I really didn't expect it to be you. Promise. Hearing this, Promise looked up at Typhon in surprise and said, You know me? The latter nodded and said, I have been watching everything in this world, and you have defeated my children more than once, even though I don't care about their life or death, the nine-headed Hydra, the chimera that made the earth desolate. So how could I not know you? Promise laughed and said, I thought you would be very angry, after all, I am only a human being, but I am standing in front of you at this moment. Typhon, however, shook his head and said, The night stopped for you, the goddess of wisdom guided you forward, the king of Olympus recognized you and let you have thunder, and even the goddess of fate was willing to sacrifice her life for you and offer me the fruit of the day. Why can't you stand in front of me? As Typhon said this, it stood up. It spread his wings and set off a devastating storm. The storm blew away the burning flames around. In fact, it's my honor, let's start painting. Let's draw together, the last painting in your hand, no matter what the result, it will undoubtedly satisfy your dream and shock the gods and even the world. It seems that it had indeed been watching this world and knew everything about the young man. Hearing Typhon's words, Promise nodded. But there was not much surprise in his heart, after all, his dream and his oath with Athena had always been a hot topic in this world. But just at this time, suddenly there was the sound of horses neighing from the sky horse. Promise and Typhon looked up subconsciously, and then they saw the sun chariot that had fallen. Because of Typhon, the heavenly horses of the sun were frightened and fled to Greece, and the sun chariot was destroyed, but now they have been retrieved, and even the chariot has been repaired. And the only god in the world, who had the ability to forge and repair in such a short period of time was obviously the only one, Promise's chief teacher, Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen. As for the one who found the hiding places all over the world and was now driving the chariot of the sun, running in the dark sky. Promise looked at the figure of the girl on the sun chariot, was stunned for a while, then suddenly turned around and glared at the Pegasus beside him. The latter's face was full of innocence as he turned his head away, not looking at Promise. He looked humble as if speaking, I don't know, it has nothing to do with me, don't bother looking for me. That day, on the Argo, the girl summoned the Pegasus and sought its help, and met the goddess of wisdom. What did she say when she saw the goddess of wisdom? Actually, it was no big deal, the girl just asked the goddess if she could do something for him, just like everything he had done and changed so far. Then, the wise goddess answered her, there was indeed one thing. That was to bring the sun back to earth for the young man. Because this is the painting he has always wanted to paint, so how can destruction and darkness be used as the tone of the painting? The sun chariot was running in the sky. Although Promise she had a little dark expression on his face, and blamed his brother Pegasus for not being sensible and involving her, he had to admit that when he saw the sun chariot running in the sky, it was as if his heart had a telepathy, and he guessed the reason. And so, he was really happy. Then, a golden bow appeared in his hand. It was the bow of Apollo, the god of light. And a silver arrow. It was the arrow of Artemis, the moon goddess. Promise knocked the arrow onto the bowstring, turned, and aimed it at the darkened sky. At that moment, the power of two Olympian gods emerged within Promise. Back when he had first stood in the halls of Olympus, he had loosed such an arrow before. At that time, however, he had needed the assistance of the goddess Hecate to barely harness the strength of the two deities. Now, he no longer needed help. Although it was only for a short period of time, Promise did reach the very pinnacle of what a human could achieve. After all, what he grasped when he came to Typhon was not just thunder. The 11 paintings of the Olympian gods that had been completed represented not only absolute trust in Promise, but also their most doting blessings. Promise released the moon goddess's arrow. The arrow shot forth brilliantly, not as a dazzling energy blast, but as something seemingly ordinary, flying toward the sky shrouded in darkness. Yet, the moment it touched the darkened sky, boom! In just an instant, the sky lit up. Ancient Greece, which was shrouded in darkness and destruction due to Typhon's arrival, ushered in daylight in that singular moment. The majestic divine power cleansed everything. From the sun chariot, the young girl glanced down at the boy who looked distantly back at her. Their eyes met from afar before she steered the sun chariot onward. With the assistance of the god of craftsmen, Hephaestus, and the little witch beside her, she brought the sun back to the heavens. So at this moment, a dazzling light shone down. The flames engulfing Olympus were extinguished, and the sacred mountain found peace. Promise lowered the bow and arrow, raised the thunder, and turned toward the blazing light to confront the monstrous Typhon head-on. Chapter 232, Flawless Goddess, will you shed tears for me? 3K words. 3,070 words. In fact, at this moment, when he saw the arrow shot by Promise, the symbol of destruction and disaster in ancient Greece, Typhon, the ancestor of all demons, already understood in his heart. Why did Zeus, the king of the gods, whom he regarded as his nemesis and had made many preparations for, let go now and boldly give him the thunder? Why did Zeus laugh wildly and say that Promise would definitely win? Because Zeus had already noticed since the villain incident on Olympus that day that when Promise comes to Typhon on the fateful day, the young man would achieve what he, even the king of the gods, could hardly achieve. That is, the power of the 12 Olympian gods. Not only that, but also night, magic, destiny, and judgment, all exist because of him at this moment. It's dawn. The chariot of the sun was galloping in the sky, and the bright light replaced the original darkness. And the goddess of wisdom who guided Promise here was now standing beside a ruined temple, her golden eyes looking at the young man in white standing in front of the monster Typhon as a picturesque smile appeared on her face, revealing endless joy and excitement. After all, since that day, she made a promise with him and put all her heart on him. Athena dreamed of this moment all the time. He is the weakest hero in this world. But only at this moment, he will be the strongest hero in this world. No, it should be said that in all ages. Athena announced loudly. From the weakest to the strongest at this moment. This was the closing stage that Athena prepared for Promise. And there was no doubt that at this moment, holding the thunder and being able to use the power of any main god at will, including judgment, destiny, etc. He really deserved Athena's praise. In the entire Greek mythology, no one could surpass him. But in fact, at the beginning, even Athena never thought that Promise could go so far, so high, so far, giving her surprises again and again. Everything started when Promise met Themis, the goddess of justice, Clotho, the goddess of destiny, and later Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen. The situation got a little out of hand. In the matter of Ares, the god of war, it was said that Athena initially asked Promise to eat the golden apple just to make him able to carry her power at this moment. Therefore, at this moment, the goddess of wisdom, who looked at the scene in front of her, instantly understood one thing. Clotho, the goddess of fate, she deceived everyone, she is hiding something. Promise is a being that is favored and abandoned by fate. His fate is always changing. Therefore, if it were at the beginning, he would not have been qualified to defeat Typhon. But at this moment, even without her sacrificing her life to offer the fruit of the day, Promise would never have lost. Athena realized this in an instant. In fact, it was easy to understand. We only need to regard reaching Typhon as the final endpoint. Promise, without a doubt, had always been running toward this goal. Everything he did along the way can be understood as actions taken to continually increase his odds for this decisive confrontation with Typhon. At the beginning, if he had only the support of Athena and Hera, it would indeed have been difficult for Promise to achieve victory. But now, with the 12 Olympian gods, along with deities such as Nyx, the goddess of night, Hecate, the goddess of magic, and the Fates, not to mention the aid of almost every hero of this era. The scales of judgment, once wavering, had undoubtedly been tipped overwhelmingly in his favor. In fact, because of the immense resources Promise had accumulated along his journey, the balance had shifted so drastically that it was now a complete transformation. So much so that, let alone facing Typhon, who had consumed the fruit of the day, not to mention his peak strength, even if Zeus, the king of gods, were to join him, they would both have to seriously consider whether they should raise the white flag and hide for a while. Thus, Athena naturally came to a realization that the destiny Clotho had glimpsed could never have been failure. Clotho had merely exploited the god's habitual way of perceiving promise. All to conceal one crucial truth. Thus, even she, the goddess of wisdom, had been deceived. But, what exactly was so significant that Clotho would go so far as to conceal it, even at the risk of offending nearly all the gods? As such thoughts flickered through Athena's mind, reality pulled her back, forcing her to set them aside for the moment. After all, nothing could overshadow this wondrous instant. Before Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters, Promise, seemingly as insignificant as an ant, now stood firm with the sword of judgment in hand. This was the very sword Themis, the goddess of justice, had once lent to Promise. It had protected him through a long and arduous journey before he returned it. Yet now, it had returned to the young man's hands once again. At this moment, however, the power it bore was no longer the lightning of Zeus. As Athena had just realized moments earlier, the sword of judgment now carried something far greater, the accumulation of everything Promise had gained on his journey, the strength of the 12 Olympian gods, the blessings of countless beings, and their watchful gazes. In fact, Promise himself had also become keenly aware of this. After all, at this moment, he not only stood at the highest point of the mountain, but the goddess of justice, Themis, did not say that it was just a simple loan this time. She had entrusted it to him. And so, let us begin a grand trial. Dressed in immaculate white robes, Promise spoke these words. As his voice fell, he raised the sword of judgment slightly and tapped it lightly against the ground. In that instant, a pure white courtroom manifested in the world. The courtroom sealed Typhon within it, and the most terrifying monster in ancient Greece, the destined nemesis of the god king, Zeus himself, found that he could no longer move, not even an inch. At the same time, the stars began to shine above the pure white courtroom. But those stars were not merely celestial bodies. Their essence was the very paintings Promise had created along his journey. And since this was a trial, how could it lack witnesses to the final judgment? Thus, when the stars lit up and the paintings emerged, gods and heroes began to appear from within them. The Argonauts looked at each other in bewilderment, while Atalanta and Medea looked a little dazed. There were also Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, Argus, the hundred-eyed giant, and the sleepless dragon of Colchis, all of whom came here at this moment. In fact, with every additional person coming out and every additional person arriving, this special pure white court became even more dazzling. And the force that bound Typhon and suppressed him was even stronger. Until finally, at the very forefront of the courtroom, the 12 Olympian gods arrived. They took their positions around Typhon, surrounding the being subjected to judgment. While the rest of the Olympians, aside from Athena, seemed somewhat confused by what was unfolding, Promise stood before Typhon, his sword of judgment firmly planted before him, and spoke. May I ask the wise goddess Athena, is this a judgment of wisdom? Athena's lips curved into a subtle smile as she responded, of course. With Athena's answer, all eyes instinctively turned toward the sword of judgment in Promise's hand. At that moment, the gods noticed that the radiant power of Athena's divine authority was being infused into the sword. May I ask the noble Queen Hera, is this a judgment that upholds majesty? Hera lifted her head, gazing upon the terrifying, imprisoned Typhon, and nodded. Thus, the divine authority and power of Queen Hera were also channeled into the sword. May I ask the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, is this a judgment of compassion? Hestia, too, smiled and nodded in agreement. As the sword of judgment grew even more formidable in its aura, even the war god Ares began to understand what was taking place. One by one, Promise turned to each Olympian. May I ask the god of light, Apollo, is this a judgment that illuminates the way? May I ask the war god Ares, is this a judgment that embodies great strength? By the time Promise had addressed all of them, he raised the sword of judgment high. Finally, his gaze turned toward Zeus, who had been observing everything intently. Promise posed the final question. May I ask the most revered among the gods, the king of Olympus, the great god Zeus, do you acknowledge this trial that you have witnessed? When Promise asked this, even god King Zeus's gaze toward Typhon softened, tinged with pity. I acknowledge it. As soon as the words left his mouth, thunder boomed and lightning flashed, converging on the sword of judgment. At that moment, Promise delivered the final judgment. Step by step, he walked toward Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters, the embodiment of calamity and destruction, while the once mighty Typhon could no longer even let out an enraged roar, utterly restrained. He swung the sword in his hand. The sharp blade flashed, severing Typhon's head. The trial was over. The pure white courtroom vanished, and everyone who had gathered returned to their original places. They looked at each other in a daze, feeling as if they had just had a dream. But all of this was, of course, not a dream. On Mount Olympus, bathed in sunlight. On the sacred mountain of Olympus, now bathed in sunlight, a rain of corrosive blood began to pour from the sky. Yet, the moment the blood touched the earth, it was purified by divine power. Typhon's destructive force was cleansed by the power of promise. His enormous body began to dissipate. The once burned and ravaged domain of Olympus, destroyed by both Typhon's fury and the clash with Zeus, seemed to recover in an instant, as though touched by a gentle spring breeze. Flowers of every variety bloomed, and the vibrant green of life spread across the land. Before long, it was as if this place had never experienced a great war, nor had it ever been destroyed. It transformed into a paradise of eternal spring. With light, graceful steps, a silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess in flawless white robes approached Promise as she looked at the young man, who stood firmly, the sword of judgment reflected in her eyes. "You didn't have to go this far." Athena couldn't help but smile at him and said, "With the gods here, this ruin could have been rebuilt in a matter of weeks, restoring its former glory." "But this is my final painting," Promise replied, turning his head. His golden eyes, now returned to their original clear emerald green, mirrored the image of the goddess walking toward him. With a soft smile, imbued with the gentle spirit of a poet and painter, Promise said, "How could such a painting be created amidst ruins?" She knew that Promise had this idea. After all, this little painter from the ancient Greek gods has been committed to drawing the most beautiful paintings along the way. "Then, may I ask my most beloved goddess," Promise said to Athena a little nervously, "do you think my painting is up to standard?" "To be honest, it's not actually perfect." Athena's face turned serious as she spoke, her tone pausing slightly. Then, looking at the nervous guy in front of her, she couldn't help but laugh. "But in my heart, it's not about passing or failing, but a scene I'll never forget. Alas, my dear believer, what am I, your goddess, to do in the future? After such an experience, I feel like I can no longer muster any interest in any future heroes or events." As she spoke, the goddess of wisdom extended her hand towards Promise as she looked at the young man somewhat mischievously and smiled happily. "So, you have to take responsibility for me. You can't leave me for the rest of your life." Promise, of course, heard her words and understood her meaning, but seeing her outstretched hand, he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he smiled lightly and said to Athena, "My goddess, do you know, the painting in my hand is not yet finished, it's still missing something." "Oh?" Athena blinked her beautiful golden eyes, looking at Promise with a hint of surprise and confusion, and said, "What's missing?" Promise didn't answer. He just put away the sword of judgment, then sat down and looked at Athena expectantly. Athena tilted her head, puzzled as she gazed at Promise for a moment. Then, as if understanding, she froze briefly before bursting into laughter. She didn't refuse. In this garden of eternal bloom, transformed by the last remnants of Promise's power, she sat down. Then, gently, she let Promise rest his head on her lap. Lowering her head, looking at him staring straight at her, she brushed aside her falling silver hair, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile, and said to Promise in an amused tone, Are you actually acting spoiled with your goddess in this final moment? But compared to me, Clotho is more suitable, right? I heard that you often act spoiled with her." It wasn't just hearing it, it was clearly because she had been secretly watching all along. The smell of jealousy at this moment was exactly the same as Hera's. Promise blinked innocently. "No, it's goddess Clotho who often acts spoiled with me." Athena snorted lightly when she heard this, and poked Promise's face with her hand. "Liar, you're already starting to lie to the gods. Will that Sundra little goddess Clotho often act like a spoiled child? She barely dared to express herself directly, and even when she did, you'd practically wave the white flag and surrender. If she truly acted spoiled with you, you'd have long forgotten about me, your goddess." Just as Athena found herself both exasperated and amused, waiting for Promise to defend himself, he spoke again. "Speaking of lies, I've actually been lying all along." Athena froze slightly, looking at Promise's now serious expression as his smile faded. "From the very first time we met, I told you, and everyone else, a lie." Athena stared at the young man in her lap, who now looked at her with a serious expression as her heartbeat suddenly quickened. It was as if something was urging her to leave, to avoid hearing what he was about to say. Just when found herself completely unprepared for this turn of events. Promise continued, breaking the silence. And, the last scene I've always wanted to paint isn't this moment. But even though it may feel a little mean, I truly want to see it. His clear emerald eyes shimmered with both a smile and a tinge of apology as he looked at her. To see you, the goddess whom I chose from among all the gods. You, the one revered as flawless, perfect in every way. Praised by gods and mortals alike. Their pride, their symbol of the divine. To see that you, my most cherished, my revered goddess. Would you shed tears for me? Promise, don't you know this isn't just playing with fire anymore? Promise knew. Of course, he knew. But this was the goddess he had chosen among all the divine beings. The one who had held his hand and walked with him to this very moment. Since that was the case, being a little willful and mischievous at this moment wasn't entirely unreasonable, right? Besides, it's you, the goddess, who, at the beginning, only started watching him because she wanted to see some grand drama unfold. Want to have fun. How could Promise forget that? He was a petty person. If there really were a divine grudge log, the first page and the first name would undoubtedly belong to none other than you, Athena, the goddess of wisdom. And so, Promise reached into the heavens and took out what Clotho had entrusted to him before his departure. It was something everyone was familiar with. The crystal orb Clotho had always cradled in her arms, always protecting and never letting go, the crystal orb that held Promise's destiny. Under Athena's stunned gaze, Promise gently but decisively crushed the orb in his hand as the threads of his destiny spilled out, laid bare before the goddess of wisdom. Athena froze, her expression blank, unable to process what had just happened. No. Athena didn't want to see it. She didn't want to see, didn't want to face whatever truth was hidden in those threads of destiny. But despite herself, the overwhelming curiosity and her desire to know everything pushed her to glance at Promise's fate. And in that moment, she saw everything. Every hidden truth, that was no longer hidden, all of it unfolded before her eyes. Her body stiffened. No, this isn't real. Athena's voice broke as she cried out. She tried to stand, but even now, she was so concerned about not hurting Promise that her body stood still and did not move. Her face, for the first time ever, showed utter desperation as she stared at Promise, pleading silently, searching for denial in his eyes. But what she saw was only the same gentle smile Promise always wore. As the young man reached out to her, his hand brushing against her flawless face. My dear goddess. Tell me, will you shed tears for me? For the second time, he asked the question. When his cold and trembling hand slid away from her cheek, Promise fell silent. Ah. He sighed, shaking his head lightly. Athena, next time, please don't cry anymore, because when you cry, you really don't look good at all. P.S. Finally, this volume is finished. Thank you all so much for the support and everything. The next one is the Type-Moon volume, and the rest will be all about Type-Moon content. Chapter 233, The Clock Tower. 2,355 words. London, England. Somewhere in the city. Clock Tower. The modern night, with its neon lights and noise, often disrupted the quiet and serene beauty of the nightscape. But here, at the outskirts of London, the place known as Clock Tower was an exception. Contrary to its name, which might suggest a tourist attraction, the area remained unusually tranquil after dark. After all, this was the heart of the Mage Association, the governing body for countless magi, as well as the premier academy for young mages, the cradle of modern magecraft practitioners. Yet tonight, this prestigious institution witnessed the presence of a traitor. No, perhaps calling him that was inaccurate. This traitor was a boy who had already faced the downfall of his family and the disappearance of their vital magic crest. He had already applied for withdrawal from the academy and was on the verge of being expelled. Well, to be honest, he wasn't really a traitor. Even if he had transitioned from being a mage to becoming a hero, no, a hero of the Age of Gods, it wasn't betrayal, right? I like the night. Sitting beside the fountain outside the clock tower's main building, the boy, with his black hair and emerald green eyes, stared at the sky and murmured softly. The light from within the building and the gentle glow of the moon illuminated his figure. He looked up at the stars in the sky, but they were dimmer now, obscured by modern light pollution, far less beautiful than he remembered. His gaze carried a hint of confusion, as if he hadn't yet fully awakened from an overly long dream. He stared blankly at the heavens, appearing dazed. It was normal, of course. After all, he had only just woken up, literally. Promise. At this moment, deep voice called out, breaking the silence. Footsteps approached, and a man with long hair, around 30 years old, wearing a red coat with a yellow sash draped over his shoulders, came to stand beside the boy. The man looked at the boy named Promise, who was still staring at the night sky in his clock tower uniform, and his expression darkened slightly, his tone becoming solemn. Have you made up your mind? As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the withdrawal application in Promise's hand. The latter pulled his gaze back, blinking at the man with a hint of confusion before glancing at the paper in his hand. He flipped through the application, studying its contents, and gradually, the confusion in his emerald eyes cleared, replaced by clarity. After a moment, the boy's lips curved upward in a faint smile, one that made the man beside him furrow his brows in puzzlement. Promise remembered now. He remembered everything. After awakening from a long fever, he had regained the memories of his past life, allowing him to understand precisely what kind of world he was in. So, he soon prepared his application for withdrawal and was going to hand it to his teacher tonight. Waver Velvet. Waver, a professor at the clock tower, was known as Lord Elmeloy II, a figure both young and widely regarded as the Academy's finest instructor. Every student who had graduated under his tutelage had gone on to become accomplished magus, leaving behind remarkable legacies. Promise had once admired Waver, too. But after waking up, those feelings had changed dramatically. After all, he knew far more than he should have about Waver's dark history, so it was obvious that perspective had shifted. Moreover, because he woke up, he knew more clearly that this person was actually one of the protagonists of this world. At first, Promise thought that he had accepted mediocrity, so he prepared the application for withdrawal, and even said goodbye to his family, ready to go home and live an ordinary life with no worries about food and clothing. But now, looking back, if they knew what I was thinking, they'd probably laugh their heads off and mock me endlessly, Promise mused. You? Living an idle life? Impossible. They would surely assert this with confidence. After all, he was the most unstable person in the entire ancient Greek age of gods. In just 2 or 3 years since he came down the mountain, he turned the entire world upside down, causing countless heroes, gods, and beautiful girls to suffer from splitting headaches and helplessness. To suggest that he intended to do nothing and live peacefully? Even Zeus, king of the gods, would laugh uproariously at such a joke. Waver, on the other hand, said nothing. He furrowed his brows as he looked at Promise in front of him, sensing something profoundly different about him, so much so that the boy before him no longer felt like the student he knew. What had happened? As Waver pondered this, Promise's mind cleared completely. It hadn't taken him long to regain his composure. After everything he had been through, adapting to unfamiliar circumstances had become second nature. Though he no longer had access to the golden apple to recharge and cheat his way into a refreshed state, he adjusted quickly nonetheless. Promise turned to Waver, with a smile on his face. Good evening, Professor. And, it's been a while. It truly had been a long time. Waver didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on Promise with a seriousness that deepened the creases on his brow. The young chuckled softly, fully aware of his confusion. As a transmigrator, Promise naturally knew about Waver's abilities. This renowned teacher, head of the modern magecraft department, was not a genius mage but possessed extraordinary observation and insight, skills known as discernment of the spirit. His sharp eyes, dubbed the eye of appraisal, allowed him to perceive the essence of people. So Promise naturally knew what was confusing Waver at the moment. Although Promise's spirit class card had allowed him to project himself into the age of gods and become a Greek hero, his true body hadn't undergone any drastic changes. Yet the experiences he had accumulated, the knowledge, the aura, everything had transformed him profoundly. Not to mention, someone like Waver, who was good at judging people, even if it were someone else in this world, familiar with Promise, they would be able to clearly see that something was wrong. Unless the latter deliberately masked it. But he had no intention of explaining anything to Waver. Because thus matter was too difficult to explain. After all, how could he possibly say that in just a few hours, he had spent 7 or 8 years in ancient Greece, turning the world upside down? Promise rose to his feet, lowering his head slightly with an apologetic expression as he said. I'm sorry, Professor, for troubling you and making you busy with my affairs at such a late hour. Indeed, this was no small matter. After all, Waver Velvet, whose reputation was well known across the modern Magus world, was secretly a die-hard otaku homebody. And getting a homebody to leave the house? That was truly a painful ordeal. But everything's fine now. I'll be looking forward to your lecture, tomorrow. Ah, wait, it seems that I am not looking forward to it that much. After all, whatever you say, I don't understand it. And even if I did, I wouldn't be able to learn it. Thinking this, Promise smiled apologetically once more, and then, without giving Waver a chance to respond, he bid him good night, turned, and walked away. As he left, and while Waver stood frozen in place, still processing what had just happened, Promise deliberately tore up the withdrawal application in his hand and tossed the pieces into a nearby trash can. Come to think of it, I suppose I was never really the kind of person to settle down. Maybe I was, once. But ever since that day I woke up and realized what kind of world this was, along with the dangers and futures it holds. He chuckled softly to himself. Trying to live quietly would have been difficult, wouldn't it? Promise walked unhurriedly, fully aware that Waver was still watching him from behind. He could imagine the professor's confusion, his astonishment, and even the less-than-ideal thoughts that might be forming in his mind. For example, whether Promise had been shaken by some kind of trauma, or perhaps encountered something unclean. But those doubts could only be dispelled by time. As for now, having returned to the modern world, Promise had just one thing on his mind. To return to his dorm room at the clock tower, close his eyes, and have a good, long rest. Not because he felt physically or mentally exhausted, but simply because, after realizing he was truly back, he was overwhelmed by a strange mix of emotions, complex and indescribable. In this moment, all Promise wanted was to close his eyes and rest for a while. A night of silence. The next morning, Waver's classroom at the clock tower. Waver Velvet entered the classroom, dark circles under his eyes. Due to his perpetually stern expression and a demeanor that always seemed irritated, the addition of those black circles made him look even gloomier, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. When he walked in, even the loudest and most unruly student in the class, Flat Escardos, went silent. Flat, a well-known problem child in the clock tower, possessed extraordinary magic circuits and an uncanny ability to control them. His carefree attitude was uncharacteristic for a mage, and he had even perfected a comedic imitation of Waver's mannerisms. In the not-so-distant future, this same Flat would go on to steal from his professor and participate as the master of Jack the Ripper in the Snowfield Holy Grail War in America. But even someone as carefree as Flat quieted down when Waver entered the room today. Waver, oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere, didn't realize how off his mood appeared. If anything, he found the unusually quiet classroom suspicious. Still distracted by the inexplicable yet oddly familiar feeling he had when he saw Promise last night, Waver removed his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes as he scanned the room, his brows furrowed. "Where's Promise?" The moment he said this, the entire classroom exhaled in relief. Flat immediately returned to his usual energetic self, raising his hand and standing up. "Professor. Are you looking for Promise?" "But he didn't come to class today." Waver froze. He didn't come? Indeed, Promise hadn't shown up. Although he had woken up early with no initial plans to skip class, something along the way caught his eye and diverted his attention. It was the clock tower library. The moment Promise saw the library, a thought popped into his mind. Through his spirit class card, the golden cheat, he had traveled to ancient Greece, leaving his mark on that era, and the class card had permanently recorded those experiences. But in this world, did those marks still exist? Or had they been erased, corrected into a singularity, leaving no trace behind? The curiosity sparked by these questions led Promise to make a quick decision: skip class and head to the library. The librarian, upon seeing Promise enter, merely glanced at him before returning to their book. Promise was a frequent visitor to the library, and his extensive knowledge of the Age of Gods was largely due to his habit of studying there. Navigating the shelves with ease, he quickly found the section he needed and pulled out a book of Greek myths and legends. Opening the book and flipping to the section that referenced him, he found the answer to his question. There it was, his story. A hero of the age of Greek heroes, one whose presence streaked across history like a meteor. The god of Greek painting, a divine figure immortalized in myth. Wait. I became a god? Hold on, why didn't I know this? As Promise read the text on the page, he felt a mix of surprise and confusion. So, it really became part of history, huh? For the longest time, he had assumed it would all be corrected by Chaldea, turning into something only he would remember. But now, thinking it over, he realized how infuriated he would have been if that had happened. If that really happened, he might have even gone to have a serious chat with the counterforce. Promise's lips curved into a faint smile. After all, if everything had been erased, then all the fates he had worked so hard to rewrite, and his vow to Clotho, the goddess of fate, would have become the biggest joke in history. But I've done a lot of things. The ripple effects must be enormous, right? On this point, Promise was very self-aware. And if everything he had done truly remained part of history, then, what about them? In that moment, countless faces flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but wonder about the futures of those friends he had left behind, and the goddess who had cried when he departed. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Promise eagerly prepared to flip through the heavy tome of mythology in his hands to uncover what had happened to them. But just as he was about to turn the page. So this is where you were. A familiar yet distant voice interrupted him. Startled, Promise instinctively looked up. The figure approaching him, with short chestnut hair and brown eyes, smiled warmly as he walked closer. Though 7 or 8 years had passed for Promise, 3 years spent on the mountain and another 3 to 4 years causing chaos after descending, it took only an instant for him to recognize the man. The familiarity hit him even harder than when he saw Waver because this was someone he could never forget. You're here too? Promise smiled as he greeted the man. Amiya. End. And, the new chapter begins. TBH, even though I've written it in the synopsis. I just want to clarify that I'm just translating this fanfic and also doing it simultaneously while reading, so I don't know what's going to happen in the story. So, don't expect any spoilers. Chapter 234, Finale of the Heroes. 2,165 words. Shiro Amiya. Yes, the very same workaholic seen everywhere in the Type Moon universe, and the Grand Chef himself, Shiro Amiya. When Promise first awoke and realized which world this was, and later saw Shiro in the clock tower, he immediately understood roughly which timeline he had landed in. After all, aside from Shiro Amiya, there was another prominent figure, Rin Tasaka. Like Promise, Rin was also one of Waver Velvet's students. After the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City that year, Shiro Amiya accompanied Rin Tasaka to study at the clock tower for 3 years. During that time, he even worked as a butler for Rin's arch-rival, Luvia Gelita Edelfelt. In addition to juggling part-time jobs and learning basic magecraft, Shiro also attended classes in language, history, and legal politics at the local university. He lived each day with an always strive to do what you can and absorb as much as you can mindset. It was a perfect fit for the image Promise had of Shiro Amiya as the quintessential good guy. So, when he regained his memories, met Shiro, and learned that Rin was his classmate, it didn't take long for him to build a good relationship with Shiro. Even though they had only known each other for less than a month, the two were already considered friends. Of course, there was no need to doubt Promise's social skills. Back in Greece, Promise had been famously known as a social butterfly. Rin just called me and asked me to help find you, Shiro said as he walked over to Promise, smiling warmly. She said the professor is looking for you and seems pretty upset. The moment I heard that, I guessed you'd probably be here again. Hearing this, Promise nodded thoughtfully. But then, he noticed that Shiro was looking at him with a concerned expression. Is it because you told the professor about your plans to drop out? When Shiro asked this hesitantly, Promise immediately understood his misunderstanding. Knowing Shiro's personality well, it wasn't surprising. After all, Promise had once discussed his plans to drop out with this guy, fully aware of Shiro's support for the decision. Having experienced the Holy Grail War, Shiro understood better than anyone how dangerous this world could be. Well, yes and no, Promise said after a moment of thought, smiling lightly at Shiro. I've decided not to drop out anymore because there are some things I need to do and confirm here. As for the professor, I think he's just curious and concerned about me. Promise shrugged and smiled again, adding, after all, Shiro, you know how the professor is, a famously tsundere teacher with absolutely no sense of modesty. Although Waver Velvet was a highly serious meritocrat, a misanthrope, and a righteous individual who often spoke harshly to his students, he was surprisingly considerate in his actions. As a transmigrator, Promise naturally understood that this was all just a facade. He appeared to be arrogant on the surface, but in reality, he was deeply insecure. His flaws were so glaring that he overcompensated, making it seem as though he could handle anything with ease. At his core, however, Waver was a kind-hearted person who sought to protect the weak and challenge the strong. Hearing this, Shiro Amiya couldn't help but laugh. Thanks to Rin Tosaka and Promise, Shiro had learned a bit about Waver as well. I see. As he listened to these words and looked at the smiling Promise in front of him, he nodded and remarked with some admiration, "It seems you've thought this through a lot." Shiro appeared a little relieved. He could tell that Promise had finally let go of the burden he'd been carrying for so long. Although he was still worried about Promise's safety in this dangerous world, especially without any magic crest, he decided to support the boy's resolve. "So, what are you doing now?" Realizing that Promise wasn't troubled about dropping out anymore, Shiro felt a sense of relief, but he couldn't help being curious and looked at him again. Promise, noticing his confusion, gestured toward the Greek mythology book he held in his hand. Seeing this, Shiro gave a wry smile and said, "If the professor finds out this is the reason, he's definitely going to lecture you." He wasn't surprised, though. Even before his transmigration, Promise had spent a lot of time in libraries, showing an intense interest in various mythological stories. "It's mainly because I'm curious about the person in this book who shares my name," Promise explained. "I want to know more about him and the stories that follow." Promise didn't hold back and answered truthfully. Hearing this, Shiro Amiya immediately nodded, his expression lighting up with understanding as he smiled and said, "Oh, him. I see." "Huh?" Promise blinked, curious about his reaction, and asked, "Do you know about him?" "Of course," the latter replied in an almost matter-of-fact tone. "He's pretty famous, after all." At this moment, Promise felt somewhat conflicted. After all, not only did he get the evaluation from someone else, but that person was also one of the most important pieces of the puzzle in this world, Shiro Amiya. Still, Promise quickly brushed it off with a light-hearted laugh. After all, he'd seen far too many protagonists in dramas in that era. He had even become one himself, stepping onto the stage to play his part. Soon, Promise and Shiro Amiya found a quiet corner in the library to sit down. Since it was early morning, the already tranquil library felt even more serene. "You seem quite familiar with him?" On the way, Promise looked at the young man and couldn't help but ask curiously. Shiro smiled and nodded slightly, his response a bit vague. "Yeah, I've learned about him because of some circumstances. I find him pretty interesting." Having said this, Shiro suddenly paused as his brown eyes swept over Promise, who was sitting before him, dressed in the clock tower student uniform. "When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think how much you resembled the figure described in mythology," Shiro Amiya said, staring intently into Promise's clear emerald eyes. "Especially now. You look even more like him." He continued with an exaggerated tone of astonishment, "Anyone who sees those eyes, as bright and clear as starlight, will never forget them. And that aura of romanticism, like a poet or painter embraced and kissed by the goddess of art herself. Promise, are you really the same person I've known?" Hearing this, Promise merely smiled faintly and replied, "I've just gone through some trivial experiences. People grow, after all." "Surely you've had moments, Shiro, where certain events made you feel like you grew up overnight?" There was a knowing tone in Promise's voice. So, hearing his words, Shiro paused, his mind inevitably drifting back to a time about a year ago, an unforgettable past, the Fifth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City. He nodded, a mixture of understanding and reminiscence flashing in his expression. Promise observed Shiro's introspective demeanor and tilted his head slightly, his thoughts suddenly shifting. He suddenly recalled that both Heracles and Medea appeared in the Fifth Holy Grail War, didn't they? Though Heracles was summoned as a berserker, stripped of his sanity. Could Shiro have learned something about me through them? Wait a second. Heracles was able to manifest as a berserker because, in mythology, he had been cursed by Hera, driven mad, and killed his wife and children. Does that mean Heracles was still a berserker during that Holy Grail War? And Medea, she originally appeared as a witch of betrayal, but since what I did has become history, it should be impossible for her to become a witch of betrayal again. If Medea ends up being a witch of betrayal, I think the goddess Hecate will come out to settle accounts with me with a face full of resentment even now. Recalling the experience of pitting the goddess badly in the myth, Promise couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. However, When he found that Shiro Amiya was looking at him curiously, he restrained himself a little, lowered his head and flipped open the hefty book of mythology in his hands. It's an immense honor for someone as unremarkable as me to be compared to such a legendary figure, Promise said lightly. Speaking of which, what happened after his death? Hearing his words, Shiro's expression shifted to one of realization, and he chuckled. Oh, I get it now. Promise, you came to the library today, even skipping class, because you're curious about the aftermath of that hero's, shall we say, romantic entanglements, aren't you? The main theme of ancient Greek mythology? Heroes, gods, and monsters? No, it's definitely romance and scandal. Romantic entanglements? Promise looked up at Shiro, feeling a bit stunned. Wait. Are you talking about me? Are you sure? What romance? He was so focused on his goal of dying that he didn't even think about it. Exactly, Shiro Amiya said with a smile, completely oblivious to Promise's current confusion and bewilderment. Whether it's the legendary devotee of Artemis, that witch, or the most beautiful mortal woman, they all had countless ties with him. To the point that, because of him, these three women never married for the rest of their lives. One of them even triggered the Trojan War because of it. But honestly, that's not even the most explosive part. What's more fascinating is the situation with the goddesses. He leaned in, his tone growing more amused. The goddess of wisdom, the goddess of fate, and the moon goddess, TSK, those three virgin goddesses of Greek mythology? He managed to provoke two of them. How dare you? Promise's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at Shiro, who looked completely engrossed in his gossip, practically wearing a spectator eating popcorn expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. So this is the real Shiro Amiya? Deciding to ignore him, Promise refrained from responding. After all, when faced with the facts, he couldn't muster any words to refute them. Instead, he focused his attention entirely on the hefty mythology book in his hands, flipping through the pages to read about the series of events that unfolded after his departure. According to the myths, after he defeated Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters, and forever closed his eyes while resting in the embrace of his goddess, Heracles and the other heroes joined forces to defeat the remaining Titan gods and imprison them once again. Later, once the world returned to peace, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, conveyed the news to the Argonauts, who had temporarily paused their journey. Although the heroes had already suspected the truth because of one final painting Promise left behind, when they learned that it had indeed happened, they were still overwhelmed with grief. At that moment, however, Atalanta, the devotee of Artemis, stood up and scolded them loudly. She declared that Promise had achieved his lifelong dream and departed with a smile, so they should not mourn his passing. Instead, they ought to rejoice for their friend and continue to complete their unfinished mission. Atalanta's words awakened the heroes. They cast aside their sorrow and instead held a grand banquet to celebrate Promise's departure. Unbelievable. I died, and you all happily throw a feast? Really? Seeing this, Promise pursed his lips, but a relaxed smile appeared on his face. However, that smile soon stiffened. What followed in the text was a record about Helen. Helen could not accept it, not being able to shoot that single arrow herself. She was furious and consumed with jealousy that Atalanta and Medea were able to witness Promise's departure in that moment. Thus, in her anger, she left the Argo and later, as if in an act of vengeance, incited the infamous Trojan War. Reading the paragraph, Promise's expression turned complicated. Fortunately, the subsequent records eased his expression somewhat. The heroes returned to their homeland, bringing with them the precious golden fleece. Jason immediately reclaimed the throne from his uncle. This time, his uncle didn't dare deny him, as fulfilling Promise's final wish was now non-negotiable. Queen Hera herself even descended to witness the conclusion of the matter. It was also on that very day that Actaeon, the great stag, stepped off the Argo and reverted to his original, handsome form. Heracles continued to complete several more trials, ultimately ascending to his role as the great hero of strength. As for Atalanta, she returned to the forest to follow her goddess, disappearing into its depths. It was said she became a servant of the goddess, fulfilling her lifelong vow to serve her deity. Medea reunited with her teacher and, after completing her studies, returned to her homeland. Although countless heroic princes proposed to her in the years that followed, she turned them all down. Later, she sought out the witch Circe, and from that point on, vanished without a trace. Chapter 235, Holy Grail War. 2021 words. And so, the curtain fell completely on the heroes. Lost in a daze, Promise finally closed the book. Finished? Shiro Amiya, flipping through a university coursebook, noticed Promise's pause and looked up to ask. Yes, the latter replied softly, nodding as he stood to return the book to its shelf. To be honest, many questions still lingered in Promise's mind. After all, this hefty book of myths offered him no answers, as it wasn't an autobiography of the Greek age Promise, but rather a compendium of Greek myths. Even Promise himself was merely one part of the history recorded within. His unanswered questions were naturally tied to Athena and the others. Before leaving, due to a warning from Clotho, the fate goddess, Promise had ultimately confessed the truth to his goddess. Although, he'd done so in a rather underhanded manner. And after confessing, out of fear of her reaction, he ran away. Thinking of this, Promise glanced at the bright sunlight streaming through the window and instinctively touched his neck. It felt a little cold. If he wanted answers to everything, he would probably have to ask them in person when he encountered them again someday. I should get going, Promise said, various thoughts swirling in his mind. Finally, he turned back to Shiro with a smile and added, if I don't leave now, the professor might actually come looking for me. With those quiet words, he bid farewell to Shiro Amiya and headed toward the clock tower's lecture halls. On his way, however, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Promise. In the hallway, Promise turned his head toward the voice and saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy happily waving at him with a bright, innocent smile. After greeting Promise, the boy quickly ran toward him. There you are. I finally found you. Seeing him approach with such exuberance, Promise searched his memory for a moment before recalling who he was. So, he smiled and greeted the boy who had just reached him. Flat, long time no see. Flat Escardos. Like Promise, Flat was also one of Waver's students. One of the reasons Promise quickly remembered him was because Flat was a true prodigy, someone whose talent even surpassed that of Rin Tasaka. At the same time, despite his extraordinary talent, Flat was infamous throughout the clock tower as a troublemaker. Alongside another student, Sven Glaschite, he was one of Waver's so-called two arms, the brightest representatives of Waver's class. These two were essentially the face of Waver's students. Even with age as a limitation, their talents were among the best in the entire clock tower. Besides this, there was another reason Promise remembered Flat so vividly. When memories from his previous life awakened, he realized, much like in ancient Greece, he seemed to be under the watchful gaze of fate. He already knew Flat's destiny in advance. And that destiny was... Hey, Promise, where have you been? Don't you know the professor's been looking for you everywhere? He's furious, though, I guess that doesn't matter now. The professor's probably too busy to track you down at the moment. But forget that for now. Promise, did you know? I just overheard something really interesting. Flat didn't even wait for Promise to respond before enthusiastically blurting out, the Holy Grail War. I just eavesdropped on the professor and some association executives having a meeting, and they were talking about the Holy Grail War. Looking at the excited Flat, Promise's expression turned slightly strange. So much for coincidences, he thought to himself with a faint sense of irony. Yes, the Holy Grail War. After all, in a world called Type-Moon, the Holy Grail War was an inevitable phenomenon. Though Promise had missed the Fuyuki City Holy Grail War, he already knew that about a year after its conclusion, another extraordinary Holy Grail War would take place in a city in America called Snowfield. In this Grail War, not only would the ever-enthusiastic Good Samaritan, Gilgamesh, who attended this event on a daily basis, participate, but his one and only friend, and rival, from Sumerian mythology, Enkidu, would also take part. But that wasn't all. This particular Holy Grail War wouldn't just involve some divine figures, it would also feature a simulated persona of one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Additionally, there would be a mysterious overseer seemingly connected to the counter-force itself, personally monitoring the war due to its unique circumstances. This Holy Grail War was even more unique in that it was a battle using a fake Holy Grail War as a sacrificial ritual to summon the true Holy Grail War. Even the wizard marshal, Zelrech, the pinnacle of Magi, had cast his attention on it. Hey, Promise. Promise. What are you thinking about? While Promise was lost in thought, recalling distant memories of this event, Flat, one of the key figures of this Holy Grail War, was standing in front of him. Waving his hands, the boy who had once stolen Waver's Game Company's raffle prize, an imitation of Jack the Ripper's dagger, and somehow actually managed to summon a servant with it, looked puzzled. Flat's cheerful and innocent face brought Promise back to reality, but also deepened the strange expression on his face. As memories resurfaced, Promise couldn't help but recall another reason he had once considered dropping out of the clock tower. Yes, it was precisely because of the person standing in front of him. After Flat stole Waver's Game prize and successfully summoned Jack the Ripper, becoming a participant in the Holy Grail War, the other students under Waver's tutelage became concerned and followed Flat to Snowfield. There, more than 30 students worked together as a group to become the master of the true Rider Servant. Every student except one even had a command seal on their hand. Without a doubt, this was one of the most extravagant and unique setups in the history of all Holy Grail Wars. Incidentally, Rin Tasaka was among them. While Promise knew that the Type Moon universe contained countless parallel worlds, and thus this world might not be the exact branch he was familiar with, at the time, faced with such a volatile situation, he had still decided to step away from the eye of the storm and prepared his withdrawal papers. But just as he was about to submit those papers, a certain stubbornness inside him compelled him to use a class card instead. So, Promise said with a smile, his emerald eyes shining like starlight as he looked at Flat, "You're planning to join that Holy Grail War, aren't you?" Flat froze at the question, staring at Promise in silence for a long moment. "You." He scratched his head and muttered, "Are you really, Promise?" Promise blinked innocently and then smiled again. "What do you think? Am I him or not?" Flat studied Promise carefully, his expression serious, before breaking into a wide grin as he nodded emphatically and exclaimed, "No doubt about it. You're the Promise I know." Promise chuckled softly but quickly changed the subject, asking once more, "So, you're really planning to join that Holy Grail War?" "Of course." Flat nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I mean, doesn't it sound super cool? It's the Holy Grail. The same artifact Hitler and Goebbels were supposedly searching for to build the Third Reich. If it really exists, who wouldn't want to see it with their own eyes?" Indeed, this was Flat's reason for joining the Holy Grail War. He wasn't motivated by a desire for the Grail or a wish to be granted. He simply wanted to witness it for himself. This sheer simplicity was precisely why he was known as the Clock Tower's lovable fool and problem child. Yet, it was this childlike innocence that made him someone impossible to truly hate. "I see." Promise nodded lightly and said, "Then you'd better prepare a proper relic and remember to inform the professor." "Of course wait." Flat froze mid-thought and turned to Promise with a confused expression. "You're not going to try to stop me?" After all, he was not a real fool, so he knew deep down that this was a cruel struggle among Magus. However, Promise simply shrugged. "After all, I've done far more reckless things than you ever could. I'm leaving now. I have to go and apologize to the professor." He smiled faintly as he spoke, then bid farewell to Flat and walked past him. Flat stood there, staring at Promise's departing back with a mix of confusion and surprise. Just as Waver and Shiro Amiya had noticed the changes in Promise, Flat also sensed something different. After all, the transformation was just too obvious to ignore. Even if his body had not been blessed by the golden apple, Promise's soul was a priceless treasure, carefully sculpted by goddesses. It was no wonder Waver, a Tsundere teacher with no hesitation about showing concern, was worried. After all, in the world of magi, such changes were rarely good news. They often signaled the possibility of someone else taking over one's body or soul. However, Flat trusted his judgment and his eyes. He was certain the person in front of him was indeed Promise. After parting ways with Flat, Promise made his way to Waver's office, his thoughts turning serious. He began to ponder whether or not to participate in this Holy Grail War. "I think I only have one old acquaintance in this Holy Grail War. That Amazonian queen from Greek mythology, Hippolyta, who looks a lot like King Arthur. Maybe she counts as half an acquaintance?" Incidentally, she was the servant summoned by the collaboration of 30 students, including Promise's classmates. She was the daughter of Ares, the god of war, and a priestess of Artemis, the moon goddess. "Well, that's not particularly important right now," Promise muttered nonchalantly to himself. Although he was surprised by the sudden appearance of this Holy Grail War, he wasn't particularly concerned. Promise had chosen to stay at the clock tower and tear up his withdrawal application for a simple reason: Chaldea. One thing he couldn't ignore was the potential for the incineration of humanity. Even though Fujimaru Ritsuka and the others eventually repaired human history and reset the world, ensuring everyone survived, Promise had no desire to risk experiencing that firsthand. With so many parallel worlds in existence, what if he happened to be in one that didn't get saved? Although the world he was currently in might not even be the one affected by the incineration of humanity, or it might have been a world already saved, Promise wasn't willing to gamble on it. Back then, I wrote that withdrawal application as a forced decision. But now. Promise stopped by a window in the hallway, his lips curving into a slight smile. He lifted his head and gazed at the dazzling sun outside, feeling its warmth shining down on him as though it were affectionately embracing him. Meanwhile, he toyed with a peculiar card in his hand, a class card already engraved with a specific heroic spirit class, Painter. Character profile. Name, Promise. Age, 19. Identity, Transmigrator. Heroic spirit class, Painter. Legend, omitted. Rank, Grand. Skills. Shame of fate, passive. Fate's love and rejection intertwine in you. You lack a fixed destiny, and even the goddess of fate herself cannot foresee your future. Thus, you possess the miraculous ability to rewrite everything. You humiliate her, yet remain cradled in her hands forever. Look back, see her, she is watching you eternally. Choice of wisdom, passive. There is no doubt, once you make a decision, the path you choose will inevitably lead to success. It is the most correct path. You are her sole devotee. Step forward with confidence, she will always stand ahead of you. But beware, guard your neck carefully. Goddess Slayer, passive. Goddesses gaze upon you with tenderness, holding the golden apple you gifted them. They are joyous for you, angered for you, quarrel over you, and wage wars because of you. One thing you might need to worry about, among these goddesses, could Zeus or Apollo also be watching? Chapter 236, Brother Horse, 2.6k words. 2,679 words. Painter. I originally thought it would be caster, but thinking about it more carefully, none of that could really be called magecraft. All I did was sketch them out. Of course, what he had sketched were none other than the 12 Olympian gods. And those sketches directly depicted the very essence and truth of the gods, an act impossible to replicate. To the gods, such paintings were a form of desecration, a theft of divine authority. If not for the fact that he was Promise, the cherished child adored by the gods, divine wrath would have already descended upon him. Thus, in relation to his painter class, an appropriate prefix might be blasphemer, or perhaps favored of the gods. In the clock tower, by the hallways of the teaching building, Promise stood under the radiant summer sunlight, his lips curling slightly as he toyed with the class card in his hand. It had already been inscribed, recording Promise's life in the age of Greek gods, a life that blazed through the night sky like a meteor, leaving an indelible mark. At this moment, he was already qualified to say, I once called upon the throne of heroes for aid, but the only one who responded was myself. And yet. Besides, it seems I don't even need to seek aid from that so-called throne of heroes, Promise murmured softly, his gaze lifting toward the clock tower sky, as if staring into some distant place. Heroic spirits are those who, through their great deeds and the legends they leave behind, become objects of faith after death. Originally, Promise thought that the greatest use of this class card was to grant him access to the throne of heroes, enabling him to be summoned into this world as a servant, just like the heroic spirits Chaldea could call upon. But when he concluded his performance in the Age of Gods, when he fell into the embrace of that goddess and returned to this world, the moment the class card was inscribed, Promise understood something. This process was entirely different from what he had known. He hadn't actually ascended to the throne of heroes. Instead, it was as though he had stolen divine authority to directly complete the creation of his heroic spirit form. To put it simply, the counterforce in Type Moon couldn't control him. It couldn't turn him into some partner of justice who went around solving crises and working odd jobs. In this world, no one could command him, or even summon him. When Promise activated the class card, he didn't summon a servant or even a heroic spirit. What he summoned was himself. In essence, when Promise used the class card, he simply logged back into the account he had once created. He stepped back into the role of the person who had walked the destined path, led by the hand of the goddess of wisdom, followed silently by the goddess of fate, and watched over by countless other gods. He was who he was. And thus, Is the counterforce currently fuming, frustrated, and perhaps even rolling on the ground, crying and wailing? Promise's lips curved upward at the thought. The class card in his hand disappeared as he turned around, his gaze landing on a woman in red approaching him in the hallway. Miss Tosaka. Looking at her, Promise noticed how Rin Tosaka seemed more mature than the girl he remembered from his memories of the Fifth Holy Grail War. Though, to be fair, it had only been a year since then, so the change wasn't drastic. The most noticeable difference was her hair, no longer styled in twin tails. Her sleek black hair now fell gracefully, making her appear a bit more mature. It's been a while. Promise greeted her with a smile. Rin, with her head held high, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Promise, the professor is looking for you. He's waiting in his office right now. I know, Promise replied with a nod, Shiro already told me. After exchanging a few polite words, Rin prepared to leave. The relationship between the two was relatively neutral, unlike the closer bond between Promise and Shiro. They were simply classmates. This wasn't because Rin was someone difficult to get along with, no, it was quite the opposite. Thanks to Waver's teaching style, their class had a great atmosphere. Otherwise, when the class learned that Flat Escardos had decided to join that unique Holy Grail War and now found himself in danger, the entire class wouldn't have come together to act collectively. Speaking of which, Rin had played a leading role in that effort, guiding the group to participate in the Holy Grail War with a clear objective, to destroy the Holy Grail. As for Promise, he was somewhat isolated in the class. Surprising, isn't it? The reason was simple. When Promise had not awakened and not regained his memories, he had no magic crest and was keenly aware that, despite sharing the same classroom, he and his classmates lived in two entirely different worlds. As a result, he deliberately kept a low profile and moderated his behavior. In fact, the students in the class were intelligent and perceptive. They noticed Promise's subtle withdrawal and, without addressing it openly, respected his boundaries in their own quiet way, essentially giving him space. When Promise finally awakened his memories and began dealing with the class card and various other matters, his focus shifted toward preparing to drop out. He didn't even consider actively changing his relationship with his classmates. Now, just as Rin was about to leave and Promise was preparing to end this brief encounter to head toward Waver's office, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Turning back around, she looked at Promise again. Shiro mentioned over the phone that you've changed a lot. He seemed genuinely happy for you. I found it a bit strange at the time, but now that I see you, it's true. You do seem different. Promise blinked in mild surprise, meeting Rin's striking blue eyes. He then broke into a smile and replied. Is it that obvious? You're the third person today to say that to me. By the way, what exactly do you all think has changed about me? Looking at the curious expression of the young man in front of her, coupled with his smile, Rin Tosaka was stunned. After all, in her memory, Promise had always been very restrained, thus appearing to be the type of person who was isolated. But now it seems, this was the real him. Well, let me think about it. Rin Tosaka said, stopping, put her hand on her chin. Her eyes wandered around Promise as she looked at the young man in front of her very seriously. How to describe it? Let's put it this way, I think you will have a very hard time in the future. She replied with her lips raised. Hard work? The latter looked at her inexplicably. Because you will definitely receive a lot of love letters in the future, it's like a romantic bard who came out of the legend, especially your eyes now seem to be able to speak, and they have a charm comparable to magic eyes. Rin Tosaka said exaggeratedly. To be honest, she was very curious about his change. After all, from her point of view, it was only a day or two at most, so, she couldn't really imagine what kind of things he had gone through in these 2 days, that his overall temperament changed so drastically. Even for Rin Tosaka, who used gemstone magecraft and had been collecting gemstones, she almost couldn't help but ask if his eyes were for sale. And she also felt that with those eyes as a medium, she could definitely perform a very powerful gemstone magecraft. But even so, Rin Tosaka still restrained herself very much, and did not explore his secrets. Instead she just chatted a few more words, and then really left. Immediately, Promise came to the professor's office, knocked on the door for a while, and as Weber's somewhat low voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he looked, he saw Weber sitting on the sofa, with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing glasses and looking at the information in his hand, with a very impatient expression. And beside Weber, there was a girl wearing a black cloak, her hair and appearance slightly hidden by the gray hood, like a winter elf in a colorless world. When Promise saw her, he subconsciously took 2 more glances. Her name was Gray, Weber's apprentice, but not a mage, but a gravedigger. But these were actually secondary. Promise, who actually was a transmigrator, obviously knew her true identity very well. This individual was a vessel intended by a certain clan for the resurrection of King Arthur and had some connection to the British Witch Morgan. As a result, she bore a striking resemblance to King Arthur. Moreover, in her possession was an exceptionally rare and special relic, Rhongomyniad, the holy spear of King Arthur, shining at the end of time. With this relic alone, she could arguably be considered the strongest student under Waver in terms of raw potential and abilities. Noticing Promise's gaze, Gray instinctively glanced at him, then gave a slight nod in greeting. The latter returned the nod before stepping forward to take a seat in front of Waver. "Professor, you were looking for me?" Promise smiled as he addressed Waver. Waver, without so much as glancing at him, continued reviewing the report in his hands. Dark circles under his eyes, likely from a sleepless night, gave him a perpetually irritable appearance, as if he might erupt at any moment. "Why didn't you attend class today?" Waver's tone was low and gruff as he posed the question to Promise. "Some things came up, and I spent some time in the library with Amiya," the latter answered honestly. He knew Waver was familiar with Shiro Amiya, even if the two hadn't exchanged many words. After all, as someone who survived the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, it was impossible for Waver not to take notice of him. Hearing this, Waver finally looked up and glanced at Promise, frowning as he scrutinized him for a while before lowering his gaze back to the report in his hands. "You can go," he said dismissively. Promise blinked in surprise. "That's it, L. What, are you expecting something more?" Waver said impatiently. "I'm not interested in prying into your secrets. If there's nothing serious, then hurry up and leave. Stop bothering me." Promise thought for a moment, then shrugged. He got up, bid Waver farewell, and gave Gray a friendly smile before heading for the door. To be honest, Promise had already guessed Waver's reasoning the moment he saw Gray in the room. His sleepless night and suspicion likely came from Promise's drastic change. Waver was concerned that he might have come into contact with something unclean, or, worse, been replaced by another through some form of magecraft. In such matters, Gray, as a gravekeeper and an expert in spirit-based combat, was naturally the most reliable. Since Gray had shown no unusual reactions to Promise's presence and had even greeted him warmly as usual, Waver's concerns were effectively dismissed. Thus, there was no reason for Waver to keep Promise in the office any longer. Just as Promise reached the door and was about to leave, Waver's voice called out nonchalantly. "Oh, by the way," he said, as if recalling something, "have you decided to stay here?" Promise paused for a moment, knowing Waver was asking about his plans to withdraw from the clock tower. "Yes, so," he replied, turning back to give a definitive answer and added with a faint smile, "I'll be counting on you for the things to come, Professor." Waver didn't respond immediately. He raised his head and locked eyes with the young man's clear emerald gaze for a moment before sighing and waving him off impatiently. "Got it. Now get out already." Promise chuckled lightly and left, leaving the office in silence for a while. "He's fine, isn't he?" Waver suddenly asked Gray, breaking the quiet. Gray hesitated briefly before replying softly, "I think he's fine. But he really does seem like a different person." So dazzling, Gray thought to herself. Just standing next to him made her feel a bit unworthy. "Tosaka and the others have seen him already, and it seems he's genuine," Waver said, finally removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes. His tense expression relaxed a bit slightly. "I suppose it makes sense. If there really were a problem, he'd have left by now. There's no way he'd stick around the clock tower like an idiot. I should have realized that sooner." Gray couldn't help but smile softly at this. She knew Waver wasn't oblivious, he'd simply been worrying about Promise in his own way. Still, staying at the clock tower isn't exactly ideal for him. But it seems he's made this decision seriously. Waver muttered, clicking his tongue in frustration. What a headache. Waver may have complained about the trouble, but deep down, he had no intention of allowing Promise to drop out. It was precisely this nature of his concern hidden behind gruff words that made him the most beloved teacher in the clock tower. This hurdle is cleared. So, what should I do next? Leaving the office and wandering through the halls of the clock tower, Promise eventually found himself standing in the vast plaza, gazing at the various branching paths ahead with a hint of uncertainty on his face. Well, first of all, let's go treat ourselves properly. The confusion in his expression quickly gave way to clarity, and with a smile tugging at his lips, Promise left the clock tower, heading towards central London. There, he indulged in a variety of delicious foods and spent a good portion of the day aimlessly wandering through the bustling streets. As night fell, Promise left the lively city behind and began walking alone toward the outskirts. After some time, he reached a high vantage point. Looking up, Promise gazed at the twinkling stars above as the class card appeared in his hands once more. But this time, instead of holding it, he allowed the card to dissolve and merge into his body. In that moment, Promise reclaimed the power that was inherently his. And with it, his perception of the world shifted. Everything appeared sharper, more vivid, and alive with possibilities. Ensuring that no one was following him, Promise stretched out his hand, reaching for the star he had once captured in the age of Greek gods. From the heavens, he drew forth a pure white feather quill, a gift from that era, embodying both beauty and mystery. With the quill in hand, Promise began to draw in the canvas of the night sky, sketching with strokes filled with familiarity and longing. The lines coalesced into the figure of a creature that had vanished from the world alongside the decline of the gods and mysteries, a Pegasus, wings outstretched in divine splendor. As the image came to life, a shooting star fell from the heavens, descending to earth. At the same time, the burst of magical energy attracted the attention of several magi across the region, who turned their gazes toward the phenomenon with curiosity and astonishment. Yet the darkness of night concealed much, and none could fully grasp what had occurred. And so, Promise saw it once more. As described on the class card, whenever he called for it, it would respond even in an age where it was never meant to exist. Brother Horse. Promise stared at the Pegasus standing before him, its immaculate wings spread wide as it gazed back at him with intelligent, unblinking eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, his voice soft and filled with a mix of emotions. Should I say, long time no see? Chapter 237, It runs, searches, and cannot stop running. 1,298 words. Brother Horse, long time no see. Though, for me, it's only been about 2 days. But for you, I imagine it's been much longer. Pegasus. That was its name. One of the most iconic fantasy creature in Greek mythology, it was renowned for its elegant and majestic form. Its silver-white wings stretched wide as it soared across the boundless starry sky, earning it the title of the guardian of the goddess of art, Muse. Pegasus did not respond to Promise's words, and Jewel gazed at him silently. As its unyielding gaze lingered, Promise felt a flicker of unease in his heart. Then, suddenly, Pegasus spread its immaculate wings, struck a graceful pose before him, and let out a soft whinny. Promise blinked in surprise but quickly understood its intent. Pegasus was asking for one thing, a painting. The request brought Promise back to the day they first met. On that day, guided by the goddess of wisdom, he had found himself before Pegasus, witnessing its breathtaking descent from the stars. And it was that moment of divine beauty that Promise had captured on canvas, a painting that eventually allowed him to reach out and seize the silver star that was Pegasus. But if I draw here, someone might discover us. Promise hesitated, glancing around at the outskirts of London, surrounded by shadowy hills. Pegasus, however, made no other movement, its unwavering gaze fixed on him. Under its watchful eyes, the latter quickly surrendered. All right, fine, he relented with a sigh. Raising the pure white quill once more, he waved his hand. Before him appeared an easel and canvas, conjured into existence. The moment the quill touched the blank canvas, Promise adjusted his focus and entered his artistic state. In that instant, all the questions clouding his mind melted away, their answers unfolding through the act of creation. The scenery around him disappeared, replaced by a vivid, distant memory, Pegasus's memory. It was a memory of what happened after Promise's departure. Pegasus had been running. Ever since Promise left, it had been running endlessly, madly, across the world of the Age of Gods in ancient Greece. Even though the gods had told it early on that Promise had gone, Pegasus refused to believe them. Promise watched as Pegasus traversed the depths of the sea, ventured into the eternal darkness of the underworld, and galloped through the realm of the gods. It ran across the entire world, never once stopping. Even when it collapsed from exhaustion, it struggled to rise again, determined to keep searching. "Stop running, Pegasus," a gentle voice came at last. From beneath a regal crown cascaded golden locks, and the queen of the gods, Hera, stood before Pegasus as her amber eyes reflected a sorrowful tenderness. Pegasus looked at Hera, letting out a soft, mournful cry. "He hasn't abandoned you." Hera gently stroked Pegasus's mane. She understood why it refused to accept the truth and continued. "He merely returned to his own time. He didn't leave you behind." Pegasus listened silently to Hera's words, resting quietly as if it had finally come to terms with this explanation. Yet, as Hera departed and Pegasus regained a bit of its strength, Promise saw it spread its wings once again and resume its search, until it collapsed from exhaustion once more. This cycle continued for an entire year. Eventually, unable to bear watching any longer, Hera intervened. Realizing Pegasus would never stop searching, she transformed it into the constellation Pegasus, placing it among the stars in the sky. Only then did it finally come to a halt. Promise's quill finished its final stroke, and on the canvas was not the lively, graceful, grass-loving brother horse who had once playfully mocked him. Instead, it was the Pegasus that was stubborn, weary, and utterly unwilling to give up. What is it doing? Doesn't it know Promise has already left? No, it's not that simple. Pegasus isn't that foolish. It knows everything. It's just that even knowing, it refuses to stop searching for him. Promise sat in silence, replaying the memory of this brief exchange in his mind. Of course, Brother Horse was far from foolish. In fact, it was far too clever. To stop it, the goddess of fate, Clotho, had even shown it Promise's fate, allowing it to understand everything. Yet, despite knowing the truth, Pegasus still chose to keep searching. When Promise finally returned to the present and looked up, Pegasus had approached him, standing right before him. Illuminated by the gentle glow of moonlight under the night sky, its outstretched wings made it appear as dreamlike and elegant as ever. Promise remained silent, his emerald green eyes reflecting the complexity of his emotions. "Brother Horse, Promise began softly, I imagined a lot of scenarios for what might happen after I left." His voice was low as he spoke. "I imagined Athena strangling me when I returned. After all, I made her cry when I left. There's even a statue of her weeping now, so the entire world knows about her embarrassing moment." Promise chuckled lightly at the thought, though it was tinged with bitterness. "I also imagined Heracles or Jason being furious with me when we met again. Maybe, like Atlanta said, they'd aim their bows at me and prepare to hunt me down. But the one thing I never worried about was you, Brother Horse. All this time, you've always seemed so lively. After all, not only did you constantly went against me, you even sold me out more times than I can count, and happily ran off to munch on grass while leaving me to deal with the fallout. Thanks to you, my little notebook has quite a few grudge entries with your name on them. The only thing I ever thought about was whether, when I saw you tonight, you'd kick me in complaint, bite my hair, and scold me for leaving without saying goodbye." As Promise spoke, Pegasus sat down beside him and nudged him gently with its head. "Brother Horse, are you stupid or what?" Promise's expression grew complex as he looked at it. "Don't you long for freedom? Even after I captured you, I only kept you for 3 or 4 years. Compared to your long life, I'm just a fleeting moment, barely a ripple in your existence. Asterisk, and besides, they all told you the truth, didn't they? Yet you still did something so reckless. Where's that cunning streak you had when it came to finding grass to eat?" Promise raised his voice slightly, but instead of feeling scolded, Pegasus let out a cheerful laugh, as if finding his frustration amusing. "Don't laugh. I'm being serious here," Promise yelled angrily. Pegasus ignored him entirely, standing up and spreading its majestic wings. It looked at him intently, issuing an invitation. "Let's run together." Promise wanted to reprimand it further, but before he realized what was happening, he was already seated on its back, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. With a powerful beat of its wings, Pegasus soared into the night sky. Despite the passage of time and the changes in the world, it felt as though nothing had changed between them. Carrying Promise, Pegasus streaked across the heavens like a shooting star returning to its celestial home, leaving a trail of radiant light in the darkness. The night shrouded them, concealing their presence, as Pegasus raced freely through the skies with Promise. What was the reason Pegasus never gave up, endlessly searching for Promise? The answer was actually quite simple. It was because Pegasus was the silver star that Promise had personally captured. How could it ever leave him? Even if the whole world gave up, Pegasus would keep running until the day it could run no more. Chapter 238, No matter the era, always the weakest. 1978 words. The next day, early morning. At the clock tower. Promise, sporting dark circles under his eyes and yawning, shuffled down the hallways of the clock tower. It felt like Pegasus was being cooped up in a stable for too long, so Adele dragged him around the skies all night. Brother Horse, that guy. Promise muttered, clearly annoyed. Even though he didn't say anything, I bet he's holding a grudge. Last night, he pulled off so many extreme stunts, deliberately tossing me off and only catching me right before I hit the ground. Promise sighed in exasperation as he grumbled to himself. At this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar arguing voice in the corridor ahead. He was slightly startled and identified the voices. Pausing to listen, he realized it was Waver arguing with the ever-troublesome genius, Flat Escardos. Just as he hesitated, debating whether to take a detour, the conversation ended abruptly and soon, the problem child genius appeared, stomping down the hall with a sulking expression, muttering disappointed under his breath. Seeing there was no avoiding the encounter, Promise sighed and called out, "Good morning, Flat." Flat, still in a daze, looked up reflexively and as his blue eyes locked onto Promise, he froze for a moment. "Oh, it's you, Promise." Having said that, Flat walked over. "What happened?" The latter tilted his head slightly, curious about the usually cheerful Flat's rare downcast mood. "It's about the Holy Grail War," Flat grumbled. "No matter how much I begged, the professor refused to let me participate. He even called me a complete idiot." "No. If he actually agreed to let you join, that would be a miracle." After all, while motives for joining the Holy Grail War varied wildly, the reason, just because you thought it was interesting and wanted to see it, was definitely in a league of its own. As Promise pondered how to respond to Flat, a female staff member from the clock tower approached, her arms full of letters and a small package. "Excuse me, are you students of the professor?" she asked politely. "Yes, we are," Promise replied, nodding. The woman smiled, slightly relieved. "Could I trouble you to deliver these to him?" The staff member handed the package to Flat, who had just been arguing with Waver moments earlier. Promise watched as Flat accepted the package, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. And then it happened, Flat immediately used clairvoyance to inspect the contents of the package without a second thought. Inside was an ominous short sword, seemingly forged for some sort of ritual. It was unmistakably the game company's raffle prize, the Jack the Ripper's dagger. A moment later, Promise saw Flat's eyes widen in excitement as the latter turned around and without hesitation, bolted toward Waver's office, practically bouncing with glee. "I think I finally understand what's happening here." Promise stood in place, resting his hand against his chin as he watched Flat's retreating figure. "So, the question is, do I pretend I didn't see anything, or should I go take a look at this unique Holy Grail War?" To be honest, Promise didn't meet the requirements to participate in this Holy Grail War. Not to mention he had no pressing need to get involved. If anything, he was more interested in heading straight to Waver to ask about Chaldea. Whether or not this world was tied to the incineration of humanity, his primary objective was clear: unravel the truth about this timeline and its relation to human history's survival. But I remember that even in this Holy Grail War, Heracles seemed to be in a pretty miserable state. Promise muttered to himself. Finally summoned as an archer, only to have his noble persona stripped away with black mud and 3 command seals by his master before he could even show his skills, turning him into a mix of archer and avenger. Not to mention, beings like Gilgamesh, who practically sit at the pinnacle of heroic spirits, show up in droves. This Holy Grail War's caliber is absurdly high. Maybe, it's a good opportunity to get a more direct understanding of my own strength? So, should I join in the fun? Promise thought about these questions for a while, and soon laughed out loud as if he was mocking himself. If this were the me from the Age of Gods, I wouldn't even need to think about it. He spoke softly, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Yes, his past self would have leapt at such a grand stage without a second thought. After all, why was there any need for consideration? However, if my past self sought a magnificent end and therefore had always yearned for death, then the me standing here now is struggling to ensure how to survive, knowing the fate of the world. On one hand, his past self sought death, aiming to construct grand achievements that would leave behind a legend worthy of heroic spirit status. On the other hand, his current self was striving to preserve his own life. This seemingly contradictory duality resided within Promise at the same time, and how could he not find it amusing? So, in this situation, what choice should I make? Which path should I take? Promise's voice grew lighter as he spoke, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. By this point, he had already made his decision. And thus, a short while later, when Flat Escardos emerged from Waver's office, beaming with excitement and cradling a small box in his arms as if it were the world's greatest treasure. Flat, have you decided to go to America to participate in the Holy Grail War? Promise, who had been waiting for him outside, now stepped forward to block his path. Of course. Flat's eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. The professor actually agreed. I'm so happy to have such an amazing teacher. There's no way he would agree to it. After all, you two aren't even on the same wavelength. Promise's inner thoughts churned with disbelief. After all, that box in his hands was nothing more than a game prize. It wasn't even a genuine relic meant for summoning a heroic spirit. Suppressing his exasperation, Promise chuckled and said, in that case, how about taking me along? What do you think, Flat? I was rejected, just like that. In the clock tower's library, Shiro Amiya, with his short reddish-brown hair, looked curiously at the boy sitting across from him. The boy, with black hair and emerald-green eyes, who was yawning and appeared visibly annoyed. Did something happen? Shiro asked instinctively. Nothing, Promise replied absent-mindedly, his gaze drifting toward the summer afternoon sunlight streaming through the nearby window. It's just that someone wants to stir up trouble but refuses to take me along, even though I finally made up my mind. To be honest, it wasn't hesitation that bothered him. After all, as a loyal follower of the Goddess of Wisdom, how could he truly miss such an event? Close my eyes, open them, and here I am again, back in this era. The habits built over 6 or 7 years couldn't just disappear overnight. But seriously, even in a different era, things hadn't changed. Back in Greece, people didn't want me involved in troublesome matters because I was physically the weakest. And now, in the modern world, I don't have a magic crest, making me undoubtedly the most useless student in Waver's class. As he pieced this together, Promise's mood darkened further. So, no matter where I am, I'm always the weakest, huh? Stir up trouble? Shiro tilted his head, puzzled and unsure if he should press for details. It's a Holy Grail War, Promise said casually, as if it were no big deal. The same kind of event you participated in back then. What? The sudden mention of the term left Shiro dumbfounded as he blinked at Promise in disbelief. In a few days, a Holy Grail War will take place in a city called Snowfield, in America. One of the professor's students is preparing to participate, Promise explained calmly. Before he could finish, Shiro sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with alarm as he exclaimed. You're saying Rin is going to join another Holy Grail War? The library, already quiet, fell into an even heavier silence as Shiro Amiya's loud exclamation drew everyone's attention. Many people turned to glare at him, their brows furrowing in irritation. Realizing the disruption he'd caused, Shiro awkwardly sat back down, scratching his head. It's not Tosaka, Promise said after a brief pause, considering Flat's personality. Well, that guy probably wouldn't care if this information was shared, and besides, the truth would come out soon enough. In just a few days, all 30 of Waver's students, including Rin Tosaka, would head to Snowfield to participate in the Holy Grail War. They would collectively act as the masters of True Rider, the ancient Amazonian Queen Hippolyta, daughter of Ares and victim of Heracles. It's Flat Escardos, so, he spoke. You know, the one who, along with Sven Glasgite, is called one of Waver's twin jewels. Hearing this, Shiro immediately understood who Promise was referring to. After all, the Flat was infamous, even within the clock tower. The professor actually agreed to that? So, he couldn't help but ask in disbelief. Flat thinks the professor agreed, Promise replied, as a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, as he said with an amused expression. He couldn't help but recall how Waver himself had once stolen his teacher's artifact and stubbornly insisted on joining the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, ignoring all warnings. Now, Waver's student was perfectly replicating his past behavior. Shiro, not understanding why Promise was smiling, quickly sensed a hint of mischief in it. Realizing the implications of Promise's words, he frowned. You knew about this and didn't stop him. Wait a second. You said you were rejected earlier. Don't tell me, you wanted to join the Holy Grail War too? Shiro's voice rose again, drawing another wave of irritated glares from the library's occupants. Relax. I'm just going to watch the excitement, Promise replied calmly. I mean, come on, I don't even have a magic crest. There's no way they'd pick me as a master. As he said this, Promise suddenly felt a strange unease, like he had just raised a massive flag. Indeed, without a magic crest, he was far less likely to be chosen as a master than someone like Shiro Amiya. But this Holy Grail War was so unusual, and with signs that the counterforce itself might be watching. Watching? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Shiro Amiya hadn't even finished speaking when Promise interrupted him with a smile. Heroes from myths and ancient legends being summoned to battle each other until only one victor remains. If we consider just that aspect, isn't it incredibly fascinating? Shiro opened his mouth, struggling to respond, but found himself unable to refute it. However, memories of his past experiences quickly flooded through his mind and his expression darkened as he looked at Promise seriously and said, even so, you absolutely cannot go. It's far too dangerous. Promise only responded with a faint smile. Not long after, Shiro, still wearing a heavy, contemplative expression, excused himself and left the library. Looking at the young man, Promise knew exactly where he was headed, to discuss the Holy Grail War with Rin Tosaka. Now, even if Flad eventually makes it to Snowfield, summons his destined servant, and follows the path laid out for him, he'll definitely face a lot of hurdles, and get scolded even worse. The boy thought, his lips curling into a sly grin. That's what you get for rejecting me so quickly. With that thought, Promise lowered his head and continued quietly reading the astronomy book in his hands. Chapter 239, Last Servant, Enkidu. 2,133 words. Time passed quickly, and soon, night had fallen. However, before darkness fully descended, Promise left the clock tower alone. Under the vast expanse of stars, he summoned the white Pegasus, its ethereal form descending like a dream from the heavens. I've more or less pinpointed the location. It's in Antarctica. Promise said, climbing onto Pegasus's back and addressing the creature's questioning gaze. It's built in the icy wilderness, and it's called the Chaldea Security Organization. Once you get close, you should feel the significant magical energy waves coming from that area. Pegasus didn't understand what Promise was saying, nor did it grasp what Chaldea was. But it didn't try to think too deeply about it. Spreading its wings wide, it carried Promise into the night sky, their forms vanishing into the shadows of the stars. Even though this was no longer the age of gods, where goddesses would mark paths to guide them, Pegasus instinctively sensed the direction of Promise's destination. Several hours later, just before dawn, it brought the boy to a structure hidden amidst the endless snow and ice, a celestial observatory built to oversee the earth from the void. Hovering above Chaldea, its wings spread wide, Pegasus stood unaffected by the howling blizzard below. Promise looked down at the building beneath him and murmured softly, Chaldea, so it really does exist after all. It certainly existed, in fact, regardless of any parallel world, it existed. In 1950 AD, before the Holy Grail War erupted in Fuyuki City, Chaldea had already been established. It was jointly funded by various nations, with 70% of the funds provided by the Mages Association in London, the Animusphere family, the ancestral home of director Olga Marie. As Promise contemplated these matters and reviewed the information and materials about Chaldea that he had gathered over the past 2 days, Pegasus suddenly gave a soft call toward him. Following Pegasus's gaze, the boy looked into Chaldea with a puzzled expression. He then saw the reflection of a young girl near the window. The girl was wearing a short white work uniform and had short pink hair. At this moment, she was looking up at him with a dazed expression. Finding the situation too absurd to believe, she even took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes incredulously. Recognizing her identity in an instant, Promise couldn't help but chuckle softly as he turned to Pegasus and said, "Let's leave for now, brother horse." Pegasus nodded indifferently. In the next moment, before the girl had time to put her glasses back on, it transformed into a meteor and vanished without a trace into the stormy night sky. An illusion? Seeing the sudden scene, the girl was deeply puzzled, but what she had seen felt far too real, so, after a moment of hesitation, she decided to submit a report about her experience, but her report was instantly dismissed. After all, this was Chaldea, equipped with magical instruments specifically designed for observation. Yet none of them had detected anything unusual. And based on the other party's description, that creature was Pegasus, and as everyone knew, Pegasus was an entity absolutely impossible to appear in this era. So this thought was simply inconceivable. As a result, everyone naturally assumed that the girl had been mistaken. Even she began to think the same in her heart. However, the fleeting glimpse of that figure, along with those emerald green eyes, had been etched vividly into her mind at that moment, never to fade. By the way, Brother Horse, would you like to meet Medusa? Having left the snowy lands behind and without the cover of the night, Promise had Pegasus stop for a brief rest in a remote, untouched forest as the latter tilted its head in confusion at this sudden question. If I recall correctly, she might actually be your mother. However, even after hearing this, Pegasus's expression remained utterly blank, as though it didn't understand what Promise was talking about. Never mind, it's nothing important. Promise had only intended to tease it a little. Seeing no reaction, he quickly lost interest. He then perched himself on a large tree within the ancient forest, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Pegasus cautiously tried nibbling on some grass nearby, but after just 2 bites, it spat it out with a look of utter disdain. Because it was too disgusting. Brother Horse, what do you think I should do next? In the past, my goals were always clear, so I moved forward without hesitation. But now, I feel like there are too many crossroads ahead, leaving me a bit indecisive and aimless. Upon hearing this, Pegasus tilted its head in confusion and looked up at Promise, letting out a couple of soft neighs. You're saying I should act as I did before? Promise froze for a moment, then let out a wry chuckle. Shaking his head, he replied to Pegasus, this era no longer celebrates heroes, and I no longer have any need to be one. Upon hearing this, Pegasus neighed again. You're asking me whether Athena is still my goddess and if the agreement between me and Goddess of Fate still holds? Promise was stunned for a moment, then frowned and thought about this question seriously. If he were to answer that Athena was no longer his goddess, Promise could already envision a future far worse than just receiving a choking punishment from her. After all, statues of her weeping likeness now adorned the entire world. Given her prideful nature, Promise thought she'd probably want to kill him on the spot. As for his agreement with the Goddess of Fate, although he had already lived through an entire life, technically fulfilling that promise, there was something about it that lingered. After all, that promise was tied to seeing the cute Goddess of Fate's face turn red with both shame and anger as she bit her lip in frustration. Losing that would truly be a pity. With this thought, Promise sighed deeply with emotion. Then, as if realizing something, he looked intently at Pegasus. Under the latter's confused gaze, he smiled faintly and said, I think I understand now why you were the first to return to my side. Perhaps it's because this is also what I've secretly desired all along. And so, as the night fell once more, Pegasus did not carry Promise back to the clock tower in London this time. Instead, it headed directly toward Snowfield City, the fabricated setting of a false Holy Grail war. A city where a distorted version of the ritual had summoned more than 10 servants into a chaotic, all-out battle, heralding the arrival of a true Holy Grail war. A few days later, in the forests of Snowfield, a city on the western continent of America. Night had fallen, and the moonlight rendered the forest deep and mysterious. Under its silvery glow, a creature, a wolf with a silvery white coat, was sprinting desperately through the woods. This wolf was a synthetic beast created by an Egyptian mage. Initially, it had been intended to serve as a catalyst for summoning an Egyptian deity, as part of the mage's preparations to participate in the Holy Grail War in the city. However, to the mage's shock, the command seals, which were symbols of being chosen by the Holy Grail to summon a servant and participate in the war, appeared on the body of this synthetic beast instead. Determined to reclaim the command seals, the Egyptian mage began hunting the silvery white wolf. However, at this moment, as magic-infused bullets pierced the wolf's body, its cries of pain and desperate will to survive echoed throughout the forest. In that moment of anguish and yearning to live, the sixth and final servant of this false Holy Grail war, Lancer, descended into the night-shrouded forest. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire forest, and a whirlwind shook the surrounding trees. Then, from the light emerged a figure, clad in simple yet elegant garments, exuding a beauty that transcended any logic and gender. This was a servant whose origins lay in Sumerian mythology, a weapon crafted by the gods to bring the hero king Gilgamesh back to their side. a divine construct, a doll fashioned by the gods themselves. Their name was Enkidu. Their or her. You decide. With this, the 6 servants of this false Holy Grail war have all been summoned. Their arrival will herald the onset of a true Holy Grail war in this city. At that moment, a man's low whisper echoed through the forest. He was hidden in the shadows, observing everything that unfolded. His name was Faldius Dioland, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a long robe of blue and black hues. He was also one of the few privy to the true conspiracy behind this Holy Grail war, a member of the Union States clandestine forces. This was a false Holy Grail war. The so-called Holy Grail war is traditionally a battle centered around the Holy Grail, a relic capable of granting its possessor's deepest wish. It involves 7 mages, each summoning a servant to fight for the ownership of the Grail. Under normal circumstances, there are 7 masters, each paired with a servant representing one of the 7 classes. However, this ongoing Holy Grail war was labeled false because it was incomplete. 1 servant was missing in the war and there were only 6 servants in total. So, even if a victor emerged, the Holy Grail would not manifest. However, this incompleteness was deliberate, a necessary precursor to summon the true Holy Grail and initiate the real Holy Grail war. So, to put it simply, this Holy Grail war in the western regions of the American continent involved 6 masters and servants participating in the false war, alongside 7 masters and servants who would join the true war. That means a total of 13 servants, thrown into chaotic combat all at once. And Enkidu, who was summoned as the final servant of the false Holy Grail war, marked the completion of this preliminary ritual. Their very appearance signaled the true Holy Grail war's descent upon the bustling city of Snowfield, with a population of over 800,000. From this point forward, my work begins, Faldius murmured as he glanced at the fleeing Egyptian mage, still under Enkidu's serene gaze, and then at the synthetic wolf nestled peacefully in the green-haired figure's arms, its once frantic demeanor now calmed. What a gentle creature. As he spoke, the young man named Faldius lowered his gaze and pulled up the hood of his robe, preparing to finish his task, eliminating the troublesome Egyptian mage. But then, he stopped abruptly, sensing something amiss. Huh? His footsteps ceased, and he lifted his head to cast a puzzled glance toward Enkidu's direction. At the same time, Enkidu, who was still cradling the silver wolf, seemed to have noticed it as well. They raised their head, their emerald eyes peering through the darkness of the forest toward the unseen presence. Suddenly, a hauntingly beautiful melody resonated through the silent woods. The sound of a harp echoed beneath the moonlight, its ethereal notes blending with the silvery glow that illuminated the clearing. From the shadows of the forest, a young man stepped forward, clad in a white shirt and a pale blue jacket. In his hands was a silver harp, its strings glimmering faintly. His presence was akin to that of a bard from an ancient legend, stepping forth as if summoned by the romantic allure of the moonlit night. A servant? Looking at the boy before him, who seemed entirely out of place in this era, as if he had stepped out of a painting, Faldius Dioland couldn't help but have this thought flash through his mind. But he quickly dismissed it. After all, he already knew all 6 servants participating in the false Holy Grail war, and this boy wasn't one of them. As for the servants of the true Holy Grail war, it was far too early for them to have been summoned. If he wasn't a servant, then he had to be a mage, or so Faldius reasoned. But again, as he looked at the young man, he frowned and rejected the notion. Because the young man Faldius soon discovered that the young man, who had suddenly broken into the Holy Grail war and had appeared in front of Enkidu, wasn't radiating any magical energy at all. That meant that he did not have any magical energy unless he was hiding it exceptionally well. At that moment, the boy, now standing before Enkidu, stopped playing his harp. Then, he raised his head, offering a gentle smile, his emerald eyes reflecting the figure of Enkidu like countless stars. Hello, beautiful. Chapter 240, Old Friend. 1939 words. The boy suddenly paused mid-sentence, seemingly at a loss for words. After all, Enkidu wasn't a beautiful lady. She was neither male nor female, though her appearance was undeniably beautiful. Seeing his hesitation, Enkidu, gazing at him with her starlight green eyes, smiled warmly. Ahem, hello. My name is Promise. After hesitating for a moment, the boy finally introduced himself with a light cough and a cheerful grin. Hello, Enkidu replied, standing gracefully and nodding gently. I am Enkidu. Seeing this scene, the young man, who was watching from the shadows, furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand why Enkidu, a servant, would so casually reveal her identity to this unexpected intruder. Simultaneously, a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes upon hearing Enkidu's name. Wait. If she truly is the Enkidu from mythology, the divine weapon created by the gods, then. The young man Phaldeus was stunned for a moment, then he subconsciously turned his head and looked into the distance. Within the 6 servants of the false Holy Grail war, Enkidu, who was summoned by the synthetic beast, represented the Lancer class. And also among the false Holy Grail War's participants was the archer, Gilgamesh. The tireless workhorse of the Nasuverse, the demigod hero king who was 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. And they were friends, no, closer than friends. To Gilgamesh, Enkidu was his one and only true companion. Realizing this, Phaldeus stood stunned for a moment, and by the time he finally snapped out of it, he noticed that the Egyptian mage had already fled far away. Seeing this, Phaldeus hesitated briefly, glancing between Enkidu and Promise. Promise. That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. In any case, this person definitely isn't a servant. I can afford to observe him further. The young man Phaldeus judged the current situation in his mind, and finally turned around and chased in the direction where the Egyptian mage fled. As he left, Enkidu instinctively glanced in his direction but made no move to stop him. Though her master, the silver wolf, who was now resting peacefully in her arms, with its wounds healed, held no intention of harming the Egyptian mage who had created it, Enkidu saw no reason to protect him either. Not to mention. You don't seem like someone from this era, Enkidu said, withdrawing her gaze from the shadows as her emerald green eyes turned back to Promise, but, you do, undeniably, live in this era. The latter smiled lightly in response. He then plucked the strings of the silver harp in his hands again, offering no further explanation. Enkidu also smiled, her voice warm and gentle as she asked, "You came here for me, didn't you? Is there something you need my help with?" For reasons unknown, even though this was their first meeting and the time they'd spent together was fleeting, Enkidu, a weapon crafted by the gods, found herself feeling an inexplicable fondness for Promise. In that instant, Promise's standing in Enkidu's heart rose dramatically, second only to Gilgamesh. How could one describe Enkidu's perception of Promise? It felt as though, should their body suffer damage or begin to rust, he was the one who could carefully restore and polish her until she was pristine once more. In Enkidu's eyes, this was the impression he gave. This perception wasn't entirely unfounded. After all, Promise had once been the pupil of the god of craftsmen Hephaestus, who was both his goddess and his teacher. The pure white brush that could paint the heavens with the presence of the gods themselves was Hephaestus's creation, a gift to Promise. At the same time, Promise had unintentionally learned a divine skill from her, sculpting. Not ordinary sculpting, but the kind that imbued life into a creation the very moment it was completed. In this sense, Enkidu's intuition about him was strikingly accurate. Promise shook his head softly and replied, "No, I don't need anything from you. Perhaps it was my goddess, or maybe destiny itself, that led me to stand before you. And to honor your presence, I wish to offer you the beauty of my music. And also." At this point, the boy hesitated, a faint trace of embarrassment coloring his expression. "Enkidu, may I ask, would you mind if I painted a portrait of you?" "A painting?" Hearing this, Enkidu froze for a moment, visibly taken aback. What puzzled her even more was that, as the boy spoke, his eyes seemed to light up with genuine excitement. "Yes, a painting." Promise nodded earnestly at Enkidu, his tone serious and determined. After a brief pause, he continued. "In fact, I've been wondering for days what I'm even supposed to do here. Am I really just going to copy Brother Horse and spend my time grazing grass and enjoying the spectacle? If this goes on, I feel like some meddlesome figure will show up to rope me into their schemes. Maybe they'll even put me to work." At this point, Promise couldn't help but purse his lips in mild annoyance. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of many of the secrets behind this Holy Grail war, including the schemes surrounding both the false and true wars. One of the main reasons for this elaborate ritual, as he knew, was to prevent the arrival of the ruler-class servant, the mediator of Holy Grail wars. Once the false Holy Grail war transitioned into a true one, the ruler would no longer be able to intervene or mediate. This, in turn, was why the planet's counterforce, Alea, would eventually be forced to intervene directly, directing its attention toward the events in Snowfield. Under such circumstances, Promise, who had wandered into the chaos seemingly for amusement, would undoubtedly be viewed as the ideal enforcer in Alea's mind. After all, Promise had already surpassed the conventional requirements to qualify as a ruler in any Holy Grail war, let alone this one. He had been chosen by the ancient Greek goddess Themis, the blindfolded embodiment of absolute justice. Their fates were intertwined by the threads of destiny, and she had personally tipped the scales of judgment in his favor. The very sword of judgment, a symbol of divine authority, now rested in his hands. Given all this, if Promise were to deny his qualifications to act as a ruler, even Jeanne d'Arc, the quintessential ruler herself, would probably have to step aside in awkward silence, unable to argue otherwise. However, Promise clearly had no interest in becoming Alea's pawn. Yet, as he wandered aimlessly, unable to find a purpose, the thought of somehow obtaining a set of command seals and joining the Holy Grail War himself began to cross his mind. However, as he told Enkidu just now, it was as though the goddess or fate itself had guided him. The moment Enkidu descended, Promise found himself here. And in the instant he saw the other party, Promise understood his role in this Holy Grail War. So, Enkidu, may I paint a portrait of you? Promise's eyes lit up with excitement, and his gaze was filled with a yearning so intense that it startled Enkidu as they instinctively stepped back, momentarily taken aback by the raw desire in his expression. Realizing their reaction, Enkidu chuckled softly and nodded gently. Of course, you may. Although I don't know why, the world tells me that this is a great honor for me. With those words, they even bent forward, bowing deeply to Promise in a formal gesture of gratitude. However, then, they tilted their heads slightly, their emerald eyes glimmering as they looked off toward a particular direction in Snowfield. Looking at that direction, their lips curled into a smile, a mixture of surprise and joy. After all, this moment, their presence detection ability had sensed an all too familiar presence from this era. Not only that, but the other party had clearly noticed them as well, and responded. Thus, could I trouble you to wait a little longer? Enkidu turned her gaze back to Promise. I must meet someone and finish an unfinished battle. After that, please, paint me then. Promise, I entrust my master to you, Enkidu said softly, standing beside the silver synthetic wolf as their gaze lingered on a distant figure as they prepared for the departure. At that moment, the forest seemed to come alive, its will entwining with Enkidu's. Trees began growing rapidly, the earth itself responding to her call. Magic surged like a powerful river, swirling through the ground. I see, Promise nodded slightly and stepped toward the now healed silver wolf. Reaching out, he gently patted its head. The wolf did not resist, instead, it closed its eyes as if relishing his touch. Wonderful. It seems it doesn't reject me, Promise said with a smile. It would never reject you, Enkidu replied, their tone carrying an air of certainty as they gazed at Promise warmly and continued. I can sense that the world holds immense goodwill toward you. They love you deeply. Hearing these words from Enkidu, Promise glanced at her, nodding slightly before speaking. Then go on. Don't let your friend wait too long. Don't worry, the wolf is very adorable. I'll protect it. As he spoke, Promise gently stroked the silver-furred wolf beside him once again. At his assurance, a visible sense of relief appeared on Enkidu's face. Thank you. After a soft expression of gratitude, the forest responded to their call. However, just as they was about to leave, a thought seemed to occur to them, and they turned their emerald gaze back toward Promise. Fuck this, I'm using she, it's too confusing. Oh, right. Aren't you going with me? Enkidu asked. If it's him, I think you'd also be quite interested in painting him, wouldn't you? After all, the person she referred to was none other than her dear friend, the oldest heroic spirit, the king of heroes. Not just anyone is worthy of being immortalized in my paintings, whether on the night sky or the heavens, Promise replied with a squint, addressing her question. Then, before she could respond, he chuckled and added. But I'll admit, he does qualify. After all, he's the oldest hero king. That said, I'm not interested in his current state. His current state? Enkidu asked, tilting her head slightly in curiosity. If it were the wise king, I wouldn't hesitate to paint him. And I think that day may not be too far in the future. Promise's light-hearted tone and smile carried a certain certainty, as though he had glimpsed something beyond the present. This made Enkidu feel an unmistakable sense of destiny emanating from him. This couldn't help but make Enkidu feel a little confused for a moment. From the very beginning, she had sensed an aura of night and wisdom from him. But now. Also, while he may not remember, no, with his clairvoyance, I imagine he's already aware. Promise thought about it, and then continued to say to Enkidu. The truth is, he's done some rather unforgivable things to my friends. So, before I paint him, I think it's far more likely that I'll choose to fight him first. Heracles, Shiro Amiya, Rin Tasaka, they were the friends he referred to. Hearing this, Enkidu didn't seem offended at all. Instead, she nodded in understanding, even smiling faintly. After all, it wasn't unusual for people to want to fight Gilgamesh. Thank you for your honesty, Promise, she said. I think I understand now. Then. I'll leave my master in your hands. With those words, the land that resonated with Enkidu's will carried her forward, guiding her to her friend. Chapter 241, Open the Gates of the Underworld. 1,766 words. Promise watched her departing figure for a moment, lost in thought, before speaking to himself. The sword of rupture, capable of cleaving the world. If Amiya ever saw Gilgamesh being so cautious, taking out that noble phantasm right from the start, he'd be really shocked. The image of his friend from this world, Amiya, reacting with astonishment brought a smile to Promise's lips. Chuckling softly, he patted the silver wolf beside him and resumed plucking the strings of his harp. He hummed a gentle tune, disappearing into the night with the wolf at his side. Promise had no intention of observing the first battle of the evening, the reunion and ensuing fight between Gilgamesh and Enkidu, after all, had someone else to wait for. That someone was, the great hero of ancient Greece, who, as if guided by fate, was destined to meet Gilgamesh once again in this Holy Grail war and fight him, one of Promise's dearest friends, Heracles. If I manage to get Amiya and Tasaka to join me when the time comes and send Gilgamesh packing together, it would certainly be a spectacular scene. Promise murmured, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his lips. As fate would have it, events unfolded in Snowfield exactly as recorded in the destiny of this Holy Grail war. Gilgamesh and Enkidu's reunion, marked by a battle under the light of the Sword of Rupture, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Their shared joy at meeting again caused the very earth of Snowfield to tremble, striking fear into the hearts of hidden magi and summoned servants alike. However, their battle did not reach its conclusion. For the greatest wildcard of this Holy Grail war emerged, interrupting the clash of the two ancient companions. It was not even the full embodiment of this force, but a mere avatar, yet its presence alone caused both Enkidu and Gilgamesh to halt their fight immediately. This was the incarnation of calamity, the embodiment of plague, bestowed with the title of the Pale Rider, a curse of death given form. It seems I must retreat for now, Gil, Enkidu said as she felt the calamity's approach, ceasing her battle with Gilgamesh. Then she spoke the golden-armored king of heroes before her. The rest of this fight will have to wait for another time. As she spoke, she glanced toward the horizon, with her emerald gaze. I have a duty to protect my master. That is the reason I am here. And, there is a very kind person who asked me for a painting. I promised him, and I cannot break my word. Hearing this, Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow in curiosity and questioned her. A master who warrants such protection from you? What kind of human could possibly earn such favor from you? And, a painting? Yes, a painting, Enkidu replied with a warm smile, nodding affirmatively as continued speaking to Gilgamesh. He's truly an adorable human. I think even you, Gil, would surely like him if you met him. Before Gilgamesh could respond, Enkidu seemed to have thought of something as she added. No, wait. If it's you, Gil, you wouldn't express that kind of affection openly. Instead, you'd probably act disdainful, pretending to be completely annoyed, while secretly acknowledging him in your heart. In her heart, Enkidu was certain of this. What she didn't notice, however, was that with every word she said, Gilgamesh's expression grew darker and darker. Well, now I'm truly intrigued, Gilgamesh finally spoke in a sharp tone, as he raised the Sword of Rupture, once more. Enkidu tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her emerald eyes. Gil, are you angry? But why? I am not, Gilgamesh snapped, averting his gaze toward the uninvited Pale Rider avatar that had intruded upon their battlefield. His voice turned cold as he spoke. I'm merely planning to punish a tactless interloper with a small lesson. With that, the legendary sword, capable of cleaving the world, swung down again. A deep scar was left upon the desert lands in the southern region of the city, marking the end of this clash. At the same time, this moment heralded the true beginning of this exceptional Holy Grail war. Yet the night had not fully waned. After parting ways with Gilgamesh, Enkidu returned to the western forests under the deep cover of night. There, she found Promise, who seemed to have no idea what kind of battle had just broken out, sitting atop a tree stump, lightly plucking the strings of his silver harp. The enchanting melody filled the forest, causing the silver synthetic wolf to close its eyes in tranquility as it lay at Promise's feet. Fireflies and small forest creatures had gathered around, drawn by the music. Even the trees, flowers, and grass, as sensed by Enkidu, seemed to be swaying joyfully in response to the melody. If it were daytime, surely the radiant sunlight would race to shine upon him, illuminating his figure. It seems I missed an exquisite song. Perhaps it will be one of my life's greatest regrets. When Enkidu came back, Promise stopped playing, so Enkidu sighed silently and said this to the boy. Promise looked up to meet her gaze. Enkidu's soft sigh wasn't a mere compliment, it was a heartfelt sentiment. In that moment, she truly regretted not postponing her meeting with her dearest friend to the next day. Promise offered her a gentle smile. If you enjoyed it, I believe there will be other opportunities. With those words, he glanced at the silver synthetic wolf beside him. The wolf stood up and, responding to Enkidu's gaze, let out a soft call before trotting back to her side. Thank you, Promise, Enkidu said graciously, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for his protection of her master. If you don't mind, we can complete the promise we made earlier now. To her surprise, the young man, who seems to have been waiting for her return and paint a picture, shook his head. Not today. Let's save it for another time. Raising his head, Promise's clear emerald eyes gazed into the distance, toward a hospital within the city. Tonight, I still have something to take care of, because it is something that shouldn't exist in this world. Promise spoke calmly. Though at first, I had no such intention, when I saw its emergence, witnessing the cries of death, the whispers of pain mixed within its calamity, I realized that it doesn't belong in this world. Even if it is mindless, it still constantly robs others of their lives. As for that poor little girl, adopting a child is hardly an issue for my family. Hearing these words, both the silver synthetic wolf and Enkidu looked confused for a moment before quickly grasping the meaning behind them. You know what it is? As a creation of the gods, bestowed with wisdom and humanity by a saintly divine courtesan, Enkidu quickly realized what Promise was referring to, the calamity she had sensed earlier, Pale Rider, the embodiment of plague and one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Once she understood, Enkidu furrowed her brows and said to Promise. No, you can't. It's too dangerous. It wields the authority of death. While I don't know what you intend to do, if you plan to eliminate it, you will inevitably have to embrace the underworld. The underworld itself was the noble phantasm of Pale Rider, a simulated realm of the underworld, a world boundary recreating the domain of death. That was the underworld, a place of no return, a land forbidden to the living. Enkidu hoped her words would dissuade Promise, urging him to reconsider and devise a more measured plan rather than rushing headlong into peril. But what she didn't expect was that, after hearing her words, the young man didn't even think before he chuckled lightly. The underworld, huh? But that's only the underworld, isn't it? It's not as though it's the abyss, the prison capable of confining even the gods, where time and space cease to exist. The moment Promise finished speaking, a silver star descended from the night sky, falling gently beside him. The star unfolded radiant silver wings, shimmering with brilliance. At the same moment, Promise reached out toward the starlit night, as if plucking something from among the celestial bodies. From his hand emerged a breathtaking painting. The painting depicted the eternal darkness of the underworld. Yet this underworld was covered in blooming flowers, their vivid colors stretching across its desolate expanse. Along the path leading to the grand palace of Hades, a lone boy was shown strolling gracefully. In the corner of the painting, behind the boy, were gods gazing in awe, their expressions filled with astonishment and reverence. At that moment, Enkidu was utterly astonished. Because, she had already sensed the presence of night, wisdom, and destiny in Promise. But now, to her shock, she even felt the unmistakable aura of the Lord of the Underworld radiating from him. The authority of the ruler of the underworld from Greek mythology had descended. What unfolded before Enkidu's eyes was the faint shadow of a bright-eyed goddess. It was Persephone, queen of the underworld in Greek mythology. With a radiant smile, she opened her arms and embraced Promise tightly, as though greeting a beloved child. Then, with the same gentle smile, she handed him a lamp of the underworld, its ghostly glow flickering softly. This lamp would illuminate the path to the underworld. Within it fluttered a tiny, pitiful underworld butterfly familiar, its wings trembling as though weighed down by sorrow and helplessness. At this moment, the gates of the underworld, whether false or real, swung open for Promise across the land. Holding the lamp, with the winged Pegasus at his side, Promise smiled as he nodded toward Enkidu and the silver synthetic wolf, who were both staring at him in stunned silence. Our promise for the painting will have to wait until I return, Promise said with a smile. For now, it's time for judgment. Enkidu stood frozen, because, after the auras of night, wisdom, destiny, and now the underworld, she sensed yet another from Promise, the presence of judgment itself. Ah. I think I finally know who he is. Gil, I have a feeling you're in trouble now. As Promise and Pegasus disappeared into the shadowy gate of the underworld, Enkidu couldn't help but laugh softly to herself. After all, this was someone spoken of in legends, an existence infamous for holding grudges, so much so that not even the gods could escape his ire. Chapter 242, Queen of the Underworld. 2087 words. Come forth, Underworld. Come forth, Doomsday. Noble phantasm, Underworld, the gates of judgment. Promise held the ghostly lantern that emitted an eerie glow, walking down the path of no return leading to the underworld. Yet, the end of the road was not the eternal darkness of the underworld, but an empty simulation of a town, a facsimile of Snowfield City, the site of an ongoing Holy Grail war. This space was a reality marble, created by the master who had summoned the Rider-class servant, the Pale Rider, in this false Holy Grail war. Within this reality marble, the Pale Rider wielded a power capable of easily bestowing death upon others. The Pegasus spread its silver-white wings, standing vigilantly by Promise's side, its gaze fixed on the murky gray sky above. Promise, too, understood what it was. The black fog enveloping the simulated city within this reality marble was none other than the Pale Rider's true form. In other words, the moment Promise entered this space, the servant had already been aware of their presence. However, it did not attack this intruder who had barged in rashly. Perhaps it was due to the ghostly lantern in Promise's hand, dispelling the death that sought to engulf him. Or perhaps it faintly sensed something, the realization that Promise's arrival was not for destruction. There was a sense of destiny, and this destiny symbolized something beautiful. Noticing the hostility Pegasus harbored toward the Pale Rider above, Promise glanced at the sky and gave a faint smile. Then turned to the Pegasus, and said, "No need to worry, brother horse. Relax, nothing will happen. It won't attack us." Hearing his words, Pegasus looked at Promise with a hint of doubt. After all, having accompanied Promise through countless places, faced numerous challenges, and encountered many gods and monsters, Pegasus had naturally gained considerable insight. Thus, it could tell that the Pale Rider's true form was the embodiment of calamity, an existence that should not dwell in this world, and should not even possess consciousness. So, are you saying that such a being had consciousness and would not attack? Though puzzled, Pegasus said nothing, retracting its wings and hostility toward the Pale Rider, obediently standing beside Promise. Well, although it didn't understand the situation, following the little master was enough. This was the absolute trust Pegasus had accumulated toward Promise over a long time. In this trust, even if Promise pointed to the immovable sticks and told Pegasus to jump in and die, Brother Horse would not hesitate for a moment, convinced in his herd that nothing bad would happen. Promise must have his reasons. Of course, this only applied during times when Promise wasn't holding a grudge. If Promise ever bore a grudge, say, over being mocked too much for his weakness or conflicts with goddesses, then during that period, Pegasus believed it would need to tread cautiously, even while walking. Such was the value of the oldest vengeance-bearer. "Let's go, Brother Pegasus." Promise spoke softly, carrying the ghostly lantern in his hand as he and Pegasus advanced forward, step by step disappearing into the fog of this reality marble. Behind them, the Pale Rider, the very being symbolizing calamity and the bringer of death, transformed into black mist, and quietly followed them. The dim light emitted by the underworld lamp dispels the death in this simulated creation of the underworld, and within the same light, the fluttering wings of a nether butterfly, a familiar of a certain goddess, shimmered faintly. This little emissary, looking somewhat aggrieved, flapped its wings as it guided Promise forward. They didn't walk far before arriving at the center of this spectral town. Here was the home of the Pale Rider's master, the little girl who had summoned it. Her name was Karuka Tsubaki, a girl who had only recently turned 10 years old. At her age, she was like most children, innocent and full of wonder. But this adorable child, who should have been cherished by her parents, had instead endured inhuman suffering and the corruption of death. Because Tsubaki Karuka was born specifically for the Holy Grail War. Her family, a lineage of magus, were a part of the group, who had stolen the actual machinery underlying the Fuyuki Holy Grail war system, and while there, also obtained partial knowledge on Zoken Meto's magecraft. Seeking to adapt it to their own use, they eventually reached the idea of using magically modified bacteria to better their host, and decided to use their firstborn daughter as the test subject. Speaking words like "we will make you into an illustrious mage," her parents' experiments caused her great pain. They felt no love for her as a person, but only as a vessel to continue their family line. It was precisely because of this stolen knowledge that this young girl was able to summon the Pale Rider, a servant embodying plague, pestilence, and death. Tsubaki's wish, however, was heartbreakingly simple: to live a normal life, loved by her parents. The Pale Rider's existence was unwittingly shaped by Tsubaki's subconscious magic, manifesting as a servant through the Holy Grail war system. However, even though the Rider could not comprehend human emotions, the knowledge it received from the Holy Grail instilled in it a deep desire to fulfill its master's wishes. Tonight, the Rider ventured toward the battlefield where Gilgamesh and Enkidu clashed. The true reason for this, however, was Tsubaki's fear of thunder. The aftershocks of their battle had reverberated even into this netherworld-like reality marble, terrifying the little girl. Thus, the Pale Rider had gone to resolve the problem for its master. It was this same protective instinct that led it to attack Tsubaki's parents, thwarting their original plan to summon Qin Shi Huang as their servant. In the end, it altered their memories and fabricated this simulated world, granting Tsubaki the peaceful life she desired. This, too, was why the Pale Rider did not take any action against attacking Promise. Even though he had only accepted the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, perhaps it was precisely because of this purity that allowed it to perceive something the moment Promise arrived. It realized that this traveler, walking amidst the strands of fate, might be the one who could truly fulfill its master's deepest desires. And so, at this moment, inside Karuka Tsubaki's home, after Gilgamesh and Enkidu finished their battle, the thunder disappeared, and her mood finally calmed down. Tsubaki looked at the handsome young man gently knocking at her door, and for a moment, she stood frozen, her wide eyes fixed on this visitor who seemed almost too otherworldly to be real. Promise looked down at the young girl gazing up at him with a blank yet curious expression. As a brief silence lingered, a thought crossed his mind. If Tosaka ever learned about this, she'd surely lose her mind. She'd probably insist on taking her home right away. No doubt about it. After all, the girl named Karuka Tsubaki bore an uncanny resemblance, at least in circumstance, to Metu Sakura from the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City. And Sakura, of course, was Tosaka Rin's own younger sister. "Hello, I'm Promise." Promise had such strange thoughts in his mind, but his face did not show the slightest abnormality. He lowered his head slightly, smiled gently, and said to the girl, "Don't worry. I was invited here by your servant, the Pale Rider." Of course, Promise conveniently omitted the part where being invited involved brute forcing an ancient god's power to open a door. Not exactly the most polite arrival. However, as soon as he spoke these words, the Pale Rider appeared in its misty black form, standing protectively beside Tsubaki. Though it didn't speak to confirm Promise's claim, its quiet presence was proof enough that it had allowed him safe passage to this place. Tsubaki glanced at the rider, then back at Promise, blinking softly. For a girl who had endured immense suffering but was ultimately saved by the Pale Rider, it was her most trusted companion apart from her parents. Thus, her initial wariness toward Promise began to fade rapidly. As Tsubaki's gaze shifted, she suddenly noticed the silver-white Pegasus standing by Promise's side. The magnificent creature radiated a sense of purity and wonder, its presence almost surreal against the bleakness of this underworld-like reality marble. Looking at the beautiful Pegasus, then back at the young man with emerald green eyes, whose warm smile seemed to shine brighter than the stars. For a long moment, Tsubaki simply stared, as if piecing together a thought before she finally asked hesitantly, "Big brother, are you an angel?" After all, even in this simulated world, a realm of death, disease, and despair, he had arrived here accompanied by a creature of light and had dispelled the surrounding death, bringing an undeniable sense of warmth and hope. Promise froze momentarily at her question but quickly recovered, his gaze softening as he looked at the girl whose bright eyes now sparkled. When she was enduring that inhuman pain, perhaps what she longed for most was to see an angel who could relieve it all. From this point of view, the pale night, a symbol of disaster and death, had instead become this little girl's angel. "I'm not an angel," Promise smiled gently and spoke, "but if you'd like, you can think of me as a magician who knows a little magic." A magician. Hearing this term, the stunned girl's clear eyes revealed obvious fear and dread. Seeing this, the man, aware that he had awakened the painful memories in her mind, did not rush to explain, because actions speak louder than words. Crouching down to meet her eye level, Promise's voice softened even further. "May I ask, what's your name, little one?" Looking at the young man, who had squatted down in front of her, looking into his calm, reassuring green eyes, Tsubaki felt the fear in her heart ease a little. "Karuka Tsubaki." She whispered almost inaudibly, subconsciously telling her name. "Tsubaki, what a beautiful name," Promise said with a smile. Then, under her surprised gaze, a vibrant flower appeared in his hand, a delicate narcissus, blooming radiantly despite the oppressive atmosphere of this world. The narcissus, a flower of early spring, symbolized overcoming hardship and bringing joy. "Do you like flowers?" Promise asked, holding the blossom out to her, who subconsciously accepted the flower, cradling it carefully in her small hands. "I love flowers." She nodded and answered very excitedly. "That's wonderful. Then, what do you think about making this world bloom with flowers?" As Promise uttered those words, Tsubaki had not yet fully processed their meaning when she suddenly noticed something astonishing. Beside Promise appeared the indistinct figure of a woman, a beautiful and ethereal presence whose elegance and aura were beyond words. Though her features were obscured, her mere presence exuded a radiant and otherworldly charm. Perhaps because they were in the underworld, her shadow appeared far more defined than it might have in the outside world. This woman, the queen of the underworld, seemed overwhelmed with emotion as she appeared. She moved as if she wanted to embrace Promise. No, she swiftly moved to embrace him. Yet, as nothing more than a shadowy projection, she could not physically touch him, her arms passing through his form. The inability to truly hold him left the woman visibly dejected. But her sadness was short-lived, for the joy of merely seeing Promise, alive and well, brought an undeniable light to her expression. That alone seemed enough to fill her with happiness. Turning her gaze toward Tsubaki and the Pale Rider, the queen's luminous eyes quickly pierced through to the essence of their existence. A trace of sympathy flickered in her gaze as she looked upon Tsubaki, a girl whose life had been marred by such profound suffering. Then, as if deciding on something, the queen of the underworld extended her power across the barren land of this underworld. In an instant, her divine influence dispersed the death, pain, and despair that had plagued this place, replacing them with vibrant life, beauty, and joy. This was the one and only Elysium, a paradise where flowers bloomed amidst the eternal shadows and sorrows of the underworld. The next moment, under Tsubaki's astonished eyes, the oppressive darkness of the underworld dissolved, giving way to a landscape bursting with countless vivid flowers. The sweet fragrance of life and renewal filled the air, bathing the area in warmth and light. The presence of life descended upon the once desolate land. Chapter 243, Judgment of the Pale Knight, Command Spell. 1787 words. In that moment, the queen of the underworld seemed to notice something unusual as she let out a soft, surprised hum and turned her gaze back to Promise. After a brief pause, a knowing smile played across her lips, as if a thought had just occurred to her. Then, she extended her hand, welcoming the one who yearned to be here. Amidst the field of flowers that symbolized happiness and life, Enkidu, the weapon created by the gods in Mesopotamian mythology and the harmonious embodiment of the natural world, stepped onto the place she should never have been able to reach. The territory defined by death, pain, and disease, her antithesis. Yet here she stood, amidst the beauty of Elysium. Though she had only known Promise for about less than an hour, Enkidu had already come to recognize his true identity. The Holy Grail War's knowledge, combined with Promise's lack of concealment, had revealed much. But despite this understanding, Enkidu already regarded Promise as a rare and genuine friend, and the thought of him entering the domain of the Pale Rider alone had left her deeply concerned. So Enkidu responded without hesitation and came here. Standing amidst the vibrant flowers that had bloomed in defiance of this domain's nature, Enkidu was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at the paradise of happiness and vitality, now spreading across the underworld. a stark contrast to its former state of decay and despair. It wasn't until she felt Promise's questioning gaze upon her that she regained her composure. "I was a little worried about you," Enkidu explained with a gentle smile, entirely unbothered by her uninvited arrival. The queen of the underworld, who had been silently observing Enkidu with a curious gaze, sensed her time here drawing to an end. So, she cast one last wistful look at Promise, as if reluctant to part from him, before vanishing from this world. "How about that?" Promise turned his attention to Tsubaki, who was still utterly stunned by the miraculous transformation of her surroundings, and tilted his head slightly, smiling and asking. "Pretty impressive magician, aren't I?" The latter blinked at him, her wide eyes filled with awe. When she finally snapped out of her stupor, her face lit up with joy, and she nodded vigorously. Without another word, she spun around and ran back into the house, eager to share her excitement with her beloved parents, even if those parents were merely constructs, fabricated by the Pale Rider's power to grant her the semblance of the family she longed for. As Tsubaki disappeared from view, Enkidu's gaze turned to the Pale Rider, who stood apart, carefully avoiding the field of flowers. Her eyes lingered on its shadowy form, her expression a bit confusing. Enkidu had seen through the rider's true nature. Yet what puzzled her was that the Pale Rider, despite its overwhelming power, made no attempt to dispel the flowers or the joy they brought. The reason was simple: it couldn't. The paradise of Elysium was born from the Queen of the Underworld's divine authority, a sanctuary of happiness birthed from death and pain. Even a being like the Pale Rider could not undo it. "Pale Rider, I swear to you, under the witness of the gods, I am willing to help that adorable girl find the happiness that rightfully belongs to her." As Tsubaki vanished into the house, Promise turned to the Pale Rider and spoke resolutely. "To be precise, even if there is no happiness in her life, and pain, death and disease are everything she is destined to experience, I will change that. I will rewrite her fate." At those words, Enkidu's certainty about Promise's identity solidified. In the endless flow of history, among the countless radiant stars in the sky, there was only one existence capable of defying and humiliating fate with such bold conviction. Gil. "I'm not sure why, but it seems you've landed yourself on his grudge list." Even in the presence of her mortal foe, death itself, the thought of Gilgamesh being the target of Promise's retribution was enough to bring an amusing smile on her face. In that moment, Enkidu made a decision: she would not leave this Holy Grail war too quickly. Not only did she feel compelled to protect her master, but she also found herself genuinely curious to see how Promise would enact his revenge on Gilgamesh. After all, this was the kind of drama even the gods themselves would find entertaining. The Pale Rider, meanwhile, offered no response to Promise's declaration. It was, after all, a being that should not have existed, a creation brought into this world by Tsubaki's innocent wish and the mechanisms of the Holy Grail War. In essence, it was merely a program, devoid of true thought or will. And yet, when it heard Promise's words, something stirred within it, an emotion it had never known. It felt peace. If that was the case, then let tonight's Holy Grail War continue. But unlike the earlier clash between Gilgamesh and Enkidu, this battle would unfold in the unique confines of the underworld's reality marble, far from the eyes of spectators. None of the masters or servants participating in the Holy Grail War, nor the church overseers supervising it, were aware of what was about to transpire. Only Enkidu remained as the sole witness. Tonight, the second battle of the Holy Grail War began. The combatants, Promise, a seeker of wisdom and fate, drawn to this place by destiny but yet to fully join the Holy Grail War, and the Pale Rider, the embodiment of calamity and disease, a presence whose very existence brought suffering to the world and whose removal was imperative for the world's survival. In the original Holy Grail War, by the time the masters and servants finally figure out the true identity of the Pale Rider, countless lives had already been lost to its presence. Even though the rider itself harbored no deliberate intent to take lives, its very existence continually propagated disease and death. This realization was precisely why Promise, upon discerning its true nature tonight, abandoned his initial plan to remain a spectator for the time being. After all, no matter what, the scales of his morality, weighted heavily on the side of righteousness, had been tipped by none other than the goddess of justice, Themis, who had personally raised them high in his favor. "Then let's hold a trial," Promise declared with a smile, as a sword of judgment appeared in his hand. At that moment, the sky roared with thunder, and Promise's eyes turned a divine shade of gold, brimming with divinity. Time and space froze at this moment as a pure white courtroom descended upon the world. Its arrival instantly bound the Pale Rider, and no matter how fiercely it struggled, the constraints held firm. Even this embodiment of death and calamity was powerless against its bonds. At this moment, Enkidu, the only spectator in this pure white court, could not help but be amazed after witnessing everything before him. Witnessing all this, she understood that even she, facing this pure white court, could only wait for the final result of the trial. For an immortal being like her, the judgment rendered here could dictate even her eternal future. In fact, apart from Enkidu, the only physical presence within the courtroom, countless celestial eyes gazed upon it from afar. Across the cosmos, stars seemed to burn brighter, as if striving to break free of their constraints to witness the trial firsthand. Yet, limited by the current era and obstructed by a certain counterforce, a formidable, lowly entity, they could only observe from afar. Nevertheless, their attention was fully focused on this moment. Then, within the courtroom's blinding purity, the Pale Rider revealed its true form. Its essence was the amalgamation of calamities, the embodiment of the Black Death in the past, which had claimed 30 million lives, and the Spanish flu, which had taken 50 million. It was the harbinger of countless plagues and disasters, a rider whose very name invoked catastrophe. It was Plague, the white horseman of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The moment the Pale Rider's true nature was revealed, it was as though the concentrated essence of all the world's evils had manifested. Death, suffering, and the anguished cries of countless souls reverberated through the pure white courtroom. The terrifying power unleashed in that instant even surged directly toward Promise, who stood clad in pristine white, holding the sword of judgment. The overwhelming force sought to engulf him, but before it could even touch him, it was purified and dissipated by the majestic power emanating from him. Then, all fell silent. The Pale Rider ceased its instinctive resistance and stood quietly where he was, as though surrendering to its fate. For the first time, it raised its head, or gave the illusion of doing so, and met Promise's radiant golden gaze. "Take care of her for me." The Pale Rider spoke, and that voice was like a cacophony of disasters and calamities blended into one, which should have been horrifying. Yet, it carried a surprising warmth, a quiet plea that stirred the heart. "I never break a promise." Promise replied softly, and with those words, he raised the sword of judgment high. In the pure white courtroom, he brought it down upon the Pale Rider. In the next moment, dazzling white light and brilliant golden lightning filled Enkidu's vision, blinding her completely as she instinctively closed her eyes. When she reopened them, the Pale Rider was gone. As it left, the simulated underworld that existed because of it naturally dissipated. The pure white courtroom faded as well, and when Enkidu's surroundings returned to normal, she found herself back in the forest. Her master's silver synthetic wolf was waiting patiently nearby, its keen gaze fixed on her. At the same time, the night that had blanketed the land was replaced by the glow of dawn. The light of daybreak touched the horizon, causing Enkidu to squint slightly as she instinctively looked toward it. The dream had ended, it's time to wake up. In a bustling hospital far removed from the battlefield, Promise stood at the bedside of a girl stirring awake from her slumber. He had brought light into her life and now gently fed her a golden apple, a treasure of the Queen of the Gods. At the same time, "I knew you wouldn't let me off so easily." He raised his right hand and looked at the command seal that had been transferred from the girl's hand. After taking a look, he tilted his head to look at the brightening sky and curled his lips into a wry smile. Chapter 244, Heroic Spirit Summoning, Dual Summoning, 3.9k words. 3,986 words. The Rider-class servant of the false Holy Grail War, the Pale Rider, had been a dark horse among servants, a being so formidable that even beings like Enkidu and Gilgamesh found it troublesome to deal with. And yet, it had fallen on the very first night of the Holy Grail War. Its demise came in a manner no one could have anticipated. The only witness to this event was Enkidu. While the moment of the Pale Rider's dispersal caused a faint ripple that was detected by Gilgamesh and other masters and servants, their reactions were limited to mild astonishment. As the Pale Rider vanished, the three command spells originally held by its master, Kuruka Tsubaki, were transferred to Promise. By all rights, these command spells should have disappeared as a symbol of the master's withdrawal from the war. However, the fact that they did not, made it obvious that special nature of this Holy Grail War and the unique presence of Promise himself had clearly drawn the attention of Alea, the counterforce. Thus, the transfer of the command spells to Promise and his subsequent involvement in the Holy Grail War seemed inevitable, unless, of course, Promise chose to reject it outright. But coming here had been his own decision. And so, as the morning light streamed through the hospital window, Promise stood in Tsubaki's room, examining the command spells now etched onto his hand. Though his lips curled in mild annoyance at the unexpected development, he accepted the situation with a quiet sigh. So, who will my servant be? And who will deliver that iconic line to me? After thinking about it, Promise couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart, and what he subconsciously recalled in his mind was an image of a green-clad huntress with emerald eyes. After all, when it comes to the bond between heroes, her bond with Promise is undoubtedly the deepest. However, the vision soon flickered, replaced by the goddess of wisdom and then the delicate yet lovely goddess of fate. Finally, his thoughts lingered on the moon goddess, Artemis, as he instinctively touched his neck. Maybe I should just pretend this never happened and skip the summoning? Just as Promise was having an extremely intense battle over the command spell in his mind, a soft rustling sound came from the bed beside him. Startled, he turned his head and saw Tsubaki stirring awake, her long lashes fluttering slightly before her eyes opened. Thanks to the golden apple and the healing light, her frail, battered body now seemed fully restored as she sat up effortlessly, her once ruined form now radiant with health. Her pure, innocent eyes blinked in confusion as she scanned her surroundings before finally settling on Promise, who stood by the window, bathed in the morning sunlight and smiling at her. Looking at the young man, who seemed to be favored by the light, the little girl blinked and subconsciously said in a surprised tone, "Hey, it's the angel brother from my dream." As she spoke, her gaze accidentally drifted to the command spells on Promise's hand. Seeing them, her body froze as realization struck. Panic filled her eyes as she turned to look at her own right hand. Seeing that there was nothing on it, the color drained from her face, leaving it pale as snow. Though Tsubaki was only 10 years old, her innocence and charm did not equate to ignorance. In fact, for much of her short life, she had believed her parents loved her deeply. However, Tsubaki did not realize that the love shown by her parents was not love for her as a daughter, but love for the potential of a mage in her. This understanding, painful as it was, had given her insight into the world of magic and the cruel realities of the Holy Grail War. She also knew of the rider she had summoned, the knight who had saved her in her darkest moments. So it's true, after all. Tsubaki choked back a sob, her voice trembling as tears clouded her vision. So it's true, Angel Big Brother, you came to banish the demon, didn't you? As the words escaped her lips, tears streamed down her face. Promise, however, offered no immediate explanation for her words. Instead, he waited patiently as the girl cried, her small hands wiping away the tears after a brief moment, forcing a facade of strength. Once she had quieted, Promise moved towards her and kneeled beside her bed. Under Tsubaki's confused gaze, he gently reached out and ruffled her hair. "Tsubaki, may I call you Tsubaki?" he asked softly, with a warm smile. "In your dream, I told you already, didn't I? I'm not an angel, I'm just a magician. So don't worry. I didn't banish him, and he wasn't a demon. He was your knight, wasn't he?" Hearing his words, Tsubaki blinked at him, her confusion evident in her wide eyes. "That knight may have left, yes, but before he did, he made one final request of me, a magic that would let you wake from your nightmare, a magic to free you from loneliness and pain." As Promise spoke, a bright yellow lily appeared in his hand, a flower that symbolized happiness, warmth, and hope. Under Tsubaki's gaze, the lily slowly bloomed in his palm, its petals unfurling in a display that felt both magical and miraculous. "He wished to fulfill your desires, Tsubaki. But to do so, he had to entrust everything to me. And I promised him, I swore an oath to help you find the happiness you deserve." He had made the promise, so, his words were true. The Pale Rider had been summoned through Tsubaki's wish and the unique mechanics of the Holy Grail War. It had existed solely to realize her heartfelt desires. But as the embodiment of calamity and death, the rider could in fact, never truly grant her the happiness she longed for because its very essence, its inability to understand humanity, was its limit. For example, when Tsubaki wished for the love of her parents, the rider, unable to comprehend love, killed them with disease. It then manipulated their corpses to fulfill her dream of an ideal family. But in fact, even though she suffered inhuman torture, Tsubaki Karuka never really hated her parents, let alone wanting to kill them. The rider's actions had only deepened her pain. It was a disaster, a force akin to a blooming flower incapable of offering life. It could never be given to this little girl. In fact, Tsubaki had no idea about all of this, even what Promised said, which she could not fully understand as she was too young. It's just that, when she gazed at the vibrant flower, representing life, beauty and miracles, in his hand, her attention flickered between its beauty and the boy illuminated by the morning light, his emerald eyes clear and bright as the stars. After a brief hesitation, driven by an inner longing, she reached out and took the flower, clutching it tightly in her small hands as she held it close to her heart. At this moment, the originally destined tragic fate was changed. And the lovely goddess of fate was severely humiliated once again. Promise smiled as he watched Tsubaki cradle the flower. Then, as if sensing something, he turned his head and gazed skyward, toward the distant heavens. Far above, roughly 20 kilometers above the earth, a 200-meter-long flying ship hovered silently. This vessel was not merely a ship, it was a Magi's workshop. And its owner? Francois Prelati, one of the masterminds behind this Holy Grail war. She appeared as a delicate girl, dressed in an ornate and adorable gown. Her doll-like appearance was no coincidence, she was a doll, crafted with exquisite precision. And yet, from her vantage point, she observed everything, a silent orchestrator of chaos waiting for her moment to strike. Having observed multiple Holy Grail wars and masterminded the plans for this false Holy Grail war, Francois Prelati had orchestrated this grand stage of deception. She had ensured the absence of the mediator, ruler, and continuously monitored the movements of every participant. Ah, how terrifying! It seems I've been discovered. In a luxurious penthouse high above the city, Prelati ceased her scrying magecraft and sat upright on her lavish bed. Feigning fear, she wrapped her arms around herself, shivering dramatically. Yet her face contorted into a sickly, euphoric expression. Amazing, incredible. To think someone like him exists, someone who could resolve that calamity in such a short time. Her voice trembled with ecstatic excitement as she laughed maniacally. And him. Oh, I could feel your presence through him, Jean. Jean Dark. Ahahaha. Jean, you must come, won't you? Oh, how I long to see you again. And this time, I'll relish every moment of tormenting you. Oh, my beautiful, saintly Jean, how I wish to see you again. With those words, her entire body trembled as she hugged herself tighter, her eyes glinting with madness. Back then, it was my failure not to utterly crush your faith. But this time, I'll make sure you're reduced to nothing but ashes, so vile that even pigs wouldn't touch them. Her words, filled with malicious glee, echoed eerily through the quiet room. Back at the central hospital, in Tsubaki's room, Promise, sensing the disappearance of the magecraft, lowered his gaze, then tilted his head slightly, showing a thoughtful expression. Francois Prelati. He murmured the name as a spark of realization flickering in his mind. Yes, he remembered her now, the master of Castor in a true Holy Grail war to come. And her summoned servant? None other than herself, Francois Prelati, a magus from Jean Dark's era and one of the masterminds behind Jean's tragic demise. That's right, Francoise Prelati, her true identity was actually a mage, who lived in the same period as Jean Dark, however that wasn't all. She also one of the real masterminds behind her tragic experience. She had reveled in Jean's suffering, finding ultimate pleasure in humiliating and tormenting the saint. It was Prelati who had given the forbidden knowledge of the Prelati Grimoire, containing the wisdom of ancient eldritch gods, to Gilles de Rice, forever binding his fate to darkness. During the Fourth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City, when Prelati secretly observed Gilles de Rice, and knew that he came here to participate in the Holy Grail War with the wish to resurrect and obtain Joan of Arc, she was indescribably delighted in her heart. The thought of her once cohort longing to revive Jean, only to fail miserably, was the ultimate mockery. This time, she had gone further. Prelati had carefully ensured Jean's exclusion from this Holy Grail war. Her motives? Twofold. First, to create a Holy Grail war spiraling into uncontrollable chaos, free from Jean's righteous intervention. Second, as an act of humiliation aimed at Jean herself. Prelati was very well aware that, when that saintly girl finds out that she is powerless to intervene, and unable to fulfill her duty as a mediator, what kind of pain she would feel. The pain of witnessing the destruction and despair she had wrought would surely cut Jean to her core. Ah, it's all so perfect. Prelati exclaimed, cradling her face in her hands. Her exaggerated expression, somewhere between euphoria and insanity, seemed almost cartoony as her body quivered with excitement. Her voice, filled with wicked glee, echoed one final time through the dimly lit room. At that moment, as Promise gazed into the strands of fate and reflected on all he knew about Francois Prelati, the expression on his face couldn't help but become a little subtle. To be honest, I really don't like her. And she's not only a cross-dressing woman but also a flamboyant pervert. Maybe I should just go deal with her now and force her out of the war, Promise muttered, tilting his head as he seriously considered the idea. Angel Big Brother? When a soft, timid voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, Promise saw Tsubaki sitting on the hospital bed, looking at him with a mix of curiosity and hesitation as her words brought him out of his reverie. Smiling gently, he spoke. What's the matter, Tsubaki? And I've already told you, my name is Promise, not an angel. Really? Tsubaki asked, her face showing an expression of doubt. She clutched the blooming lily flower in her hands, her tear-streaked eyes blinking as her gaze shifted mischievously. Then, with a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Got it, Brother Promise." As soon as these words came out, Promise was stunned for a moment. As he looked at the 10-year-old girl in front of him, the figure of another girl suddenly emerged in his mind, a girl from a different time, whose fate he had once glimpsed during his research at the clock tower. The memory of her story lingered, the life she led, the future recorded in history, and that arrow she never released, even until her death. For a moment, Promise fell silent, lost in thought. He pulled himself back to the present, however, and looking at the confused Tsubaki in front of him, he controlled his emotions, smiled warmly and gave her a small nod. By late morning, Promise had completed Tsubaki's discharge paperwork. Before they left, a rather beautiful female doctor followed them closely. She was attentive to Tsubaki, asking about her health and well-being while casting wary glances at Promise. Promise recognized this woman, though he didn't know her name. When Tsubaki's parents had abandoned her, it was this doctor's kindness that led her to care for the girl, refusing to give up on her despite her condition. Yet, in the original course of events, this doctor had met her end because of the Pale Rider's presence. The beautiful female doctor seemed reluctant to let go of Tsubaki, though she also radiated genuine joy seeing her able to walk and move freely again. Before leaving, the doctor repeatedly verified Promise's contact information again and again, sternly warning him not to mistreat Tsubaki and promising to visit the girl when her schedule allowed. Only after her concerns were somewhat alleviated did she finally depart. So, in the afternoon, Promise brought Tsubaki to the apartment he had rented in the city. He didn't take her back to her original home, and along the way, Tsubaki didn't ask him about her parents. Some truths, it seemed, she had already grasped upon waking. Tsubaki is very well behaved, so taking her in isn't a big problem. Besides, this is the agreement between me and the Pale Knight. But, should I inform Tasaka Rin about this? In the room, after settling Tsubaki down, Promise began to think about this problem seriously. He couldn't shake the feeling that if Tasaka Rin found out about Tsubaki, she would develop a particularly strong attachment to her. But after pondering for a while, he shook his head and decided to let things take their course. Then, his gaze shifted to the command spells etched on his hand. As if struck by a sudden idea, a mischievous smile began to creep onto his face. If the professor finds out about this, no, there's no way I can keep it hidden. The disappearance of Tsubaki's command spells and their appearance on my hand will undoubtedly be noticed by the organizations monitoring this war. Eventually, word will reach the professor. And when that happens, the professor is going to lose his mind. Heck, even Tasaka Rin, who wasn't supposed to get involved until later, might rush over here because of me. And if she comes, maybe even Amiya will join in. Promise chuckled to himself, his grin growing wider. After all, his character hadn't been exposed yet. Just as in ancient Greece, where he had been considered the weakest hero under Chiron's tutelage, in the modern era, Promise was still seen as the weakest magus among all of Lord Elmeloy II's students. Why? Because Promise lacked magic circuits and couldn't perform any spells. Yet, that perception, along with many of the events to come, would eventually lead to a cascade of chaos. In fact, after some time, Tasaka Rin and an entourage of 30-plus participants, dubbed a band of black-hearted elites, would arrive at the Holy Grail War, and even Lord Elmeloy II himself would become indirectly involved, remotely orchestrating events behind the scenes. One of the reasons for this escalation was the death, or rather, temporary death, of Flat Iscardos, another of Elmeloy II's students. Flat had been killed during the Holy Grail War, but his death released a powerful entity sealed within his body. This being's emergence not only altered the war's trajectory but also led to an unexpected clash with Enkidu. Their battle was monumental, with the two combatants soaring into the sky as they exchanged devastating blows. In the process, they uncovered one of the most terrifying forces in this Holy Grail war, the Bowl of Heaven, Gugulana. Gugulana's legend. This massive entity, capable of effortlessly leveling cities and claiming millions of lives, could summon a catastrophic typhoon spanning 800 kilometers in diameter. Its presence alone was a threat of apocalyptic proportions. Even in the sprawling parallel worlds of the Nasiverse, Gugulana's uniqueness was unparalleled. Its power needed no embellishment, as King Gilgamesh himself once remarked in the seventh singularity, Babylonia, that Gugulana possessed the might to challenge even the primordial mother goddess, Tiamat. Ironically, the one responsible for summoning Gugulana to this war wasn't some ancient sorcerer or vengeful entity. It was none other than Ishtar, the goddess of Venus herself. Why? Because, in her typically impulsive fashion, Ishtar had accidentally lost Gugulana and summoned it to this Holy Grail war. Her failure to reclaim it later led to a moment of abject humiliation. Ishtar, in tears, was forced to raise the infamous "I'm a useless goddess" tablet. Well, forget about it. The thing was, Gugulana was here and he was summoned by none other than Ishtar herself. However, unlike the Ishtar of the seventh singularity, the Ishtar who had arrived at this Holy Grail war was far removed from human influence. Here, she was the purest form of the Sumerian goddess, the proud deity of harvest and war. The goddess, loved and spoiled by the gods themselves. In simple terms, while the Ishtar of Babylonia had her divine nature tempered by humanity, this Ishtar's divinity far outweighed her humanity. Well, in this case, Ishtar actually got herself into trouble. After all, we have a goddess killer here. Time passed, and as evening fell, the day had been relatively quiet. It seemed that those pulling the strings behind the scenes were still observing Promise, uncertain and cautious, choosing not to approach him directly. Tsubaki slept peacefully, her mind at ease because Promise remained nearby. In the room, Promise sat by the bed, a book of ancient mythology in his hands. Despite his calm demeanor, the events of the day involving the Pale Rider and Enkidu had left him somewhat drained. So, before long, he leaned back in his chair, letting the moonlight bathe him as his eyes slowly closed. Promise slipped into a light slumber. However, suddenly, the command spells on his right hand began to glow, emitting a radiant crimson light. On the floor, a summoning circle inscribed itself into existence, its lines forming with eerie precision. Within his dream, Promise opened his eyes. The world before him was somber, a sky shrouded in gray clouds that seemed to weep silently, and an endless field of golden wheat swaying gently in the breeze. At the field's edge stood a grand cathedral, its majestic form consumed by roaring flames. Within those crimson infernos, Promise caught sight of a young woman's silhouette. The flames licked hungrily at her body, engulfing her entirely. Yet amidst the danger and destruction, her presence exuded a sacred aura, pure and unyielding. As Promise's gaze instinctively turned toward her, the woman within the flames seemed to notice him as she slowly turned her head, her golden eyes locking onto his from across the inferno. Promise was stunned for a moment, looking at the girl in his dream, standing in the red lotus flames with her head held high. Even as the flames consumed her, even as her body bore the marks of unspeakable suffering, there was no trace of hatred in her eyes. She stood tall, her dignity unshaken, radiating holiness and beauty. Behind her, rising from the ruins, was a white flag, a symbol of unwavering resolve. As he watched the scene unfold, Promise felt as though he had realized something, though the thought was fleeting. But then, the dream ended. Promise's eyes opened. The crimson glow in the room faded, leaving only the gentle moonlight illuminating the space. In the soft light stood a young woman, her golden eyes bright and clear, her presence exuding warmth and divinity. She raised the flag in her hand, then lifted her gaze to meet the young man, who was still seated by the window. Their eyes locked, the two regarding each other in silence. Finally, the girl smiled, her lips parting to speak. Her voice was soft and melodic, filled with kindness. "Ruler, Jeanne d'Arc. May I ask, are you my master?" Hearing this, Promise did not respond, but looked at her thoughtfully. "Did you sneak your way into this war, or did she bring you here?" The she in his question was, of course, Alea, the counterforce. Jeanne maintained her gentle smile but chose not to answer his query, her silence confirming his suspicions. At that moment, the command spells on Promise's hand began glowing red, once again making the latter frown as his eyes narrowed and he looked down at the glowing sigils. Jean, however, showed no surprise. Her presence here was not entirely her own doing. Jean had borrowed Promise's unique connection, the thread of fate tied to the goddess Themis, to manifest in this Holy Grail war, a battlefield she could not normally reach. So, Promise's guess was correct, Jean had indeed snuck in. This Holy Grail war, despite its false nature, did not lack a ruler-class servant. Rather, the missing spot had been that of Ryder, the one eliminated by Promise. See? A second heroic spirit summoning? The thought barely crossed Promise's mind when he suddenly froze. His head lifted as the sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears. Before his eyes, he saw a ship forged by the hands of the gods, a vessel symbolic of ultimate glory and grand adventure. Standing at the bow of this majestic ship was a lone figure. The figure was not imposing, compared to his companions, he appeared almost frail. And yet, there was an unyielding determination in his stance. In that moment, memories of the man's final legend surfaced in Promise's mind. It was said that after their great adventure had concluded, the man returned to his homeland, bearing the glory and triumph he had rightfully earned. He reclaimed everything that was his and dedicated years of his life to rebuilding and organizing his nation with the help of many. Decades later, after restoring his family and returning the honor he had earned to his freed parents, he did something unexpected. One quiet morning, he set out alone, once again boarding his ship, the Argo. Despite the protests and pleas of those who admired and loved him, his decision remained firm. When asked why he chose to leave, he offered only a single sentence. I must take the Argo on one last voyage and bring him back. P.S. Too damn long. Took more than an hour of my time. I really wanted to split the chapter and make it into two, but forget it. Let's use this a New Year gift. A very happy New Year to all of you. Chapter 245, Declaration of War against Enkidu. 2,483 words. Hey, you over there, are you my master? A slightly flippant voice rang out as the crimson glow of magical energy from the summoning faded as blonde man with striking green eyes emerged from the light, his posture casual and his tone brimming with confidence. Ryder, Jason. The legendary captain of the Argo, who led a crew of heroes on the greatest voyage of all time. Jason raised his head proudly and said, Feel honored, master. You've summoned a great hero like me, which means you're destined to raise the Holy Grail and claim ultimate victory. As Jason finished his grandiose declaration, he finally took a proper look at his surroundings. The first figure to catch his eye was Jeanne d'Arc, her radiant golden hair, clear blue eyes, shining silver armor, and saintly aura making her a striking presence. The first moment he saw her, Jason was very surprised and naturally, assumed she was his master. Nodding in satisfaction, he thought to himself. A master this beautiful? Well, no matter what happens, she's definitely easy on the eyes. However, Jason's excitement quickly turned to confusion after he felt something missing off. Yeah. From Jean's presence, he sensed the unmistakable aura of a fellow servant. A servant? Wait. Jason's face stiffened as his thoughts raced. Does this mean I've been summoned straight into a fight? But I'm a captain. Who would expect a captain to actually fight on the battlefield? Just as this thought came to Jason's mind and his whole body froze, he found that the servant looked very calm and kind. There was no hostility emanating from her, which only deepened his confusion. Before he could ask any questions, another voice cut through the room. How could it possibly be you? The voice was tinged with exasperation, yet carried a tone of familiarity. This has to be some kind of joke. Isn't it said that the higher the bond, the greater the possibility of summoning? If it wasn't Atlanta or Heracles, I'd have been fine with Theseus or someone like that. But why did it have to be you? It seemed as if amidst the voices of slander and complaints, there was also an uncontrollable smile. The voice, laced with complaints and teasing laughter, was painfully familiar yet felt impossibly distant. Jason turned his head, his movements slow, almost hesitant. When his gaze finally fell upon the figure standing in the moonlit room, his eyes widened. There he was, though Promise, bathed in the silver light of the moon, as if it adored him. Those emerald eyes, clear and bright as the stars, had not changed in the slightest. His presence, imbued with an ethereal aura as though the goddess of art herself had kissed him, remained exactly as Jason remembered. Hey, Jason, take me down the mountain. Absolutely not. I don't want to get scolded by Teacher Chiron. But I swear on the gods, I can help you reclaim your throne. Fine, I'll take you down the mountain, but, to be honest, I never really cared about your vow. I took you down the mountain just because I didn't want to watch you throw your life away. Look at that, I kept my promise. I became a king, and I managed the kingdom well. But, this kind of life is boring. Also, you always promised to paint me a picture, but you left without ever giving it to me. I don't understand what the goddess or Chiron meant when they said you hadn't died, that you just returned to where you came from. But if that's true, it means you're still alive, right? So I've decided, the Argo will set sail again. This time, promise. I'll make sure you paint me that picture. Seeing promise now, Jason couldn't stop the flood of memories from rushing back as he recalled their journey down the mountain, their adventures aboard the Argo, and the promise of a painting that had never been fulfilled. When the Argo had set sail again, Jason had brought up the subject once more. The boy, smiling as always, had replied that Jason was worthy of such a gift, but only after their adventure was over. But when that adventure ended, promise had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a fleeting impression, like the streak of a shooting star across the sky. In this regard, the whole world had accepted this outcome, understanding it as the fulfillment of Promise's dream and purpose. But Jason refused to accept it. Even if he stood alone, Jason was determined to find him. To chastise him for his sudden departure, and finally claim the painting that was rightfully his. Looking at Promise now, Jason felt a surge of emotions, relief, joy, frustration, all bubbling to the surface at once. You. In a flash of emotion, shock, confusion, joy, and anger, the hero raised his fist and swung it at Promise. You bastard. Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? You're going to paint me that picture, and this time, I won't take no for an answer. In that moment, it was as though the legendary Argo had once again reached its final destination. Jason's wish for the Holy Grail War, his true desire, had already been fulfilled. He had found Promise. That same night. The clock tower, hallways. You're asking about Elmalloy too? He may not be a particularly powerful magus in terms of rank, but that's not where his strength lies. A magus cloaked in red cloth, his appearance resembling a scarecrow, spoke as he walked down the brightly lit hallways of the clock tower, accompanied by a young student. This scarecrow-like figure was merely a puppet, a construct made by the magus as a remote avatar. What truly sets him apart is his unparalleled eye for talent. Within 10 years, every student who has graduated from his classroom has risen to the rank of high-tier magus without exception. In fact, you could say that if he were to give his disciples a single command, he might very well shake the entire history of the clock tower. As the scarecrow spoke, the young student following them looked on in awe. Arriving at Waver Velvet's office, the magus knocked gently. Inside, Waver was still at his desk, immersed in work despite the late hour. Ah, Mr. Longar, Waver greeted, immediately recognizing the true nature of the scarecrow construct, and smiled politely. What brings you here at this hour? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two began discussing the Holy Grail War. Though Waver had not directly participated, the intelligence he had gathered painted a grim picture. After a moment of silence, his expression turned unusually dark. There's something seriously wrong with this Holy Grail War, Waver muttered. It's as if someone is watching it from above, deliberately mocking and desecrating the very concept of the Holy Grail War. And that is the greatest insult to those who risk their lives to participate in it. Realizing that his emotions were getting the better of him, Waver took a deep breath and quickly apologized for his outburst. Calming himself, he promised to continue monitoring the situation and piece together the full puzzle before taking further action. As they talked, the scarecrow magus chuckled softly. Still, it's no surprise. A monarch of your caliber would have foreseen something was amiss. Sending a student to observe the situation on site. You must have suspected this Holy Grail War would be unusual from the start. A student? When did I wait? Weber froze in his place as if he had thought of something, and then said with an extremely ugly expression. Don't tell me. It's flat, isn't it? That idiot. I specifically told him not to. Eh? Weren't there two? The scarecrow magician interrupted, puzzled. Two? This time, it was Weber, who felt a bit stunned, raised his head. At this moment. Professor. Something's wrong. Ignoring Tosaka Rin's attempts to stop him, Shiro Amiya anxiously pushed open the door and walked in. I can't find Promise anywhere. I've been searching for him, but he's gone. And just 2 days ago, he mentioned wanting to participate in that Holy Grail War. The next day, at dawn, Jason had finally calmed down completely. The punch he threw last night, of course, never actually landed on Promise. Not that he even had the ability to do so. Afterward, Promise explained everything to Jason, well except for the matter of the servant class cards, and gave him a general account of his current situation. During this time, Jeanne d'Arc tactfully left the room, taking Karuka Tsubaki, who had just woken up and was rubbing her eyes, with her. Once Jason understood everything, the realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. No wonder Teacher Chiron missed you but was never sorrowful over your departure. Even Queen Hera herself said you hadn't truly died. To be honest, if Promise had truly died and his soul had gone to the underworld, that would have been the outcome most desired by the gods. As Jason came to understand, Promise was also observing the person he'd summoned. Jason didn't seem to have aged much. If anything, he looked more mature than the version in his memories. Beyond the heroic charisma, there was now a trace of regal dignity about him. But Promise knew in his heart that at his core, Jason was still the same arrogant and self-satisfied person who often lost himself in pride. Still, why are you participating in the Holy Grail War? Well, Jason quickly understood Promise's situation and accepted it just as quickly. After all, it was Promise. Nothing was too bizarre to happen around him. So, he asked, a bit puzzled. You don't even need the Holy Grail, do you? After all, could the Holy Grail possibly be more useful than the gods? If Promise Relt desired something, many things would be as simple as speaking a single sentence. It is wisdom and destiny that have led me here. Promise explained in terms Jason could easily understand and find convincing. Hearing this, the latter immediately understood that this was just another instance of Promise's daily life. While nodding, he couldn't resist commenting further, so you plan to win the Holy Grail War in the end. But with your abilities, you could probably end it in one night, right? Promise didn't deny Jason's claim. And since it was Jason, he had no intention of hiding his thoughts, replying, this Holy Grail War is far more complex than you imagine. Not only is Heracles involved, but even gods are set to appear. But the main reason is that I haven't received an oracle. Someone may be obstructing it, or perhaps, since this is my first stage upon returning, the choice has been left to me. Jason thought over Promise's words and, combined with his understanding of him, quickly grasped the situation as he said, in simple terms, you haven't decided how to proceed yet, right? As always, you'll end up rewriting destiny and embarrassing your goddess of fate. As Jason laughed, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. I've already done that. Promise said. The Pale Knight, Karuka Tsubaki, and the many others who should have died. But that was because Tsubaki yearned for a change in her fate, and the Pale Knight was too dangerous. That's why I answered her call. Jason now understood why Promise hadn't simply ended the Holy Grail War. Promise had no desires tied to the Grail, he was here simply because he was meant to be. And while he often rewrote destinies, he never interfered with others' choices. Though he constantly embarrassed the goddess of fate, he showed extraordinary respect for fate itself. It was precisely because of this, Clotho, the goddess of fate, was so fond of him. So, what have you decided to do? Jason mulled things over briefly but quickly gave up on thinking too hard. From his perspective, the moment he saw Promise, the outcome of the Holy Grail War was already set in stone. Likewise, his personal wish for participating in the Holy Grail War was fulfilled the moment he saw Promise. Thus, Jason felt indifferent about everything else. Simply put, he had already checked out mentally and was now just waiting for the war to end. I originally planned to observe things a bit and maybe paint a few pictures, Promise said as Jason looked at him with some surprise. After all, not just anyone was worthy of being featured in Promise's painting. It was a goal he had tirelessly pursued to this day. And as for now. Promise glanced toward the door with a smile and said. Miss Jeanne d'Arc, I believe it's time we had a proper conversation. After all, as of now, I can officially call myself your master. Afternoon. When the sun reached its zenith, bathing the world in its scorching heat, Promise, dressed in a light blue shirt, walked hand in hand with the young girl, Karuka Tsubaki, into the deep forest on the western outskirts of the city. As soon as they entered, Enkidu, the divine weapon created by the gods, appeared before them, accompanied by her master's synthetic wolf. "Good afternoon, Promise," she greeted with a soft smile and a gentle voice. The wolf beside her barked twice in greeting and wagged its tail happily at Promise. Enkidu's gaze momentarily lingered on the little girl, then naturally shifted her attention to the command spells on Promise's right hand. Seeing that Promise had become a master, she was mildly surprised but found it unsurprising at the same time. Promise, showing no intention of hiding his identity, even in the presence of another servant, raised his right hand with a smile to confirm his status and then introduced the identity of the green-haired figure in front of him to Karuka Tsubaki. "This is Enkidu, my first friend in this place. So, say hello to her." As his words fell, the spiritual forms of two figures materialized beside Promise, Jason, with his golden hair and blue eyes, and Jeanne d'Arc, the saint herself. Due to the incident 2 nights prior involving the Pale Knight, and having deduced Promise's identity, Enkidu quickly recognized Jason. Her gaze didn't linger long on him, however, and soon shifted to Jeanne d'Arc. "An arbiter?" Enkidu exclaimed in surprise. The arbiter of the Holy Grail War had been summoned as a servant, and as someone else's servant, no less. Even knowing how extraordinary Promise was, Enkidu couldn't help but look back at him, her expression betraying her astonishment. Promise smiled but did not immediately explain. Instead, he said, "Enkidu, I've come today to fulfill my promise to paint you. And also." After a slight pause, he raised his head and met Enkidu's green eyes, speaking each word clearly, "Let's fight for the Holy Grail." Chapter 246, The Chain of Heaven, Lend It to Me. 3.3k words. 3,347 words. When Promise declared war in the Holy Grail War against Enkidu, the synthetic beast, the White Wolf, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Its tail stopped wagging, and it nervously glanced at the two, fearing they might start fighting at any second. Although Enkidu was somewhat surprised, the smile on her face did not waver. After all, for her, the so-called Holy Grail that could grant any wish held no real appeal. The reason she participated in this Holy Grail war was solely to respond to her current master's desire to live. Thus, even if she were to be eliminated by Promise, she could accept it, perhaps even feel relieved. Much like the little girl Tsubaki Karuka, who had come along with them, Enkidu knew very well that Promise would surely take good care of the synthetic wolf in her place. "So, are you planning to participate?" Enkidu asked, her emerald green eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Promise. Something like that." As he spoke, Promise tilted his head slightly and instinctively glanced at Jeanne d'Arc, who stood nearby. Time rewinds to a short while earlier. When Promise asked Jeanne whether she had used him to sneak into the Holy Grail War in order to fulfill her duty as a ruler and protect the concept of the Holy Grail War, Jeanne smiled and given him an unexpected answer. "No, I came here to help you win this Holy Grail War." Seeing that, Jeanne could be summoned by him surprised Promise, though it also felt natural. Considering his relationship with Themis, the goddess of justice, he was undoubtedly the perfect medium. Not to mention, this unique Holy Grail War was constantly under the scrutiny of the counterforce. However, Jeanne's response was undoubtedly beyond Promise's initial expectations. "Besides, with you here, this Holy Grail War doesn't really need me. After all, is there anyone more suited to be its arbiter than you?" Seeing Promise's surprised expression, Jeanne smiled and said, "The reason I responded to the call of this Holy Grail War this time stems from my own wish. I saw what you did for that girl, the choices you made, and the judgment you passed on the Pale Rider. Because of that, I am willing to offer you my strength." When Promise heard Jeanne d'Arc say this, he couldn't help but give her an odd look, studying her carefully. "To be honest, your reaction isn't quite what I imagined." Promise didn't have any dislike for Jeanne. On the contrary, he had a rather favorable impression of her. Setting everything else aside, the words she spoke during the final chapter of her story alone made it hard for Promise to harbor any ill will toward her. However, as a transmigrator, Promise also knew about the nickname Jeanne the Fair that Jeanne had earned while serving as a ruler, which reflected her impartiality but also her tendency to take extreme actions in order to uphold the Holy Grail War. What kind of person did you imagine me to be?" Jeanne asked with curiosity. However, there was even a hint of nervousness in her gaze as she looked at Promise. It was obvious, she cared a great deal about his answer. In fact, Promise underestimated himself a little. Jean didn't merely view him as a friend but as someone she deeply respected. After all, he was the only person in the world whom Themis, the goddess of justice, had elevated to tip the scales of judgment. Hearing Jean's question, Promise looked at the golden-haired, blue-eyed saint before him. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said, "Honestly, compared to you, I prefer the Witch of Vengeance." The Witch of Vengeance, better known as Black Jean. Yes, Promise actually liked Black Jean more than the original Jeanne d'Arc. Well, it was probably because Black Jean had a bit of a tsundere personality. Jean, however, looked utterly confused as she didn't understand the meaning behind Promise's words. The latter also didn't bother to explain further. After finishing his conversation with her, he accompanied her and the others to where Enkidu was. It was there that he declared his intention to participate in the Holy Grail War. At this moment, in the forest on the western outskirts of the city where the Holy Grail War broke out, Enkidu remained silent for a moment upon learning that Promise had decided to participate. Then, out of curiosity, she asked him once more, "Can I ask what your reason is?" When they had met just a couple of days ago, Enkidu was certain that Promise genuinely only wanted to be an observer, while at most, he would paint a few drawings on the sidelines. Yet now, in just a day or two, Promise had not only decided to participate but had also clearly made up his mind, so, naturally, Enkidu couldn't help but be curious. Moreover, this was her way of showing concern for a friend she had come to acknowledge. "Actually, this is a question I once discussed with my teacher, Chiron." The ancient Greek centaur sage, Chiron? Enkidu thought to herself. If one day, after everything is over, I meet Jason, Heracles, and the others again, and they find that I am nothing like who I once was, will they still consider me their friend? When Promise said this, Jason, who was standing nearby, instinctively furrowed his brows. Promise noticed but didn't look back at him. Instead, he continued his response to Enkidu. "At that time, Teacher Chiron smiled and told me I didn't need to worry about such things at all. The truth is, I always felt like I was playing a role of someone fearless in the face of death, someone who longed to be a hero. But deep down, I've always thought I was a coward who clings to life. For the longest time, I didn't even want to think about whether my old friends would feel disappointed in me if they saw my true self." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jason's gaze turned fiery as he looked at Promise in anger, clearly upset. "I came to this Holy Grail War because I knew my old friends would be here. Wisdom and fate continue to guide me as always. Yet, I've secretly resented them in my heart. If they are still guiding me, why won't they just tell me outright what I'm supposed to do? Why not deliver an oracle directly as before?" Hearing this, Enkidu chuckled softly and replied to Promise in a gentle tone. "The so-called oracles and revelations are great signs from the gods, meant to guide the lost children toward the right path. But, Promise, you've never truly been lost. You're simply worried. Just afraid." Promise fell silent for a moment upon hearing those words. Then he turned his head to look back at Jason, noticing that in the latter's eyes, there was a mixture of anger and something more, concern, perhaps? Promise realized that this was probably the first time he had ever seen Jason so furious. At that thought, Promise couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his head to look at Enkidu and said frankly, "Yes, that's right. So when I saw Jason respond to the call of the Holy Grail, and when I saw him embark on a journey to find me, I finally understood. After all, even that village girl saint could see that I would bring this Holy Grail War to an end, and she even came here specifically to help me. To be honest, even without the guidance of fate and wisdom, I would have come here regardless. Because I am Promise. How could I not?" When Promise said this, Enkidu laughed, a bright and genuine laugh. She was happy for her friend, even if this friend was someone she had only known for barely 2 or 3 days. "I see," she said softly, then slowly closed her eyes. At that moment, the forest began to stir despite the lack of wind. The trees and the earth responded to Enkidu's call as the magical energy of the land flowed into her. And how could such a powerful surge of magical energy possibly go unnoticed by the masters and servants participating in the Holy Grail War in the city? On the tallest spire in the city, Gilgamesh suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of Enkidu with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "She's fighting, and seriously. Who is it?" Meanwhile, François Prelati, a mage from the same era as Jeanne d'Arc, gazed into his magical scrying mirror with a twisted, obsessive expression. Her sickly face was alight with crazed fervor, utterly ignoring the imminent battle between Enkidu and Promise. Instead, she fixated on Jean, screaming like a madman. Jean. 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 You're here. You're really here. Jason, I'll leave Tsubaki and the wolf in your care. As he said, Promise gestured for the little girl to stay by Jason's side while gently patting the white wolf's head. The wolf hesitated, looking back and forth between Promise and Enkidu. Though merely a synthetic beast, it seemed exceptionally perceptive. Even though it let out low growls of worry, it eventually turned and walked toward Jason and Jean. If only Atlanta were here, Jason muttered suddenly, curling his lip as he glanced at Promise and said. It's just me who showed up. If it were her, after what you just said, she'd probably have her bow drawn and be shooting arrows at you across the world. Do you even realize? What you said wasn't just belittling yourself, it was belittling all of us. Promise listened quietly to Jason's scolding. Seeing Jason's anger, he bowed his head and answered sincerely, I'm sorry, Jason. It won't happen again. Jason, caught off guard by such a sincere response from Promise, was momentarily speechless. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, struggling to find words, before finally muttering under his breath, you'd better make sure of it. Seeing this, Jean Dark, who had been quietly observing from the side, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth as she did. At the same time, Heart grew even more certain that she had made the right choice. It was Themis, the goddess of justice, who had drawn her attention to Promise. Then, due to the incident with the Pale Rider, she had willingly allowed herself to be summoned to this place. The truth was that manifesting as a ruler to ensure someone's victory in the Holy Grail War was undoubtedly a violation of the rules, essentially cheating. Yet, even Alea, the counter-force itself, which had the authority to intervene and nullify such transgressions, had done nothing to stop it. To be precise, if things could go so smoothly, how could she not have contributed to it? After sincerely apologizing to Jason, Promise turned back to face the Chain of Heaven, which shimmered with the gathered magical energy of the earth itself. This legendary artifact from Sumerian mythology was the chain that linked heaven and earth. Let's create something extraordinary together, Enkidu, Promise said with a smile, and once again, he raised his hand as a golden servant class card appeared in his hand. The card radiated a golden glow as luminous rings of light spread outward, gradually forming a portal, a void-like gate visible only to Promise. With a single step, he passed through the gate. When Promise emerged on the other side, his appearance had changed completely. He now wore a flawless, pure white garment that seemed untouched by the impurities of the world, a divine robe woven for him personally by Athena in their final moments together. The garment bore an eternal brilliance, like Athena's own immaculate white attire that would never be tainted by the dust of the mortal world. His once dark hair now carried a single silver strand, neatly tied, giving him an air of divine authority and purpose. Jason stood there, stunned, staring at the figure before him, a figure so familiar it couldn't possibly be anyone else. It was the very back he had sought as he once again commanded the Argo on its endless journey, always chasing that image. That figure whose presence alone inspired unshakable confidence, making everyone believe that even if the sky were to collapse, he would lift it back up. A being embodying wisdom, fate, judgment, and the favor of the gods. Hey, did you all see that? Jason began to laugh, a hearty, boisterous laugh as his eyes glistened with the sheen of unfallen tears. In the instant he saw that back, Jason finally felt it, truly felt it. The Argo he had been steering had finally reached the shore. The twilight of despair and the endless night had given way once more to the dawn of a new day. The glorious ship of the long voyage has reached its end. The treasure unfolded. Dazzling light radiated outward, illuminating the entire forest in an explosion of brilliance that rivaled the midday sun. Even Jean Dark instinctively closed her eyes and raised her hand, trying to shield herself from the divine light glow, reminiscent of Apollo, the god of light, himself. Afterwards, when the light finally began to fade, Jason stood at the forefront, clad in resplendent golden armor, standing at the front with great vigor and vitality. Behind him stood the shimmering shadows of many figures. Atlanta holding the bow of the sky, Medea wielding the wand of goddess Hecate, Meleager the red-haired hero, and the great stag Actaeon. Even Chiron, the centaur sage, stood in the ranks of the phantasmal silhouettes, with a smile on his face. At the moment, Promise reached into the air and retrieved the divine paintbrush forged for him by Hephaestus, the craftsman god himself, a tool created with the heavens as its canvas. The world spread out before him, transforming into a blank sheet of paper, a canvas waiting to be painted. Holding the brush, Promise prepared to leave his mark, to create a masterpiece. Let's create something extraordinary together, Enkidu. Promise raised his head, smiling at Enkidu once more. I have a feeling this will turn out to be a truly beautiful painting. It will be my honor. The latter replied, placing her hand elegantly over her chest and bowing slightly to Promise. Then, just as she straightened, ready to speak again, she suddenly noticed Promise's body stiffening slightly. His expression shifted to one of subtle awkwardness, tinged with a faint trace of panic. Turning her gaze, Enkidu quickly understood the reason. Behind Promise, thanks to Jason's noble phantasm, the hero shadows had taken on vivid forms. Some were readying their bows, others raising magical wands. Enkidu's sharp mind pieced it together almost instantly. And the Promise, aren't you going to look back? Such an interesting scene made Enkidu, who was smiling, couldn't help but laugh even more playfully. Promise, deadpan, glanced at her wordlessly before casually pulling out his book of grudges. Ah, so this is how it ends for me? I haven't even finished watching Gil's story, and now it's my turn? Promise really is just like the rumors, isn't he? Enkidu was momentarily stunned. Just as she smiled and was about to speak again. Speech. Promise's paintbrush swept through the air, and in that instant, he stripped Enkidu of her ability to speak. He's angry. Enkidu couldn't help but think so in her mind. Hearing. Before she could fully process the first move, Promise's paintbrush moved again, erasing her sense of hearing. Speech and hearing vanished simultaneously, leaving Enkidu in a silent void. She quickly realized just how troublesome Promise could be. At that moment, the chain of heaven surged forth, shooting toward Promise with deadly precision. However, Promise didn't even glance at it. He allowed the chain to wrap around him, binding him completely. The chain of heaven was a noble phantasm specifically designed to target divinity. The higher the divinity of its target, the stronger its binding force. Though Promise, after his death, held the position of the ancient Greek god of painting, his servant class card bestowed him with no inherent divinity. Unless he wielded the sword of judgment or called upon the divine thunder bestowed by Zeus, he remained unaffected by the chain's divine binding properties. Not only did Promise ignore the chain of heaven's restraint, but as it wrapped around him, he smiled faintly. The next second, with a simple stroke of his paintbrush, he drew the chain of heaven onto his canvas. Under Enkidu's astonished gaze, the unfolded canvas absorbed the chain of heaven entirely. A moment later, it disappeared into the sky. Let me borrow it for a bit. Promise finally smiled at Enkidu again, speaking cheerfully. Don't worry, I'll return it to you. Enkidu, forced to rely on lip reading, deciphered his words and was left utterly speechless. Actually, she couldn't speak even if she wanted to. Promise had silenced her from the start. For a brief moment, even someone as composed as Enkidu felt both irritated and amused. Meanwhile, near Jason, the heroes manifested by his noble phantasm chuckled warmly at the scene. This was the price one inevitably paid for appearing in the Book of Grudges. The lesson was clear: never provoke Promise, or your name might just end up in his little black book. Jeanne d'Arc found the scene amusing as well. She instinctively hid her banner behind her, but as she did so, she noticed a stunningly beautiful Pegasus grazing contentedly near Jason. It had appeared out of nowhere, standing naturally by his side, munching on grass as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Meanwhile, Enkidu, perhaps harboring a touch of revenge in her mind, suddenly slammed her hand onto the ground as weapons of all kinds began to emerge, extending from the earth and flying toward Promise. Noble phantasm, the wisdom of the people. This was Enkidu's second noble phantasm, a counterpart to Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. It drew upon the memory of the stars, conjuring various items from the earth, replicating countless weapons from human history, even including modern firearms. Seeing this, Promise dropped his canvas and reached into the light, pulling forth a radiant bow. Let us offer an arrow of prayer to the great god of light, Apollo. With these words, he knocked the bowstring, aiming at the sky. As the light coalesced, a luminous arrow formed, its brilliance outshining the sun. Promise loosed the arrow, sending it hurtling into the heavens. The arrow transformed into a rain of radiant light, cascading down and obliterating the weapons flying toward Promise. The shards of magical constructs dissipated into dust, returning to the earth. Amazing. Tsubaki, the little girl hiding behind Jason, whispered as her eyes widened with wonder. This is nothing, Jason said with a dismissive wave, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. They're just playing around. If you don't believe me, look around you, none of the trees have even been scratched. Hearing his words, Tsubaki blinked in surprise, then glanced around making her eyes widen further as she realized he was right. Despite the fierce battle unfolding in the forest, not a single leaf had fallen. Instead, the light rain seemed to have nourished the forest, leaving it more vibrant than before. It's like a painting. At the same time, Jean beside her also expressed her thoughts at this moment. Indeed, the scenery reflected in her sky-blue eyes was indeed like a painting. The earth responded to Enkidu's call as her green hair flowed like a river of stars. The plants extending from the ground lifted her into the air, making her appear like a blossoming celestial flower. In contrast to her, Promise stood clad in his immaculate white robes, holding his paintbrush. Bathed in sunlight, his emerald eyes shone like stars, radiating elegance and an air of artistic romance. That's because he is painting, Jason said with a knowing grin. His invitation to that servant was always about creating a beautiful masterpiece. Chapter 247, Arrow that once shot the a perfect goddess, 3.1k words. 3,126 words. At this moment, aboard the radiant vessel soaring through the sky, there was someone besides Gilgamesh, a girl around 12 years old with dark skin and black hair. Her name was Tyne Chelk, and she was the master of Gilgamesh in this Holy Grail war. Among all the masters he had ever served under, Tyne was perhaps the most compatible with the King of Heroes. Tyne respected and admired Gilgamesh from the depths of her heart, placing unwavering faith in his power. Yet she constantly worried about being a burden to him. From the edge of the vessel, the girl gazed toward the distant forest. The trees seemed almost alive, dancing as though animated by some unseen force. Magical energy surged outward from the center, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying power making her frighten. Their arrival, of course, did not go unnoticed by Promise and Enkidu. So they subconsciously stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look in the direction of Gilgamesh, who was speeding there. He really cares about you, Promise remarked playfully, glancing at Enkidu with a sly smile. Then, as if realizing something, he paused. He suddenly remembered that he had just borrowed Enkidu's chain of heaven. If Gilgamesh noticed, there was no doubt he'd be furious. Enkidu smiled faintly but didn't respond, primarily because she was still under the silence imposed by Promise's paintbrush. Promise, do you want us to stop that nuisance from coming any closer? Jason asked loudly, his voice laced with genuine concern. Beside him, Jean Dark's expression grew more serious. Having pledged to help Promise secure victory in the Holy Grail War, she had long prepared herself for whatever challenges lay ahead. There's no need. I've been waiting for him to arrive, Promise replied, shaking his head gently as he raised the pristine feathered paintbrush once more, drawing a few deliberate strokes in the air. The strokes shimmered, and Enkidu's silenced speech and hearing were restored. By then, the radiant vessel had reached the skies above the forest, carrying Gilgamesh and his master, Tyne. Clad in gleaming golden armor, the King of Heroes looked down from above, locking eyes with Promise, who calmly returned his gaze from below. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Finally, Gilgamesh spoke, in an imposing tone. It seems you're the one Enkidu mentioned a few days ago. Anne. I take it that the calamity of death, the Pale Rider, was your doing as well? The incident involving the Pale Rider's elimination during the second night of the Holy Grail War certainly had not escaped Gilgamesh's notice. Well, Promise was not surprised by this observation. Having just sparred with Enkidu, he had half expected Gilgamesh to refer to him as a mongrel and launch into one of his infamous tirades. Instead, Promise offered a faint smile, meeting Gilgamesh's crimson gaze. In a measured, unhurried tone, he said. Enkidu suggested that I should paint a portrait of you. But, not everyone is worthy of being immortalized in my art. When he finished speaking, the scene couldn't help but be quiet for a while. A servant? It was until Tyne, who had been quietly observing from beside Gilgamesh, murmured softly, with a voice tinged with doubt. Her voice was very low, mainly because she found Promise's face vaguely familiar, as though she had seen him somewhere before. Tyne was the chieftain of a prominent clan on this land, one with considerable influence and connections. When Promise, a student of the Clock Tower's Lord Elmeloy II, arrived in the region, she had received intelligence regarding him. However, Promise, a seemingly ordinary man with no magical crests, had left far less of an impression on her compared to his peer, the prodigious mage and master, Flat Escardos. He is not a servant, Gilgamesh said, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. His words drew a surprised glance from Tyne as he spoke. He is a master, like you. But, he is no mage. In simpler terms, he is an ancient hero, a being who has survived from the age of gods to the present day. Gilgamesh's gaze bore into Promise as he continued, speak your name. You have earned the right for it to be remembered by the King of Heroes. As Enkidu had remarked to Gilgamesh during their battle a few days earlier, seeing Promise's clear emerald eyes and glimpsing the essence of his soul had left no room for distaste. For Gilgamesh, it was impossible to dislike someone like Promise. Unless, of course, Gilgamesh were to learn that Promise had just casually borrowed the Chain of Heaven and that Enkidu had merely smiled helplessly and tacitly allowed it. If that happened, there might indeed be a chance for the King of Heroes to dislike Promise. Promise, the man himself said calmly, introducing himself to Gilgamesh, the legendary King of Heroes. Promise. Gilgamesh repeated the name softly, his expression thoughtful as he recalled what Enkidu had said about the painting just days earlier. Thinking about all these, he instantly pieced together who the man before him truly was. Once Gilgamesh fully understood Promise's identity, even he couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. Then, suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. So it's you. No wonder my dear friend holds you in such regard. Ha! Ha ha ha. Indeed, if it is you, then you are worthy. Come now, raise your paintbrush and immortalize my glorious figure. Etch it permanently into the heavens, I grant you this honor. As he spoke, Gilgamesh stood tall, arms crossed proudly before him, his head held high with his usual overwhelming arrogance. Seeing this, Tyne on the side couldn't help but look at Gilgamesh with even more surprise. As his master, she knew better than anyone how unfathomably prideful Gilgamesh was. I said not just anyone is worthy of being etched into the sky or night, Promise replied in a steady and unwavering tone. As for you, standing here before me, you are not worthy. Tyne's eyes widened further at Promise's bold declaration. She stared at him in disbelief, wondering who this person could be to speak so brazenly to Gilgamesh. Then, a casual glance made her heart skip a beat, because her eyes caught sight of something utterly unexpected. Command seals. How is this possible? Her voice trembled. He's a master, not a servant? Tyne's mind reeled at the revelation. She quickly tried to rationalize it, concluding it must be some kind of magical anomaly or exception. You're not mistaken, Gilgamesh said coolly, breaking her train of thought. He is not a servant, nor even a heroic spirit. His piercing gaze returned to Promise. Because he has never truly died. He has lived from the distant age of gods all the way to this very moment. And his identity? It's hardly a mystery, Tyne. Because he hasn't exactly been subtle. He painted the 12 Olympian gods, using the sky and the night as his canvas. Surely, with all these clues, you've figured out who he is by now. Upon hearing his words, Tyne frowned, lowering her head in thought. After a brief moment, she suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock and realization as she stared at Promise and exclaimed. Could it be, you're the hero from ancient Greek mythology, the one who made the flawless goddess of wisdom, Athena, cry for you? Her words hung in the air, plunging the scene into an awkward silence. Promise's face darkened immediately. Jason, unable to hold it in, was the first to burst into laughter. His laughter spread quickly, and soon, even Gilgamesh was laughing heartily, and even Enkidu's lips twitched into a faint smile. Seriously? I have plenty of titles to choose from. The hero of Queen Hera, the walker of fate, even the student of Centaur sage Chiron would have been fine. Why is it that the first thing everyone remembers is the fact that I made Athena cry? Promise was utterly speechless, his mind flashing back to the image of Shiro Amiya in the library. Although this isn't exactly defamation, but if you all keep saying it like this, I'm really afraid that proud goddess will get so embarrassed that she would lose her temper, and without caring about anything else, come choke me herself. The laughter of the others, combined with Promise's visible exasperation, made Tyne, feeling awkward, subconsciously pinch the hem of her white dress. Don't worry, you weren't wrong. It's exactly him. Gilgamesh, still laughing, reassured Tyne before turning back to Promise. To make the goddess of wisdom cry, to humiliate the goddess of fate, to hunt down the gods' messengers, and to boldly declare that you would paint the heavens with the gods, than actually do it. I never imagined this boring war could produce so many things to amuse me. Time and again, you bring joy to my heart, mortal. But... At this point, Gilgamesh's laughter faded, and his expression turned serious as he looked at the young man in front of him. This does not give you the right to interfere in the war between myself and her. That's simple, cutting off Enkidu before she could speak, Promise replied cheerfully. Why don't you let Enkidu decide? See if she chooses me or you. Hearing this, Enkidu was speechless for a moment, her gaze shifting toward Promise with quiet exasperation. I even let you play with the chain of heaven. Can't you at least remove me from your little book of grudges by now? Humph, insolence. Gilgamesh raised his head, his prideful demeanor unshaken as he said. Do you truly believe you can stand on equal footing with the king of heroes? Enkidu, make your choice. Promise said, ignoring Gilgamesh entirely. His smile widened as he turned back to Enkidu. Who will it be? Me or Gilgamesh? To be honest, Enkidu didn't want to choose either of them. Yet she quickly realized she had no way out. After all, both of them were staring at her expectantly. One with amused curiosity, the other with unshakable confidence in his inevitable victory. Sighing softly, Enkidu finally relented. I apologize, Gil, but I must finish my battle with Promise first. After all, I already promised to let him paint his picture. What? Gilgamesh's eyes widened as he looked at Enkidu in disbelief. It was clear he had never expected Enkidu to choose Promise over him. Watching Gilgamesh's reaction, Promise almost burst into laughter. Well, he managed to hold it back, but the grin on his face made no attempt to hide his amusement. Not far away, Jeanne d'Arc, who was watching the battle, had a look of confusion on her face, because she suddenly discovered that the man, who wielded the sword of judgment, seemed far different from what she had envisioned. This is Promise, Jason remarked knowingly, as though sensing her thoughts. Yes, this was Promise. Don't mind him, Promise said casually, cutting off any further protests from Gilgamesh as he turned back to Enkidu. Come on, let's continue the painting we haven't yet finished. As soon as he finished speaking, a painting appeared in his hand once more. The painting depicted a beautiful woman with golden hair and emerald eyes, wearing a crown made of woven golden wheat. Unlike the imposing majesty of Hera, this figure exuded a warm, gentle demeanor. Beside her was a figure Enkidu recognized, a goddess she had seen in the underworld conjured by the Pale Rider, Persephone, queen of the underworld. In the painting, Persephone held the hand of a beautiful woman as they strolled through a vibrant field of flowers bathed in golden sunlight. This was one of the 12 Olympian god paintings, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Promise held the painting up and prayed to Demeter. The goddess swiftly answered his call, and the forest around them began to grow explosively. The ground burst forth with strange and vivid flowers, transforming the area into a sacred grove reminiscent of the Age of Gods. Promise didn't stop there. He pulled out 2 more paintings. From one stepped a monstrous giant with 100 eyes, its terrifying gaze sweeping over the battlefield. From the other emerged the fearsome true form of the 3-headed hellhound, Cerberus. The 12 Olympian god paintings, and the judgment sword that ultimately judged the monster Typhon. Tyne muttered to herself, her hands clenching instinctively as her gaze shifted toward Gilgamesh. The latter noticed her reaction and frowned. What is it? Surely, you don't think I'd lose to him? And no. Of course not. Tyne stammered, quickly explaining herself. It's just. I was wondering if you could. If you could team up with your friend Enkidu to deal with him. He's far too dangerous. And he's a master. His servant hasn't even made a move yet. However, she did not finish the following words halfway through her sentence. Instead, she chose to lower her head and obediently retreat to the back. Gilgamesh's mood improved slightly at Tyne's retreat, though his face still bore an irritated scowl. He crossed his arms and continued to watch Promise and Enkidu's battle with a sour expression. Aren't you going to join them? While the centaur and the 3-headed dog of hell were fighting Enkidu, Jeanne d'Arc, unable to contain her curiosity, turned to Jason and directed her question to the horse contentedly grazing beside him. The horse glanced at Jeanne, then turned its back on her, flicking its tail dismissively. It says you're meddling in things that don't concern you. Jason translated on behalf of Brother Horse. Jeanne blinked, momentarily unsure how to respond to such an unusual rebuff. TCH, so many annoying insects. At this moment, Gilgamesh, who had finally understood what was happening, realized that this entire battle had merely been a canvas for a painting, and that Enkidu had chosen to participate in Promise's creation rather than align with him. He had been played. This realization darkened his expression, and he vented his simmering anger on the prying creatures watching the fight from the shadows, clearing the area of their interference and restoring quiet. The battle continued until just before sunset. As the horizon began to glow with the colors of twilight, Promise and Enkidu finally halted their clash. At the same time, a painting appeared in Promise's hand. The image depicted Enkidu in all their ethereal beauty, standing amidst an ancient forest. The trees responded to the divine weapon created by the gods, the chain of heaven that linked the earth to the skies. Their softly glowing hair and transcendent features conveyed a beauty that defied both logic and gender. When Promise revealed the completed painting, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Even Gilgamesh froze for a moment, stunned. With a single glance at the artwork, all the irritation and lingering anger he had felt vanished completely. "Thank you," Enkidu said with genuine gratitude as the forest around her trembled in resonance. "Of course," Jason interjected proudly, lifting his head high. "After all, this is a painting by Promise." Jeanne Dark's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the masterpiece. Though she had no personal desire or need for such things, she couldn't help but feel a sudden longing, an almost irrational wish to have her own image captured by Promise's brush. Especially since his canvas was none other than the sky and the night itself. To be immortalized in such a way would mean to exist eternally. Promise smiled at Jason's comment but said nothing. Instead, he turned toward Gilgamesh. "The painting is complete. Now, let us begin today's true Holy Grail war. King from ancient epics, draw your sword here and now." Before anyone could react, Promise stepped forward. In the final moments of sunlight, he reached into the fading rays of dusk and drew forth a golden longbow. At the same time, from the first glimmer of moonlight rising in the sky, he pulled out a silver arrow. This was no ordinary arrow. It was the arrow that had once shot down the flawless goddess. An arrow that even immortal gods feared. The sudden surge of power caused the ground to tremble. Stars seemed to gather in response, their brilliance illuminating the battlefield. Gilgamesh hesitated only briefly, his crimson eyes narrowing before he burst into wild laughter. Grabbing the panicked Tyne, he unceremoniously tossed her toward Jason. The latter barely managed to catch her, scowling in frustration. "I came here to fight in the Holy Grail War, not to babysit." Gilgamesh, however, ignored Jason entirely, and drew forth his own weapon. The sword that could sever worlds, the Sword of Rupture, Ea. As he held the sword high, its unfathomable power pulsed through the air. Enkidu, observing the scene, glanced between Gilgamesh and Promise. Promise stood bathed in the glow of both the setting sun and the rising moon, holding a bow forged of light and an arrow drawn from the heavens themselves. It was at this moment that Enkidu fully understood. Promise's true purpose for seeking them out had not merely been to fulfill their promise to create a painting. This entire encounter, from the beginning, had been orchestrated to lure Gilgamesh into the fray. This was the moment Promise had been preparing for, the true Holy Grail War. But, what exactly was his goal? Was he trying to eliminate Gilgamesh right here and now? This thought briefly crossed Enkidu's mind before she dismissed it. If Promise's aim were to force Gilgamesh out of the war, he would not have drawn the bow and arrow. Instead, he would have summoned the Judgment Sword. "I see now. He's sending a message." Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Promise, Enkidu finally understood everything. She smiled as she turned her gaze to the figure in the moonlight, a boy clad in white, standing in the sky with the silver arrow nocked on a golden bowstring. "He's telling everyone, I am part of this Holy Grail War." At the moment of speaking, the silhouette of a beautiful goddess appeared in the moonlight. The goddess extended her arms and embraced the boy, guiding his movements. Together, they pulled the bowstring, drawing the moonlight into the silver arrow aimed directly at Gilgamesh. At the same time, Gilgamesh raised Ea, the Sword of Rupture, high above his head. The weapon's power distorted the very fabric of the night sky, bending the stars into spiraling chaos. Amid his wild laughter, Gilgamesh swung Ea downward with all his might. In that exact instant, Promise, with the help of the goddess by his side, released his arrow. The world fell silent. For one fleeting moment, all sound seemed to vanish as the arrow and the sword's devastating force collided. That night, in the land known as Snowfield, not a single soul could find rest. Chapter 248, Jason and Jean, My Servants, 2.6k words. 2,604 words. At the clock tower, in the office of Lord Elmeloy II, Waver Velvet sat with his head in his hands, cigarette after cigarette burning in the ashtray beside him. Smoke filled the room, but it did little to soothe his nerves. Troublesome disciples. All of them. The thought of those two students made Waver Velvet feel a throbbing headache coming on. One outright ignored his guidance and brought what amounted to a toy to participate in the Holy Grail War. The other, worse yet, had somehow slipped away to join the conflict despite possessing no magic circuits, a complete bottom-tier magician. At this moment, the phone on his desk rang as Waver bolted upright and snatched the receiver, speaking in an urgent voice. Hello? This is Waver Velvet, Lord Elmeloy II. Do you have any news about Flat Escardos or Promise? There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. Waver frowned, his impatience growing as the seconds ticked by. However, just as he was about to snap, a familiar, polite voice finally broke the silence. Good evening, Professor. The polite greeting caught Waver off guard for a moment. Then he suddenly reacted. Promise, is that you? It's me. On the other end of the line, Promise strolled alone through the moonlit streets of the city, having just left the forest not long ago. Speaking of which, earlier during his clash with Gilgamesh, the forest had been completely leveled, a rare event that even managed to anger Enkidu. Jean Dark, for her part, had been forced to raise her banner, its soft golden light barely managing to shield the two young girls and the synthetic wolf from the devastating aftermath. In the end, Promise had once again borrowed the authority of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, to restore the forest to its former state. Only then had they been able to leave peacefully. Hearing Promise's voice on the line, Waver's initial shock was replaced by visible relief as he exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. Fuck, and muttered under his breath. Professor, Promise said lightly, you're a clock tower lord. You should really watch your language. Hearing his words, Waver nearly laughed in frustration. Slumping onto the sofa with the phone still in hand, he pinched the bridge of his nose before replying in an exasperated tone. I think I need to revise my opinion of you. You're just like Flat, a complete idiot. Professor, comparing me to Flat is just too much, isn't it? What difference does it make? Waver raised his voice slightly. Do you even understand how dangerous the place you're in is right now? Of course I do, Promise replied honestly, his tone calm. After all, I'm one of the masters in this Holy Grail War. However, these words stopped Waver cold, and the many arguments he had prepared died in his throat as he stood frozen for a long moment. Compared to Flat, Waver was clearly more worried about Promise. After all, Flat, despite being a fool, was a prodigious mage. But Promise had no magic circuits at all, making him the very definition of a bottom-tier mage. Up until now, Waver's main concern had been that Promise might accidentally get caught in the crossfire of the Holy Grail War. But now, hearing his words, did he realize that this guy wasn't just near the storm, he was right in the eye of it. How could you have been chosen as a master? Waver's eyes widened in disbelief, but he quickly pushed past his shock as he sat sharply from his seat and exclaimed, never mind that. It doesn't matter right now. Promise, tell me your exact location immediately. I don't know what kind of intense desire you have that allowed the Holy Grail to choose you as a master despite your lack of magic circuits, but listen to me carefully. This Holy Grail War has serious problems. You're in extreme danger. Tosaka Rin and the others are already on their way to you, join up with them immediately. As he spoke, Waver's face betrayed his clear anxiety. After all, in his mind, he was already anticipating Promise's likely refusal, a rebellious rejection, just like before. He must want to prove himself. Waver thought. He's always been trying to show that he can be a great magician, even without magic circuits. That's probably why he got involved in the Holy Grail War in the first place. Maybe he thinks the Grail can give him magic circuits or recognition. The memory of Promise tossing his withdrawal application into the trash bin resurfaced in Waver's mind, further reinforcing his theory. What Waver hadn't expected, however, was Promise's immediate and straightforward response. Oh, I understand. And his agreeable tone stunned Waver into silence once again. When Promise reported his location without hesitation, Waver snapped out of it and quickly jotted it down. Judging by his reaction, he's not lying. Relieved but still puzzled, he gave Promise several strict instructions to stay put and wait for Tosaka Rin and the others. After getting Promise's firm confirmation, he finally allowed himself to relax a little. After a while, Waver, who had arranged everything, finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked the question that had been gnawing at him from the start. So, what is it? Why did you join the Holy Grail War? And how, as someone who isn't even a proper magician, did you have a wish strong enough to be chosen by the Grail? What could possibly drive you to do this? Promise fell silent for a moment. At first, he truly hadn't had a wish. His decision to come here had been driven by a sense of obligation, stemming from his identities as Hera's hero, a follower of Athena, and other roles tied to divine providence. It felt like his place to be here. But now, Promise had a reason, a real wish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken today's steps to openly declare his participation in the Holy Grail War. I want to see them again. Promise lifted his gaze to the night sky, his eyes reflecting the glimmering stars. Until recently, I didn't realize how hard it is to truly say goodbye to the past. It wasn't just a game, or a dream, it was a real life. Enkidu had once said that Promise was not lost, he was afraid. And she was right. But the object of Promise's fear wasn't someone else, it was himself. When a heroic spirit's tale is engraved, their life is complete, and everything is returned to this era, to the beginning. Would he still be the same person who, in the age of gods, was beloved by all the deities? After all, in this era, he would truly face mortality. So, when he encounters that high mountain cliff covered with snow again, would he still have the courage to leap from the snow-laden cliffs, to defy the abyss, and rise above? At first, Promise didn't care. He thought it was just a change in lifestyle. But then he realized some things had already become habits. For someone who had stood at the peak of the snow-capped mountains and seen the clear skies through the blizzard, how could they ever retreat to the base and continue gazing upward in longing? This fear was why, even here in this era, under the influence of the Holy Grail War, gods who should never have been able to manifest left their marks through various means. Yet the goddess of wisdom had never once appeared with an oracle. So, I will win the Holy Grail War, Promise declared in a calm tone. Then, I'll meet them again. At the same time, atop the tallest skyscraper in the city. The master of Gilgamesh, the 12-year-old brown-skinned and black-haired Tyne Chelk, with the help of her tribe members, also successfully found out about Promise. As she pored over the details, her gaze lingered on a previously overlooked student record. After staring in silence for a long time, she finally muttered softly. Promise. A student under Lord Elmeloy II at the clock tower, labeled as his sole failure due to his lack of magic circuits. The weakest of his disciples, regarded as the greatest disgrace of his lineage. The next morning. At Snowfield Airport. Good morning. Promise waved his hand and greeted the group of Lord Elmeloy II students who had just arrived from London. There were a total of 30 disciples who had obtained the rank of Magus. They were considered the dark force of the clock tower. But the smile on Promise's face did little to ease the simmering frustration of a few among them. Shiro Amiya was the first to step forward, his rare display of anger evident as he shouted. Promise, you. Before he could finish, Promise interrupted, his tone quick and apologetic. Sorry, I know I was wrong. Shiro froze, stunned by the sudden admission. The anger faded from his face, replaced by confusion. So, he was left scratching his head awkwardly, as he muttered, okay, just don't do it again. Before he could continue, Rin Tosaka, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, smacked the back of his head. Then she crossed her arms in front of her chest and studied Promise as though seeing him for the first time. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice carried a mix of disbelief and suspicion, unbelievable. Or rather, is this your true nature, Promise? Tosaka-san, what are you talking about? Promise blinked innocently, tilting his head. I really don't understand what you mean. The moment he finished speaking, he noticed many gazes converging on him. Among them, the most striking figure was undoubtedly Luvia Celestia Edelfelt, clad in an elegant blue gown. Her demeanor was graceful, her beauty swan-like, well truly befitting the heiress of a prestigious Nordic Magus family. In the clock tower, Luvia was as renowned as Rin Tosaka, often regarded as the other nuclear option of Elmeloy's class. At this moment, Luvia was studying Promise intently, her expression one of curiosity and intrigue, as though she were seeing him for the first time. Promise, however, simply smiled, unfazed by their scrutiny. Whatever. One of the twins from the group of 30 students suddenly stepped forward, her cheerful voice brimming with energy as she asked with excitement. Promise, you're a master now, right? I heard you summoned a servant. Who is it? Are they strong? Someone famous from history, maybe? As she spoke, she subtly cast a spell to ensure they would not be overheard, while another magus dealt with any hidden observers nearby. Promise was about to reply when Rin suddenly interjected. Wait, let me confirm something first. The girl furrowed her brows as she turned to Promise. Since you've already summoned a servant, you must have a wish you want to fulfill, right? Seeing Promise nod in response, Rin spoke further. Is it to destroy the Holy Grail War? Seeing the young man shake his head, she spoke once again. In that case, from this moment on, we're enemies. The Holy Grail War can only have one victor, and our reason for being here is to completely destroy the Grail. Her serious statement caused an awkward silence to fall over the group. And Shiro Amiya, caught between the two, looked incredibly uncomfortable. All right, who are you trying to scare? Luvia's voice cut through the tension as she stepped forward, her dark blue dress contrasting sharply with Rin's crimson outfit. Before we left, the professor specifically instructed us to ensure Promise's safety. But she spoke, glancing at Rin, as you said, if he insists on claiming the Grail, that does mean he'll stand against us in the end. Having finished her retort, Luvia turned to Promise and spoke with a serious expression. So, to avoid unnecessary conflict, I advise you to give up on the Grail now. Though, seeing as you already possess command seals, I doubt you'll do so easily. In that case, let's be straightforward. Until we've eliminated every other enemy, why don't we form an alliance? Luvia's proposal caused both Shiro Amiya and Rin Tosaka to look nervously at Promise, awaiting his response. To their surprise, Promise simply smiled and nodded without hesitation. For someone who had glimpsed the threads of fate and knew nearly everything about the current situation, this development had been well within Promise's expectations. His quick agreement caught everyone off guard but also brought a sense of relief to the group. After all, nobody wanted to fight their own allies unless absolutely necessary. The happiest person in the group was undoubtedly Shiro Amiya. In the original course of events, he wouldn't have been here at all. After all, Rin had deliberately kept this matter from him. His presence now was entirely because of his concern for Promise. Well then. Someone in the group suddenly spoke up, breaking the momentary silence. What about Flat? The mention of Flat Escardos brought an awkward silence over the group once more. Promise coughed lightly and said, in any case, this isn't the best place to talk. Let's leave here first. Everyone glanced around, realizing how odd it looked to discuss the secrets of magecraft in the middle of a crowded airport. Agreeing with Promise's suggestion, they all nodded and followed him out of the airport. On the way, Promise took the opportunity to pull Rin aside for a private conversation. Tosaka-san, a servant who has already left the war, entrusted me with something before departing. It's about a little girl I need to take care of. Under the puzzled gaze of Tosaka, Rin, Promise said without hiding anything. She's called Tsubaki Kuruka, a 10-year-old girl whose body has been modified, leaving her with an abundance of magic circuits inside. Rin frowned slightly. Because, there was something oddly familiar about this story. And her magecraft system? I believe it's one you're familiar with, Meta-Magecraft, Wormcraft. The moment he finished speaking, Rin froze. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Promise, unable to believe what she had just heard. Even Shiro Amiya, who had been quietly listening nearby, was stunned. In that instant, both of their minds conjured up the same image, a gentle-looking woman with long violet hair, Sakura Matu. It wasn't long before the group reached Promise's temporary residence. Rin, still grappling with her conflicted emotions, followed behind the group. Her thoughts were preoccupied with the revelation about Tsubaki Kuruka, the young girl they were about to meet. Upon seeing the little girl, the unease in Rin's heart only deepened. But before she could fully process the situation, her attention was drawn to something, or rather, someone else. Ah, Promise, you're back. Jason, who was lazily lying on the sofa, waved at Promise, then looked at the group of people who came with him, in confusion. Meanwhile, Jeanne d'Arc, who had been taking care of Tsubaki, glanced up as well. At this moment, she had exchanged her golden armor for a simple, pure white dress, and her long, golden braids gave her an air of serene innocence. Her blue eyes also blinked curiously at the new arrivals. "Let me introduce you." Promise did not hold back at all and announced matter-of-factly, as though the revelation were the most natural thing in the world. "These are my servants." He pointed to the man lounging on the sofa. "Jason, the captain of the Argo, and my rider-class servant." Then, he gestured toward Jeanne. "And Jeanne d'Arc, Saint of France, my ruler-class servant." Chapter 249, The Queen of the Amazons. 1,569 words. 2 servants, and one of them is ruler? Rin Tosaka blinked, her sky-blue eyes widening as she looked at the 2 servants before her. Drawing on her extensive knowledge from participating in a previous Holy Grail war, she quickly recalled the unique nature of the ruler class. As she pieced things together, she instinctively turned to Promise and asked, "Have you allied with the ruler?" The ruler class, or arbiter, was an extraordinary role in the Holy Grail war. Only those who died without any lingering desires could qualify to serve as a ruler. Furthermore, due to the ruler's role in safeguarding the integrity of the Grail war, they typically didn't have a master. Based on this, Rin's question was a natural and logical deduction. However, before Promise could answer, Jeanne d'Arc, who had been taking care of Tsubaki, stood up with a serene smile as she looked at the gathered group and spoke softly. "No. In this Holy Grail war, while I still serve as ruler, I am also Promise's servant." Her declaration left everyone stunned for a moment. After a brief pause, someone pointed to Jason, lounging lazily on the couch, and asked Promise, "Then what about him?" "He's my servant as well," Promise said plainly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "Both of them were summoned together by me." His matter-of-fact response silenced the group again. A dual summoning, with one of the servants being a ruler? This was unprecedented in every sense. Even Shiro Amiya looked at Promise with a mix of shock and confusion. Normally, if one possessed such an unpredictable trump card, they would want to keep it a secret. Yet Promise had revealed everything openly, baffling those present. After all, Promise wasn't like Flat, who might blurt out such things thoughtlessly. From their perspective, Promise's apparent desperation to obtain the Grail explained why someone without even basic magical qualifications could be chosen as a master. Tosaka Rin was the first to come to her senses. After carefully looking at the young man again, she turned her head to look at Jeanne and asked pointedly. "As ruler, you're supposed to safeguard the Grail war. So, where does your allegiance lie? Protecting the Grail war, or helping Promise obtain the Grail?" Hearing this, Jeanne's expression grew serious as she thought for a moment, before she replied with sincerity. "I will give my all to help Promise obtain the Grail." "I see," Rin said, nodding slowly as she accepted Jeanne's answer, though her expression remained conflicted. Afterward, she turned her attention to Karuka Tsubaki, the young girl Promise had been tasked with protecting. Not long after, the group of students who had scattered earlier returned, announcing that they had secured a hidden residence and set up a makeshift magical workshop. With their next steps clear, the majority of the group bid farewell to Promise, leaving only a few, including Shiro Amiya, to stay behind for further discussion. On the way out, Rin approached Luvia Celestia Edelfelt, her rival and occasional ally, and asked, "What do you make of Promise?" "He's hiding a significant secret," Luvia replied without hesitation, her tone matter-of-fact. "And it's precisely because of that secret that he doesn't care about revealing all his servants." Rin nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Luvia's assessment. Not only that, another student chimed in as they joined the conversation. "Did you notice the way that servant, Jason, looked at us? His eyes were full of mischief, like he's waiting for some grand drama to unfold." And Jeanne d'Arc's response is also strange. She's a ruler, yet she's so determined to help Promise claim the Grail? Upon hearing this, Tosaka Rin and Luvia fell silent at the same time. Finally, another voice broke the quiet, a student with a sharp gaze and a confident demeanor. "I don't think we need to overanalyze everything. Something tells me Promise's goals won't conflict with ours, at least, not yet. My instincts tell me we should focus on the bigger picture. Whatever secrets he's hiding, they won't directly harm us, for now." When Sven made THS comment, the tense atmosphere among the group immediately eased. "Well, though he may have some secrets, I actually think the same way," Luvia said, nodding in agreement. "Promise clearly harbors no ill will toward us. The fact that he revealed his servants so openly shows he wants us to understand that." "I never doubted that." Rin replied, shaking her head. He's a fellow student of the professor, after all. Though he's always been a bit reclusive, his nature isn't bad. I just want to know what he's hiding. Whether it was as if he had suddenly become a different person, or those clear green eyes that seemed to know and see through everything. She recalled the moment Promise introduced Karuka Tsubaki to her, the strange gaze he had directed at her. She knew that Promise and Amiya Shiro had a very good relationship, but no matter how good their relationship was, Shiro would never tell him about what happened to Mito Sakura. Yet the way Promise looked at her at that moment, he clearly knew more than he should. Rin held many questions in her heart but chose to keep them to herself for now. Their immediate priority, after all, was something far more pressing, becoming official masters in the Holy Grail War. After setting up their new base of operations, the group contacted Waver Velvet and used Clock Tower resources to quickly identify potential targets. That very night, they approached a mage who had already been chosen as a master. Rin personally issued a formal challenge and emerged victorious. With the command seals transferred to her hand, she once again became an active master in the Holy Grail War. And then. Name. The Rider of the Amazons. Later that evening, in a villa on the outskirts of town, the students under Waver's tutelage gathered. Promise, Jason, and Jean were invited to join the meeting. Under the dim light of the moonlit sky, the newly summoned servants began introducing themselves. One figure in particular stood out, a striking young woman with fiery red hair tied into an elegant bun at the back of her head. She wore a combination of soft fabric and leather armor, her appearance suggesting she was no more than 18 years old. As Jason stared at her in astonishment, the woman stepped forward and said confidently. True name, Hippolyta. Hippolyta. A queen of the Amazons, daughter of Ares and the priestess Atrara, and a powerful demigod hero. What shocked Jason and Promise even more was her connection to Greek mythology. Like Jason and Promise, she hailed from their shared mythological era and was deeply intertwined with some of their closest friends. Hippolyta had a subtle relationship with both Heracles and Theseus. One of Heracles' 12 labors required him to travel to the land of the Amazons and take the belt of war granted to Hippolyta by her father, Ares. Initially, because she admired the great hero, she willingly handed the belt to Heracles. However, due to a misunderstanding, the two eventually came to blows, resulting in two different versions of her story. In one version, Heracles accidentally killed her in the heat of battle. In the other, he captured her and brought her to mainland Greece. Later, Theseus tricked her into coming to Athens, where they eventually married. Regardless of the version, the tales involving Hippolyta were deeply intertwined with both Heracles and Theseus. And the most curious part? Both Heracles and Theseus had been among Promise's closest friends in their era. So, at that moment, as Promise responded to the story of Hippolyta's legend and looked at the vibrant woman before him, a flicker of awkwardness clearly crossed his face. His discomfort, however, went largely unnoticed as most of the group's attention was focused on the interaction between Jason and Hippolyta. Queen of the Amazons, Hippolyta? Jason asked, his tone curious as he scrutinized the legendary figure standing before him. Apparently, this was the first time they had met. And you must be Jason, king of Iolcos, captain of the Argo? Hippolyte also looked at this captain of the Argo, who had never been seen in the Age of Gods and was famous throughout ancient Greece, and then said, I've heard the stories. After the adventure for the Golden Fleece, you supposedly abandoned your hard-earned throne and glory to embark on another journey, searching for the hero beloved by the goddess of wisdom. Did you ever find him? Hearing her words, Jason's expression turned, and he let out a faint laugh, but before he could answer, Hippolyta shook her head apologetically. My apologies. That was a foolish question. If you had succeeded, I doubt you would be standing here now. Hippolyta's words did not surprise the gathered students. From what they knew of Jason's legend, it was easy to infer that his participation in the Holy Grail War was driven by his wish to use the Grail to find the hero he sought. And, to be honest, this assumption was correct. However, Jason, with an obviously playful smile, tilted his head to glance at Promise, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stepped back to the boy's side, gestured toward Promise and introduced him. And this here is my current master. His name is Promise. Chapter 250, the stage is already set, 2K. 2019 words. Hearing that name, the red-haired Hippolyta, bearing the iconic Takeuchi face of the Nesuverse, was stunned for a moment, as her gaze quickly shifted to Promise. And as their eyes met, looking into his clear, emerald green ones, the war god Ares' girdle tied around Hippolyta trembled slightly. Simultaneously, Hippolyta's eyes widened in shock as she stared intently at Promise and blurted out. The hero of the goddess of wisdom, the one who rewrote fate. No, no, that's impossible. She appeared deeply shaken, leaving everyone around her momentarily speechless. No, there's no trace of the Age of Gods aura on you, not even a shred of magical energy. However, Hippolyta soon furrowed her brows and scrutinized Promise again, with a skeptical expression. The students exchanged confused glances with one another. Could this be some kind of misunderstanding? Shiro Amiya was the first to voice his doubt. Promise has always been a student at the clock tower, hasn't he? Rin Tosaka and Luvia, her golden-drilled rival, nodded in agreement nearby. Moreover, Promise wasn't just a student of the clock tower. His declining lineage as a mage family and his life history from birth to the present were all meticulously documented. Hippolyta didn't respond. She continued to stare at the young man in silence. You look very much like him. After a long pause, Hippolyta finally said, You greatly resemble the legendary hero. Though I've never met him, I doubt there's anyone who doesn't know of his deeds. Thank you, Promise replied, lowering his head slightly in polite acknowledgement of her praise. Following this encounter, it became evident to Waver Velvet's students that Hippolyta's gaze would occasionally fall on Promise, and this occasion was too frequent. This only deepened their suspicions. Still, no matter how much they speculated, all they had were doubts. After all, Promise documented history, and the time they had spent studying together left no room for fabrication. And yet, could he truly just look like him? Recalling the descriptions of that hero from legend, they glanced again at Promise, his emerald eyes so bright and clear, like stars scattered across the heavens, his refined demeanor exuding the essence of someone kissed by the goddess of art herself. I mean, you're not really that hero from the Age of Gods, are you? Shiro Amiya, unable to suppress his curiosity, leaned closer to the boy in the suburban villa and asked with a puzzled face. Promise's eyes shifted slightly as he sensed the many gazes converging on him. His lips curved into a faint smile, and he winked at Shiro Amiya, saying with a playful tone, Why don't you guess? The moment he said this, many people at the scene were left speechless, their expressions a mix of exasperation and disbelief. At the same time, however, Hippolyta's gaze toward Promise grew even more puzzled. Because of that one remark, he seemed even more like the person she had in mind. Though she had never seen Promise in person during that era, she was far from unfamiliar with him. Whether it was through the accounts of Ares, the war god, or Heracles, Promise's legend had been vividly described to her. To be precise, the era Hippolyta lived in was one illuminated by the brilliance of heroes. Promise was a name that resounded far and wide, not just praised by the gods but celebrated endlessly by bards. He was someone truly known by all. Hippolyta knew of his unparalleled wisdom and bravery. No matter how insurmountable the challenge, he could always find a way to overcome it. But at the same time, she also knew about another aspect of him, his infamous grudge book. Anyone who offended him would be added to that list and inevitably face his revenge. Even the mighty Olympian gods weren't spared from his wrath. Even her great father, Ares, the god of war, had been beaten by him. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly strange and even Jason began to wonder if the truth of tonight's events was about to come to light, a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted everything. It was a call from Waver Velvet, the current lord of the clock tower. After all, there was an obvious issue that needed his immediate attention. Jason, who was summoned as a rider-class servant, had been called forth by Promise. But Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, was also summoned as a rider-class servant. When Waver raised this point, the students quickly shifted their focus to analyze the situation of the Holy Grail War, momentarily setting aside their curiosity about Promise. Through their discussion, they soon uncovered the truth about the Holy Grail, distinguishing the genuine Grail from the false one. This also led to their understanding of why ruler-class servant Jeanne d'Arc had appeared. Later, when Waver learned from the students that Promise was not only a master but the master of 2 rider-class servants, in addition to being surprised and stunned for a moment, another realization struck him. In this Holy Grail war, the most troublesome person under his tutelage was probably not the reckless Flat Escardos, but this seemingly calm and composed Promise. If Jason knew Waver's current thoughts, he would likely laugh uncontrollably, perhaps even stand up and applaud, praising Waver's keen intuition. After all, back in the Greek age of gods, there was a famous saying, or rather, an iron rule, among their ranks. If one day, Promise suddenly became quiet for several days, behaving like a well-behaved child, then don't doubt or hesitate. Grab your belongings and run as far as you can. I'm not afraid of Promise causing trouble, I'm afraid of him remaining silent. And on this very night, as the true Holy Grail descended upon the city and the masters and servants tied to it began to reveal themselves, that inexplicable sense arose. Both Hippolyta and Jason suddenly lifted their heads, gazing into the distant town in the same direction. Is it you? Hippolyta stood up, her beautiful eyes fixed on the horizon. Moments later, she chuckled softly. So that's why. So this is the reason I've come here. At the same time, Jason instinctively looked at Promise. The lagger met his gaze and nodded lightly, confirming Jason's suspicion. In that moment, Jason became certain of the identity of the servant summoned tonight for the Holy Grail War. It was someone he knew as well as Promise, a figure from the Age of Gods, one who had always followed in Promise's footsteps, and who, like Promise, was eventually revered as a god, the legendary hero Heracles. Shall we go over and say hello? Jason grinned, asking with evident amusement. He just felt this Holy Grail War was becoming quite entertaining. As for Promise, his expression, as if everything had been anticipated, did not surprise Jason at all. After all, Promise, who walked amidst the threads of fate, revealing the most brilliant futures to the goddess of destiny who observed them, naturally possessed the ability to peer into fate and glimpse the future. In simpler terms, he had the power of clairvoyance. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the city where Heracles had been summoned by his master, something extraordinary occurred. Beautiful flowers blossomed on the barren earth, spreading across the grassy terrain. Through these flowers and accompanied by a silver wolf, Enkidu approached Heracles. Who are you? Heracles, whose body appeared as though sculpted by divine hands, emanated overwhelming magical energy and divine aura, looked at the unexpected visitor. He also noticed how vines sprouted from the ground under Enkidu's command, binding the surrounding magi, including the master who had summoned him. Yet, Heracles sensed no hostility from Enkidu. I am Enkidu, Enkidu said gracefully, performing a deep bow. I came here at the request of a friend. To intervene in your fate. With that, she spoke a single sentence that erased all confusion from Heracles' heart. The name of that friend is someone I believe you know even better than I do. His name is Promise. The moment Enkidu uttered Promise's name, Heracles' eyes widened, and an incomparably terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from his body. The residual force of his power was enough to terrify the magi bound by the vines, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, in the secluded villa on the outskirts of the city where Waver Velvet students had gathered, Jason asked Promise, should I head over to greet him? The latter replied calmly, go if you want. I think he's fine now. In this Holy Grail War, Heracles had been summoned in the archer class, which best suited him. However, the Magus who summoned him had prepared 24,976 human sacrifices to create mana crystals for magical energy supply. This Magus did not seek a noble hero but instead desired a servant with greed. Thus, they used the corrupted black mud from the Fuyuki Holy Grail War to taint Heracles. Knowing all of this, Promise naturally couldn't let Heracles suffer such a fate. That was why, the day before, he had sought out Enkidu and entrusted him with this task. As for why Promise didn't personally handle the matter, apart from entertaining Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya during their visit, there was another reason. Why did it suddenly start thundering? Rin Tosaka muttered as she gazed out the window. The once starry night sky was intermittently lit by flashes of lightning, leaving her slightly perplexed. At the same time, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within her. She even began to hear faint, indescribable sounds that she couldn't quite put into words. As she stared at the flashes of lightning in the sky, she suddenly found herself in a strange daze. In that moment, Rin saw a faint, golden-haired goddess who bore a striking resemblance to herself. The figure sat alone in the underworld, gazing at Rin from afar. Her lips moved slightly, as though trying to convey something. Then, as the lightning flashes grew more frequent, a fierce gale swept across the land of Snowfield, seemingly out of nowhere. The weather shifted dramatically. Thousands, millions, even billions of bolts of lightning lit up the heavens. It was as if the apocalyptic thunderclaps of the end times had begun to roar across the world. So, she's noticed, has she? Promise looked at the sudden changes unfolding in front of him. Yet his eyes betrayed no surprise, only amusement. He even chuckled softly to himself, murmuring. Of course she noticed. After all, she's a goddess truly descending upon this world. It's only natural for her to perceive my presence and intentions, and to act accordingly. In that case, I suppose I should go thank her. Thank her for setting the stage for me. From the very beginning, Promise had known this Holy Grail war was far from ordinary. Not only was it a battle between the true and false Grails, with 14 servants, including such exceptional heroes as Gilgamesh and Heracles, but it also featured the involvement of a true deity. Aside from the troubles involving Chaldea, human history, or the fantasy tree, this Holy Grail war was undoubtedly the grandest and most expansive one Promise had ever encountered. Now that he had decided to participate and seize the Holy Grail, he had informed everyone just yesterday during his confrontation with Gilgamesh. What remained for Promise was to step onto the stage. But who was he? He was the favored disciple of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and patron of heroes. He was Hera's cherished child, renowned for painting the gods and lauded as the god of painting in ancient Greece. Therefore, the stage he stepped onto had to be magnificent and awe-inspiring. Did such a stage exist in this Holy Grail war? It certainly did. It was a monstrous avatar of the raging skies with golden hooves capable of crushing everything between heaven and earth. In Sumerian mythology, even the creator goddess Tiamat could only hold off this divine beast for a time. It was none other than Gugalana, the bull of heaven. Chapter 251, found you, 2.2k words. 2,249 words. A few hours earlier. That evening, Rin Tosaka had a secret conversation with Waver Velvet, the current lord of the clock tower. The topic of their discussion was none other than Promise. She shared her doubts about Promise, as well as the peculiar reactions Hippolyta, the Amazonian queen, had displayed when she encountered him. Do you think it's possible that he's that hero from the Age of Gods? After learning everything, Waver, who had been silent for a while, asked in a serious tone. If I hadn't participated in the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City, I wouldn't even consider such an absurd idea, but... Rin trailed off, leaving her thoughts unfinished. The memories of that war resurfaced, her encounters with Shiro Amiya, who had been summoned as a guardian, and even Gilgamesh, who had manifested with a physical body. To be honest, when Rin learned from Promise that Gilgamesh was participating in yet another Holy Grail war, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. Didn't you say you weren't interested in the Grail? Why does it feel like you're everywhere? And it was precisely because of these experiences that even though she was the first to reject the notion outwardly. But deep down, Rin couldn't help but harbor suspicions about Promise. Waver replied, his tone neither surprised nor angry as a brief silence followed, broken only by the faint sound of papers being flipped on his end of the call. After a while, as Rin patiently waited, Waver finally spoke again in a calm, measured voice. In the Holy Grail War, anything is possible. Your suspicion may sound absurd, but I have to admit it's a valid line of thought. That said, there's no need to dwell on it. Hearing his words, before confused Rin could question him further, he continued, how much do you know about that hero from the Greek Age of Gods? Hearing this, an image immediately surfaced in Rin's mind, a certain servant she had encountered before. She had long, elegant silver hair tied into a ponytail and wielded the magical staff bestowed upon her by her goddess teacher. It was none other than Medea, who had participated in the Fifth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City. Like Jason, Medea's motivation for joining the war had been to find Promise through the Grail. In that war, Rin had actually received Medea's help in dealing with both the corrupted Holy Grail and the issue with Sakura Metu. She still remembered the reason Medea had given for her decision to intervene. Because if he were here, he would have done the same. Recalling the words Medea had said with a smile. Brilliant like the rising sun, yet dazzling like the final light at dusk. He was always the center of attention, radiating warmth and brilliance. But at the same time, he was forever distant, no matter how much one reached out, he was impossible to grasp. Yes, Waver confirmed on the other end of the call, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. Legends and epics exhaust every word of praise to describe that hero. He was adored by gods and heroes alike. It was as though the world itself loved him. And he achieved unparalleled feats, rewriting destiny and crafting new stories. He was always accompanied by those four powerful goddesses. Thus, whether or not Promise is truly him is irrelevant. After all, this question will resolve itself soon enough. However, hearing his words, Rin's face still bore an expression of confusion. It was clear she didn't understand what Waver meant. Sensing her silence, Waver patiently elaborated. Do you really think that if he were that hero, he'd go out of his way to hide his identity just to pursue the Holy Grail? No, Rin replied without hesitation. If it really were him, then, according to what I know, during the Holy Grail War, he would be the most prominent figure. He'd actively step forward to resolve every issue and rewrite fate itself. As she said this, she paused, stunned by her own words. In that moment, she understood exactly what Waver was trying to convey. If the Holy Grail War were a stage, then he would undoubtedly step into the spotlight. No matter how many heroes surrounded him or how dazzling they might be, he would always become the brightest star. Always. And then, back to the present. As Rin Tasaka snapped out of her daze, she looked outside at the dramatically changed weather, the flashes of lightning illuminating the stormy skies. She was startled and deep in thought, wondering about the divine vision she had just seen. Who was that goddess who appeared as if by divine revelation? Where's Promise? Has anyone seen Promise? The question suddenly echoed through the villa on the outskirts of the city. Not only was Promise missing, but his servants, Jason and Jeanne d'Arc, had also disappeared without a trace, prompting everyone to notice their absence quickly. The students searched everywhere, confirming that they were truly gone, and began helping to look for them. Rin, however, didn't join in. Instead, as she regained her composure, she looked at the bustling crowd and then at the quiet little girl sitting calmly, Karuka Tsubaki. Tsubaki wasn't showing the slightest bit of panic. After thinking about it for a moment, Rin approached her, smiling as she asked, "Aren't you worried about your brother Promise?" Tsubaki blinked, looking up at the girl with her wide, innocent eyes, before shaking her head obediently. "I'm not worried at all. Brother Promise is super strong. All I have to do is stay here quietly and wait for him to come back." "I see." Rin nodded slightly, but her gaze soon shifted to another figure nearby, Hippolyta, standing by the window. The servant was staring intently at a certain point within the stormy clouds, her brows furrowed. Her expression was both surprised and puzzled, as if she had realized something. "What is it?" Rin walked over to her side and asked. Hippolyta glanced at her briefly, then turned her gaze back to the stormy night sky. She remained silent for a moment before responding solemnly. "Calamity has descended." "Calamity?" Luvia also leaned over curiously. "Yes, and..." Hippolyta paused, her voice grave as her gaze swept across the group, who were now all watching her with rapt attention. "It's something that should not exist in this era." She hesitated before continuing, but finally added. "Because this is divine punishment, delivered by a god. A god has unleashed a beast upon this city, and it will destroy everything here." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the villa were stunned. The students exchanged shocked glances, but Rin Tasaka, uncharacteristically, was the only one who didn't react. Instead, she hesitated, her gaze drifting back to the spot where Promise had been moments before as a wry smile spread across her face. "It seems the professor was right after all," she murmured. "Professor?" Luvia asked in confusion, turning to Rin. "Are you saying the professor already knew about this? So it's true, there really is a divine beast descending upon the city?" Rin didn't respond to Luvia's question. Instead, after a moment of thought, she turned back to Hippolyta. "Hippolyta, if that hero from the Age of Gods you mentioned earlier knew about this, what would he do?" "That hero?" Hippolyta repeated, briefly confused, before realization dawned. Oh. After all, they had just talked about it, and it shocked her a lot. She turned her head to look at the place where someone was before, and replied. "I've never met him, but if it were him, then he'd already be on his way to resolve it. After all, that's what everyone says about him." However, her voice soon faltered, her words trailing off. She stared at the empty spot where Promise had disappeared, her expression blank. After a moment, she pointed at the space and looked back at Rin, dumbfounded. "Where is he?" "He's gone," the latter replied calmly. "Gone?" Hippolyta's eyes widened in shock. "When did that happen?" "Just now," Rin said matter-of-factly. "Right after the sudden change in weather, the endless thunderclaps, and, as you called it, the descent of divine punishment." Hippolyta froze, and not only her, the other students who had pieced it together were also stunned. Rin, do you know something? Shiro Amiya finally asked, his brows furrowed as he stared at her intently. Rin shook her head. I don't know much more than you do. However. She paused, looking at each person in turn before continuing. The answers we've been searching for, the key to all of our questions, has been right in front of us this entire time. With that, she stepped forward and pushed open the villa's heavy door. The howling winds outside surged in, tousling her long hair as she stood framed by the doorway. She cast one last glance back at the others before speaking. Let's go see for ourselves. Outside. The howling gales roared like the end of days, accompanied by the relentless crash of lightning. Promise stepped out from the villa and into the eerily desolate streets of the city. He moved steadily toward the eye of the storm, the heart of the cyclone that now loomed over the city. He knew what awaited him there, Gugalana, the bull of heaven, the divine beast born from wrath. Normally, this city would be brilliantly illuminated by neon lights, and its streets would be bustling even in the dead of night just like it did during the day. But now, not a single person was to be seen. Startled by the abrupt weather change, the citizens had instinctively retreated to their homes, muttering complaints about the unpredictable storm and the inaccuracy of weather forecasts. Yet, not everyone had dismissed the anomaly so lightly. Those attuned to the supernatural, the magi, the servants, even the dead apostles and church agents stationed in the city, looked into the distance, feeling the oppression brought by the violent incarnation of the sky, and their faces were extremely ugly. On the top floor of one of the tallest buildings, a dark-skinned, black-haired girl of about 12 stood near a floor-to-ceiling window. She was Tyne Chelk, the master of Gilgamesh. Tyne stood quietly beside her servant, her gaze fixed on the distant storm as Gilgamesh observed the chaos with calm intensity. Well, this is unexpected. I didn't think that lunatic woman would come here too. For Gilgamesh, how could he possibly fail to recognize her? But she can't have arrived directly, so, possession, is it? Gilgamesh murmured quietly to himself. King, do you already know who this servant is? Upon hearing this, Tyne Chelk asked curiously, looking up at him. She was still staring at the distant chaos, marveling at the sheer magnitude of its presence. To her, it was even more dramatic than the spectacle caused during yesterday's fight between Promise and Gilgamesh. After investigating Promise's background and learning about the legends of that Greek hero, Tyne had concluded that the two men might truly have been just casually greeting each other, without even trying seriously. A servant? Gilgamesh's lips curved into a mocking smile as he spoke with disdain. That lunatic could never qualify as a servant, because she's no human, she's a god. As Gilgamesh spoke, his expression was unrestrained, a mix of scorn and outright contempt. A god? Tyne froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, Gilgamesh replied with a curt nod. And her name is Ishtar. At almost the same moment, Promise, who was walking through the city streets, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. In front of him stood a striking figure, a woman appearing to be in her 20s, with dazzling white hair and fiery red eyes. She stared back at him with an intense curiosity, her gaze brimming with interest. With just one look, Promise immediately understood her identity. Her original name had been Philia, a homunculus created by the Einsburn family, connected to Iliasviel's lineage, and the designated Lesser Grail for this Holy Grail war. But now, she was no longer Philia. She had been possessed by a goddess. Honored and beautiful goddess, Promise greeted her with a gentle smile, mimicking the ancient bow that Enkidu once performed. Good evening. The woman standing before him, of course, was Ishtar. Ishtar, the Mesopotamian goddess of beauty, fertility, and war, was the most beloved among the gods and the symbol of Venus. Her connection to Gilgamesh and Enkidu was deeply rooted in myth. In legend, she had once professed her love for Gilgamesh but was harshly rejected and mocked. In her rage, she had summoned Gugalana, the bull of heaven, to punish him, an act that ultimately led to Enkidu's death. And so, the terrifying embodiment of the skies, the raging Gugalana, which now cast its destructive shadow over the land, had been summoned by none other than Ishtar herself. You are indeed much more pleasing to the eye than that guy Gilgamesh. Ishtar said, her fiery eyes gleaming as she spoke to the Promise for the first time. Her second sentence followed soon after. Go, complete the trial I've prepared for you. After all, I've already promised that person to set the stage for you. At this point, Ishtar paused for a moment, tilted her head and thought for a moment before continuing. Oh, right. She also asked me to deliver a divine message to you. Let me think, what was it again? Ah, I remember. She said, found you. Chapter 252, Witness this great feat. 2,326 words. Snowfield, Western America. In the town's police station, a sharp ringing broke the tense silence. Sheriff Orlando Reeve, who had been standing by the window with a furrowed brow, staring intently at the ominous skies gathering power beyond the city, turned at the sound. Turning around, Sheriff Orlando, who looked meticulous and intimidating without even getting angry, had a firm expression on his face, and the moment he picked up the phone, he was immediately greeted by the exuberant shouting of a man on the other end. Ha ha ha. Hey, brother, how's it looking over there? You feel it too, don't you? That overwhelming, unbelievable power gathering in the skies outside the city. Orlando moved the receiver slightly away from his ear, waiting for the man's excitement to die down. When the voice calmed slightly, the sheriff responded in a calm, measured tone. Castor, what is it? Yes, this composed and seemingly upright sheriff was, in fact, a participant in the Holy Grail War. Not only that, but he was one of the shadowy players behind the scenes. He had partnered with Francois, the deranged master who sought to torment Jeanne d'Arc. The Castor he referred to was none other than Alexander Dumas, the servant Orlando had summoned. Dumas' noble phantasm, sublimation, allowed him to create pseudo-replicas of noble phantasms that even ordinary humans could use, and he had armed the police force with these creations. Historically, Dumas was not a hero but a renowned playwright and novelist, best known for The Three Musketeers and The Count of Monte Cristo. Of course I have something important to say, brother. Do you realize what's about to happen right before our eyes? Dumas' tone was brimming with excitement as he spoke to the stoic sheriff. It's a trial of the gods. A test bestowed upon heroes by divine beings. The kind of event that bards sing of for millennia. And it's about to unfold right here, in front of us. Hearing this, a slight change flickered across Orlando's otherwise impassive face, his brow arched subtly as he replied, So, you know what's going on now? Of course I do, brother. I've been watching everything through your surveillance system, Dumas said with a booming laugh. But the bigger reason is that they weren't even trying to hide it. A goddess possessing a young girl, descending here from the ancient age of gods. And a hero stepping straight out of myth. Brother, my blood is boiling. I can't wait to run out there and witness it all with my own eyes. Orlando, the deeply frowning police chief, was just about to inquire further about the specifics of his subordinate's cryptic statements. For instance, he wanted to know more about the goddess mentioned, and the hero straight out of myth. Who exactly were they? Wait a second, brother. It's happening, right now. On the other end of the phone, Dumas's voice rose with excitement as he exclaimed loudly, Look up, quickly. That silver meteor, it's already falling. Hearing this, Orlando, phone in hand, instinctively turned his head to look out the window. As if validating Dumas's words, he saw the silver meteor streaking through the night sky. In that instant, its arrival was impossible to miss. With the descent of the bull of heaven, Gugalana, the hurricane winds and roaring thunder it brought cast an eerie, fleeting silence over the vast expanse of land below. Amidst the chaos of storms and lightning, the silver meteor soared with elegance, traversing the heavens, only to vanish into the depths of the night. What was that? Orlando asked, stunned. That, Dumas laughed joyously on the other end, is the meteor seized by a legendary hero from myth. Its form represents art and beauty, and its name is Pegasus, the winged horse, Pegasus. Pegasus. The name rang a bell for Orlando. I think it was as a fantastical creature from ancient Greek mythology. And the hero who captured and wrote it? If my memory serves me right. His eyes widened slightly in realization, and the police chief finally understood why Dumas was so elated tonight. At this moment, he once again saw the falling silver meteor, and this time he also witnessed the other party's true appearance. Because at this moment, Pegasus, the winged horse, happened to gallop past the precinct where Orlando stood. Its silver wings, magnificent frame, and the fleeting glimpse of the young man astride it, all of this left a profound impression on the police chief's mind in that fleeting moment. As Orlando snapped out of his daze, he moved instinctively to the window. Peering up at the sky, he could only catch a glimpse of that dazzling silver glow fading into the distance. Facing the storms and lightning, Pegasus fearlessly soared onward, carrying the youth who commanded it toward its destined path. The sight was like a scene straight out of myth and legend, leaving even the prepared Orlando frozen in awe. A trial bestowed by the gods, and the hero who will face it? Orlando murmured softly. If he could witness this, it went without saying that others had as well. Ordinary townsfolk, cowering in their homes amidst the storm, glimpsed the figure of the winged horse. Their worldview shattered, leaving them questioning whether they were dreaming. Meanwhile, those who were anything but ordinary, the magi, dead apostles, and servants from the realm of the supernatural also took note of the spectacle. Rin, did you see that? From a villa in the outskirts, Amiya Shiro, who had been tracing the source of the calamity, stood still on the road. Shaking his head, he gazed into the distance at the meteor shining amidst the thunder. At his side, Tosaka Rin didn't respond to his word, instead she just stared at the scene. Because, at the moment she laid eyes on it and guessed what it was, every speculation in her heart had already solidified into reality, no matter how absurd that reality seemed. Pegasus. The servant Hippolyta, the Amazonian queen, murmured as her fiery red hair swayed like flames in the wind, and her golden eyes fixed on the radiant star. That was his first miracle. With a body as fragile as any mortal's, under the witness of the goddesses of fate and wisdom, he captured that silver meteor. Since that day, no matter when or where, across the vast mortal world, the resplendent realm of the gods, the endless depths of the ocean, or the forbidden underworld, if he calls for it, Pegasus will appear by his side. And under the gaze of the great gods, it will carry him to face his trials. Humming softly, Hippolyta recited the lyrics of a song she had once heard from a wandering bard. At the same time, the war god's girdle she wore began to move of its own accord. This divine relic, a gift from Ares to his daughter, emitted the essence of the gods, creating a protective barrier around her. It shielded Hippolyta, along with Rin Tosaka, Shiro Amiya, and Luvia, from the raging storm and the wild magical energy permeating the air. Not everyone had come, though. Some of the students remained at the villa, analyzing the workings of the Holy Grail magic and tending to the little girl left in their care. Father God, are you asking me to assist him? Hippolyta stared in confusion at the suddenly animated war god's girdle and couldn't help but ask aloud. No. Hippolyta, who was immediately denied, tilted her head in surprise and confusion, not understanding what the god of war Ares meant, when. Greetings to all of you. A slightly playful voice broke through the tension. Smiling, the servant Jason appeared before them, accompanied by Jeanne d'Arc, her beautiful golden hair swaying gently in the wind. Noticing the group's confused and slightly startled gazes, Jason sighed and shrugged helplessly. I've been thrown off again. Honestly, even after all these years, that guy hasn't changed a bit. Aside from Atlanta and Medea, he's still willing to kick anyone who dares to approach him. So, Shiro Amiya, still somewhat dazed, instinctively asked Jason, is he really the one who? Jason quickly waved his hand to interrupt Shiro, then walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder and said with a grin, let's not talk about things like that at a time like this. The truth will be revealed soon enough, and everything will unfold before your eyes. So why not save your curiosity and anticipation for the final moment, and witness it with your own eyes, right, Jeanne? Jeanne, who was standing beside them, smiled faintly upon hearing this, but did not reply. Her expression was just worried as she looked around at the town, which was inevitably affected by the arrival of the Bull of Heaven. To be honest, she didn't have much doubt about Promise' ability, but recalling his greeting with Gilgamesh a few days ago, she couldn't help but worry if the innocent people in this city would be affected by this trial. If necessary, I'll try to stop this trial. Saint Jeanne d'Arc thought to herself at this moment. Jason didn't pay much attention to her reaction, but just smiled and looked at Shiro Amiya again. The moment he saw that Promise' attitude towards Shiro Amiya was obviously different, Jason actually regarded him as a friend as well. Speaking of which, Shiro, I heard from Promise that you seem to have participated in a Holy Grail war before, and even had an adventure with my companions on board. Hearing this, Shiro Amiya, who recalled the Holy Grail war, nodded and smiled at Jason after a trance, yes, and thank you for your care. Me too. Rin Tosaka, who was at the side, also replied. Is that so? Speaking of which, who was there? Jason continued to ask with a little curiosity. Heracles and Medea. Hearing Heracles' name from Shiro Amiya's mouth, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons subconsciously turned her head to look. Jason was also taken aback. At the same time, he thought of the aura he had sensed not long ago. He felt it was such a coincidence and was about to laugh out loud when he heard the name Medea and face darkened. That woman. Sighing, Jason let go of the hand on Shiro Amiya's shoulder and took 2 steps back, his face full of disgust. Seeing this, Rin Tasaka blinked, feeling that it was very interesting, so she was about to ask a few more questions, when. I didn't expect to see you here, so, you found him, right? That deep and steady voice sounded. Like a small giant, with skin like a statue sculpted by a god, full of divine power, Heracles appeared before them at this moment. Accompanying him was Enkidu. Wherever she went, flowers would bloom on the ground. The flowers contained magic power, resisting the storm swept by the bowl of heaven. Facing everyone's gaze, Enkidu showed her usual gentle smile. However, when she occasionally turned her head to look in the direction of the bowl of heaven or a certain goddess, a naked disgust appeared on her face. Heracles? Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons saw Heracles appear in front of her like this, and she was both surprised and angry, but there was also a hint of joy in her heart. Heracles glanced at Hippolyta, nodded slightly, and then fixed his gaze on Jason again. The latter also came out of Medea's shadow at this moment. Facing Heracles' inquiring gaze, he raised his head proudly and said, "Yes, it's me. When I set sail again, I said, you can't, the gods can't, but it doesn't mean I can't. I will definitely find him, so now, I found him. That's it." Heracles nodded again and said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you, Jason, you have worked hard, and we finally found him." The Argo, which had never stopped and sailed again, finally stopped. Listening to Heracles' words, Rin Tasaka recalled Medea in the Holy Grail War and her wish. And she once said with a smile that the crew members of the Argo who came to participate in the Holy Grail War were almost all for the same wish. At this moment, Rin Tasaka finally fully realized what a miracle this was, and so did Shiro Amiya. The feelings in his heart were even deeper than Rin Tasaka's. After all, Promise was one of Shiro Amiya's few friends after coming to the clock tower. It was precisely because of this that Rin Tasaka noticed one thing, so she looked at Hippolyta and looked at the war god's girdle that was floating on her body and protecting them. "Hippolyta, I think I know. I know what your father wants you, or us, to do." Her spoke, drawing the attention of everyone present as she spoke. "The professor told me that if we want to know the true identity of the Promise, we don't need to do anything. Because if it's really him, the silver-white Pegasus will descend sooner or later. It will carry him to his destination, and just like in the myths, it will be glorious and dazzling, deserving of all the praise that bards can offer. Therefore, Hippolyta, I think your father is not asking for help, but simply showing off to us and inviting us. Inviting them to witness such a beautiful sight." When Rin finished speaking, both Jason and Heracles were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at each other and laughed. "This really brings back memories," Jason said with emotion. Heracles nodded slightly. Their reactions undoubtedly confirmed Rin's words. "Is that so, great father?" Hippolyta curiously asked the war god's military band, which gave an affirmative reply. "I see." Hippolyta suddenly understood. She looked at Heracles, and after a brief silence, she raised her head and said, "Then let us witness it together. P.S. Tomorrow's my exam, wish me luck, I really need it." Chapter 253, The Bowl of Heaven. 2,107 words. A deep, resonant voice echoed across the vast expanse of the land. The deafening thunder that filled the sky was nothing more than its mighty roar. Undeterred and fearless, Pegasus soared through the tempest, straight towards the heart of the raging storm, where lightning danced with fury. It charged forward, even though it knew that the creature that awaited was a beast unleashed by the gods, a manifestation of their devastating power. It carried promise, and it would see it through. And there, concealed within the depths of darkness and thunder, it beheld the true form of its adversary. The bowl of heaven, Gugalana, stood revealed in its full glory. Blinding bolts of lightning crackled around its colossal frame, as if forging a golden armor that encased its entire being. Its immense body seemed to bridge the heavens and the earth, its head lost amidst the clouds while its hooves pulverized the ground below. Each step it took sent tremors through the air, unleashing a force that rivaled the impact of a falling meteor. Promise's emerald eyes gazed upon the awe-inspiring sight of Gugalana, the celestial bull. And in that instant, the mighty bull, too, noticed the small figure that dared to approach it. it saw the unwavering gaze of those clear, emerald eyes, and the pristine white garment that adorned its challenger. Enraged by the audacity of this insignificant being who dared to meet its gaze, the bull let loose a thunderous bellow. Well, this guy didn't know anything about the trial or promise. The task bestowed upon it by the goddess Ishtar was simple: to unleash its earth-shattering hooves and obliterate the city below. To bring ruin and devastation upon this land. So, the stage is set for their encounter, a voice chuckled from atop a towering skyscraper in the city of Yukihara. Perched on the edge of the rooftop, Ishtar, a goddess who had taken the form of an artificial human girl, swung her slender legs playfully, a wide grin spreading across her face. "Oh, I have been eagerly anticipating this moment," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. "Now, present to me your offerings, my dear, favored child of the gods." Promise, on the other hand, gazed at the bull of heaven, not caring about its rage, but observing it with a thoughtful expression. This is the bull of heaven. No wonder Gilgamesh had high hopes for it in that situation, thinking that it could hold back the primordial goddess of creation for a while. He said with a bit of emotion, it wasn't like he had never seen a beast that was abandoned by the gods and brought disaster. The boar Artemis abandoned, and the 100-eyed giant that Hera made to guard Io, were actually all the same. But they, indeed, all had a certain gap with the bull of heaven in front of him. Well, anyway, this thunder is really too noisy. As he spoke, his originally clear emerald eyes turned golden in an instant, and in the eyes of the bull of heaven, which couldn't understand at all, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the thunder in the sky. "Stop it, it's so late, what the night really needs is peace." As he spoke, he crushed the thunder in his hand, and the symphony and roar of thunder, which seemed like the end of the world, stopped. "Let the wind stop too, I've heard a lot of people complaining all the way here," he said again as the sword appeared in his hand. And the moment the sword appeared, the bull of heaven, staring at it, felt as if it was staring into the underworld at this moment, smelling the smell of death. But, it was clearly an immortal beast. This was the sword of judgment, in his hand, it could even judge the gods. Ringing the death knell for those so-called immortal gods. However, he did not slash the sword at the bull of heaven, but threw it down and cut off the hurricane of the night. Thus, the harbinger of the coming of the end of the world ceased. Speaking of which, it's almost dawn. This won't do. He shook his head slightly and looked up at the night sky shrouded in dark clouds. "O ancient and great primordial goddess, I pray to you here." As he spoke, a silver moon bow appeared in his hand. Then he was seen notching an arrow and shooting it into the night sky. With just one arrow, the dark clouds dispersed, and the night sky revealed its true face, and then he continued, "Please let the night be long tonight, let the stars dot the world, and please protect the child who admires you, let the night conceal everything for him." The night heard his plea, and at that moment the bull of heaven saw the phantom of an ancient black night carriage running in the sky. The pressure from the goddess riding on the carriage made it feel as if it was facing Ishtar's father. Incidentally, the reason why Ishtar was loved by the gods and accompanied by the bull of heaven was because of her father, Anu. Anu was the king of the gods in the mythology in which Ishtar was located, a position equivalent to Zeus, the king of the gods in ancient Greek mythology. So the sun was once again asked back by the night, delaying its rise. And at the same time, the night also covered the traces of the bull of heaven and him, so that ordinary people could not see and know what was happening here. Well, that's it then. Clapping his hands, Promise calmed everything down in just a few words and looked at the bull of heaven again as the golden eyes that shone with divinity returned to a clear emerald green. "Gugalana, the bull of heaven, let's talk first, okay? First of all, let's draw a nice picture. Because after I draw it, you will be my cow. If I call you in the future and you don't answer, I'll write you down in my little book, so that even if we're separated by several parallel worlds, I'll find you and beat you up." The bull of heaven didn't react immediately, instead, it simply stared fixedly at Promise. Just when Promise thought it was full of backbone and would outright reject him, and the Pegasus was already preparing to gallop over and hit it twice, they suddenly heard the heavenly bull let out a soft moo and blinked twice. And the expression on its face after blinking was not the calamity-like ferocity from moments ago, but one of a newfound innocence. No. It even seemed a little docile. "So this is what you really are, bull of heaven?" Witnessing this scene with her own very eyes, even Ishtar, who was currently inhabiting an artificial body and had diluted her humanity, looked stunned for a moment. But she quickly recovered. After all, she realized that the Bull of Heaven must have sensed traces of Ishtar's previous contact lingering on Promise, which caused the change in its attitude. Still, isn't this going a bit too far? It must have been scared, after all. Ishtar was speechless, especially when she found that she actually saw a hint of flattery in the expression of the Bull of Heaven. The feeling of speechlessness became even stronger. Just as she was feeling flabbergasted, she saw Promise retrieve a pure white feathered paintbrush from the night sky and stars. Sitting atop the winged Pegasus, the boy then began sketching the form of the Bull of Heaven, Gugalana, using the night as his canvas. During this time, the Bull of Heaven even deliberately changed his standing posture, revealing a pose that it thought was very cool, making Ishtar, who was watching, not sure whether to laugh or get angry for a moment. I brought you here to bring calamity to this land, to serve as that child's trial, not to play games with him. But I suppose this is amusing in its own way. Perhaps it was because this was fundamentally a transaction, or maybe it was due to Promise's innate goddess-killer charisma. Either way, Ishtar didn't react excessively to what could be interpreted as a challenge to her authority. Instead, she viewed it as a rare source of amusement as a slight smile graced her lips while she looked at the scene. But soon, as if sensing something, she tilted her head, glanced into the distance, and let out a small huh. After thinking for a moment, her lips curved upward as she leaped down from the tall building. Meanwhile, the painting did not last for too long. During this time, the Amazon Queen with her war gods band, Jason, and Rin Tasaka and her companions finally arrived, one by one. They left the city and entered the vast desert region of the southern continent, where they encountered the Bull of Heaven and Promise, who were shrouded by the powers of the night goddess. Although they were hidden by the power of the goddess of night, they had probably been discovered long ago, so, out of consideration, the benevolent goddess left a passage for them to enter. Thus, the group now stood at the foot of the Bull of Heaven, gazing up at the towering embodiment of tempestuous skies. Naturally, they also spotted Promise, soaring amidst the night on his Pegasus. The scene resembled something out of an epic mural, overwhelming the senses of Rin Tasaka, Shiro Amiya, and the others. Even though they had anticipated the sight and believed they were mentally prepared, at this moment, they were still struck speechless and awestruck, unable to utter a word for a long time. Until Gilgamesh, seated on the radiant ship known as Vimana, accompanied by his master, Tyne, arrived before the group. Gil, you've come, Enkidu, standing beside his master Silver Wolf, greeted him with a gentle smile. This king merely came because he couldn't trust anyone else to handle the situation properly. Crossing his arms and slightly tilting his head up, Gilgamesh surveyed the scene before him and spoke with his usual arrogance apparent. If he fails this trial and pays the price for his arrogance and conceit, then this king will personally take matters into his own hands. Enkidu simply smiled without responding to Gilgamesh's words. After all, the fact that he refrained from calling Promise a mongrel was already quite restrained. As Gilgamesh was speaking, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Tasaka Rin, who had come to her senses and was looking at him with a face full of disdain, and Amiya Shiro who was equally speechless. What is that look? Have you two seen this king before? Not only have I seen you, I've even chopped off your hand. Amiya Shiro muttered quietly in his heart. Rin let out a long sigh, covered her forehead with one hand, and muttered, it really is you. Why is it that you're everywhere? Before she could finish her sentence, someone beside her suddenly shot forward, breaking the sound barrier as they charged at Gilgamesh with incredible speed. It was Heracles/Hercules. Well, the Greece arc is over, so I'll probably use Hercules. The towering hero swung his weapon with tremendous force, aiming directly at Gilgamesh. The clash of metal resounded as a golden divine shield materialized in front of Gilgamesh, blocking Hercules' sudden, powerful strike. Gilgamesh turned his head slightly to regard the enormous figure of Hercules, whose entire being radiated a terrifying divine aura. Mongrel, what do you think you're doing? He asked coldly. Hercules didn't reply, his sharp eyes simply locked on Gilgamesh with unrelenting intensity. At this moment, Jason stepped forward and, emboldened by Hercules' presence, arrogantly shouted at Gilgamesh, you're the mongrel here. Who are you to insult our friend like that, you random interloper? It was clear that Hercules had attacked because Gilgamesh had called Promise arrogant and conceited. Gilgamesh gave Jason a brief, dismissive glance and chose not to respond, turning his attention back to Hercules. As if he had discerned something, his lips curled into a feral grin, one that spoke of encountering a worthy prey. Behind him, golden ripples began to shimmer in the air as the treasures of the Gate of Babylon started to materialize. Hercules, seeing this, grew even more resolute, his stance tightening in anticipation. Anyone with a keen eye could see that a battle was about to erupt. Enough. Chapter 254, Using the Night Sky as a Canvas, the Stars as a Paintbrush. 2049 words. Enkidu's voice broke through the rising tension. The earth responded to her call as vines emerged from the ground to coil around both men, halting their clash before it could escalate further. This beautiful night does not belong to you all tonight, and... Gil, haven't you noticed? Someone has been watching you with the gaze one reserves for a clown, Enkidu remarked, her eyes shifting toward a shadowy corner. Hearing this, Gilgamesh also turned his gaze toward the darkness. Realizing she had been discovered, Ishtar stepped out of the shadows with a theatrical clap of her hands, her face showing a mix of disappointment and amusement as she came into view. As expected, it's you, Ishtar. Enkidu, who was usually calm and composed, suddenly revealed a clear look of disdain upon seeing her. Gilgamesh's expression darkened as well. With a slight scoff, he shook off the vines binding him, and the golden ripples of the Gate of Babylon dissipated, indicating he had lost interest in continuing the fight. Hercules, too, relaxed, lowering his weapon as he sensed Ishtar's divine aura and realized her connection to the events at hand. No more fighting? What a pity. Oh well, my attention wasn't on you all tonight anyway, Ishtar said with a smirk before her gaze once again lifted toward promise in the sky. Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya exchanged relieved glances. Both let out quiet sighs of relief, at the same time feeling amused at how Hercules and Gilgamesh had almost clashed yet again. At that moment, one of their companions gasped and pointed to the heavens. Hey, look! What's Promise doing up there? Hearing this, the assembled group instinctively paused, their attention drawn upward. There, seated atop the Pegasus, Promise held a pure white brush, painting against the dark canvas of the night sky. With each stroke of his brush, stars began to appear where there had been none, twinkling like jewels against the once blank expanse. At first faint, the stars grew brighter and more numerous, illuminating the sky and forming a breathtaking tapestry. This phenomenon didn't just captivate those gathered at the foot of the bowl of heaven. The enigmatic figures observing from afar and the ordinary townsfolk, drawn by the sudden calm after the earlier chaos of thunder and wind, all noticed the transformation of the heavens. Hercules, do you remember what Meleager and Actaeon told us about that incident in the kingdom of Calydon? Jason asked, his voice tinged with realization as he stared at the starry scene unfolding above. Before Hercules could respond, the Amazon queen Hippolyta interjected. The kingdom of Calydon. Could it be about the legendary Caledonian boar hunt associated with the goddess Artemis? When Hippolyta said this, Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya, who were surprised to hear it, subconsciously recalled the ancient legend engraved in the myth that has been passed down through the ages. With the night as the canvas and the wishes lit by everyone as the brush, on that night, the boy favored by the gods, together with Atlanta, the daughter of the goddess, offered their sincere blessings to the moon goddess Artemis. Blessing the moon god who illuminates the night, forever pure, beautiful, and happy. Hippolyta softly hummed an ancient ballad she once heard from a wandering bard, her voice weaving the story of old as if calling it back to life. As her song trailed off, the stars in the sky multiplied, spreading across the once empty canvas of the night, adorning the darkness like scattered jewels. So, Promise is painting? Shiro Amiya muttered, his tone filled with both awe and disbelief. Seems like it, Rin Tosaka replied with astonishment. It really does look like he's painting. Those scattered stars clearly form a pattern, and judging by their shape, it's obviously that divine beast right in front of us. Her words were abruptly interrupted. No way. Why? This is ridiculous. Ishtar burst out, her eyes wide with outrage. This kind of offering should be for me. Why is it being wasted on that cow? As her protest echoed, Enkidu and Gilgamesh simultaneously cast disdainful glances at her. That cow? That's your bull of heaven. Are you disowning it now or something? Normally, they would have mercilessly mocked Ishtar's absurd behavior, but at this moment, neither had the energy for it. Because... Impressed, aren't you? Envious, aren't you? Jason's smug voice broke the silence, louder than anything else. He puffed out his chest, raising his chin as though he were the center of attention, as though all this was his doing. This is Promise's painting. His art resides in the heavens. That brush in his hand was crafted by none other than the great god Hephaestus. The vast azure skies and the deep black night are his canvases. That's why gods and heroes alike crave his art. To be painted is the ultimate honor, a symbol of his recognition, his friendship, and the mark of a true hero. And I, Jason, captain of the Argo, am immortalized as part of his masterpiece. His voice rang with triumph, his expression smug and self-satisfied. After all, he had poured endless effort into securing his place in Promise's work, only achieving it in this Holy Grail war. As Rin, Shiro, Hippolyta, and even Jeanne d'Arc cast envious glances toward Jason, Enkidu tilted her head curiously. Are you talking about this? She asked innocently, revealing a painting in her hands. It was a vivid depiction of the ancient forest Promise had created for her just days ago. Jason froze, his jaw dropping as his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what? Why do you have one too? Just as he was filled with disbelief. It's over. Hercules suddenly spoke, interrupting the ongoing communication among the crowd. Yes, it was over. Promise stopped his brush, and the stars in the sky had already adorned the night completely. From his perspective atop Pegasus, the painting wasn't particularly clear. But for those standing on the ground, looking up at the sky and the night, it was undeniably vivid. The stars drawn by Promise were perceived by the Earth's inhabitants, autonomously forming the image he had created. At that moment, even Waver, far away in the clock tower, stepped out of his office, lit a cigarette, and gazed distantly in this direction. He had already guessed who was responsible and fully understood Promise's identity. A bull and a goddess? The one speaking these words was just an ordinary person. In the snowfield city where the Holy Grail War had erupted, the sudden disappearance of the hurricane and thunderstorm caused many people to step outside. Being the nearest location, it was naturally the clearest view. So the upward gazes of these people became the perfect reflection of the scene. What appeared before them, drawn by the celestial stars, was a golden bull. Beside the bull stood a beautiful and elegant goddess. She extended her hand as if to soothe and calm the wrathful bull of heaven. This is truly unbelievable. The chief of police in the snowfield city rubbed his forehead. To be honest, he had no idea how he would explain this modern-day miracle to everyone the following day. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, the heroic spirit Dumas was laughing wildly with excitement. And the painting of the stars converging in the night sky tonight would undoubtedly be photographed, preserved, and widely spread. In the years to come, it would become one of the world's most mysterious events. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After recovering from the shock, Ishtar could no longer suppress the joy in her heart. All the elegance and pride of a goddess were completely thrown away at this moment. She was so excited that she almost rolled on the ground in front of everyone. Because the goddess in the sky was obviously her. How to describe Ishtar's mood at this time? It was as if she had originally just gone out and inadvertently saw a gem, and she didn't care much at first, but when she bent down to pick it up, she saw that the gem was so beautiful, it was one of the rarest treasures in the world. This was probably the emotional ups and downs. Enkidu and Gilgamesh once again looked at Ishtar with extremely contemptuous eyes, as if mocking her for her lack of vision. But secretly, they were actually itching with hatred. Why? At this moment, Gilgamesh shouted in his heart. How could such a stupid woman be worthy of being depicted in the night sky? Even if someone were to be engraved, it should have been me, who should have been the one praised and envied for such glory. Gilgamesh looked angrily at Promise in the sky, angry that he didn't draw him, the hero king. At this moment, if the Holy Grail appeared in their hands, even Enkidu would probably be unable to help but make a wish to be depicted in the night sky by Promise. As for Ishtar's reaction, Heracles and Jason were undoubtedly the calmest. After all, this was a goddess. Since she was a goddess, it was normal. During the Argos adventure, the heroes had actually reached a consensus in their hearts, that is, among the difficulties of the journey, the goddesses were the least necessary existence to be afraid of. Because it was very simple to deal with a goddess, and it only took one step to get there. That was to throw out Promise. Goddess, here's your promise. As long as he was thrown out, no matter how angry the goddess was, she would instantly calm down and reveal an expression of I can't do anything about you. It had to be said that this trick was indeed universal, but it seemed that there was one goddess who was an exception. That goddess, upon seeing Promise thrown at her, would probably be so scared that she would take out her scepter and swat him back. At the same time, apart from Ishtar, the most excited one was undoubtedly the other protagonist in the painting, the Bull of Heaven. After seeing the painting in front of him, the Bull of Heaven actually squatted down, lay on the ground, and mooed, expressing his obedience to Promise. If it were anyone else, Ishtar would naturally be enraged, but at this moment, she only had 2 words for the Bull of Heaven's response: satisfaction. Seeing this, Promise smiled and skillfully comforted the Bull of Heaven before finally discovering the people on the ground. Slightly startled, he patted the Pegasus's head, and the latter immediately understood as she carried Promise and landing in front of everyone. Everyone stared blankly as the Pegasus flapped its holy wings, carrying the Promise in immaculate holy garments. "Why are you all here?" Promise asked softly, a gentle smile on his face, clear and bright emerald eyes sweeping over everyone present. After meeting his gaze, everyone fell into a brief daze. "We are here to witness your trial." Noticing something was wrong with Saint Jean of Arc and the others beside him, Jason, who was already used to it, stood up with a chuckle and said, "Trial? What trial was there to conduct? You want a cow, right? No need for you to do anything, I'll personally pack it up and deliver it to you." This was Ishtar's current thought. "You still want to pack it? Don't bother, goddess, I'll come myself." And this was the Bull of Heaven's inner thought right now. Upon hearing this, Promise looked at Rin Tasaka and Shiro Amiya again, as well as some of the students from the clock tower who had come along, and naturally understood what was going on. Just as he was about to say something with a smile, he seemed to have noticed something. After a slight pause, his gaze fell on Rin Tasaka again, and he looked directly into her eyes. Looking into the clear emerald eyes of Promise, the latter couldn't help but turn her head away and even raised her hand to cover her eyes. But no one thought Rin Tasaka was wrong. Even the Amazon Queen estimated that she wouldn't be able to withstand the gaze of Promise at this moment. So that's how it is. Chapter 255, Goddess Hecate, Long Time No See, 2.6k words. 2,627 words. Is that so? Looking at Tasaka Rin, the goddess hidden in her, and then looking at Ishtar thoughtfully, Promise finally understood everything. Then he lowered his head and thought seriously for a moment, then quickly raised his head and smiled with determination in his heart. "That's it. Since everyone is here, let's go together. I may need your help." "Ah, what can we do for you?" Rin Tasaka was still thinking blankly, when the young man stretched out his hand and took out a painting from the night sky. In the painting, there is a beautiful goddess with long black hair like the night and her eyes, red like drunkenness. She was carrying a ghost lamp, walking in the dark underworld, surrounded by countless ghost butterflies, and in front of her, there was a 3-headed Cerberus leading the way. Promise took it out, and it dissipated in the eyes of everyone. Then the bright moon tonight turned crimson in everyone's eyes. This area also formed a unique space. And in the crimson moonlight, ghost butterflies, one after another, flapping their wings and emitting a faint light, flew out of the underworld and landed on the fork in the road. Then, carrying the ghostly ghost lamp, the mysterious and elegant goddess walked out of the underworld surrounded by ghost butterflies and came to reality. And for her appearance, even he was surprised at this moment. Because unlike any goddess that appeared before, such as Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and Nyx, the goddess of the night, they all came in the form of an afterimage by means of the Holy Grail War to provide help. Even Ishtar came here by relying on it. And she. "Is it Medea? Is there something I can help you with?" A slightly lazy voice, as if she had just woken up not long ago, destroyed the elegance and mystery of her appearance, but this was the real her. After saying that, she walked out of the fork in the road, then looked up and scanned the crowd. Those puzzled red eyes finally stopped when they landed on Promise. And the moment they did, even the black veil that could cover the beautiful face of the goddess, could not cover the shock in her eyes. Looking at the young in front of her, the goddess's eyes widened little by little, and the shock gradually evolved into fear and fear. "Goddess Hecate." Promise smiled very happily and said, "Long time no see. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Hecate, I'm Medea." The moment the words fell, in the stunned eyes of Rin Tasaka and Shiro Amiya, the goddess instantly turned into Medea and turned to run. But as soon as she stepped out on her front foot, the embodiment of the night descended again on her back foot, landing beside her as a phantom, putting her hand on Hecate's shoulder, and smiling. "Goddess Nyx, why are you here too? Why is this happening again?" Goddess Hecate showed an expression as if the world had collapsed again. But soon, she felt something was wrong again, turned her head abruptly, stared at Promise fiercely, and said, "Wait, that's not right, why do you have my painting? I've been paying attention to it, and I didn't let you succeed." "That's right." "Ah, you mean this." Promise raised the painting in his hand and explained to Goddess Hecate, "Goddess Nyx gave it to me directly. That day, she suddenly borrowed my paintbrush, drew you and gave it to me." When he spoke these words, Hecate, who was still disguised as Medea, had death in her eyes. Seeing this, Jason laughed, and so did Heracles. "Well, on public demand, we'll keep him Heracles." Even Hippolytus, who had heard similar rumors, couldn't help but laugh. The most ancient and powerful tool god of the age of gods, Hecate. As for her true use, now was the best proof. Currently, the deities who had arrived due to Promise and through the Holy Grail war appeared mostly as shadows. But this goddess, who had stepped out from the underworld, was no such shadow. "Speak, what do you want me to do?" In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Hecate's mind, but in the end, she could only come to one conclusion. Just go with it. There was no other way. Not only was the night goddess Nyx her former patron, but she had always treated her like her own daughter. Hecate feared no one, except her. Now that she had been sold out by her mother once again, what else could she do but swallow her tears and accept her fate? "I'm already dead, why won't you let me rest? This isn't even the age of gods anymore, why do I still have to answer the call?" At this moment, Hecate felt utterly hopeless and secretly made up her mind that once she returned, she would play dead no matter what. No one's calls would work on her anymore. As for her reaction, even though she was wearing a veil, Promise could roughly guess what she was thinking. Mainly because he had quite a bit of similar experience. "I want to go to the underworld." As he spoke, Promise deliberately glanced at Ishtar and Rin. "I'll have to trouble you, Goddess Hecate." Following his gaze, Hecate also glanced at the two of them as a thoughtful look in her eyes. Then she looked up at the bowl of heaven and the painting in the night sky. Even she couldn't help but linger on that painting for a good while. And she curled her lip. Then, Hecate tossed the lamp in her hand into the sky. In the next moment, the ground beneath them began to collapse. The bowl of heaven didn't even have time to cry out before it, along with everyone else, fell into the underworld through the collapsing ground. With that, the night here finally returned to its original appearance, and the painting vanished from everyone's sight, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than an unreal dream. The underworld. In the prison's dim, ghostly light, the previously pitch-black underground world was illuminated, creating an incredibly vast and void-like space that now shone upon those who had dared to step into this forbidden land. Along with the road, the magic performed by the goddess of sorcery, Hecate, no, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a divine magic. This great goddess of the ancient Greek era allowed the underworld's red moon butterflies to land on everyone's shoulders, protecting their souls within the underworld. At the same time, the ground split apart, transporting everyone to this realm of the dead. And after accomplishing all this, without giving Promise a chance to speak or persuade her to stay, she turned around, carrying her underworld lamp, and disappeared into the darkness. As for the reality of arriving in the underworld, apart from the still-dazed students like Rin Tasaka and Shiro Amiya, the various heroic spirits were rather indifferent. After all, in this day and age, which heroic spirit hasn't visited the underworld at least once? Well, wait a minute. Now that it's mentioned, Jason might actually be an exception. Why does I feel like this place is strangely familiar? Just as everyone was looking at the underworld, the first person to speak and break the silence was Ishtar, who had a puzzled look on her face. And as soon as she spoke these words, Enkidu and Gilgamesh also felt the same sense of familiarity with this place. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Ishtar's eyes gradually widened. Wait a minute, the underworld. Could it be? No way. Who would want to come back here again? Frantically, she turned her head, anxiously searching for the departed goddess Hecate as shouted. Hey, Promise. That person you called earlier, where is she? Bring her out. Make her send me back. There's no way I'm staying here again. Seeing this, unlike the puzzled Shiro Amiya, Gilgamesh and Enkidu exchanged glances and laughed. Gilgamesh burst into uncontrollable laughter and said, ha ha ha. A masterpiece, truly a masterpiece. Promise, you've done well. This king has decided, this deserves a reward. Let's do this. This king permits it. Start painting now. Capture my handsome and magnificent figure, and immortalize it upon the night sky forever. When Gilgamesh said this, even the little girl, Tyne, who had been hiding behind him, gave him a helpless look. You've got some nerve. The group collectively shot Gilgamesh disdainful glances. Even Enkidu had an amused expression on her face as she looked at him. Promise, wearing a faint smile, ignored Gilgamesh's over-the-top antics and turned to Ishtar. Apologies, goddess, but this is the one thing I cannot grant you. Because, bringing you here was my purpose all along. Hearing this, Ishtar looked at Promise with confusion. Though I am very grateful for the trials you, the great goddess Ishtar, have brought me, and for that, I presented you with that painting under the night sky. However, the latter carefully thought about his words before continuing to speak to Ishtar. Goddess, I humbly invite you to join me in a battle for the Holy Grail tonight. When Promise said this, everyone present froze in surprise. Ishtar was equally stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at Promise. So it wasn't my bull you were after, but me? What's your reason? She asked curiously. Ishtar didn't even look displeased. After all, with that stunning painting Promise had created under the night sky earlier, let alone proposing a battle for the Holy Grail, even if Promise had asked to spend a night with her instead she probably would have agreed without hesitation. Anyway, this goddess wasn't exactly known for her restraint in mythology. Because I will claim victory in the Holy Grail war, and you, goddess Ishtar, are inevitably an obstacle in my way. Promise smiled faintly and before Ishtar could utter something like I could just help you instead, he continued, of course, I understand that as a goddess, you have little interest in the Grail itself. Your descent here is likely more about reclaiming divine authority. But who's to say that by tomorrow, for some reason, I won't find myself standing in your way? Hearing this, many people present immediately understood Promise's meaning. Indeed, goddesses. One moment they might lend their aid, and the next, they might descend with divine wrath. Ishtar didn't refute him. After all, she couldn't exactly make guarantees about her own actions. And there's another reason, it's because of Enkidu. Me? Enkidu was startled to hear his name. Yes. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Thank you for saving Heracles from the corruption of the Black Mud. Promise expressed his gratitude to Enkidu and then turned his gaze back to Ishtar. She has shown me kindness and was the first friend I made after arriving here. So, Goddess Ishtar, let's have a battle for the Holy Grail. Enkidu, kind and gentle to everyone, was an embodiment of nature itself. There was only one exception, Ishtar. In mythology, Ishtar's moments of anger and selfishness had caused the deaths of many. She was also the one who framed both Enkidu and Gilgamesh, directly leading to Enkidu's death. She was, without a doubt, the main culprit in Enkidu's tragic demise. When Promise sincerely spoke to Ishtar with this request, the one who felt most moved at that moment was none other than Shiro Amiya, who was there as an observer. As expected, he truly is Promise, Shiro said with a smile. At his words, both Heracles and Jason turned to look at him, each breaking into a smile of acknowledgement. In that moment, Shiro Amiya earned the friendship of two legendary heroes of the Age of Gods. The Amazonian queen, Hippolyta, observed the scene before her and couldn't help but say, so this is the reason you all joined the Holy Grail War? Merely to make a wish to meet him again? Jason chuckled and said, he once stood against the goddess of fate for Actaeon, who was turned into a great stag, and faced the moon goddess Artemis head-on. He ventured into the underworld for Orpheus and stood before Hera, the queen of the gods, to uphold his promise with me. You must understand, he was initially the weakest among us, someone who seemed like even a gust of wind could send him to the underworld. Yet, despite that, he rewrote the fates of us all and created the future we now live in. As Jason's voice fell, the normally stoic Heracles showed an unusual gentleness in his expression and said, so, when he chases his dreams, we all bless him from the bottom of our hearts and sincerely wish him happiness. But that doesn't mean we accept his departure. In the vast, empty underworld, illuminated only by the faint glow of ghostly flames in the cages, their voices echoed loudly, reverberating through the silence. Looking at Promise, who had his back to Hercules and Jason, his face showed a little embarrassment and even his ears were red. Ishtar couldn't help herself and uncovered her mouth, laughing softly. Wow, this kid is too adorable. Maybe I should just snatch him away. At that moment, Ishtar had a thought that nearly all the gods of ancient Greece, except Hecate, had once entertained. This scene also gave the students following Waver, as well as Tyne, Gilgamesh's master, and the synthetic silver wolf that accompanied Enkidu, a vivid impression of who Promise was. Rin Tosaka blinked repeatedly, staring at Promise's back as he stood before the goddess. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall Waver's words to her. Now, Rin Tosaka fully understood. Indeed, someone like him, there was nothing to worry about. As Medea once said, he was like the dawn breaking the dark night or the last light before sunset. Once you've seen him, it's difficult to forget. Ishtar, who initially found it amusing to watch Promise's embarrassment, found herself unable to refuse the pleading look he gave her. So, she smiled brightly, coughed twice, and shifted the topic for him, asking the question that had been on her mind for a while. I understand now why you want to challenge me for the Holy Grail, but why here? If you want to fight, just fight. Why bring me to the underworld? Hearing this, Promise displayed his usual warm and gentle smile. Inwardly, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, this torture session was over. Because, having glimpsed fate, I saw certain things. Well, that's not entirely true, after all, he didn't have clairvoyance. But considering my reincarnation and knowledge of future events, it could count as foresight, right? And in that vision, I saw a gentle and adorable goddess. I thought it might be a good idea to greet her here first, especially since we might meet again in the future. Promise explained with a smile. Moreover, Goddess Ishtar, have you not realized? When you and the Bull of Heaven arrived here, the concept of death had already been attached to you. Hearing this, Ishtar froze, then instinctively glanced at the Bull of Heaven beside her. What she saw shocked her. Her beloved bull was now wrapped in crimson lightning chains, its mouth bound tightly shut without her even noticing. The Bull of Heaven, seeing Ishtar finally looking its way, was on the verge of tears from desperation. You've got to be kidding me, right? Ishtar froze, her eyes widening again as she mechanically turned her head to look at Promise. The gentle and adorable goddess you mentioned, don't tell me it's... Chapter 256, Your Future. 1834 words. The latter gave her a warm smile but didn't answer her question. Instead, he turned his head slightly, gazing in Rin Tosaka's direction. First, as I said, let's start with a greeting. As Promise spoke, his eyes once again transformed into dazzling golden orbs imbued with divinity as a golden lyre appeared in his hands, the seven-stringed instrument bestowed upon him by Apollo, the god of light. Once, when Promise escorted Persephone, the queen of the underworld, into the underworld, he played this lyre during a trial that stripped him of all five senses. Its divine response illuminated the dark realm, bringing light to the depths of the underworld. Today, history was about to repeat itself. Promise gently plucked the lyre's strings, closing his eyes. The melody that followed was one capable of moving even inanimate objects, subduing feral beasts, and stirring the hearts of all who heard it as it resonated through the dark expanse of the underworld. With the sound of the lyre, light emanated from the instrument in rippling waves, like droplets falling into a still lake. These ripples spread outward, illuminating the underworld as described in myths. In Ishtar's astonished gaze, Promise's performance even seemed to seize part of the underworld's authority. Enkidu closed her eyes, listening intently. She had missed this song before, back when she was on her way to meet Gilgamesh. Now, she finally had the chance to experience it. Even Gilgamesh, who was usually anything but silent, kept quiet, listening to the melody without a word. After a few minutes, the music ceased, and Promise slowly opened his eyes. The once dark underworld was now fully illuminated. Finally, everyone could see the entirety of the underworld. And they found it vast, empty, and utterly dull. Ishtar, seeming to read Shiro Amiya and the others' thoughts, pouted and complained, See? This is why I didn't want to come back here. Amidst the reactions, none noticed Rin Tosaka's eyes, which had somehow shifted from sky blue to gem-like crimson as her face held a faint trace of melancholy. Promise, having finished playing, turned his gaze to Enkidu. Enkidu, could I trouble you to assist me with something? Hearing this, Enkidu, who had also reopened her eyes, looked at Promise with a hint of curiosity. Then she noticed the painting in his hands. It looked familiar. In the simulated underworld created by the Pale Rider, Enkidu had seen Promise use this very painting to perform a beautiful piece of magic for a little girl. So that's what this is about. Understanding dawned on Enkidu as she smiled warmly and nodded. It would be my honor. With that, she took a deep breath and began to sing. Her song carried the power of nature, her entire body radiating an immense magical energy. Ishtar and Gilgamesh both looked at Enkidu in confusion, unsure why she was expending so much effort on what seemed to be a futile act. After all, the laws of the underworld severed all ties to life. At this moment, however, the winged horse, which had been quietly standing to the side and lamenting the lack of grass to graze on, suddenly sprang into motion. Without needing any direction from Promise, the Pegasus, perfectly attuned to his will, unfurled its wings and began galloping through the air above the underworld. It scattered seeds across every corner illuminated by the light. As the seeds fell, Enkidu's power, combined with the authority borrowed from Persephone by Promise, transformed the barren wasteland of the underworld. Green began to spread. Flowers, vibrant and alive, broke through the soil under Ishtar and the others' astonished gazes. Death, silence, desolation, suffering, and darkness, they are the essence of the underworld. Promise spoke, cradling the golden seven-stringed lyre in his arms as he stepped across the now flowering underworld soil. He approached the newly arrived mistress of the underworld with steady confidence. However, there is one exception to the desolation of the underworld. It is the paradise known as the Elysian Fields, a sanctuary of happiness and beauty built by a kind-hearted queen of the underworld, a place where only the purest souls can reside. Having spoken, Promise stopped in front of her. Her once jet-black hair now shimmered with radiant gold, and her crimson eyes, a mix of daze and joy, took in the transformed underworld and the man standing before her. For a moment, the beauty seemed lost, uncertain of how to react under the gaze of his luminous, divine eyes. "Good evening," Promise said with a gentle smile. "Lady of the underworld, the goddess Ereshkigal." It was indeed evening, as he had enlisted the help of Nyx, the goddess of night, to ensure that the sun would not rise. At his words, Shiro Amiya and the other students stared blankly at Ereshkigal, or, more precisely, at Rin Tasaka, who was now possessed by her. "So, it really is you." The first to recover was Ishtar, whose expression twisted as she looked at the newly descended Ereshkigal. "I deliberately chose to possess a homunculus, yet you still managed to follow me here." Ereshkigal frowned, clearly about to respond, but before she could, Ishtar waved dismissively. "Forget it, that's not important. What I really want to know is something else." As she turned to Promise, Ishtar raised her voice. "The beautiful and adorable goddess you mentioned earlier, don't tell me you were referring to her." She pointed at the stunned Ereshkigal, her face filled with disbelief as she stared at Promise. When the latter nodded lightly with a smile, Ishtar couldn't hold back anymore. "Wait, no, Promise, you've got it wrong. This is Ereshkigal, the ruler of the underworld. Don't let her fool you. Whether it's her personality or appearance, she's utterly hideous. If you're talking about beauty and adorableness, it can only refer to me, Ishtar. She's completely unworthy of such praise." However, as soon as Ishtar's words fell, red lightning crackled across the skies of the underworld and struck her directly, with no hesitation or mercy as her anguished screams echoed through the air, and for a moment, everyone, including Shiro Amiya and his group, felt the lightning strike was well-deserved. Even the bull of heaven seemed to nod in silent agreement. Gilgamesh, however, remained silent, his brows deeply furrowed. His gaze alternated between Ereshkigal and Ishtar before settling on Promise as he replayed Promise's earlier words in his mind, a glimpse of fate. Gilgamesh, as a man of great intellect, was beginning to piece together the threads of what Promise might have foreseen. Meanwhile, Promise remained composed. Watching Ishtar get struck by lightning didn't faze him. Instead, he continued to smile softly, turning his attention to the angry and slightly flustered Ereshkigal before him. "O beautiful mistress of the underworld, goddess Ereshkigal. Would you be willing to help me? Please, lend me your strength. Take Ishtar and the bull of heaven away and grant me victory in this holy grail war." Ereshkigal was momentarily stunned by Promise's words. But after a brief pause, she nodded lightly, meeting his gaze. Then, the crimson lightning continued to strike down within the underworld, enveloping the struggling bull of heaven and the dazed Ishtar, who was left speechless after being repeatedly struck as the two disappeared into the depths of the underworld. With Ishtar gone, Ereshkigal's presence also began to fade, as her time here was tied to Ishtar's. However, before leaving, her lingered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the now brightly illuminated and flower-filled underworld before her eyes instinctively turned back to Promise. "We will meet again," the latter said, with a warm smile on his face. And when that day comes, O lovely goddess, please allow me to paint a portrait of you." His words echoed through the vast, empty underworld. As she departed, the ruler of the underworld left behind a radiant and beautiful smile. With the departure of the divine beings from this Holy Grail war, the underworld ceased to exist. The butterflies that had perched on everyone's shoulders fluttered their wings once more, transporting everyone back to the human world, well, everyone except for Promise. After everyone was sent back, carrying the glowing underworld butterfly, Hecate, the veiled great goddess, emerged from the darkness once again and came in front of Promise. "I thought you wouldn't come to see me again." Looking at her, Promise couldn't help but tease, "And here I thought you'd forgotten about me." "I originally didn't want to come," Hecate replied bluntly, showing no courtesy. "I just couldn't resist." "Seriously, you've got some nerve. Aren't you even slightly afraid that Athena or one of the Fates might show up the very next second? With things already as chaotic as they are, you still dare to flirt with other goddesses." Of all the people who reunited with Promise, Hecate was probably the least surprised. After all, from the very beginning, she had known the truth about Promise. Like the Moirai, the goddesses of fate, Hecate, who also wielded authority over destiny, had long foreseen their future encounters. And as the #1 tool goddess on Promise's personal list, Hecate was all too familiar with his antics and secrets. In fact, she knew full well that Promise didn't really need Ereshkigal's help. After all, this guy probably had dozens of other ways to deal with the Bull of Heaven and Ishtar without breaking a sweat, but he still did it. Promise fell silent for a moment but didn't hesitate to answer her. "I'll need her help in the future. Without her, I might not be able to change the fate I've seen. And besides, covering her realm in flowers and illuminating her with light was something I really wanted to do." Hecate looked at Promise's sincere expression and let out a long-suffering sigh, her face clearly showing her exasperation. "Just keep pushing your luck. Sooner or later, the chains Hephaestus crafted to imprison gods will bind your hands and feet again." Now that I think about it, wouldn't that technically set me free? The question is, which goddess will end up benefiting from it in the end? Hecate, who didn't want to get involved, turned around and wanted to leave. But after taking a few steps, something seemed to occur to her as she stopped, turned back around, and walked up to Promise again. The latter gave her a puzzled look as Hecate stood before him. She removed her veil, set down the underworld lamp, and stared at him, muttering, "Why do you keep growing taller? Come here, squat down." "What are you trying to do?" Promise asked, feeling a bit confused, but obediently squatted down. And then Hecate wrapped her hands around his neck and began to choke him. "Hey, I don't know why I'm doing this either or what it means, but here's a free bit of advice," she said as she tightened her grip. "In the futures I've seen, this is going to be your daily routine for a long, long time. Chapter 257, Waivers Students, Online Drama. 2,207 words. Words, 2207. What kind of terrifying story is this? No, I really don't want to be strangled." Promise had initially wanted to resist, to question the destiny glimpsed by the goddess Hecate in her visions of the future. However, as soon as he recovered from the suffocating sensation of being strangled by a goddess, he found himself already back in reality. The ghostly winged butterfly of the underworld had completed its mission, dissolving into particles of light with a soft bang. At the same time, the once static night sky gave way to a delayed dawn. This signified that the long night had finally ended. Standing back in reality, on the vast desert plains in the southern region of the continent engulfed by the Holy Grail War, he now faced the first rays of morning sunlight. The immaculate white attire he had been wearing vanished, replaced by a simple light blue shirt, and his golden eyes also reverted to an emerald green hue. The Pegasus neighed softly and, before the sunlight could fully illuminate the horizon, turned into stardust, retreating into the embrace of the night. Tonight's Holy Grail War was quite spectacular to say at the very least. Putting aside that nightmare at the end, tonight he made a painting, got a bull, and also removed the most unstable factor, the self-obsessed goddess, from the stage. Well, it also exposed his identity to everyone. Rin Tasaka, pressing her temples, looked around in confusion under Shiro Amiya's concerned gaze. However, she quickly regained clarity. After all, she remembered everything, including the moment she had been possessed by the mistress of the underworld. Although Rin had lost control of her body during that time, she had retained her vision. Thus, upon regaining her senses, she, like nearly everyone present, instinctively directed her gaze at the now harmless Promise. Meanwhile, the events of the previous night continued to replay in everyone's minds. It seemed that no matter how much they might wish to forget, it would be an almost impossible task. What's wrong? Facing the crowd's stares, Promise feigned confusion and innocence, spreading his hands as he asked. Why are you all looking at me with such strange expressions? What, don't recognize me anymore? Even if others do, what about you, Jason and Heracles? Hearing this, Jason chuckled and said, this is called blending in. As Promise rolled his eyes at Jason, Gilgamesh gave a light snort and then, without saying a word, he summoned the Vimana from the gate of Babylon, boarding it with his master, Tyne, and left. Before leaving, Promise waved at the girl. Tyne hesitated for a moment, glanced at Gilgamesh, and then, after a brief pause, waved back in farewell. Enkidu expressed his thanks to Promise for handling the issue with Ishtar, both verbally and in her heart. Then, she silently took her wolf and left as well. Heracles also went back. Well, although he didn't want to go and still wanted to talk about the past and more, but he suddenly remembered that he still had a master. Even though that master had wanted to taint him with the black mud, a master was still a master in the end. Jeanne d'Arc tilted her head thoughtfully, trying to recall what her servant self had done for her master last night and came to a conclusion. Other than being shocked and acting as a qualified spectator, she had done absolutely nothing. Though she had initially planned to stop the trial, in hindsight, she felt a little embarrassed. However, reflecting on everything she had witnessed last night, Jeanne looked at Promise with deep admiration. She felt that becoming his friend would surely be a joyful experience. All right, what are you thinking about, Rin? And you too, Amiya. Promise walked over to them with a smile, glancing briefly at Waver's students, who had also come closer with visibly complicated expressions. In the brief silence, Shiro took a deep breath and stepped forward to break the tension as he looked at Promise seriously and asked, Promise. Are you still the same Promise I've always known? Yes, the latter nodded, naturally understanding the meaning behind Shiro Amiya's words. He also understood the true reason for their current silence. If it were him, suddenly discovering that one of his classmates or friends had such an unfamiliar and extraordinary identity, beyond the initial shock, his heart would naturally be filled with doubt and caution. But that would matter in the end after all, he's always been him. I swear in the name of the goddess I believe in that I am who I am, and I have never been false in the slightest. While this era was no longer the age of gods, everyone could see the seriousness in Promise's expression as he made this vow. A vow made to a deity is absolute, especially one sworn upon a god of one's faith. Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, spoke solemnly to everyone at just the right moment, and hearing her words, the group looked at each other and finally began to accept everything. Rin Tosaka couldn't help stepping forward. Then that means? You're really that hero from the Age of Gods? Before Promise could reply with a smile, Rin's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, the one who flirted with several goddesses in the ancient Greece, handed out golden apples of beauty everywhere, and even made the flawless goddess cry. Most importantly, you're the one who managed to do all that and still didn't get beaten to death? Hearing her words, the smile on Promise's face froze instantly. What made his expression even more stiff was that the moment Rin finished speaking, the expressions of his classmates instantly switched to ones of excitement, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Bullshit, it wasn't curiosity at all, just a blatant hunger for drama. Not to mention them, even Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, stood among the group, looking at him with a "I'm really curious" expression. Well, forget about it. To be honest, it didn't feel out of place at all. After all, this heroic spirit looked no older than 18. Yes, exactly. Before Promise could respond, with black lines forming on his forehead, it was Jason who jumped in, barely holding back his laughter as he gleefully continued the conversation. He nodded enthusiastically, completely ignoring the murderous glare Promise immediately shot his way, and tilted his head, speaking with a grin, what you're saying is absolutely true. In fact, all of it was Promise's doing. And not just that, there is so much more than these. Do you know about Atlanta, the devotee of Artemis and one of the crew members on the Argo? Or Medea, the student of the goddess who just led us into the underworld? You've probably heard a bit about them, haven't you? Beyond that, there's also Thetis, the wise goddess of the sea, Helen, the most beautiful mortal woman, and countless princesses and goddesses along the way. Hey, if Promise hadn't initially pledged himself to Hera, the queen of the gods, and later shifted his faith to Athena, let me tell you, this guy would have been completely torn apart by those people ages ago, not even a scrap left. Hera, queen of the gods, was an absolute supporter of monogamy. As for Athena, there was no need for further explanation, she was a virgin goddess. Well, these details weren't the most important part. The real key was that both of them held unmatched statuses, one had unparalleled authority, and the other possessed immense power. So, even if all the other gods joined forces, they still wouldn't stand a chance against them. As Jason finished speaking, the crowd immediately erupted in exclamations. Well, obviously, after all, their curiosity was thoroughly satisfied. Even Jeanne d'Arc, with her cheeks slightly flushed, was subtly tilting her head to listen in. The most important thing was that after these words were spoken, the original barriers disappeared all of a sudden as many students came over on their own initiative, excitedly surrounded Jason, asking questions and quickly forming a lively group. If the Pegasus had still been present, it might have given its approval. Yes, this gossip, no, this grass, was indeed exceptionally sweet and satisfying, no matter how much one consumed. Hey, with everything going on, you still dared to flirt with those two goddesses like that last night? Shiro Amiya took the initiative to come over and held down Promise' hand, which was about to pick up a stone from the ground and hurl it at Jason's head. In this moment, the tension in Shiro's eyes had completely disappeared, returning to the way it had been before, though now there was a trace of playful amusement within them. I second that, Rin Tasaka chimed in, stepping closer with a mischievous grin directed at Promise. The painting presented to Ishtar the previous night, along with the brilliance of the lights and flowers. Especially the latter, which Rin had witnessed firsthand due to being possessed. She was genuinely worried at the time whether the goddess might die from heart failure caused by the accelerated pace of her heartbeat. That would have been far too entertaining. However, because she witnessed it with her own eyes, Tasaka Rin also expressed her understanding. After all, in that situation, no matter which goddess comes, they would probably need to take a break before they can calm down afterwards. Why are you all saying the same thing as Hecate? Promise muttered helplessly, rubbing his neck as he glanced at the newly risen sky. Wait, hold on. Is my future really going to be this miserable? Hecate already came and strangled me. Sure, it might have been simple payback, but Athena and Clotho. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps the thing I truly should have done back then was simply to conceal everything and truly die in front of Athena and the others. The moment this thought crossed Promise's mind, a sudden chill ran down his spine. When his wisdom was still intact, he quickly realized that he should be grateful he had listened to Clotho, the goddess of fate, back then. When leaving, he had told Athena the truth. If he hadn't, this Holy Grail war might have escalated into a singularity capable of altering the world's trajectory due to its sheer catastrophic nature. A few hours later. In the clock tower, within Waver's office. Waver, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sat with heavy dark circles under his eyes. It was clear he hadn't slept all night. His gaze repeatedly shifted to the telephone, and several times he seemed ready to get up and make a call, only to hesitate and sit back down, opting instead to wait in silence. Beside him sat Grey, the girl who bore a striking resemblance to King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon, and wielded the noble phantasm Rhongaminiad. She yawned, looking just as sleep-deprived, clearly having stayed up as well. While part of her reason for staying up was concern for Waver, she was also deeply curious about the aftermath of the entire incident, given her rough understanding of the situation. And waiting was, without a doubt, the most torturous part of all. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the shrill ring of the telephone broke the silence. Waver immediately stood up and answered it. On the other end of the line was the familiar voice of one of his students, and after he heard the definitive news from her, even though he had already mentally prepared himself based on what he had witnessed the previous night, Waver still showed a fleeting moment of shock. However, that shock quickly shifted to a complicated expression before he composed himself and returned to calm. I understand, Waver said, nodding. As for the details, I'll speak to him personally after some time. You don't need to do anything. Just interact with him as you normally would. Someone like him won't care about such things. With that, he hung up the phone. For a long time afterward, he remained frozen in the same position, holding the receiver, lost in thought and unaware of how much time had passed. When Grey noticed that his expression had softened slightly, she finally let out a sigh of relief and spoke to him. Promise, he. From now on, none of you in the clock tower are to speak of anything related to Promise again. Waver interrupted her sternly, cutting her off before she could finish her question. This attitude, however, all but confirmed the truth of the matter. Just as Gray nodded slightly, with shock that was hard to conceal in her eyes, Waver glanced at her, and with an uncharacteristic laziness, even made a half-hearted joke. Well, at least this way. You don't need to worry about your own origins anymore. After all, someone even stranger than you has appeared now. Hearing his words, Gray was taken aback for a moment. She thought about it and realized he was right. And so, from that day on, the top student under Waver's tutelage had become undisputed, and the title of the true monster in the clock tower was one that would never change hands again. Chapter 258, The Person to Meet. 1930 words. Words, 1927. Snowfield. The town where the Holy Grail War had erupted, in a suburban villa belonging to one of Weber's students. By the way, have any of you noticed that you seem to have overlooked something important? Promise, who had returned here once again, casually ignored the chatter and exclamations from the other students as they shared their experiences and marveled in envy, with their voices rising and falling in waves, and spoke these words. Well, to be honest, he wasn't exactly unfamiliar with such a scene. After all, during the earliest adventures aboard the Argo, similar situations had occurred many times. However, as these kinds of events became too frequent and overly repetitive, the heroes aboard the Argo eventually became numb and started treating such occurrences as part of their daily routine. As the saying went, if Promise ever remained quiet for 10 days to half a month, even Chiron, the wise centaur, would likely feel a chill of unease and might even seriously consider retreating to the underworld for a while, just to avoid potential disasters. What is it? Rin Tasaka, who had just finished contacting Waver, immediately became alert upon hearing Promise's words. After all, this was Promise speaking, and then she heard. That idiot Flat, Promise said, glancing at Rin Tasaka before shifting his gaze to the equally stunned group of students around him. Seriously? You all actually forgot about him? Hearing his words, the students exchanged awkward glances and then, one by one, averted their eyes in guilt. Yes, they had indeed forgotten. But honestly, could you blame them? With all the explosive revelations surrounding Promise, how could they focus on anything else? Well, it's not a big deal anyway, Luvia, the golden-haired girl spoke with a mischievous grin on her lips as she cast a teasing look at Rin. In any case, the outcome of this Holy Grail War is already pretty much decided. And it looks like, once again, Rin Tasaka, your Holy Grail War is going to end in defeat. What do you mean, once again? The latter frowned, glaring at Luvia. And if I lose, doesn't that mean you all lose too? No, not really. At this time, another student stepped forward, confidently standing beside Promise with a laugh and said. I mean, I don't really care about the Holy Grail. I'm just here to help the professor win. And honestly, sticking with Promise feels like the best bet anyway. As Rin stood there, stunned by the sudden change, Luvia smirked and, without hesitation, stepped to Promise's side as well, clearly signaling her allegiance. After these words, one by one, other students began to catch on and joined the group, crowding around Promise. Leaving only Rin, with her eyes wide open, and Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons, who also stood wide-eyed at the scene of betrayal unfolding before them. You all. Just as Rin was at a loss for words, she turned, and spotted Shiro Amiya still seated beside her. Her heart swelled with emotion. But before she could fully relish the moment, she watched as Shiro stood up, gave her an awkward, apologetic smile, and quietly walked over to stand beside Promise amidst her eyes, filled with disbelief. For a moment, Promise was just as taken aback by the sudden shift as Rin was. But because Tasaka Rin's facial expressions were too good, after coming back to his senses and thinking it was quite funny, Promise simply spread out his hands, leaned back on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and raised his head to show his bossy attitude. At this moment, his mouth corners were slightly raised, and the students standing behind him seemed to be looking down at Tasaka Rin, who was clenching her fists and had a face full of humiliation. With the sunlight refracted through the windows. At that moment, this scene could only be described as a world-class masterpiece. But back to the point, coughing lightly, still feeling a little bit reluctant, Shiro Amiya helped Tasaka Rin divert the embarrassment at the moment. Promise, what exactly is your wish for the Holy Grail? Normally, he wouldn't have asked something so personal, especially of a friend. But Promise's unique circumstances after all, and his mysterious identity made him genuinely curious about his interest in the Holy Grail War. The question clearly piqued the interest of the others as well as they turned their curious gazes to Promise, eager for his answer. At first, they had assumed Promise's wish was something mundane, perhaps a desire to become a proper magus, strong enough to be recognized by the Holy Grail and chosen as a master. But now, it seemed that these were obviously all nonsense. Honestly, it's nothing much, Promise said in a nonchalant tone. I just want to use the Holy Grail War as a way to meet certain people. There are some things I need to say to them. And when he said this, a flood of memories in everyone's minds. Of myths and legends, and of Jason's exaggerated storytelling that had led to Promise losing his patience, borrowing Jeanne d'Arc's sword, and giving Jason a thorough beating before tying him up. The people you want to meet, could it be, wait, Athena, the goddess of wisdom? Or perhaps Clotho, the goddess of fate? Or maybe even. Their eyes lit up, and then they all looked at Promise excitedly again, revealing their desire for knowledge again. At that moment, their expressions clearly spelled out two words, gossip mode. Seeing this, just as Promise's expression darkened, and a black line seemed to form across his forehead. Why didn't you say so earlier? Smack. With a snap, to everyone's surprise, Rin suddenly stood up with determination and ignoring the stunned gaze of the Amazon Queen Hippolyta, she walked over to Promise and sat down beside him. Master? Once this is over, I'll destroy the Holy Grail. After a bit of playful banter, Promise made this declaration to the students gathered around him. To Promise, who knew far more than most about the Grail's history and its consequences, there was no affection for the artifact that had caused countless tragedies. What surprised him slightly, however, was the lack of reaction from Shiro Amiya, Rin Tasaka, and the others after hearing his words. They merely exchanged glances, as if they had already expected this response. Because it feels like something you would do. As if noticing the confusion in Promise's eyes, Rin said with a faint smile and paused for a bit before continuing, but there's one thing I've always been curious about, Promise. How do you seem to know so much about the things Shiro and I have been through? Promise nodded lightly, giving an explanation that seemed both reasonable and fitting. I have seen your destinies. Given that they were now aware of his true identity, Rin and Shiro naturally understood his connection to Clotho, the goddess of fate. So, hearing this they exchanged a look of understanding, interpreting it as a divine revelation shown to Promise by the goddess of fate. So that's how it is, Rin said, her earlier doubts now resolved as she turned her head to look at Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons. After thinking about it for a moment, she stood and walked to Hippolyta's side, and shook her head with a faint smile. But even so, Promise, I'm afraid I can't side with you. I have to stand by my companion now. Because I am her master now. Master. Hippolyta looked at Rin with a touched expression, but in the very next second, her face changed as she spoke. But you weren't saying that just now. You just. No, your heart has clearly betrayed you. Ahem. Rin Tasaka coughed lightly and tried to reason with the Amazon Queen, but, Hippolyta, aren't you at least a little curious about what Promise would wish for with the Holy Grail? Don't you want to know which goddess he plans to meet? Hearing this, Hippolyta curled her lip. Well, she couldn't argue with that, because she was indeed very curious. Not to mention that Hippolyta was a heroic spirit from the same era as Heracles, Jason, and Promise, and the daughter of Ares, the god of war. Therefore, her curiosity might even be heavier than Rin Tasaka and the others. Maybe it's more than one goddess, a student suddenly interjected from the side. Stupid, but immediately someone retorted, looking at the other person as if they were an idiot, and said, Promise is going to see someone to reminisce about old times. Seeing one goddess is a heartwarming reunion, but two people is a proper sure field. And what about three people? Another person spread their hands and said, War. When the words fell, everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. In the laughter that resounded throughout the suburban villa, Jason huddled in the crowd, looking as if he didn't feel out of place at all. Even Jeanne of Arc, the saint, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Enough, you guys. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Promise said angrily. Can't I just go see Chiron and the others? Why have you already decided that it's a goddess? As soon as he finished speaking, Promise was met with contemptuous looks from everyone. If it's not a goddess, then you're scum. As the words fell, everyone nodded in agreement. And it's simply impossible. Chiron would never respond to you in this situation. In fact, none of us would. Jason didn't hesitate to expose him, saying, "We're not that stupid." If Pegasus were here at this moment, he would definitely give a thumbs up to Jason, who was courting death at this moment. "You're really not afraid of being added to the grudge list again." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Promise, whose lips were still twitching, looked left and right as his face darkened. To be honest, he really had a sudden urge to kill everyone in front of him. Ahem, all right. Finally, it was Jeanne of Arc, the saint with a warm smile, who stood up and ended this persecution of Promise as she spoke. "Although I haven't known Master for long, if I'm not mistaken, he has already made up his mind. He had already thought about who he wanted to see." Shiro Amiya, Jason, and the others smiled because it did sound like something he would do. Promise subconsciously opened his mouth to speak, but then thought better of it and stopped. After all, he mainly wanted to end this persecution conversation. In fact, he had not figured out who the person he was meeting was, he just had a vague guess in his mind. Ishtar had given him an oracle before the trial, "I have found you." And the goddess who had finally found Promise had also made a deal with Ishtar to carry out this trial of the Bull of Heaven. Oracles, trials, this certainly seemed like the style of that goddess of wisdom. But Promise knew the goddess of wisdom, the goddess he believed in, so well that from the very beginning, he knew that the goddess watching from the shadows was not Athena. Because if it were her, this trial would never be so simple. As for who that person was, he just needed to wait. After all, everything would eventually be revealed at the end of the Holy Grail War. Chapter 259, I Want to Go to Chaldea. 1746 words. Words, 1747. In the blink of an eye. About 5 days had passed. 5 days later, at night. Outside the clock tower, Waver's residence. Waver, the Lord Elmeloy II, dressed formally, held a cigarette in his mouth and quietly waited in the cool night breeze for the visitor tonight. The visitor was none other than the student under his care. Gray stood behind him, the moonlight illuminating the beautiful silver hair beneath her hood. At this moment, her eyes were filled with anticipation for the arrival of her classmate, and even a hint of nervousness. Because during this week, she had quietly supplemented her knowledge and consulted the legends about that person left behind in the age of Greek mythology. As a result, Gray finally fully understood what kind of monster this person was. "He's here." While she was still lost in thought about how the newcomer would appear and what he would say, Gray heard Waver put down his cigarette and speak while looking up. Following his gaze towards the night sky, she saw a silver meteor falling from the stars. A mythical and fantastical creature, a Pegasus with pure white wings, descended from the stars, carrying a young man seemingly favored by the gods to the mortal world. The breeze blew through the young man's hair, his clear and bright emerald eyes sparkling like stars. Gray, who took all of this in, couldn't help but stand there in a daze as looked at the young man, feeling as if the figure in front of her had stepped out of a legendary mural. Honestly, Waver sighed and said, "Couldn't you have made a simpler, more normal entrance? Do you have any idea how much effort I've put into covering up your existence these past few days?" Well, he sounded quite disgruntled. In fact, the more important reason was that this place was very close to the clock tower. "It's all right, Professor," a gentle voice replied as the smiling young man, Promise, dismounted from the Pegasus and calmly explained, "The beautiful night will conceal my tracks. You can see me because I allow it." Hearing this, Waver couldn't help but click his tongue in exasperation. Ignoring him for the moment, Promise turned to Gray beside him as he raised his hand with a smile and greeted her. "Good evening, Gray. It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Ah, yes." Gray, startled for a moment, regained her composure and nodded gently with a calm expression, saying, "Long time no see, Promise. What should I do? What should I say next? What should I say?" Just as she was thinking about this. "I say, Gray, Professor must have been talking about me behind my back these past few days, right?" Promise walked over to Gray as Pegasus turned around and skillfully wandered off to graze nearby. Hearing this, the latter instinctively blinked at Promise as she heard him say, "Because I can completely imagine it. And the professor's dark circles are just too obvious now, making his temper seem really irritable at the moment." As Promise spoke, he even exaggerated his expression and said, "So, these past few days, the professor must have been hiding information from me while grumbling fiercely about me behind my back." Listening to this, Gray couldn't help but recall the past few days when Waver had been angrily expressing his frustrations while hiding information from Promise, and her lips involuntarily curled upward. "You're aware of that, huh? Then can't you make less of a commotion for once?" Waver shouted angrily. "I've been trying my best. And look, haven't I been quiet and well-behaved for these 5 days?" Promise loudly defended himself. But the more Promise said, the angrier Waver became as he raised his voice, and said, "Then it would have been better if you hadn't been this quiet. Do you know why I called you back now? It's to stop you from causing trouble next." In those 5 days, Promise had indeed been quiet and obedient, so much so that it scared everyone. During those days, instead of participating in the Holy Grail War, Promise seemed more like a tourist in the city. He wandered around with the little girl Karuka, Tsubaki and Jason, taking them shopping, buying clothes, visiting various amusement parks, and trying out modern games. They had completely gone wild. Oh, and where did Promise get so much money, you ask? Well, let's not mention that in this era, Promise was the young master of a declining mage family. Besides, wasn't Gilgamesh around? The day after the Ishtar and Bull of Heaven incident, Promise went to find Gilgamesh, or more precisely, another little girl with brown skin. After all, Gilgamesh's master was a well-known heiress of a prominent family in the region. Well, that arrogant king might have been furious about Promise freeloading, but the obedient Tyne Chelk still paid for everything Promise wanted. And because of this, Promise facilitated a connection between his family and Tyne's family, and even brought Tsubaki to his family, where she was soon treated as a treasure. Due to Karuka Tsubaki's modifications, her body contained a large number of magic circuits. Although this made her look fragile and she had to endure pain all the time, a few golden apples from the Age of Gods, a gift of the Queen of Heaven, easily resolved the issue. Thanks to Promise's care, Tsubaki's health quickly improved. As for Promise's mage family, which had long been troubled by issues related to magic circuits, they were overjoyed to discover such a rare gem. Moreover, because of everything Promise had done for her, the little girl also had no objections to joining the family. She was so delighted to become Promise's nominal sister that she often stayed up at night, too excited to sleep. Thus, she became the darling of Promise's family. What are you even saying, Professor? Listen to yourself. Promise widened his eyes and said to Waver, "What do you mean by prevent you from causing trouble next? You're making it sound like I'm always up to no good. It's clearly that trouble keeps finding me." No, wait. As a devout follower of the goddess of wisdom who loves stirring up trouble, it's absolutely not my fault. She's the one holding my hand and dragging me into mischief. So everything is Athena's fault. Hey. With a simple chuckle, Waver perfectly conveyed his current mood before he took a long drag on his cigarette, exhaled and spoke with a weary expression, "All right, stop playing innocent. Just tell me what you're planning to do next, so I can mentally prepare myself." If the centaur sage Chiron were here, he would probably get along well with Waver right now. After all, back when Promise kept insisting on leaving the mountain, Chiron used to give him the exact same look. "Oh, it's nothing much, really. I just plan to finish this Holy Grail War by dawn after seeing you, Professor." Promise replied honestly, and his tone was so casual, as if he were discussing something utterly normal and mundane. Over the past 5 days, all the servants had appeared. Besides the Pale Rider and Ishtar, who had already exited the stage, there were still more than a dozen servants remaining. Waver, who had been secretly observing the Holy Grail War, was naturally aware of this. And not only was Promise planning to eliminate all of them tonight, but he even made time to visit Waver. Waver's hand trembled, and he accidentally inhaled too much smoke, choking and coughing uncontrollably. Professor. Are you okay? Are you okay?" Promise stepped forward, patting his back with concern as the latter shoved him away, pointing at him with trembling hands, unable to speak for a while, before finally managing to say, "Fuck. Hey. Professor, you're the Lord of the Clock Tower, admired by all your students. You need to maintain your elegance and decorum." Upon hearing these words, Waver's body trembled violently. He stared at Promise for a long time, forcing himself to calm his raging emotions. Over and over, he reminded himself not to get angry. Mainly because he couldn't win in a fight. Gray, standing to the side, lowered her head, doing her best to hold back her laughter. Thanks to this little interlude, her initial nervousness disappeared completely and she had a sudden realization the title of the class's biggest troublemaker was about to change hands. Originally, it had belonged to that idiot genius Flat, but now it clearly belonged to Promise. Fine. Do whatever you want? Waver finally said after a long sigh as he snuffed out his cigarette, exhaled heavily and glared at Promise. But keep the commotion down. And, tell me what you're planning next. Is there anything I can do to help? Hearing his words, Promise blinked in surprise as he looked at Waver with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. I've taken some time to investigate a few things about you. The latter said, lifting his gaze to the starry night sky, the beautiful expanse of stars shimmering above. You didn't hand me that withdrawal notice that day, which means there's something you have to do at the clock tower. I'm not interested in what you want to do or what fate might have shown you, nor do I want to know. But if you need help, just say the word. I'll help if I can. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but laugh. As expected of the most beloved teacher at the clock tower, the Tsundere professor who skips the awkward phases. Professor, I want to go to Chaldea, so, Promise said, finally revealing his intentions without hesitation. All right. Waver nodded, true to his word. He didn't ask why, nor did he inquire about what Chaldea even was. I'll handle it. He just said, and turned around. Seeing this, Promise smiled, understanding his intentions. So he also nodded slightly toward Gray as a farewell, then turned to Mount Pegasus once more. As Pegasus spread its holy wings, preparing to take Promise back into the starry night sky, Waver finally couldn't hold back anymore as he covered his forehead, and said, keep the commotion to a minimum. Got it, Professor. With a flap of its wings, Pegasus carried Promise into the sea of stars above. Fuck, he definitely won't listen. Gray looked Waver's frustrated expression and secretly nodded in agreement. Yeah, he absolutely won't listen. Chapter 260, Promise, I have quite the talent as an archer. 2,976 words. Words, 2977. Nightfall. In the depths of the western forest. Rin Tasaka, dressed in her iconic red outfit, walked alongside several of Waver's students and the servant Hippolyta, who radiated vitality with every step. That guy, Promise, has finally made his move. I've been worried sick these past few days. Yeah, after hearing so much from Jason and then seeing him stay quiet, it was just unnerving. It felt like something terrifying was about to happen. Hee, it's not just us. Even the other servants and masters, despite not knowing the full story, felt like this eerie calm of the past few days was just the prelude to a storm. The group strolled through the forest, exchanging banter as they went. In just a few days, Promise's reputation had completely flipped. Once considered the quiet, weak, and most cared-for student in the classroom due to his lack of magic circuits, suddenly became the most troublesome guy. I once heard a tale about a goddess of the sea's wisdom. Seeing that everyone was speaking like this against Promise, Hippolyta was unable to resist speaking up in Promise's defense. She said that because Promise's fate intersected with the great goddess of wisdom, his life would always tread the path of heroes, full of hardships and trials. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and then burst out laughing. We know that, of course, Rin Tasaka said, smiling at Hippolyta's puzzled expression. We also know that, at his core, Promise is someone you can truly rely on. But doesn't that just make him more interesting and more real? Hearing those words, Hippolyta was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but recall a moment from a few days ago when they teased Promise, and his reaction then. Unable to suppress her laughter, she nodded in understanding, finally catching on. Oh, by the way, Hippolyta, we still don't know your wish, Rin Tasaka said, turning toward her. Everything will be over tonight, if it's convenient, would you like to tell us? After her words, everyone else also looked at Hippolyta. The latter lowered her head and thought for a while before lifting it again with a bright, carefree smile as her eyes sparkled and she replied, there's no need. Because in a way, my wish has already been fulfilled. Though I would love to fight him one more time and leave in that way. But having the chance to battle Promise excites me even more. And my father God will surely be proud of me because of this. As Hippolyta finished speaking, the war god's belt around her body floated on its own, as if acknowledging her words. Since the day Promise's name echoed throughout ancient Greece, when the Argo returned with its full glory, anything associated with him had become a mark of honor in that era. Seeing this, Rin Tasaka recalled things related to Hippolyta, her death at the hands of Heracles. And as she did so, a vague guess about her wish to the Holy Grail formed in Rin's mind. However, just as she was about to say something, "They're here," someone suddenly said. One person raised their head, their sharp eyes carrying a suppressed wildness, and looked forward, to where Enkidu sat on an ancient tree, smiling at everyone. "The Holy Grail War, is it finally beginning?" Enkidu's soft voice floated through the night air, her long, waist-length hair swaying gently in the breeze. "Yes, it's already begun," Rin Tasaka nodded and added, "and it will also end soon, before dawn. Promise we'll finish this Holy Grail War." "I see," Enkidu nodded slightly with a gentle smile on her face, "but actually, you didn't need to come here. I no longer have any reason to continue fighting. When promise comes to me, I will naturally leave." Enkidu had no interest in the Holy Grail. Her reason for responding to the Grail's summons was simply to protect the synthetic wolf. Now, however, that wolf was wagging its tail happily, affectionately interacting with a boy named Sven Glaschite. Clearly, even if Enkidu were to leave, this synthetic wolf would no longer be bullied. "We know." Of course, Rin Tasaka knew this, so she had no hostility, and her tone became Promise had already explained it to her from the very beginning. What's more, just a few days ago, Rin and the others had seen the painting Enkidu presented with their own very eyes, a painting created by Promise himself. "We came here only to keep an eye on you. We don't plan to fight." So she explained her reason. Hearing this, Enkidu tilted her head slightly, quickly understanding their intentions as her gaze shifted toward a certain part of the city. "I see, it's because of Gil, isn't it?" So, at this moment, on the other side. The city, atop the tallest skyscraper. At this moment, Gilgamesh stood there, already wearing golden armor as he looked at the three figures before him with a calm yet arrogant expression. Two servants and a human. Heracles, Jason, and Shiro Amiya. "You've got to be kidding me." Gilgamesh's face grew darker with each passing moment as he glared at the trio. Unable to suppress his anger, he finally yelled, "That fool didn't come himself and instead sent you mongrels? Does he think so little of this king? Promise said that you and I have some sort of unresolved connection to settle, so he left you to me." Heracles explained calmly, stepping forward. Shiro Amiya, meanwhile, silently looked at Gilgamesh as the king of heroes' disdainful gaze swept past him. Internally, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He was almost certain, no, he knew, that Promise had sent him here to challenge Gilgamesh purely for amusement. But it was a friend's request, after all. Even if that friend was probably laughing at him in the shadows, Shiro had come along regardless. "As if we need Promise." Jason spoke, his tone brimming with irritation. To be honest, he still bore a grudge against Gilgamesh for the humiliating remarks the King of Heroes had made during the Bull of Heaven incident. This guy's condescending attitude now only fueled his anger further. "We're more than enough." Jason shouted at Gilgamesh. However, despite his bold words, he couldn't forget the battle between Gilgamesh and Promise that he had witnessed not long ago. And because he could not forget, he still remembered the sword he had seen that night, the blade capable of slicing the very world. Therefore, even though he had Heracles at his side, Jason didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately activated his noble phantasm. The glorious ship of light that reaches its final destination. As the blinding light of the noble phantasm subsided, Jason emerged clad in battle armor. Behind him, the shadowy figures of his former Argonauts appeared, the crew of the Argo ready for battle. "Charge!" Jason extended his arm and pointed at Gilgamesh, his voice brimming with confidence and determination. "Take him down." However, even after his bold words fell, the Argonauts did not move. Instead they just looked at each other, before the green-clad huntress, Atlanta, stepped forward first and kicked the unsuspecting Jason directly toward Gilgamesh without hesitation. Simultaneously, she knocked an arrow and loosed her prayer arrow, which transformed under the moonlight into a rain of arrows descending toward Gilgamesh. While Gilgamesh calmly used Gate of Babylon to block the barrage, the bewildered Jason, who had just clambered to his feet, could only scramble away in a panic, clutching his head as arrows rained down around him. As if that wasn't enough, Medea, the pony-tailed witch, cast a spell of divine origin, targeting Gilgamesh, but also accidentally catching Jason in the crossfire. Wait. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you doing? Jason wailed in protest, dodging magic and arrows alike. Shiro Amiya stood to the side, his expression blank and confused. After all, he had absolutely no idea what was happening in front of him. Heracles, however, seemed to understand something and a rare smile appeared on his face. I've heard that the summoning of servants often relies on catalysts or deep bonds with the summoned heroic spirit. By the way, he explained to confused Shiro Amiya beside him. I suspect Promise didn't prepare a catalyst. So, when summoning based on bonds, the result ended up being Jason. Naturally, Atalanta, Medea, and possibly even Theseus. Heracles trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. But Shiro understood completely. As he watched the spectral Argonauts attacking Gilgamesh, occasionally dragging Jason into the chaos, Shiro could only sigh. Promise, you're truly a sinful man. Ah. Achoo. Under the starry night, Pegasus, dashing across the skies like a silver comet, glanced at Promise in confusion. It's nothing, the latter said, waving his hand dismissively. I'm not sick. It feels more like someone's talking about me. But oh well, it doesn't matter. More importantly, Brother Pegasus, you've got to work hard tonight. As he said this, he chuckled and patted Pegasus on the head. With a soft whinny, Pegasus responded. Moments later, it vanished into the night, blending seamlessly with the shadows as it carried Promise away. Time passed, and before long, Pegasus descended on the land of Snowfield, returning Promise from the clock tower. They landed near a suburban residence on the outskirts of the city, where a single servant awaited them. Standing before Promise was none other than Saber, Richard I, the Lionheart. Due to the peculiar nature of this true-false Holy Grail war, multiple servants of the same class had appeared. However, there was only one Saber, the medieval English king, Richard I, the Lionheart. At the same time, he was also the first target of Promise's hunt tonight. As Pegasus landed, its unrestrained magical energy naturally caught the attention of the servant awaiting nearby. By the time it folded its wings and stood firmly on the ground, Richard I, the Lionheart, had already stepped outside onto the open terrain. The legendary king saw the boy seated atop Pegasus. When Richard looked at Promise, the latter instinctively returned the gaze. Richard was dressed in the ornate attire of ancient nobility or royalty. His handsome features were complemented by a pair of sharp, beast-like eyes that sparkled in the dim light. After briefly sizing up his visitor, Richard broke into a cheerful smile and spoke with his lively and open demeanor, "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Although the night shrouded much about Promise, yet his actions over the past days, like the Pale Rider's defeat, his clashes with Enkidu and Gilgamesh, and the chaos involving the Bull of Heaven and Ishtar, had not gone unnoticed by the servants and magicians of the city. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty Richard I, Lionheart of England," Promise said, descending from Pegasus. Dressed in his pristine holy robes, he bowed respectfully as Richard returned the courtesy with equal grace. It was then that Promise's peripheral vision caught sight of Richard's master. Ayaka Saju, to be exact, she is not the real Saju Ayaka. But all in all, it was precisely because of her that Promise had chosen Richard as his first target tonight. The reasoning was simple. It was well known that even the great Zelrich, the wizard marshal who stood at the pinnacle of Magi in the Type Moon world, had cast his gaze on this peculiar Holy Grail war. However, his attention wasn't focused on the servants participating on this Holy Grail Tsar but solely on this false Ayaka Saju. Thus, despite being an unstable factor, they were an obvious priority on this night when Promise had decided to clear the board. Seeing Richard being so polite, Promise felt a little apologetic and said, "In truth, I've robbed you of your destiny. Because if it weren't for my interference, you would have been the true protagonist of this Holy Grail war." "Oh." Richard was stunned for a moment, then chuckled warmly. "But I feel that I still am. Besides, to have the chance to duel a legend like you, it is my honor and my greatest anticipation." As he said this, he drew his sword towards Promise. There was no falsehood in Richard's eyes, and they were burning with the desire to fight. After all, what he had seen in the past few days was enough to make his blood boil. "No, you're no longer one," Promise replied, and to answer Richard's resolve, he unleashed his full strength as his green eyes transformed into divine golden irises, radiating a power beyond mortal comprehension. Reaching out to the heavens, he grasped a bolt of blinding lightning and spoke calmly, "Wisdom and fate have guided me here." With those words, Promise hurled the lightning bolt toward Richard. The golden lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night. Many onlookers across the land were startled by its sudden appearance. However, since the phenomenon of lightning under clear skies was not particularly rare, most dismissed it. Only the magus, masters, and servants in the area understood its true significance. As they watched the lightning arc through the heavens, a single realization gripped their hearts: the long-dormant storm had finally arrived. Noble Phantasm, Excalibur Gallatin. Richard activated his Noble Phantasm, a radiant light born of his reverence for King Arthur. It shone with a brilliance that clashed fiercely with Promise's divine lightning. Yet, there was no suspense in the outcome. The golden lightning, imbued with the might of Zeus himself, shattered the light effortlessly. Unable to withstand the divine power, Richard dropped his sword and narrowly dodged the bolt. Gasping for breath, he staggered to regain his footing, only to look up and see another barrage of lightning descending upon him. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent. Later, when everything returned to calm, the silver-white Pegasus once again flew into the night sky with his promise, leaving behind the false Sajuayaka, who was standing there in a daze, watching him leave. With Richard's defeat, Saber exited the stage, but the night story was far from over. It was merely the beginning. Before long, Pegasus soared above the heights of Snowfield City. The neon lights below painted the metropolis in dazzling hues, creating a striking contrast against the night sky. Sitting atop Pegasus, Promise extended his hand and retrieved two items from the luminous moonlight, a painting and an arrow. The painting transformed into Atlanta's sky bow, while the moonlight-shaped arrow rested in Promise's hand. He knocked the arrow onto the bowstring, aiming it toward a particular figure within the city. His target was the master of the false assassin, a dead apostle, known as Six-Hearted Revolver, possessing a unique ability that allowed him to possess multiple hearts, transfer his soul to a new body upon death, and sustain himself by absorbing life through murder. As Promise drew the bowstring to a full crescent, the arrow remained fixed on the dead apostle. At that moment, the target sensed the looming presence of death. After all, even though he wielded an ability bordering on immortality, the force locked onto him was far from ordinary magic. It was the divine power of an ancient chief god, and against such might, no escape was possible. Sensing the arrival of death, the dead apostle instinctively attempted to flee. However, before he could move, a sharp sonic boom echoed as the arrow in Promise's hand, imbued with the divine power of Artemis, transformed into a radiant beam of moonlight and shot toward the target. The godly power purified the dead apostle completely, leaving him unable to even let out a scream. As his body vanished, the servant whose magical energy had been suppressed by this master began to dissipate as well. Seated atop Pegasus, as his golden eyes gleaming, Promise quietly observed the scene. Then, his gaze shifted to the assassin-class female servant who remained. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Turning his eyes toward a shadowy part of the city, Promise tilted his head slightly in thought before realizing the truth. Another assassin, huh? If I recall correctly, this one should be Hasane Sabah, known for their EX-level presence concealment. Looking around the city and then at Pegasus, Promise raised an eyebrow. Pegasus shook its head lightly, signaling that even it could not locate the hidden figure. Well then, what do you plan to do now? Meanwhile, within a room in the city, a man named Faldius, one of the masterminds behind this Holy Grail war, sat quietly, watching Promise through a magical projection. Reflecting on their first meeting in Enkidu's forest, he sighed. Back then, Promise had neither command spells nor any visible magical energy, so Faldius had dismissed him as a mere bystander. But now, it was clear. You are the greatest monster in this Holy Grail war. EX-level presence concealment, is it? If it were daytime, I might not have found you. But right now. It's nighttime. With those words, Promise once again drew his bow, aiming toward the shadowy figure that blended with the night, the ancient godlike embodiment of darkness. The night covered the sky and looked down at everything in the world. Unless concealed by Hades' helm of darkness, all forms of stealth would be revealed. Thus, she descended beside Promise, pointed a slender finger, and revealed the location of Hasane Sabah. With her guidance, Promise knocked another arrow, and as the moonlight once again transformed into a lethal shaft, the arrow flew, purifying everything in its path with divine power. As the battle ended, Promise, still holding Atlanta's sky bow, spoke with a smug look on his face. I really do have quite the talent for being an archer, don't I? Hearing this, Pegasus nearly stumbled in midair, letting out a soft neigh, as if scolding Promise for his shamelessness. Chapter 261, Suicide. 2,459 words. Words, 2462. The gap is just too large. What a monster. Even though Faldius had mentally prepared himself, witnessing the flawless radiance of the moon transform into a silver arrow in that boy's hand, and then seeing it strike down his servant under the guidance of the night, still left him sighing in disbelief. As for the departure of his servant, Faldius did not have any emotion at all. After all, becoming the master of the true assassin had never been part of his original plan. So, what exactly is he trying to achieve? Faldius began to ponder, and soon a realization dawned upon him. Promise had not gone out of his way to hide his actions, so the answer was, in fact, quite apparent. First the lightning, and now the arrow. As of this moment, 3 participants in the Holy Grail War have already been eliminated tonight. And all of this happened in less than an hour. From what I've gathered, some of them headed toward Enkidu's forest, others went to Gilgamesh's location, and another suspected, no likelihood, has gone to confront Francois. They have been quiet for 5 days, and now they are dividing their forces to act like this. Could it be that they want to make a final decision and end this Holy Grail War tonight? This person is so high profile, is he declaring war on everyone? As the realization dawned on him, Faldius's eyes widened slightly. The more he thought about it, the more plausible his conclusions became. When he looked back up toward the sky where Promise had been, he found that the boy's figure was already gone. Yes. Promise had moved on to hunt his next target. After figuring it out, Faldius quickly turned and called his superiors. As he waited for the call to connect, an unsettling question came to his mind. Could they really stop him? If they truly had the capability, would these past 5 days have remained so unervingly quiet? It didn't take long for Faldius to arrive at an answer. Come to think of it, possessing the weakest student under a clock tower lord with no magical circuits or talent for magecraft, that certainly fits the definition of weak, doesn't it? Faldius chuckled to himself at the absurdity of the situation. After all, Promise was known as the weakest among all Greek heroes. Thanks to Waver's relentless efforts in crafting an elaborate disguise, most people, including Faldius, believed Promise to be no more than a vessel for some greater entity, akin to Ishtar's possession as a product for the Holy Grail War. After all, even in Nasiverse, the idea that a figure recorded in the Age of Gods could suddenly resurrect in modern times and study under a Lord-level professor seemed far too outlandish. Meanwhile, in Snowfield City's police headquarters, the area had long been cleared of civilians, with magical barriers in place to drive away any ordinary individuals. Jeanne d'Arc had been present here for quite some time. However, from the moment she entered this place, she had been trapped in a powerful illusion. This illusion was the noble phantasm of the true caster summoned in this Holy Grail War, Francois Prelati, a mage from Jeanne's era who had survived to the present day. Noble phantasm, the city that never existed, for madness shall know no end. Francois's noble phantasm created a vivid simulation of flames consuming a church, with a girl tied to a stake, burning alive. This scene was none other than Jeanne d'Arc's death. Francois repeated this illusion in front of Jeanne of Arc over and over again, and deliberately simulated the angry shouts and accusations of the crowd. By the way, it was clear from Francois's taunts that she may have played a part in Jeanne's tragic fate. Jeanne d'Arc just looked at the illusion in front of her, showing no emotion. At this moment, beautiful, sky-blue eyes showed neither sorrow nor pain, only peace and warmth. Walking through the crowd of jeering figures, she quietly searched for a specific presence amidst the repeating scenes of her death. Now, she found it. Jeanne stopped in front of a figure blending into the raucous crowd, a doll-like girl with exquisite features, laughing gleefully as she hurled curses at her. Francois. Looking at Francois, who had gone through countless bodies and now appeared as a woman, Jeanne calmly spoke amidst the radiant flames, "I've found you." As soon as those words fell, the illusion shattered. Emerging from the collapsing dreamscape, Jeanne returned to the police headquarters. Within the station stood not only Jeanne and Francois but also 28 police officers wielding counterfeit noble phantasms, as well as the master of the true caster, Police Chief Orlando. Jeanne. Jeanne. You're finally here. Did you come for me? I'm so happy, truly so happy. Francois, the architect of the illusion, now danced in front of Jeanne with a perfectly fabricated look of innocence and glee, as though she had nothing to do with the situation. Jeanne, however, did no respond to Francois. Instead, she turned her gaze to the calm and collected Orlando, and the 28 officers surrounding her with weapons drawn. "Saint Jeanne d'Arc, I have a question for you." Ignoring the hypocritical Francois's performance beside him, the seemingly meticulous Sheriff Orlando said, "Did you respond to the Holy Grail as a ruler-class servant?" As a ruler, Jean had unique privileges in the Holy Grail War, including the ability to discern servants' true names and details, sense servants within a 10-kilometer radius, and issue command spells twice to any servant. This was why Jean had been able to reveal Francois's true identity and understand her circumstances. Yes, Jean nodded. Then, if you are the arbiter, why are you interfering in the Holy Grail War like this? Orlando pressed, his brows furrowing. At this, Jean smiled faintly, placing her hand over her heart as she replied softly, "Because the reason I responded to the Grail and came here was to help him obtain the Grail." Help someone else obtain the Grail? Hearing her words, even Francois froze, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she looked at Jean, the saint she had sought to torment. "Yes," Jean affirmed, her voice gentle but firm. "This was the revelation given to me by the Lord, and it is also my own decision. This Holy Grail War is far too unusual, and its potential for destruction is very vast. Originally, countless innocent lives would have been caught in its wake. But when he appeared, everything began to change. The Lord told me that he is the hope to end it all and prevent tragedy. And I have seen it with my own eyes, how he stopped calamities from spreading, how he saved the innocent, and the quiet wish in his heart." As she spoke, Jean's lips curled into a gentle smile. "So I came, to help him obtain the Grail and put an end to everything." Hearing this, Francois tilted her head thoughtfully, a curious smile tugging at her lips. "Is this what they call divine favoritism? When the scales of judgment are tipped by the hands of a righteous goddess? But it's still so amusing. Jeanne d'Arc, the saint who once carried the banner of salvation, now raises it for someone else." After finishing her statement, Francois burst into unrestrained laughter, and even her other self, the servant summoned alongside her, also appeared and joined to laugh with her. The two of them laughed uncontrollably, doubling over and eventually collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of composure. "No, when I came here, I knew that I was unfit to be the arbiter of this Holy Grail War, so I had already set down my banner." Jean's tone remained gentle as she reached for the sword that had always hung by her side, the sword of Saint Catherine. Noble Phantasm. La Pucelle, the Crimson Holy Maiden. This was a conceptual weapon crystallized from Jean's inner world, manifesting the very flames that had consumed her at the stake. These purifying flames burned only those Jean deemed necessary to defeat, carrying the power of divine judgment capable of incinerating all. However, the cost of this noble phantasm was too high. No. Even too high was an understatement. To activate it, she had to unsheath the silver sword, slice her palm, and pray to her Lord. In doing so, she would endure the flames herself, sacrificing her life in the process. This was just a suicide-type noble phantasm. Francois, who had been laughing moments ago, froze in shock. She watched as Jean slowly drew the silver sword, its flames beginning to ignite and coil around her. The fire grew, crawling along her body, recreating the historical image of Jean burning at the stake. Francois had subjected Jean to the illusion of her death for so long, yet she didn't expect that as soon as she came out of it, this saint would replicate it in reality. Her expression changed slightly, and just as she and the servant she had transformed into in the past were about to take action together to stop Jean, the sheriff, who noticed something was wrong, also looked gloomy and was ready to take action, when... Really? How should I put it, this is completely unnecessary. A single finger extended and pressed against the hand that was steadily drawing the holy sword, ignoring the purifying flames that licked at it. Jean blinked in surprise as Promise appeared before her, gently pushing the sword back into its scabbard. Promise looked at Jean a bit speechlessly and said, "I told you to hold them off, not to blow yourself up. Seriously, if you're going to self-destruct, just do it silently, don't do it while claiming it's for my sake." He sighed, already imagining the future at Chaldea, where he would likely have to meet Jean frequently. If she actually succeeded in her self-sacrifice here, he'd owe her a favor. Just the thought made Promise's scalp tingle. To be honest, he didn't want to think about it anymore. And he thought she was a pure saint with no hidden motives. "When I heard them say that you didn't need help and could only deal with the people here by yourself, I felt something was wrong. Fortunately, I got here ahead of time." "How could you be so scheming? What's the plan? Trying to guilt me into owing you a favor? Hoping to leverage that to make me paint you a picture later? I'm telling you right now, no way. Not happening." Hearing Promise's words, Jean, who had been momentarily caught off guard, became visibly flustered as she quickly shook her head and said, "No, no, that's not what I meant. I was just trying to help." "Help? This is what you call help? You're clearly causing trouble." Promise shot her a sharp look. "This is what we call malicious intent. I'm telling you, I won't fall for this. Forget it, here's the deal. If you promise not to self-destruct, we can talk. Maybe, just maybe, I'll consider painting you something." "Wait, you'd really paint something for me?" Jean froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "And you say you're not angling for my paintings?" Promise exclaimed as Jean d'Arc was once again flustered and speechless, struggling to find words to refute him. She stammered, but deep down, she couldn't deny it. There was no way. After witnessing that night when the stars became his canvas and the heavens his paint, like a reenactment of the painting scene of Artemis, the moon goddess of the age of gods. Even though she was a saint, she couldn't resist the temptation. Promise noticed her flustered reaction and feigned disdain, though the faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips betrayed his amusement, which Jean quickly noticed and then suddenly realized something. This young man, whom even the scales of judgment had been tipped to favor, was far from an upright and saintly figure. In fact, he was petty and vengeful. He had been keeping meticulous records of grudges, even against gods. He had a penchant for teasing people, and the countless figures who enjoyed watching him get into trouble weren't doing so without reason. But it is precisely because of this that the heroes and gods have been unable to do anything to him and could only choose to pamper him. Realizing she had been teased, Jean couldn't help but puff her cheeks slightly in mild indignation. Seeing her reaction, Promise quickly shifted his gaze toward Francois and Police Chief Orlando. Francois, who had risen to her feet and was preparing to curtsy in greeting, froze when Promise's golden, thunderous gaze locked onto her. "I hear you had a hand in Jean's persecution back then. And to be honest, you reek of curses. How many bodies have you swapped into? How many unjust souls' hatred are you carrying?" And this moment, Promise was wearing his immaculate white robes, with his golden eyes glowing with divine light as he spoke. Francois opened her mouth to respond, but Promise didn't give her a chance. "And you," he turned to Francois's servant, "spying on me every few days like I wouldn't notice. I've warned you before, haven't I? But you still didn't stop. You really think I don't have a temper, don't you? And Jean d'Arc, don't think for a second you can guilt me into owing you a favor for a painting. It's not happening. I wasn't." At this point, even Jean's breathing grew slightly uneven. "But..." Promise smiled slyly, raising his hand to reveal a pure white paintbrush. "If I make you owe me instead, forcing you to work for me in the future, that sounds much better, doesn't it?" With those words, he brought the paintbrush down. In an instant, darkness enveloped the room. Before anyone could react, they found themselves standing on a dark, endless path, the road to the underworld. Along the sides of the road, crimson spider lilies bloomed, their eerie beauty contrasting with pale poplar trees bearing no fruit. The sound of hooves echoed through the darkness, growing louder as a spectral carriage approached. Riding atop the carriage was the blurred silhouette of a man, his figure wreathed in shadows. The police officers in Orlando found themselves immobilized, unable to move or speak, as they watched the carriage pass through their bodies and gradually vanish into the distance. When the darkness lifted, the illusion dissolved, and everyone came back to their senses, they realized Francois was gone. She had been sent to the underworld, where she should have gone a long time ago. Before she went, not a single scream or word could escape her lips. Chapter 262, End of the Holy Grail War. 2,126 words. Words, 2124. Well, that's that. As everyone stood frozen, too stunned by what had just transpired to speak, Promise acted as though he had merely performed a trivial task. He clapped his hands, stored away his paintbrush, and turned to Jean with a grin. "Well, now you owe me a favor. In the future, you'll have to work hard to pay off your debt." "Huh?" Jean blinked in shock, confusion, and speechless as she stared at Promise. "What do you mean, huh?" "I just dealt with someone who bullied you in the past," Promise replied casually. Then, turning to Police Chief Orlando, he added, "By the way, Chief, would you mind if I make a quick call to your servant?" Before Orlando could respond, the police station's phone began to ring. Promise walked over, picked up the receiver, and answered. "Brother. You're amazing. That was incredible. From the other end came the excited shout of Castor, Alexander Dumas. Startled by the volume, Promise instinctively moved the phone away from his ear. After a moment, he raised his chin proudly. Of course. Impressive, wasn't it? Incredible, incredible. By the way, brother, can I ask you a favor? Let me stay until the end. I want to witness you finish this Holy Grail war tonight. Nope, Promise replied flatly. We're not that close. Don't be like that, brother. Give me a chance. No. Fine, I'll drop it. Dumas clicked his tongue but quickly became excited again as he said, still, just seeing you complete this trial has been a privilege. When I get back, I'll definitely write a masterpiece about this. But won't you forget everything about this Holy Grail war once you return to the throne of heroes? Promise asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. Normally, servants who participated in the Holy Grail war, except for rulers, would lose all memories of the event upon their return. Don't spoil the mood, brother. Sure, the memories might fade, but the inspiration and emotions of this moment, they'll never disappear. You, as a god of art, should understand that, right? Inspiration, huh? That's true. Promise nodded in agreement. Inspiration was indeed eternal. Well, if we meet again someday, I look forward to hearing your story. Oh, by the way, just curious, how would you like to go out? Crushed to death by Pegasus, the ultimate symbol of artistic grandeur. Make it as spectacular as possible. Dumas shouted excitedly. All right, I'll make it happen. Promise nodded, and the next moment, the silver streak of Pegasus descended from the night sky, crashing precisely into Dumas's location. And with his departure, the counterfeit noble phantasms held by the 28 police officers vanished as well. Perhaps, when you hunted the Pale Rider and the goddess, we shouldn't have stood by idly. Sheriff Orlando, who had been watching Promise silently and had not spoken a word from beginning to end, spoke at this moment, speaking in a steady voice, word by word. Maybe we should have tried to stop you, or even joined forces with them. That might have been our only chance in this Holy Grail war. Hearing this, Promise merely smiled faintly and did not respond. After all, it would be called arrogance, but, even if they all came together, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Instead, it would have been more easier for him to sweep everything all together, maybe it would have saved him some time. He turned toward the entrance, where Pegasus, with its white wings folded, was already waiting for him. Jean, don't forget you owe me a favor. Next time, you'll have to work for me. Promise called out cheerfully as he walked away. Without giving Jean a chance to reply, he added with a smirk, and if you don't, I'll add your name to my grudge list. Jean opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but hearing Promise's parting words, she quietly closed it again. She stood there, looking at Pegasus carry Promise away, leaving behind a streak of silver light in the night sky. Her gaze then shifted to Orlando and his officers as they began tidying up the remains of the police station. With a soft, somewhat resigned smile, Jean turned toward the moonlit path. Stepping into the silvery glow, she left behind a gentle murmur. Until we meet again. About 10 minutes later, Pegasus descended onto the battlefield where Gilgamesh, Heracles, and the others had been fighting. The results were actually not that surprising. What had once been a towering skyscraper was now reduced to rubble. Heracles sat amidst the debris, while Shiro Amiya lay sprawled on the ground, his clothes tattered and his body utterly drained. Gilgamesh was nowhere to be seen. His master, Tyne Chelk, was directing her subordinates to clean up the area. Though her eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy and disappointment, she quickly straightened up upon noticing Promise's arrival. She respectfully bowed and gestured for her team to step aside a little to give them time to talk. Promise glanced at Heracles, then at Shiro Amiya, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath and not wanting to lift a finger, and asked with a bit of amusement, "Where's Gilgamesh, and where's Jason?" By all logic, shouldn't Jason stand out triumphantly at this time, with pride written all over his face? They've both left, Heracles replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, Promise paused in surprise. Gilgamesh's departure did not come as much of a surprise to him. After all, let's not forget that he had stolen the chains of heaven from Enkidu earlier. The purpose of orchestrating this battlefield was to give Heracles a chance for revenge, a repayment for the grudge from the Fuyuki City War. But Jason. Promise furrowed his brow, unable to make sense of it. Promise, have you finished Jason's painting yet? This time, he truly looked heroic. He left with a laugh, protecting your honor in your stead. Promise paused, falling silent for a moment. Then, he smiled and replied to Heracles. I have finished painting it a long time ago. The plan was to give it to him after he joined you all for this event. But I suppose it'll have to wait until next time. Shiro Amiya, who was lying nearby, listened to the conversation, looking a bit stunned and conflicted. He wanted to speak up. Yes, Jason did indeed look heroic in the end, but the question was, wasn't his departure due to suffering too much friendly fire? More than half of the damage Jason had sustained had nothing to do with Gilgamesh. It came from the various crew members of the Argo. Is this the price of being friends with Promise? If it were me being summoned by Promise in the future then. As he thought of this, images of Jason, frantically dodging attacks and screaming amidst an onslaught of noble phantasms came into his mind, making him shiver uncontrollably. Promise noticed Shiro's odd reaction and furrowed his brow in confusion. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he suddenly felt like adding Shiro's name to his grudge list. Turning his gaze away and looked at Heracles who was sitting quietly in the ruins, he couldn't help but smile as said, "And you, Heracles? Should we have a match?" Though tempted, Heracles looked at the young man in front of him and shook his head apologetically. I would love to, but I'm afraid I can't. My body won't hold out any longer. Because, 5 days ago, when the matter of Ishtar and the Bull of Heaven was concluded, he went back to talk to the master, who summoned him and terminated both the contract and the master altogether. He had been pushing his limits ever since. Upon hearing this, Promise nodded in understanding. At this moment, the thunder of Zeus flashed in his golden eyes, and because of Athena, there was actually a hint of her flavor in his divine golden eyes. Although it was very faint, it was also a symbol of absolute wisdom that could see through everything in the world. In that case, Heracles, let's meet again next time. Next time, Heracles agreed with a soft smile. As he gazed at the young man in front of him, memories of their countless partings during the Age of Gods came flooding back. With one final smile, Heracles' body dissolved into golden particles of magical energy. Until we meet again, Promise. Heracles had departed. Mounting Pegasus, Promise headed for the next battlefield, the forest. Yet, before he could even arrive, he saw the entire forest beginning to glow faintly, with a single, magnificent flower blossoming in the center of it. Noble phantasm, oh, people, chain the gods. Enkidu had transformed herself into a weapon created by the gods, a flower blooming on the planet itself. This act of departure, filled with beauty and blessings for Promise, was a grand and resplendent farewell. She knew Promise loved it this way. Such dazzling and elegant farewells, ones devoid of sorrow. Because, after all, they would meet again. Promise stood silently, watching the flower bloom and then fade into the night as a gentle smile tugged at his lips before he continued forward until he came before Tosaka Rin and the others, as well as Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazon, who had been waiting for a long time. As he descended, Hippolyta immediately raised her head, her eyes alight with battle lust, her war god's belt fluttering wildly around her. Well, as expected of the daughter of Ares, the god of war, her personality is really similar to Ares, Promise thought helplessly. At that moment, a slightly frail-looking man walked out. His name was Sigma, yeah, the real and original Sigma before it became cool. This guy was the last participant to appear in this Holy Grail War. He was also the master of a unique servant from the original Holy Grail War. That servant was called the Shadow Magus. It was not a heroic spirit, had no combat capabilities, and lacked noble phantasms or skills, but it gathered extensive information through observation. Sigma did not come here to fight. He merely wanted to inform Promise that his servant had already left. The servant said that the situation here was over and there was no need to continue observing. True Sigmas know when to advance and when to retreat. After delivering his message, Sigma left, and Promise made no effort to stop him, even though there was a slight connection between him and Shiro Amiya. Then, looking at the battle-ready Hippolyta in front of him, Promise gave a helpless smile as he took out a golden apple and took a bite. There was no other choice. If that's how it had to be, then he might as well fight seriously. The night was deep. Promise returned to the suburban villa where Waver's students had gathered. There, the last servant and master were waiting for him. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the villa adorned with flower beds appeared tranquil and beautiful. Sitting at a wooden table, a blonde-haired flat was pouting, sulking in frustration. At the moment of Promise's return, Flat's face lit up with joy but quickly turned to grievance. He even pretended to puff at Promise a few times to express his discontent. After all, there were so many fun things to do, but he was not brought along. The reason was very simple: everyone had forgotten about this idiot. There was nothing to be done. Although this fool was annoying and prone to causing trouble, everything paled in comparison when Promise appeared. All right, I didn't intentionally leave you out. Didn't I save the final spot for you so you could experience the Holy Grail War? Promise said with a smile as he looked at him. Then, he sat down in front of him. Thus began the final Holy Grail War of the night. And how did this Holy Grail War conclude? Flat's wish for participating in the Holy Grail War was simple. He thought the Holy Grail War sounded cool and wanted to see many legendary beings. That was why he enthusiastically joined. So at that time, Waver asked him a question. He asked Flat how he intended to decide the outcome of the war and whether he was prepared to kill his opponent. Flat, of course, had no such resolve and just replied with a single sentence. Then let's decide the winner using chess. And so now, Promise, standing in front of him, smiled as he raised the chess piece in his hand. He gently placed it on the chessboard. With a soft sound, this Holy Grail War came to an end. Chapter 263, Queen Hera. 3,240 words. Words, 3240. So, didn't I tell you from the start to keep things low-key? The next day, after Promise and Flat settled the outcome with chess, the sun rose. The former suddenly received a call from Weber at the suburban villa. As expected, the moment the call connected, Promise was greeted with a tirade of scolding, with a lot of colorful language included. The powerful sound caused several nearby students to shrink their heads and quickly avert their gazes to avoid being dragged into it. It was not until a while later that Waver, who had vented his anger, calmed down a little. Forget it, fortunately I had already prepared for this. So, now that you're officially the winner of this Holy Grail War, have you decided when you'll make your wish to the Grail? He asked with a helpless tone while rubbing his temples on the other end of the line. Yes, I've already decided. Promise chuckled softly and replied, right now. Right now? Not only Waver but also some nearby students who had been eavesdropping were taken aback for a moment. Yes, because I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Promise said candidly. I see. Waver's voice carried a sense of emotion, along with a hint of envy. Promise understood the source of his envy. He must have been thinking about Iskandar, the king of conquerors. Then go ahead. I won't disturb you anymore, but since you're still technically my student, I expect you to prepare yourself mentally. When you return, you'll need to face the consequences of your recklessness. Waver's tone was stern, though tinged with concern. Even after learning Promise's true identity, Waver, who hadn't been told directly, still chose to regard Promise as his student, giving him a place at the clock tower, a place to belong. Understood, Professor. Promise replied softly, and after those words, the line went dead. Setting down the receiver, Promise noticed Shiro Amiya, Rin Tosaka, and the others looking at him. The atmosphere grew still for a moment. So. It was Rin Tosaka, the corners of her lips curling into a mischievous smile as if a small devil's tail had appeared behind her as she teased, our great hero, have you decided which goddess you want to meet? Rin's playful words had barely fallen when the sound of suppressed laughter echoed through the villa. By now, Promise was used to such moments, so he simply ignored them and just smiled while speaking. Actually, I'm also very curious to see who will come to meet me. He was indeed filled with anticipation. So, after exchanging a few more words with them, Promise left the villa alone, heading outside. Walking through the dim light of dawn and the brightening sun, he strolled down the suburban path, calming his heart. In his hands, the Holy Grail appeared, and he made his wish. As the Grail received Promise's wish, time froze in that instant. Leaves, falling gently with the wind, halted in midair until Promise unconsciously took a step forward. With that step, the scene before him shattered like a mirror. As the fragments scattered, the pieces of the world were swiftly reassembled. Promise disappeared from where he had been moments before, traversing time and arriving at a certain place in the past. During this process, his appearance changed slightly, becoming younger and more youthful. As he came back to his senses and looked around, Promise immediately understood where he was. After all, everything here was far too familiar to him. It was the place where Promise had spent 3 years of his life studying alongside numerous Greek heroes, the foothills of Mount Pelion, outside the cave of the centaur sage Chiron. Teacher Chiron. No, it couldn't be him. After a slight though, Promise quickly dismissed the thought. Countless faces flashed through his mind, but he soon smiled, letting the speculation go. After all, the answer was already waiting for him and he just needed to step inside to find out. Promise entered the natural, wooden cave house crafted from ancient trees. There, at a wooden table outside the house, he saw the goddess who had been waiting for him. As Promise's gaze fell upon her, she lifted her amber-colored eyes, having sensed his presence. Their eyes met. She froze for a moment as the excitement flashed in her eyes, her hands clenched unconsciously, but she quickly calmed herself. Then, as Promise stood there staring blankly at her, she took a deep breath and showed him the most beautiful smile as she said gently, "Promise, you're back." "Yes." Promise, gradually regaining his composure, looked at the noble goddess before him and couldn't help but smile as he said, "It's been a long time, Goddess Hera." Yes, the goddess sitting here waiting for Promise was none other than Hera, Queen of the Gods. In Greek mythology, she was the most esteemed of all goddesses, the deity that Promise had initially believed in. Clad in elegant, regal attire, her golden curls cascaded from beneath her crown. Her amber eyes carried the dignity of a queen, but when they rested on Promise, they were filled only with gentleness. At this moment, Promise seemed to have grown younger, just like he was when he first secretly followed Jason down the mountain. That youthful attire and slightly tender expression brought him back to Hera as she remembered him. The reason Promise appeared like this now must have been because it was the version of him that was most deeply etched in Hera's memory. "You don't seem surprised?" Hera asked, suppressing the excitement in her heart and doing her best to appear composed as she looked at Promise, who seemed as calm as usual. "I wouldn't be surprised no matter who answered my call." "Let alone you, Goddess Hera," Promise replied with sincerity. Hearing this, Hera's smile grew even warmer. What Promise said was true. As long as it wasn't Hecate sitting here at this moment, he could understand even if it were the god King Zeus or Apollo. But for it to be Hera, one of the four goddesses whose fates intertwined with his, felt all the more fitting. "But shouldn't you have expected it to be Athena?" Hera asked. At her words, Promise raised his head and glanced at her, a flash of realization passing through his eyes. He now understood which goddess had been behind the oracle, the one who had told him, "I've found you." Promise had always known that the trial involving the Bull of Heaven and the oracle was merely a performance or mimicry by some deity. It wasn't Athena herself. After all, if it had truly been a trial designed by Athena, it wouldn't have been so simple. Given her style, during the Holy Grail War, Promise would have at least been pitted against everyone, with no allies. Within that nearly impossible trial, he would have had to find the one path to victory and create a dazzling miracle, that was the style of the goddess of wisdom. "No, it wasn't her," Promise said, shaking his head as he replied to Hera. "In fact, I've always felt that it might be you, Goddess Hera." Seeing the flicker of surprise in Hera's eyes, he explained, "Because of Jason and Heracles. Because of the Argo setting sail once more. And because of the oracle Ishtar gave me. I've found you." The reason the Argo set sail in the first place was because of Queen Hera's trial. It represented Hera's glory, and Jason was her devout believer. So, when Promise learned from Jason that he had once again set sail, he began to suspect that this might have something to do with Hera. Had Hera, full of hope, always been watching over Jason? And it was clear that Promise's guess was correct. When Jason responded to the Holy Grail summon and appeared before Promise, Hera had already noticed Promise at that moment. The subsequent events in the Holy Grail War, where more and more gods were able to descend with their manifestations, were made possible because of the authority granted by Hera, the Queen of the Gods. Hera fell into a brief silence before she smiled again. Reaching out, she gently ruffled Promise's hair and said with a doting smile, "You really are the kind of child who can't be fooled by anything." "No, there is one thing that truly surprised me." Hearing this, Hera looked at him curiously but soon noticed his evasive gaze, tinged with sadness and worry. She quickly understood what he meant, so she lowered her hand as her amber eyes fixed seriously on Promise. "At the beginning, I was truly heartbroken and in pain." Hera's voice both gentle and firm. "I never imagined that one day, you would leave me. In my heart, you were like one of my children. No, in fact, far more precious than any of my children. I was filled with hope and pride, watching you defeat Typhon, the progenitor of all demons, and fulfill your dreams. Along with the other gods, I waited for your return, eagerly anticipating the day you would become one of us. But we never thought that on that day, only Athena came back. On that day, after Typhon, the progenitor of all demons, was defeated, the rebellious Titans were once again suppressed and imprisoned in the depths of the underworld. Atlanta and Medea, with the help of the gods, drove the sun chariot to bring light back to the mortal world. Everything seemed so perfect, until Athena returned to them in tears. None of us could accept your departure. In our grief and rage, we even almost threw Athena into the abyss. Hearing those words, Promise abruptly raised his head, looking at Queen Hera with a shocked expression. Seeing his wide eyes and panicked reaction, Hera couldn't help but smile softly as she continued in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, we didn't throw her into the abyss. At the most critical moment, your adorable goddess of fate arrived. She told us that you weren't dead, only that you had gone to a very distant place. She swore an oath that we would meet again someday. Only then did we spare Athena." But at this point, Hera's gaze turned reproachful. She reached out and gently pinched Promise's cheek as she said, "You, as always, acted recklessly. Do you have any idea how devastated Athena was after you left? I've never seen her like that before." Her expression was empty, and the wisdom in her eyes seemed to have disappeared. Even when she was faced with being thrown into the abyss, she didn't show any reaction. It wasn't until the goddess of fate swore her oath, promising us that we'd see you again, that her eyes regained their light. Promise listened to all of this in a daze. To be honest, he couldn't fully process it. Even trying to imagine it, he found it difficult to picture. After all, in his memory, that wise goddess had always been so proud and radiant, the brightest and most beautiful jewel among the gods. Then, how is she now? Promise instinctively started to ask but was stopped by Hera, who raised her index finger and gently pressed it against his lips. Not aloud, Hera said with a teasing smile. At this moment, there was a playful glimmer in her eyes as she looked at Promise. "If you want to know everything, you'll have to see her for yourself. After all, little Promise, you're the first person to ever make her cry." Promise froze for a moment, then his expression grew resolute and nodded seriously toward Hera. Afterward, his eyes shifted hesitantly as he looked at Hera, who was smiling warmly in front of him. After some hesitation, he finally took a deep breath and asked cautiously, "Then, Goddess Hera, are you still angry with me? What do you think?" Hera couldn't help but roll her eyes at Promise, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "Do you think I shouldn't be angry? You lied to us, deceived us. Promise, we are gods. Do you know the consequences of deceiving the gods?" "Yes, I know." After a moment of silence, Promise raised his head again, his eyes clear and resolute as he looked at her. "And I am prepared to face divine punishment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to see you. Are you truly prepared?" Hera asked, her expression turning stern as she gazed at him. When she saw Promise nod firmly, SH3 said, "All right, then I shall grant your wish." As her words fell, Promise braced himself to endure whatever torment the gods would inflict on him. Instead, he saw Hera reach out her hand, placing it near his forehead, and then flick. "All right." In Promise's stunned gaze, Hera solemnly nodded and said, "The divine punishment is over." Pfft. Hera tried to maintain her serious demeanor, but in the end, she couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. Laughing, she watched the bewildered expression on Promise's face, and could not longer suppress her emotions as she gently pulled him into her embrace. At first, I truly intended to harden my heart and punish you. I even convinced myself that I should. After all, there is one thing I still hold a grudge about, even now, how you dared to choose Athena over me." As she held the young man in her arms, the most noble goddess of ancient Greece spoke with a gentleness no one else would ever witness, her voice soft and filled with helplessness. "But when I finally found you, learned the whole truth, and saw your confusion and transformation, I realized I couldn't do it. You wanted, from the very beginning, to leave the best version of yourself in our memories and let him truly die, didn't you?" Promise stayed silent for a moment before nodding. Because initially, he had indeed been afraid that once everything was over and he returned, he would no longer be the person loved by all the gods, the one who could always create miracles. So his original plan had been to let him die in the battle against Typhon, the progenitor of all demons, and afterward ascend to the Hall of Heroes. In doing so, he would remain in everyone's most cherished memories forever. However, after returning and experiencing everything that had happened recently, Promise came to understand that those memories were an inseparable part of him, the life he had truly lived. Through Jason, Hera had seen everything unfold, so, she gently stroked Promise's hair with a loving touch and said, "So, amidst my frustration and amusement, I realized you hadn't deceived us. You were simply lost and a bit tired. And, you've embarked on an entirely new journey." Just like in the Age of Gods, Promise's journey here came to an end. The Pegasus, with its holy wings, carried him to the next destination. Realizing this, Hera no longer felt angry after all. He hadn't stopped moving forward, and as his goddess, Hera would, as always, continue to protect him. "What's that? You say Athena is his goddess?" "Oh, don't worry about such small details. In fact, when I realized you were setting off on another journey, I actually felt a bit happy, because this way, I can finally make up for the regrets of the past." Hearing Hera's words, Promise raised his head, looking at her in confusion. "Regrets?" "Athena held your hand and guided you to that magnificent conclusion. The goddess of fate, Clotho, accompanied you wherever you went, her shadow always present, because you continuously rewrote what was supposed to be destiny. The goddess of justice, Themis, bestowed upon you the sword of judgment and raised the scales of justice for you. All three of them perfectly fulfilled their promises to you and their roles. But what about me?" Having said this, Hera's gaze turned a little resentful as she looked at Promise. Hearing her words, Promise blinked and instinctively recalled his agreement with this goddess, the so-called role she had. A marriage that would involve all the gods and shock the world. "So," Hera said with a bright smile, tightening her hold slightly to stop Promise from squirming out of her embrace. "Originally, I thought I'd wait until you became immortal before arranging a marriage for you. But I always felt that doing so wouldn't truly fulfill my duties as a goddess. However, now, I don't have to worry anymore. That child, let's happily fulfill the promise we made back then. In the journey ahead of you, I will, as always, keep watching over you. And before your journey truly ends, I will prepare the most grand wedding for you, one that all the gods will attend. Can I refuse?" Promise was a little dumbfounded but didn't dare voice his thoughts. After all, he was really afraid that if he spoke, it would truly bring about divine punishment. "Oh, by the way, child, let me tell you one more thing. To be honest, I thought someone as clever as you would have realized it a long time ago. But it turns out that, when it comes to matters like this, you're unusually slow." She pinched Promise's cheek lightly as he stood up, her expression filled with amusement. Seeing the confusion in his gaze, Hera explained further, "Do you know why I've repeatedly emphasized that the wedding I'm preparing for you will be the most grand, with all the gods present to offer their blessings? Do you understand why I let you go and made you choose your goddess, even though I knew you might choose Athena?" Every time Hera mentioned Promise becoming Athena's follower, her gaze would carry a mixture of dissatisfaction, reproach, and helpless affection. But seeing that even after such an obvious reminder, Promise still looked at her with a confused look, Hera couldn't help but sighed loudly. "All right, I admit it. You're truly clueless when it comes to this. No, wait. Now that I think about it, Athena is just as dense in these matters. Since you've inherited her wisdom, no wonder you've never realized it." "Ah, can this be blamed on Athena too?" Seeing how Hera had conveniently found a good excuse to him by putting the fault on Athena, Promise couldn't help but find it amusing. "Promise, you know, don't you? Athena is a virgin goddess. She swore an oath to all the gods that she would never marry and would remain pure for eternity." Promise nodded at her words, his hand subconsciously moving to rub his neck. Recently, because of something Hecate had said, Promise had been feeling a strange weight around his neck. Hera didn't pay any attention to his little gesture as she smiled and her tone became teasing. "That's why I kept telling you all along, this wedding I'm preparing for you is the grandest, and all the gods will attend to bless it." However he heard her words, initially, Promise remained as confused as ever. After all, what does his so-called grandest wedding have to do with Athena? But when he noticed the peculiar glint in Hera's smile, he tilted his head and started to think more seriously. As a result, the confusion in his eyes faded, replaced by growing clarity. But that clarity quickly turned into shock, horror, and eventually, he was left in stunned disbelief as he looked back at Hera. "Huh? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.